Introduction. The United States federal government issued a strong protest. The solar system is a shared treasure of humanity. We urge certain forces to recognize their essence as humans, promptly open core technologies, share research outcomes, and collaboratively develop the solar system. Do not let selfish desires lead to the monopolization of the entire solar system, straying further down an anti-human and antisocial path, ultimately becoming a historical villain to humanity. Zhang Liang scoffed at this, directly stating that if they continued to prattle on, he would cut off their domestic supply of biological products, forcing them back to a primitive society of playing in the mud. Chapter 001. The Value of Dying. Zhang Liang found himself once again admitted to the intensive care unit. On the left side of the hospital room, a white foam marble coffee table stood, atop which was a delicate glass vase, elegantly holding several pristine calla lilies, lending an air of tranquility and serenity to the space. Above the table hung an oil painting depicting irises, although it might have been a replica. These two embellishments elevated the ambience of the ICU significantly, naturally increasing its financial value as well. Zhang Liang lay on the hospital bed, a tracheal tube inserted into his mouth, connected to a ventilator, which incurred a cost of 50 yuan per hour. 4 lines connected to the cardiac monitor were affixed to his chest and arms. One clip measured oxygen saturation on his fingertip, another automatic cuff wrapped around his right arm to monitor blood pressure, and a third line attached to his chest, with electrodes in red, yellow, and green adhering beneath his collarbone, responsible for recording his ECG and respiratory rate. 2 months prior, Zhang Liang had undergone a tumor resection surgery and had stayed in this very ICU. However, the exorbitant costs of intensive care and subsequent chemotherapy forced him into a general ward after just a few days. Cancer treatment is notoriously expensive. A single chemotherapy session costs nearly 10,000 yuan, draining his family's limited resources and leaving them with a mountain of debt. Zhang Liang struggled to turn his neck slightly, feeling immensely uncomfortable due to the ventilator, yet his frail body made such movements arduous. The only aspect he still felt he could control was his relatively active mind. He was unwilling to surrender. He was still young, and his parents had toiled tirelessly to raise him and put him through university. He had only been working for less than 2 years and had yet to earn enough to repay their sacrifices. Unexpectedly, a single illness had plunged his entire family into despair. He was acutely aware that his parents had exhausted all means to raise funds for his treatment. They had sold everything they could, borrowed from every relative and friend, and had nearly knelt in desperation for the meager amount needed for surgery and medical expenses. Zhang Liang could hardly bear to imagine how his parents would survive if anything were to happen to him. It was all due to this cursed illness. And this damned hospital. Zhang Liang could not comprehend why. 2 months prior, the hospital had claimed his tumor was benign and not a significant concern. How could it have metastasized post-surgery? Was this truly benign? Was this what the doctors meant by saying surgery followed by chemotherapy would effectively eradicate the issue? He recalled the moment the diagnosis was revealed, when his weary mother fainted and his usually strong father, trembling with tears, held her in a helpless embrace. Zhang Liang blinked, tears spilling from the corners of his eyes. Hey, you're now experiencing lung infection with respiratory failure and heart failure. You must keep your emotions stable and avoid agitation, otherwise you may face life-threatening risks at any moment. Don't say I didn't warn you, the young nurse admonished, her gaze fixed anxiously on the cardiac monitor. Stay calm. Can the practices of your hospital allow anyone to remain calm? If I am to die, what difference does it make whether it is a few minutes sooner or later? Zhang Liang could only mock himself internally. The young nurse seemed to sense his thoughts and soften her tone. You should not entertain thoughts of self-harm. Do you know how your parents reacted when Director Li suggested another surgery? They knelt before him, pleading for him to do everything possible to save you. Director Li mentioned wanting to invite an expert for your operation, and your parents immediately agreed, thanking him profusely while preparing the funds. If you were to give up now, would you be able to face them? Zhang Liang's heart jolted, his nose tingling with emotion, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, soaking his vision. Another surgery? An expert? That would entail a staggering expense. Where could his parents possibly find such funds? Moreover, with the cancer cells having metastasized, how could he even be treated? Even if another surgery were performed, it would likely be a waste of money. Why had his parents not given up? Beep, 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 oh dear, what is happening? I told you not to get agitated. Maintain your emotional stability. Do you understand? Why won't you listen? Even if you don't care about yourself, think of your parents. The nurse became frantic, incessantly chiding him as she scrutinized the data on the monitor, finally pressing a button that silenced the alarming beeping. Zhang Liang merely closed his eyes, allowing the nurse to continue her relentless chatter. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and a slightly older nurse entered, glancing at the nearly lifeless Zhang Liang before addressing the younger nurse. Xiao Tian, the head nurse asked me to tell you to go to room 628. Huang Li has an urgent matter, and you need to cover for her. Go to 628? But Sister Zhao, I'm currently attending to this patient, the young nurse asked, puzzled. If I go to 628, who will take over for me here? You don't need to worry about this patient for now. His hospitalization deposit has nearly been exhausted, and according to Director Li, they intend to remove the ventilator and monitor. Sister Zhao replied dismissively. Wait, didn't Director Li say he was arranging for second surgery? He even mentioned inviting an expert to perform it, and his parents went to gather the funds. The young nurse cautiously glanced at Zhang Liang, whispering, given his current condition, how can he be discharged? Let's see if his parents can raise the money first. Sister Zhao waved her hand, lowering her voice as she looked at the unconscious Zhang Liang. Do you really believe Director Li is arranging surgery? He was merely saying that without sufficient deposit, he wouldn't make any arrangements. But his parents are trying to raise money. If they manage to gather the surgical expenses, wouldn't it delay treatment? Sister Zhao chuckled, shaking her head and lowering her voice, imparting wisdom to the younger nurse, Xiao Tian. Do you understand what cancer cell metastasis means? You're fresh out of school and don't know much. The cancer cells have spread. What's the point of another surgery? Moreover, given the patient's current state, there is a high likelihood he wouldn't survive the operation. Which expert would dare to operate on such a patient? The young nurse could not suppress a gasp, then glanced furtively at Zhang Liang, her expression a mix of disbelief and indignation. If another surgery is unlikely to be effective and carries such risks, why did Director Li still suggest the family pursue it? I distinctly heard him tell the family that there was a certain chance of cure with another operation. Isn't that deceiving them? Zhao Jie quickly interrupted the young nurse's words, glanced outside through the window of the intensive care unit, and then spoke softly, Xiao Tian, you are still quite naive as you just entered society. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Director Li is right. As long as surgery is performed to remove the pathogen, there's a theoretical chance for the patient to recover. Although this chance is extremely slim, it ultimately depends on how the patient's family understands it. After observing the young nurse's slightly furrowed brow, Zhao Jie continued, this is a matter of mutual consent. As long as the doctors indicate there is hope, who among the patient's family would willingly give up? These inconsequential words merely increase the hospital's revenue and allow our department to accomplish more tasks, thereby enhancing our bonuses. But the young nurse opened her mouth, yet ultimately swallowed her desire to argue. She realized that disputing with Zhao Jie would be futile. Instead, she resolved to take practical steps and discreetly inform the patient's parents of what she had learned when she saw them later. All right, Xiao Tian, you'd better hurry to room 628, otherwise the head nurse will start scolding again. You've only just begun working here. Don't let her find a reason to dismiss you. The young nurse nodded, her expression somber, and left under Zhao Jie's urging. This child is still too innocent. Zhao Jie sighed, shaking her head as she exited the ward. Zhang Liang suddenly opened his eyes, his heart a tumultuous mixture of guilt, gratitude, sorrow, and anxiety. He desperately wanted to stop his parents from continuing to raise money for his treatment, but his frail body made even the slightest movement a Herculean task, especially with the tracheal tube in his mouth, rendering him both immobile and voiceless. The more he felt urgency, the angrier he became. The deeper his anger, the more intense his hatred grew. Zhang Liang seethed with resentment. He began to speculate that perhaps the hospital had known his true condition from the outset, merely pretending it was a benign tumor to exploit his family for profit. A benign tumor suddenly transformed into metastatic cancer cells, and with a mere statement of a change in condition, the hospital absolved itself of all responsibility. Yet, the medical expenses incurred over the past weeks had completely drained a family that was not affluent to begin with. But they were not satisfied. They sought to extract even more, utterly disregarding whether the patient's family could bear the burden, completely indifferent to the potential devastation they were inflicting. Did they not fear retribution? No, this could not stand. He would not allow this wretched hospital to profit so easily. Zhang Liang was unwilling to accept such a fate. As he neared death, he resolved to give his demise some semblance of value, at the very least to alleviate his parents' burden. A radical thought began to take shape in Zhang Liang's mind. If he were to die, he would disguise it as an accident within this hospital. With a stroke of luck, it might provide his parents with compensation that could ease their financial strain, or at the very least, spare them the expense of second surgery. Chapter 2. The Extraordinary Plan. Having entertained the notion of seeking compensation from the hospital, it was imperative that his death not be perceived as suicide. Only an accidental death would hold the institution accountable. Having once stayed in the intensive care unit, Zhang Liang knew that the call button by the bedside was situated adjacent to a row of electrical sockets, with all the medical equipment plugged in there. If he could create the impression of inadvertently electrocution while attempting to call for a doctor, the hospital would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Under normal circumstances, executing a careless electrocution would be somewhat challenging. However, today, Zhang Liang found himself in a fortuitous situation. His finger was attached to a clip connected to the electrocardiogram, the clip housing a sharp metallic point. By inserting this sharp object into the live socket, and with the clip connected to the heart monitor, he could easily create a circuit that would lead to his instantaneous demise. Furthermore, with 3 electrodes affixed to his chest, he had an additional layer of assurance in forming the circuit. At that moment, it would appear entirely accidental. No one would suspect it was a deliberate act of self-destruction. The plan was sound, yet Zhang Liang was plagued by the question of whether he could still lift his arm and accurately insert the clip connected to his finger into the socket. He attempted to move his arm. His feeble body felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, making even the slightest motion a monumental challenge. Nevertheless, with great effort, he managed to shift it slightly. As long as he could move, Zhang Liang resolved to persist. Even the smallest incremental movements would eventually lead his arm to its destination. Thus, he embarked on a slow yet determined journey. With unwavering resolve, he embodied the saying, "Perseverance can turn an iron pestle into a needle." After 3 hours of relentless effort, Zhang Liang's arm inched its way to the wall. The exertion had accelerated his heartbeat, causing the monitor to emit constant alerts. Yet neither doctors nor nurses seemed to notice. He felt as if he had been forgotten. This realization only strengthened Zhang Liang's resolve. He had hoped to lift his arm and complete his accidental electrocution in one swift motion. Yet the call button and electrical socket were slightly elevated, necessitating a bit more effort. After several attempts, his arm showed no signs of compliance. He simply lacked the strength. Zhang Liang was compelled to pause, unable to suppress his frustration at the call button's lack of ergonomic design, which seemed to disregard the patient's needs entirely. Listening to the incessant beeping of the electrocardiogram, anxiety gnawed at Zhang Liang. He feared that at any moment, a doctor or nurse might rush in, see his arm in an unnatural position, and, out of kindness, reposition it back. He would be devastated. Fortunately, after a tense 15 minutes, no one entered. Fearing the passage of time, Zhang Liang dared not wait any longer. With the little strength he had regained, he touched the wall and, using his elbow for support, slightly raised his arm. This singular action nearly drained him of all his remaining energy. Zhang Liang did not dare to slacken his efforts. He understood that he could not sustain this motion for long. He quickly and shakily controlled his fingers, painstakingly searching for the upward movement. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. His arm felt heavier than lead, and his thoughts began to blur. He felt on the brink of fainting, yet a flicker of determination sustained him. Finally, a vague sensation in his fingertips indicated that he had found the socket. He yearned to laugh or scream in defiance of his circumstances, but those desires were fleeting. In the dim haze of consciousness, the final image of his parents flickered through his mind. With his last ounce of strength, he thrust his finger, encased in the electrocardiogram clip, towards the socket, and then felt a jolt throughout his body before losing all sensation. In a state of oblivion, Zhang Liang found himself awakening to a realm that felt like an ocean of light, peculiar light, tinged with hints of red and white, enveloping him in a sense of boundless freedom. Is this the afterlife? Zhang Liang experienced a profound sense of wonder in one moment. He was present in this space, and in the next, he found himself in a different place entirely. With each thought, he felt as if he were transforming into countless beings, as though he existed everywhere, possessing innumerable bodies under his complete control. This sensation was quite novel. Zhang Liang casually selected a body and immersed himself in the experience. It seemed as though this body was restrained, preventing him from moving within the sea of light, creating a stark contrast to the initial feeling of freedom he had encountered. Zhang Liang chose not to switch to another body. He felt a surge of dissatisfaction. If life was filled with various constraints, was it truly necessary to endure limitations after death as well? Frustrated, he exerted himself in an attempt to break free. Yet despite his efforts, he found himself unable to escape, as if he were glued to the surroundings. Reluctantly, Zhang Liang ceased his futile struggles and endeavored to calm his mind. To his astonishment, he discovered that the surroundings were composed of dense walls made up of objects similar in size to his own visual perception. He realized that he was, in fact, a part of these walls, which explained his inability to extricate himself. Since he was a component of the walls, he speculated that his form might resemble the objects that constituted them. Perhaps the only way to escape the confines of the walls was to alter his own shape. This realization left Zhang Liang somewhat disheartened. It was indeed a peculiar place. How wonderful it would be if he could change his size and shape. Just as he pondered this, he felt his body become suddenly lighter, and he was expelled from the walls, elongating in the process. It was truly bewildering. Zhang Liang felt a sense of joy as he floated freely in the sea of light for a while, only to encounter another, even denser wall blocking his path. Suddenly, an inexplicable excitement surged within him. He swore he had not conjured this feeling himself, as if it stemmed from the very essence of the body he inhabited. This thought startled Zhang Liang. Could it be that this body possessed its own consciousness? He did not deliberately exert control, but instead followed the Buddhist instinct, charging eagerly toward the wall. To his astonishment, was this body truly reacting to being controlled, as if it sought to meet its demise? However, the outcome defied Zhang Liang's expectations. Instead of crashing against the wall, he awkwardly found himself partially embedded within it, suspended in a state of limbo. In that moment, he realized he no longer needed to breathe, nor did he possess eyes to see. Even embedded in the wall, he felt no discomfort. Zhang Liang grew increasingly perplexed. Such occurrences were exceedingly strange. Perhaps the realm of the deceased did not adhere to the objective laws of the living world. Yet remaining stuck within the wall was not a viable situation. He attempted to wriggle free, but no matter how hard he tried, he could neither escape nor retreat. If only this body could elongate further, perhaps I could slip out. I wonder what lies beyond the wall, Zhang Liang thought helplessly. As if in response to his thoughts, his body began to transform, gradually stretching outward. Zhang Liang could hardly contain his excitement, urging his body to push outward. With a soft pop, the scene before him shifted. The dense wall no longer obstructed his view, and he finally emerged. At that moment, he sensed an exhilarating thrill within this body, accompanied by an urgent sensation akin to hunger. Indeed, it was this very feeling. Zhang Liang was taken aback. Why would this body experience such a sensation? Was it necessary to consume sustenance even after death? Curious to uncover the nature of this phenomenon, he followed the Buddhist instincts, charging toward a large, elongated red circular wall nearby, where the light appeared even redder. Chapter 003. The Peculiar Entities. This time, the circular wall posed no obstruction, and Zhang Liang effortlessly penetrated it. The environment transformed once more, leaving Zhang Liang dumbfounded. Everything around him seemed to indicate that he had entered a red river, albeit the water was stagnant and no longer flowed for reasons unknown. No, that wasn't quite right. It seemed the river was not red. Instead, within the bluish waters floated many red, disc-shaped objects. At first glance, the blue water appeared red due to their presence. These red discs were slightly smaller than Zhang Liang's current body. Amidst his astonishment and confusion, he gradually relinquished control over his body. In a spontaneous motion, his body encircled a small, slightly whitish object nearby. Before long, that object vanished, and Zhang Liang's body seemed to enlarge slightly. Even with relinquished control, he remained acutely aware of his Buddhist actions, and to his astonishment, it appeared he was consuming something. This body thrived in this environment, continually devouring the few pale, block-like entities in the river. Before long, Zhang Liang felt a sense of satiety, yet the body showed no signs of halting its consumption. Zhang Liang found this perplexing. Was this truly a reckless endeavor? Did this Buddhist instincts lack the concept of overindulgence? Suddenly, a sensation of fullness surged within him. After consuming another small whitish block, an inexplicable sense of joy washed over him. This feeling arrived swiftly but vanished even quicker. Before he could react, he felt his body contort, and the joy dissipated. Simultaneously, an astonishing event unfolded. Beside the body he controlled, another smaller, identical body materialized, behaving just like his own. When he attempted to exert control over it, he found himself able to do so effortlessly, without any sense of awkwardness. Could it be that the countless manifestations I sense arise in this manner? Zhang Liang pondered anxiously. Perhaps these myriad avatars are all derived from the same source? At that moment, an unusual sensation struck him. A swarm of transparent, spherical entities suddenly encircled him, significantly smaller than the newly split body. These translucent spheres emanated a faint white glow, and without any introduction, they surged toward him with evident hostility. Observing their aggressive approach, Zhang Liang felt a twinge of trepidation. Had he inadvertently intruded upon their territory? Why else would they charge at him with such fervor? The day's events had been profoundly bizarre, leaving Zhang Liang uncertain of how to proceed. He wished to greet them and explain, yet it appeared this body lacked the means to do so. Never mind. I might as well loosen my control over the body and allow it to act instinctively, he decided, becoming a mere observer. However, Zhang Liang was met not with a thrilling battle, but rather with the sight of the aggressive spheres arriving before the two newly formed bodies. They neither collided nor unleashed any formidable attacks. Instead, they circled around the two bodies incessantly, as if yearning to merge with them. Their behavior bore no resemblance to hostility. It seemed almost affectionate. Zhang Liang was at a loss for words. Could it be that these spheres were somehow related? Yet they bore little resemblance. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the spheres were intent on penetrating the same point on both bodies. Even without Zhang Liang's control, the spheres struggled to gain entry, prompting him to wonder what might occur if a single sphere were to manage to penetrate. Perhaps it is worth anticipating that he took control of his new body, attempting to open a particular location to insert a small orb, which swiftly penetrated within. The scene prompted Zhang Liang to draw a rather sinister analogy. Was this not somewhat akin to the encounter of sperm with an egg, albeit the intruder was not a tadpole with a tail? How curious. Why has my control over the newly formed body suddenly vanished? Not long after the transparent orb had entered, Zhang Liang found himself in a state of bewilderment, as if his dominion over the new body had dissipated entirely. He endeavored to command the split body that the orb had invaded, but to no avail. He had lost all sense of connection. In stark contrast, the body that remained untouched by the orb was still under his command. What on earth is happening? Before his eyes, the uncontrollable new body began to wither slowly, losing its luster, until it abruptly twitched, revealing that the orb had emerged once more. What transpired next was rather terrifying. Once the orb re-emerged, a swarm of other small orbs surged forth, each one morphing as if sprouting mouths, encircling the now uncontrollable body. In mere moments, the cluster of orbs dispersed, and the lost body had completely vanished from sight. Panic-stricken, Zhang Liang instinctively maneuvered the other body to break free from the swarm of orbs. Swimming forward recklessly, those orb-like entities were perilously dangerous, akin to ravenous beasts. Within the river, numerous red, disc-like objects were present, and he encountered several of those luminescent orbs, as well as smaller, oval-shaped, translucent entities and many small white fragments that instinctively beckoned to be consumed. Having traversed various paths and locations, Zhang Liang noted the river's peculiar behavior. Sometimes it flowed, other times it ceased, leaving him puzzled about its nature. During this time, Zhang Liang gained considerable insight. Aside from the small orbs that charged at him frantically, there appeared to be no other threats within the river. He also observed that these orbs were not solely fixated on him. They ignored the red, disc-like entities and the oval, translucent forms, attacking anything else that dared to intrude. Moreover, he discovered that as long as his body emitted a faint white glow, the small orbs would merely circle around without launching an assault. They sought only to invade and disrupt non-luminous entities, leaving Zhang Liang perplexed by their behavior. Additionally, he sensed a gradual decline in vitality in this realm, as if everything had become lethargic. Even the movements of the small orbs slowed. The unknown often breeds apprehension. Unable to comprehend the broader situation, Zhang Liang resolved to thoroughly investigate his own condition. particularly focusing on the nature of his split bodies, for preparedness is never folly. Thus far, he discerned several characteristics of his split bodies. They were quite active, showing no fear of the aggressive orbs. As long as they were not penetrated, they could absorb an unknown, whitish substance, and upon reaching a certain threshold, would split into a fully controllable body, and they seemed to possess an inexplicable ability to morph at will. Eager to explore any additional capabilities of his split bodies, Zhang Liang ceased swimming and came to a halt. The luminescent, transparent orbs, perhaps employing unique methods or patrolling the river, soon surrounded him once more. As before, the orbs encircled Zhang Liang's controlled body, perpetually rotating, always attempting to penetrate that specific area. Zhang Liang would not allow them to succeed. He targeted one orb, maneuvering his body to ensnare it, much like capturing those pale fragments enveloping the orb. This was Zhang Liang's first deliberate attempt to consume something, and he was uncertain of the outcome. Would he successfully absorb the orb, or would it cause damage akin to its previous intrusion? Soon results emerged. He noticed the ensnared orb gradually diminishing until, after a brief moment, it became part of his body. A sensation of fullness washed over him, filling him with exhilaration. Subsequently, he experienced a subtle wave of joy as the previously voracious split body began to transform once more. When that feeling of elation faded, he observed that a new orb radiating a pale glow had split off, identical to the surrounding orbs. This was an orb that Zhang Liang could control entirely. Chapter 004. The unexpected turmoil. The transparent orbs continued to revolve around the entity governed by Zhang Liang, presenting a visage of human enmity. Yet, intriguingly, they abstained from assaulting the recently split sphere, piquing Zhang Liang's curiosity. As he endeavored to exert dominion over this peculiar sphere, he found it reminiscent of commanding his other incarnations, as though it were an extension of his own essence. He deftly maneuvered the nascent sphere closer to the adversarial orbs, which entirely disregarded its presence, exhibiting no hostility whatsoever. Upon relinquishing his grasp on the newly formed sphere, it too displayed no inclination to assail the surrounding incarnations or the other orbs. It merely drifted aimlessly, occasionally consuming some pale, block-like substances that crossed its path. Did the newly split sphere possess characteristics akin to the other incarnations? Yet, those hostile orbs chose not to attack it. Such a perplexing predicament, Zhang Liang mused, bewildered by the unfolding events. As the newly formed sphere ingested more of the white substances, Zhang Liang distinctly sensed an engorgement within his being. Was he on the verge of splitting as well? He found himself eagerly anticipating whether the resulting division would produce another diminutive sphere or one of those rather unsightly incarnations. However, as the sphere began to writhe incessantly, he did not experience the anticipated euphoria, which left him confounded. When the sphere eventually ceased its movements, he was disheartened to discover that nothing had emerged from the split, although the sensation of engorgement had indeed dissipated. What could this signify? Maintaining control over the sphere for a while longer, he finally discerned the anomaly that had previously eluded him, and he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully to himself. The sphere. No longer could it be referred to as a small sphere. It had metamorphosed to such a degree that it bore little resemblance to its original form. Could this be a manifestation of evolution? Or perhaps a mutation? Like sharks sensing blood, the other spheres swiftly divided and encircled them, finally perceiving the utterly transformed sphere as an adversary. As he regarded the encroaching hostile orbs, a whimsical thought struck him. If the sphere could alter its form, could it revert to its original shape? Should it return to being a small sphere, would those antagonistic spheres maintain their hostility? Before he could act upon this notion, the river resumed its relentless flow. Unlike prior encounters, the water surged perpetually, as if bound to an unwavering rhythm, advancing ceaselessly in a singular direction. Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang. With the current of the river, an indistinct voice appeared to summon his name, stirring within him a sense of familiarity laced with bittersweet emotions. Unable to resist its allure, he answered, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed himself surrendering control over his incarnations, urgently dispatching a thought for them to remain still and abstain from instinctual actions, before swiftly soaring toward a radiant point. The radiance was so dazzling that he instinctively closed his eyes. "Awake, awake!" a voice exclaimed, and in an instant, joyous exclamations resonated through the atmosphere. Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, oh, have you come to? Is it genuinely you? The voice was so familiar and comforting that Zhang Liang, despite the blinding light, found himself parting his lips, his tone low and hoarse, yet discernible. Mother. Zhang Liang. Oh. Countless words of solace were stifled by a sob. All the sorrow, yearning, and anticipation coalescing into uncontrollable tears. At last, we have brought him back. The doctor administering CPR wiped the perspiration from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Director Li stood nearby, overseeing with palpable tension, yet they had succeeded in saving him. Zhang Liang, feeling bewildered, cast his gaze around, realizing he was ensconced in an intensive care unit, surrounded by 4 or 5 physicians. With his parents positioned on the opposite side of the bed, what had transpired? Zhang Liang grappled to grasp the reality of the situation. Had he not perished from electrocution? Following that, he had traversed a surreal realm filled with myriad incarnations in the ability to divide. But what was this present circumstance? Could it be that he had not indeed died, and all of this had merely been an illusion preceding his end? Father, what has happened to me? Zhang Liang could not restrain his inquiry. Though his voice remained low and husky, he felt an inexplicable sense of rejuvenation. Whether it was merely a fleeting moment of clarity or something altogether different. Director Li, while my son has been revived, how can we ascertain that there are no residual effects? Regardless, we demand accountability from you. Your hospital has demonstrated a profound negligence. We have paid to be here. And yet my son nearly succumbed to electrocution while attempting to use a call button. What manner of circumstance is this? Zhang Liang's father, Zhang Dehai, glared at Director Li with eyes rimmed in crimson, adopting a stance of accusation. The typically mild-mannered man, renowned for his congenial disposition, now exhibited palpable rage. Zhang Liang and Appo's mother, Wang Renjiying, could no longer restrain her emotions and began to chastise with a voice choked by tears. What kind of institution are you? You have never hesitated to extract every penny from us, yet the moment we falter, you cease treatment without a second thought. We accept this reality, but pray tell, when have we ever neglected to settle our medical dues? Regardless of the hardships we faced, we would have relinquished everything to fulfill your financial demands. Yet, behold the chaos you have wrought. Is this truly humane? You initially assured us that my son had a benign tumor amenable to surgical removal. Yet post-operation you declared he required chemotherapy for a cure. As rural inhabitants, we are ignorant of such matters. We placed our trust in your expertise. Each chemotherapy session costs a fortune, yet we somehow managed to cobble together the necessary funds. Oh, but what have you done? We have expended tens of thousands, and now you proclaim that my son's condition has deteriorated, the cancer has metastasized, and he must be transferred to intensive care for specialized treatment. Oh, how have you cared for him? We had to mortgage our home and land to prepare for his second surgery, only for him to endure a mishap. I swear, if anything befalls my son, I shall exhaust every means to litigate against you. I refuse to accept that there exists no sanctuary in this world where reason prevails. Oh. Zhang Liang began to unravel the truth. It appeared that the accidental electrocution had indeed transpired. Yet, he remained uncertain whether that peculiar realm was the afterlife or merely an illusion. Nonetheless, learning that his parents had mortgaged their home and land for a second surgery ignited a blaze of fury within him, and tears cascaded down his face once more. Director Li cleared his throat, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Liang's parents, and spoke deliberately. Have you concluded? Then allow me to express a few thoughts. First, all fees imposed by our hospital conform to national regulations. We have not overcharged you a single cent, and every transaction is meticulously documented. Second, regarding the electrocution incident, who can ascertain whether it was deliberate? Our hospital has attended to an innumerable array of patients without ever encountering such an occurrence previously, regardless of the circumstances surrounding it. The undeniable truth remains that he has been successfully resuscitated. Upon observing the demeanor of Zhang Liang's parents, Director Li elevated his voice, stating, since this fact cannot be refuted, let us proceed to my office to deliberate on matters of compensation. Chapter 005. An unforeseen transformation. Zhang Liang reclined upon the hospital bed, somewhat bewildered as to why the medical staff had discontinued the use of both the respirator and the cardiac monitor. Nonetheless, he did not linger on this for long. Finding a vague sense of comfort in the resonating words of Director Li, through his endeavors, he had ultimately alleviated some of the burdens borne by his parents. Concurrently, a pang of guilt lingered within him, as he felt a profound sense of indebtedness toward the hospital, having previously calculated against their interests. He intended to engage in a discussion with his parents shortly. Should the hospital maintain a benevolent stance, the matter of compensation ought to be open to negotiation. Reflecting upon the prior conversation he had overheard between a nurse named Sister Zhao and a junior nurse, Zhang Liang contemplated the possibility that her comments may have been somewhat skewed. Director Li may not be as callous as she had portrayed. After all, his proactive mention of compensation suggested a degree of accountability on his part. With no pressing matters to occupy his thoughts, Zhang Liang began to ruminate on the events that had unfolded. Were they mere illusions, or was he genuinely traversing the realm of the afterlife? As he recalled his extraordinary experiences, he endeavored to remember the visages of his doppelgangers. Suddenly, without any forewarning, the scene before him transformed, and he found himself once again in that softly illuminated domain. Initially taken aback, he soon felt an exhilarating rush. Could it be that his experiences were not mere constructs of his imagination? What was this place, if not the afterlife? Setting aside these unresolved inquiries for the moment, Zhang Liang sought the transformed doppelganger resembling a diminutive orb. At that juncture, the small orb had drifted downstream into a broader river, where a profusion of crimson, disc-shaped entities flourished. They bore a resemblance to tiny vessels, their purpose shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, there were additional transparent small orbs, appearing remarkably industrious, as they were accompanied by a plethora of peculiar creatures. However, those entities besieged by the small orbs appeared rather frail, unable to withstand the relentless assault of the small orbs, which met with a rather lamentable fate, as the majority were consumed without mercy. Zhang Liang chose to overlook them, deftly evading a swarm of encroaching small orbs, and resolved to test his prior hypothesis concerning whether the transformed small orb could revert to its original state. He was uncertain of the precise method to achieve this. He recollected having commanded the doppelganger that had diverged from the small orb during its initial metamorphosis. At that moment, it was the act of transformation that had liberated him from restraint. How had he accomplished that? Was it merely a matter of wishing for it to transform? Perhaps that was indeed the case. Zhang Liang concentrated on the transformed small orb, envisioning its original form, and could not suppress an internal exclamation. Return to your form, little orb. A miracle unfolded before his eyes. The body, now indistinguishable from the other doppelgangers, began to writhe, its surface shifting and retracting, while internal alterations occurred that Zhang Liang could not fathom. At last, a cluster of small orbs, previously hurtling towards him, abruptly halted and veered away, for the once unwieldy form had now metamorphosed into a round, transparent small orb, emanating a gentle white luminescence. He had triumphed. It was indeed a glorious achievement. Containing his exuberance, Zhang Liang relinquished dominion over the diminutive orb, eager to ascertain whether it retained the attributes of a mere orb or those of the other doppelgangers. He observed with keen interest as the small orb swayed in the river, disregarding the white, block-like substances that the other doppelgangers favored for sustenance, instead lunging towards a petite object radiating a faint crimson glow. This was an entity he had witnessed other small orbs assaulting, suggesting that the current small orb shared characteristics with its counterparts. Zhang Liang reasserted his control over the small orb, discovering no discernible difference in the ease of manipulation compared to the other doppelgangers. His curiosity rekindled. Could this small orb metamorphose into the guise of a doppelganger? He focused his thoughts on the forms of his doppelgangers and commanded, transform into Ultraman. The diminutive orb began to undulate, its form gradually elongating, the surface quivering as it underwent a series of transformations until it swiftly reverted to its original shape, indistinguishable from the other doppelgangers. In the distance, a vigorous swarm of small orbs approached once more. As he beheld the advancing horde, a playful impulse surged within Zhang Liang. Just as they drew near, he focused intently, and a small orb identical to the group materialized beside him. The swarm appeared momentarily bewildered before veering off and swimming away. A new idea ignited in his mind. If one doppelganger could metamorphose, could the others do likewise? Without hesitation, he seized control of another doppelganger, this one not nestled in the river but clinging to an enormous, writhing, bag-like entity. Although Zhang Liang found its form somewhat familiar, he dismissed the notion and concentrated on commanding the doppelganger to assume the appearance of a small orb. He watched as the doppelganger began to slowly writhe, its surface shifting and retracting, undergoing unfathomable internal changes. In an instant, another small orb emerged. Zhang Liang was elated and swiftly commandeered additional doppelgangers to further his experiments. Without exception, they all transformed into the luminescent, transparent small orbs. After numerous attempts, each doppelganger obediently complied with his commands, metamorphosing into small orbs. Zhang Liang noted that these newly formed small orbs exhibited no deviation in behavior from the others, dutifully executing their tasks and unhesitatingly assailing entities targeted by the other small orbs. He specifically selected several doppelgangers clustered together, transforming one into a small orb. This newly formed orb appeared to honor its kinship, disregarding the enemy and refraining from attacking the other doppelgangers, a remarkable distinction from the other small orbs. A fervor ignited within Zhang Liang, and he could not resist contemplating the potential. If they could transform into small orbs, and those small orbs could revert, might they be capable of transforming into other entities? Perhaps those he was familiar with? Resolute in exploring this possibility, Zhang Liang eagerly commanded one doppelganger to adopt the form of a small dog, exclaiming inwardly, "Transform into a puppy." He fixated on the doppelganger for what felt like an eternity, yet it remained unchanged, exhibiting no sign of transformation whatsoever. Disheartened, he resolved to adopt a different strategy. Envisioning a diminutive feline and internally exclaiming, "Transform into a meow star." Yet the doppelganger remained impervious to his entreaties, resolutely refusing to capitulate. Zhang Liang contemplated the reasons for this failure. Could it be that the anatomical complexities of dogs and cats were insurmountable? He decided to pursue something less intricate. He envisioned an earthworm and silently commanded the transformation, reasoning that this would be sufficiently straightforward. However, after an interminable wait, the doppelganger still remained unaltered, steadfast in its original form. Zhang Liang's resolve did not falter. Perhaps the doppelganger itself was the root of the problem? In order to evaluate this hypothesis, he instructed the doppelganger to assume the form of a diminutive orb. This time, the doppelganger complied with fervent enthusiasm, contorting as its surface oscillated and retracted, revealing the internal metamorphosis taking place. Another diminutive orb materialized, heralding the triumph of the transformation. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Zhang Liang pondered whether these entities were confined to transforming solely into small orbs, or perhaps the external laws did not govern this realm, rendering it impossible for them to assume alternative forms. In light of the circumstances, Zhang Liang recalled the crimson, disc-like objects he had encountered in the river. Once more, he exerted control over the small spherical shape he had adopted and meticulously scrutinized these red discs for a time before commanding a transformation, envisioning the shape of the discs. Reality proved disappointing yet again. The small sphere persisted in its unchanged state, remaining a mere sphere devoid of any alteration. Could it be that these objects were destined to transform only into small spheres? Zhang Liang remained doubtful and began to reflect on previous occurrences. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He had once commanded a clone that consumed a small sphere, and the resulting clone was indeed a small sphere. Might this be the explanation? Chapter 6. A turning point. Zhang Liang had come to perceive that the crimson discs appeared innocuous. He deftly navigated the diminutive sphere to intercept one, comparing their dimensions and concluding that consumption would prove challenging. Consequently, he reverted to his original form and enveloped the red disc entirely. In no time, a wave of satiety enveloped Zhang Liang, though he had yet to attain the requisite threshold for the division of his clone. The red disc had evaporated entirely. Zhang Liang chose not to instruct his clone to consume anything further for the time being. Instead, he concentrated on the appearance of the red disc and silently issued a command for transformation. Before long, the clone began to writhe vigorously, its surface smoothing as it contracted inward. Meanwhile, internal alterations unfolded. The large core did not diminish as it had when transforming into a smaller sphere, but rather gradually vanished. In a fleeting moment, a yellow-green disc emerged. Observing the newly formed yellow-green disc, Zhang Liang experienced a blend of exhilaration and perplexity. He had finally discerned the rationale behind the clone's transformative ability, yet he pondered why, after consuming a red disc, it had metamorphosed into a yellow-green one instead. Such an anomaly confounded him. At that instant, a group of small spheres that had been advancing to attack suddenly reversed course, displaying no interest in the diminutive disc. Unable to further unravel the enigma, Zhang Liang commanded several other clones to attempt transformation as well. They effortlessly morphed into yellow-green discs. The color was of little consequence. He contemplated the peculiar shared aptitude among these clones. If one could perform a task, the others seemed to instinctively acquire the skill. He remained inquisitive about the means by which they achieved this. Opting for a daring approach, he commanded numerous clones to consume whatever they encountered without hesitation, then instructed them to transform into the devoured objects, keenly observing the characteristics of these newly formed entities to deepen his comprehension of this enigmatic realm. After a period of scrutiny, he turned his focus inward and could not suppress a chuckle at how engrossed he had become, leading to the majority of his countless clones undergoing transformation into new forms. At this juncture, the original shapes of his clones had nearly dissipated. Initially, Zhang Liang contemplated reverting them all to their original forms, but then he reconsidered. As the transformed clones retained the abilities of their original selves, this would enable a more profound exploration of this extraordinary realm. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of hunger surged through him, leaving Zhang Liang in a state of bewilderment. What could have precipitated such a sensation? Concurrently, he observed a significant diminishment of the white fragments dispersed in the river, nearly vanishing from view. It seemed that these white fragments served as sustenance for myriad entities inhabiting this domain. Moreover, he discovered that the yellow-green discs would metamorphose into red discs upon traversing a specific area along the river. This was the advantage bestowed upon him by the transformed clones. Through these omnipresent covert agents, he could swiftly and effectively procure information regarding his surroundings. Yet, the inexplicable hunger persisted in tormenting Zhang Liang. After profound reflection, he surmised that it was likely attributable to the diminishing supply of the white pieces. But what would transpire if famine were to besiege this land? Would he be compelled to command his clones to consume all within their reach? And once everything had been devoured, what then? Would they turn upon one another? Zhang Liang, Zhang Liang, a voice called out to him, momentarily diverting his thoughts as he responded with alacrity, feeling himself reintegrated into reality. As he gradually opened his eyes, he encountered his mother's anxious gaze and instinctively smiled, saying, "Mother, I am hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Yes. Dahai, our son claims he is hungry and desires food. Did you hear that?" Wang Renjing exclaimed, her exuberance causing her to stumble over her words. After many days of near starvation, her son had awakened and professed his hunger, prompting her to weep tears of joy. The elderly couple hurriedly occupied themselves, oblivious to all else, yet acutely aware of Zhang Liang's condition. They prepared a modest bowl of millet porridge. Zhang Liang experienced an unprecedented pang of hunger. He propped himself up in bed, gratefully receiving the porridge and consuming it with fervent enthusiasm. Feeling significantly rejuvenated, he wiped his mouth and inquired, "Mother, is there more? This porridge is truly delightful." After his question, he awaited a reply from his parents. However, when silence ensued, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to raise his voice. "Mother, what is the matter? Is there more porridge?" Wang Renjing gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. Instead, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she clutched Zhang Dahai's arm, her voice quavering. "Dahai, pinch me. Am I dreaming? It must be a dream. Our son is sitting up and has eaten a bowl of porridge. Oh, I must be dreaming. This cannot be real." Zhang Dahai, more forthright in his response, slapped his own face and, with eyes gleaming with excitement, declared, "No, Renjing. This is not a dream. I thought I was hallucinating. I believed I was mistaken, but now I see that you have witnessed it too. Our son has not only sat up unaided, but has also consumed a bowl of porridge. This is real. This is real. Doctor." "Yes. I shall summon the doctor to ascertain if our son possesses hope." Before he could complete his thought, Zhang Dahai rushed out of the ward. Zhang Liang could scarcely fathom the joy his parents derived from his mere ability to sit up. Upon reflection, it became clear, since the surgery, he had been confined to the bed, unable to sit up, let alone hold a bowl and eat anything. He too was astonished by his sudden recovery. Without much contemplation, he had merely propped himself up upon seeing his mother bring the porridge and commenced eating. Now, he was enveloped in a profound sense of disbelief, recalling that he had previously been in respiratory failure and reliant on a ventilator before the accident. Yet, upon observing his mother weeping with joy, her expression a blend of elation and despair, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He quickly sought to redirect her attention, stating, "Mother, I am still hungry. Is there more porridge? I wish to have some more." "Oh, yes. Where is it?" "In the thermal box. I shall retrieve it," Wang Renjing responded, her exhilaration causing her to fumble as she began to search with frantic urgency. In her enthusiasm, she overlooked the thermal box positioned right before her, even knocking over a nearby cup without awareness, her thoughts in utter disarray. Zhang Liang felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at his weary mother, struggling to suppress the tears that brimmed in his eyes. He gently remarked, "Mother, the thermos is right beside your left hand." Left hand, yes. Here it is." Wang Renjing gestured for a moment before finally recognizing her left hand and locating the thermos. A radiant smile of joy illuminated her face. "Just a moment. I shall fetch you some food." With that, she commenced her frantic search for a bowl. Zhang Liang could no longer restrain himself. Tears cascaded down his face, blurring his vision. He wiped his eyes and endeavored to shift his body on the bed. It seemed not overly arduous, as if he still possessed the strength to do more. Thus, he carefully lowered his legs from the bed, taking a few resolute steps. And Kuden and Appos, he helped but reflect on how long it had been since he felt so grounded. Gripping the edge of the bed with his hands, he summoned his strength and stood up. Though his body felt somewhat feeble, he managed to rise relying solely on his own resolve. "Mother, the bowl is here." Zhang Liang yearned to take a few steps forward to assist his mother in sitting down. But he understood the limitations of his current condition, having not walked for over 2 months and feeling rather weak. akin to one who has been starved. He feared that if he aided his mother, it might agitate her and lead to both of them falling. Zhang Liang, you're standing? Wang Renjing gazed at him in disbelief, refraining from accepting the bowl he extended. Mother, please temper your excitement. You ought to rejoice in my recovery. Just refrain from becoming overly emotional, Zhang Liang implored. Very well, I am not overly excited. I am genuinely happy, she replied, her words accompanied by tears that streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Gradually, Wang Renjing regained her composure and hurried to assist Zhang Liang in taking a seat. Please, sit down quickly. I shall prepare some food for you. Noticing his mother's agitation had subsided, Zhang Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He accepted the bowl of millet rice she served and consumed it entirely. Despite still feeling quite famished, he refrained from requesting more, wishing not to further distress his mother. Meanwhile, in a separate corner, Zhang Dehai had yet to find a physician. After a prolonged wait, he returned, seething with rage, muttering under his breath, "Scoundrels, absolute scoundrels. This is utterly outrageous." Chapter 007. The secrets of the body. Zhang Dehai's fury left Zhang Liang perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "Father, what troubles you? What has transpired?" Alas, Zhang Dehai sighed, hesitating as his mouth opened and closed, struggling to articulate his thoughts, leaving Zhang Liang bewildered and inquisitive. "Father, what is the matter?" Alas, Zhang Dehai sighed once more, murmuring, "It is all due to your father's incompetence. Those unscrupulous individuals have been attempting to discharge us ever since your incident. Naturally, your mother and I would not acquiesce. Who could have anticipated their ruthlessness in processing your discharge paperwork without our consent? I sought out other doctors, yet they refused to attend to you, claiming you have been discharged and are no longer their responsibility. This situation cannot remain unaddressed. I must confront them. How dare they treat us in such a manner? I will go directly to the hospital administration." With that, Zhang Dehai stormed out once more. Zhang Liang felt bewildered. How could matters have escalated so swiftly? Was it conceivable that the negotiations regarding compensation had faltered, prompting the hospital to resort to such underhanded tactics to pressure his parents? "Mother, how is the compensation issue with the hospital being handled?" Zhang Liang, heed your mother's advice. Concentrate solely on your recuperation and cast aside your worries. Wang Renjing responded with a dismissive air, her tone somewhat dissonant. She continued, "You must rest for the time being. Your father is too forthright and lacks the ability to assert himself, rendering him susceptible to intimidation. I shall attend to matters now." With that, Wang Renjing departed as well. Zhang Liang opened his mouth to speak, yet the words faltered on his tongue. Perhaps it was wise to allow his parents to navigate the situation for the moment. Upon their return, he could counsel them that it would be judicious to resolve the compensation issue without excessive assertiveness. Casting a glance at the empty bowl beside him, Zhang Liang felt a gnawing hunger. It seemed that the 2 bowls of millet porridge had scarcely assuaged his appetite. He rose from the bed once more and filled another bowl from the thermos, consuming it in a single gulp. Still unsatisfied, he ultimately drained the entire contents of the thermos, finally experiencing a measure of relief. With no other thoughts to occupy his mind, Zhang Liang resolved to explore that enigmatic realm. He could not disregard the myriad incarnations while he indulged his own hunger. Thus, he began to summon his avatars, and suddenly, without warning, the scene before him transformed, transporting him back to that softly illuminated domain. Upon arrival, he swiftly noted numerous changes. It appeared that all his avatars were considerably more animated, joyfully feasting on white morsels. Wait, white morsels? Zhang Liang hastily concentrated on his avatars. Observing that many white chunks floated in the river, their numbers vastly exceeding those present at his initial arrival, it was a striking contrast. Perplexed, Zhang Liang contemplated how this could be. Wasn't this realm purported to be in a state of famine? Previously, these white morsels had been nearly extinct. How could it be that during his brief excursion for sustenance, this place had undergone such a transformation? Eating. Suddenly, a profound realization dawned upon Zhang Liang, prompting him to fervently survey his surroundings through his avatars. The colossal floating mountain, despite its immense stature and the serpentine rivers coursing across its surface, bore an uncanny resemblance to an enlarged heart upon closer scrutiny. That crescent-shaped bag, perpetually writhing in midair, albeit missing a corner, evoked the image of a stomach if significantly reduced in scale. The 2 symmetrically positioned mountains conjured thoughts of lungs, and he recalled the nascent yellow-green discs transitioning to red within this realm. Could they possibly be engaged in gas exchange? As he continued along this line of contemplation, clarity began to dawn. Those transparent, pallid spheres were assaulting foreign entities like vigilant guardians. Were they not akin to white blood cells? The red discs must surely represent red blood cells. The rivers appeared to symbolize the body's blood vessels, and perhaps the earlier stillness was a result of shock? Now, once again flowing, it mirrored his own revival after being resuscitated. Zhang Liang was overwhelmed with exhilaration. If this hypothesis were indeed valid, then this was undeniably his body. It was the microscopic universe within him. But what, then, were all these avatars? This inquiry compelled Zhang Liang to engage in deep reflection. He considered the myriad avatars dispersed across various locales, their relentless assaults from white blood cells, their ability to replicate, and their capacity for absorption. Particularly how the white blood cells had to infiltrate the avatars to annihilate them. This evoked memories of information he had encountered regarding diseases. Human cells possess receptor molecules on their surfaces, and white blood cells exploit these receptors to breach the membranes of afflicted cells, ultimately leading to their demise. When certain cells undergo malignant transformations, their surface receptors become significantly compromised, thwarting white blood cells from entering, thereby enabling cancer cells to persist. Weaving these thoughts together, Zhang Liang found it challenging to fathom that perhaps the manifestations bore a resemblance to cancer cells that had already disseminated within his body. He recalled the initial endeavor to contain the manifestations that had escaped, noting how they mirrored cancer cells migrating from healthy tissue. If they were indeed cancer cells, this prospect ignited a fervor of exhilaration within Zhang Liang. He had successfully transmuted those manifestations within him into ordinary cells, and it appeared that these transformed cells retained all the functions of their original counterparts. Thus far, there had been no adverse reactions. Could this signify a glimmer of hope for the cure of cancer? Without further deliberation, Zhang Liang meticulously scrutinized all the manifestations once more. They had all metamorphosed into the normal cells they had assimilated and were faithfully fulfilling the roles of those cells. Eagerly, Zhang Liang withdrew from the microscopic domain, longing to ascertain whether his cancer cells had vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself solitary in the hospital room. His parents had departed to confront the hospital and had yet to return. He contemplated summoning a doctor for an examination, but suddenly recalled that he seemed to have been discharged. The medical staff had all refused to attend to him. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Liang resolved to await his parents' return before formulating a plan. With no pressing matters to occupy his thoughts, he found little motivation to traverse the microscopic world and began to indulge in reflection. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding cancer. When he first unearthed the small tumor within him, he had diligently researched pertinent knowledge, thereby gaining insight into cancer cells. Cancer cells are aberrant cells that exhibit traits such as boundless growth, transformation, and metastasis, enabling them to proliferate unchecked and obliterate normal tissue, culminating in gradual cellular demise. A notion struck Zhang Liang. If cancer cells could proliferate indefinitely, unlike normal cells, which could only divide 50 to 60 times before succumbing to mortality, could it be that if all the cells in his body were composed of cancer cells, he might attain immortality? While this concept would be catastrophic for others, for Zhang Liang, if those controllable manifestations were indeed cancer cells, substituting normal cells with cancer cells might not be an impossibility. After all, the functions of the cells transmuted from cancer cells bore a striking resemblance to those of normal cells. Continuing along this line of thought, if he could transfigure more muscle cells in his arms, would that not augment their strength? If he could accelerate the conversion of fast-twitch muscle fibers in his legs, it would undoubtedly enhance his running speed. Consequently, he could effortlessly chisel his abdominal muscles and pectorals, presenting a far more efficient alternative to conventional exercise. Furthermore, considering that cancer cells possess the ability to assimilate normal cells and metamorphose into them, might it be plausible to have these cancer cells devour normal cells from animals, thereby facilitating a successful reciprocal transformation? The marvels of the animal kingdom are truly extraordinary. Electric eels can unleash a staggering 300 to 800 volts. Ants possess the strength to lift objects many times their own weight. Fleas are capable of leaping over 100 times their length. And the venom of the inland taipan can annihilate 400 tons of prey within a mere 24 hours. Tardigrades exhibit an extraordinary resilience, thriving even in the harshest of conditions, including the vacuum of space. Zhang Liang's heart began to race with fervor. Chapter 008, a heart full of fury. Just as Zhang Liang found himself lost in reverie, the door to his hospital room swung open. A petite nurse named Tian entered discreetly, casting a quick glance at Zhang Liang before whispering urgently, "Listen, the combined cost of that respirator and heart monitor is scarcely worth 100,000. Although the respirator is a Wacom BiPAP synchrony model, it is of the first generation and was originally priced at just over 40,000. It is certainly not valued at 60,000, given depreciation. It is worth at most 20,000 now." Seemingly feeling a twinge of guilt, she peered outside the door before continuing hastily, As for the heart monitor, it is domestically produced and significantly cheaper. I reached out to a friend in the medical equipment field, and he informed me that if you were to purchase the same brand independently, it would cost over $10,000 less. You could acquire it for just over $20,000. It ought not to cost anywhere near $40,000. Before Zhang Liang could respond, the nurse crouched slightly, preparing to depart. Just as she opened the door, she smacked her forehead and turned back to whisper, "Oh, I heard from a doctor that those two machines aren't even malfunctioning. They possess some form of short-circuit protection and can be easily repaired. A mere few $100s and the manufacturer can fix it. And please, do not mention that I disclosed this to you, or I shall find myself in serious trouble." With that, she hurriedly slipped away. Zhang Liang was left in a state of bewilderment, contemplating the nurse's peculiar behavior and its implications. Not long after, Zhang Dehai entered with a tempestuous expression, closely followed by Wang Renjing, who wore a similarly grim demeanor. As they stepped inside, he grumbled incessantly, "It is utterly unreasonable. Our son was nearly lost to electrocution, and they have yet to provide us with a proper explanation. Now it appears all the blame is being directed at us. Does this hospital bear no responsibility? I have never witnessed such egregious bullying. What a lamentable state of affairs at this hospital." The leaders seemed to retreat like timid turtles, none daring to reveal themselves. These brazen individuals. Zhang Liang began to perceive that something was amiss, coming to the realization that the circumstances were not as he had initially envisioned. With curiosity, he inquired, "Mother, what precisely is transpiring? Are you concealing something from me?" Zhang Dehai sighed heavily and settled into silence, appearing troubled. Wang Renjing refrained from immediately addressing Zhang Liang's question, instead expressing her concern. "Zhang Liang, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Zhang Liang shook his head. "I feel quite well, mother. What is truly occurring? Please enlighten me." "Those scoundrels." As soon as this subject arose, Wang Renjing's ire ignited. "The physicians at the hospital are refusing to provide treatment, compelling us to discharge you. Your father and I sought to confront the hospital administration, but those shameless individuals were either ensconced in meetings or away on business. We searched tirelessly, yet encountered not a single person in authority. How could this be mere coincidence? Ultimately, it was a cleaning lady who enlightened us that the higher-ups were indeed present. They merely evaded us out of fear of a scene, unwilling to lose face. Not one of them offered to engage with us. It infuriates me. Why are they insisting we leave?" Zhang Liang contemplated, tentatively inquiring, "Is it about compensation? You know?" Wang Renjing was taken aback, then sighed, her demeanor grave. "I wish to spare you this knowledge. I feared it might burden you unduly. Now that you are aware, Zhang Liang, please do not let it trouble you. We did not intend for this to happen. At worst, we can forfeit the money. We shall simply settle with them." Zhang Liang felt increasingly bewildered. Wang Renjing's words left him in a state of confusion. Before he could inquire further, Wang Renjing continued, "Her distress palpable. I just do not know if those two machines are genuinely worth 100,000. 100,000? Zhang Liang frowned, recalling the nurse's earlier mention of that sum. "Yes, 100,000. Wang Renjing paused momentarily before elaborating. "The respirator and the monitor, Director Li claimed they were imported, amounting to over 100,000. They have withheld the 10,000 we just paid for your second surgery. We cannot accept this." Director Li was adamant. "So we sought to confront the hospital's leadership, yet they all merely evaded us." Alas, Zhang Dehai sighed once more, expressing his helplessness. "What does it matter if it is worth 100,000 yuan? They have still withheld the 10,000 we just paid. Alas, without this money." Zhang Liang's condition. "Those scoundrels." Wang Renjing could no longer restrain her fury, exclaiming, "What did they proclaim when we sought treatment? Who asserted it was merely a benign tumor? Who guaranteed us that surgery and chemotherapy would restore him to health? We remained in the hospital, acquiescing to any expense, solely hoping for our son's recovery. How is it that we are now the ones deemed at fault? They withhold our funds, compel us to discharge him. Are we no longer permitted to live? We should pursue legal action against them." "Pursue legal action?" Zhang Dehai replied, shaking his head in despair, forcing a grimace that was more sorrowful than a lamentation. "Even if we wished to, we require evidence. Look at this affliction." He produced medical records and various examination reports, presenting them to Wang Renjing. "Do any of these documents indicate it is a benign tumor?" "They all reference tumors. This was all meticulously orchestrated. How can we bring them to court?" Wang Renjing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she retorted, "The doctor asserted so. I vividly recall that doctor's visage. He declared that Zhang Liang had a benign tumor, and with appropriate treatment, he would regain his health. What if he refutes it? What evidence do we possess that he ever made such a statement? If he counters our claims, what recourse do we have? This is utterly unreasonable." They are truly pushing us to the brink of despair. Wang Renjiying, overwhelmed by her emotions, began to weep. Zhang Liang felt a fire igniting within him. He finally grasped that the reality was far removed from his previous imaginings. It was indeed the electrocution that had instigated the turmoil, and the hospital was resolutely unwilling to relinquish the matter. Zhang Liang, how foolish you are. You have attended university and labored for so long. Yet your thoughts remain so naive, so juvenile, so laughable. It is truly absurd to believe that your parents were demanding excessive compensation, and that the hospital was coercing them to forego treatment. The compensation, in truth, was intended for the hospital. In that instant, he comprehended the implications of the nurse's discreet words, and his indignation swelled. Even if he had been at fault initially, how could they withhold the 10,000 yuan for which his parents had mortgaged their home and land, over a machine that could be mended for a mere few hundred? This sum was vital. Those wretches were truly intent on driving a person to ruin. Recalling Sister Zhao's conversation with the nurse, Zhang Liang became increasingly convinced. The hospital clearly aimed to profit from his treatment. They initially assured him it was a benign tumor, and once his funds were depleted and his condition worsened, they would abruptly declare that the cancer cells had metastasized, even conspiring to charge for a second surgery. If he were to perish, the blame would be assigned to the cancer, leaving no avenue for justice. They executed their schemes with astonishing finesse, leaving behind no trace of incriminating evidence. As an ordinary citizen devoid of influence or affluence, what recourse did he possess against them? Zhang Liang remained oblivious to the extent of his parents' anguish for that meager 10,000 yuan deposit, unaware of the countless appeals they made or the multitude they implored. Yet, consumed by their sense of guilt, they endeavored to shield him from the truth, until the weight of their burden became unbearable, prompting them to seek solace in self-comfort. This was nothing short of sheer intimidation. It was absolutely insufferable. This ordeal could not conclude here. His parents had liquidated every valuable possession within their home to procure the necessary funds for treatment, even subjecting themselves to the indignity of borrowing money. Ultimately, they had mortgaged their residence and all their land to amass this sum. Zhang Liang could not permit his parents to be victimized in such a manner. The mere thought of the repercussions stemming from a second surgery, should anything go awry, was unbearable. What fate would befall his parents? They would lose their child, their home, their land, and still be encumbered by an insurmountable debt. Was there any hope remaining? This hospital must be imparted an indelible lesson, suppressing the tempest of rage within him. Zhang Liang pondered momentarily, and a rather promising notion began to crystallize in his mind. If his earlier conjectures held truth, this time, he could ensure the hospital would pay dearly for their transgressions. Chapter 009. A different outcome, Father. I have a notion. Ever since the electrocution, I have actually felt rejuvenated and invigorated. Could it be that my condition has significantly improved? This hospital exhibits such irresponsibility. Who can ascertain the veracity of their prior examinations? What if they magnify minor ailments into grave afflictions, or conversely, to mislead us? What if we liberate ourselves from this place and seek a second opinion at another institution to ascertain the true gravity of my condition? With this strategy in mind, Zhang Liang commenced to persuade his parents, hoping to assuage their concerns regarding his health. Precisely, they previously asserted that Zhang Liang's ailment was treatable, yet now they proclaim it to be an incurable disease. I concur with Zhang Liang. This hospital is duplicitous. We cannot place our complete trust in them. They even suggested our son was on the brink of death, yet observe him now. He can eat, drink, and move. Since they refuse to administer treatment, let us seek another hospital. Perhaps we shall encounter a different outcome. Wang Renjiying hesitated briefly, casting a glance at Zhang Liang, before ultimately nodding. She had relinquished all hope in this establishment. Zhang Dehai furrowed his brow, voicing his apprehension. They are the preeminent hospital in our city. Can other hospitals be deemed trustworthy? And what of the finances? Even the most esteemed hospital is feudal with negligent physicians. Wang Renjiying retorted, her ire igniting. As for the funds they have withheld, we shall devise a plan once we depart. If we truly cannot recover it, then let it be a loss. Dad, let us seek a medical examination first. And we can deliberate on the finances afterward, suggested Zhang Liang. Zhang Dehai cast a thoughtful glance at his son, contemplating for a moment before finally resolving. Very well. We shall discharge ourselves and proceed to the municipal hospital for an assessment to ascertain their findings. Witnessing his parents' accord, Zhang Liang proposed, before we head to the municipal hospital, let us conduct one final test here. Once we acquire the results, we can discharge ourselves. If the revelations from the municipal hospital prove less dire than they have purported, we can return to confront them with substantiated evidence. Indeed, that is a prudent course of action. I shall communicate with them. They are likely eager for our departure. They may even acquiesce. Zhang Dehai nodded, and with that, he made his exit. The discharge process unfolded with unexpected ease. Upon learning that Zhang Dahai's release hinged solely on a final examination for Zhang Liang, devoid of any mention of the withheld funds, Director Li acquiesced without hesitation. Seemingly apprehensive that Zhang Dahai might reconsider, he took personal initiative to ensure they received prompt service. Within a mere half hour, all test results were procured. As Zhang Liang observed the doctor's entrance bearing the results, a wave of anxiety washed over him. During the CT scan, he maintained his present state. However, while undergoing the serum marker test, he managed to revert all manifestations to their original form, the appearance of the cancer cells he had suspected. Struggling against the overpowering hunger that accompanied his transformation into cancer cells, Zhang Liang yearned to ascertain whether his suspicions were indeed valid. Dr. Wang, have the test results arrived? Upon the doctor's arrival, Director Li displayed a sense of impatience. Without pausing for Dr. Wang's response, he turned to Zhang Dahai, stating, "Observe, the examination results are in. Could you kindly sign the discharge form? You have prepaid the sum of 106,354 yuan. After deducting the costs for the damaged ventilator and ECG monitor, amounting to 98,300 yuan, alongside the special care ward bed fee and the expenses for the ventilator and ECG monitor totaling 1,284 yuan. There will be no charge for this examination. Once you sign, the remaining 6,770 yuan will be promptly refunded." Director, the situation is such that I have just reviewed the results, and there appears to be an issue, Dr. Wang interjected, tugging at Director Li's arm and shaking the examination report in his hand, speaking in a muted tone. "Here it comes." Zhang Liang swallowed hard, feeling a blend of anxiety and hope. "What is the matter?" Director Li glared at Dr. Wang, unwilling to entertain any complications at this moment. "Director, look here, Dr. Wang urged, flipping through the examination report, pointing to a specific section before turning to another document, whispering. "The PET CT scan indicates a significant proliferation of cancer cells within the body. Yet, here, the serum markers reflect normal levels without any elevation. This is genuinely perplexing. It defies all logic." Director Li knitted his brow as he received the examination report from Dr. Wang, meticulously examining it while gently inquiring. "Could there have been a mix-up with the samples? That seems improbable. I have been in close proximity to it all along," Dr. Wang mused briefly, shaking his head ever so slightly. "Director, do you believe we should retake the samples for further examination?" After a moment of reflection, Director Li inquired, "Dr. Wang, setting aside the patient's condition for the moment, if you encounter such conflicting results during an examination, would you place your trust in the PET CT or the serum markers?" Without hesitation, Dr. Wang instinctively replied, "The PET CT." After a brief pause for contemplation, he continued, "However, to err on the side of caution, I shall have the patient undergo another serum marker test before arriving at a conclusion." Director Li gestured dismissively, producing the serum marker report, murmuring, "This PET CT suffices." "Do you genuinely believe that a patient, whose cancer cells are in the throes of dissemination, could miraculously have all cancer cells vanish overnight?" "I certainly do not." Dr. Wang nodded in agreement, casting a glance at the visibly fatigued Zhang Liang, who shared his skepticism. Furthermore, the PET CT results indicated widespread dissemination of cancer cells within the patient, suggesting that perhaps an error occurred in the serum marker test. Zhang Liang intermittently gleaned fragments of their discourse, piecing together the essence and feeling an exhilarating thrill. The situation was indeed as he had surmised. He could exert control over the cancer cells coursing through his body. Now, he felt an urgent compulsion to return to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital for another examination to validate this. With one party eager to depart and the other impatient to facilitate, everything unfolded seamlessly, and Zhang Liang and his companions hailed a taxi directly to the municipal Chinese medicine hospital. Upon arrival, Zhang Dahai initially intended to present Zhang Liang's medical history to the physician. But Zhang Liang interjected with a compelling argument. "The results will be more precise if the Chinese medicine hospital is unaware of the diagnosis. Otherwise, what if they obscure divergent results for ulterior motives? Precisely, it must be this way. Who can say if they will shield one another?" Although Wang Renjing's articulation was somewhat imprecise, it struck at the heart of the issue, compelling Zhang Dahai to relinquish his original plan. The examination results from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, although not as swiftly delivered as those managed by Director Li, were not unduly delayed. They would be accessible the following day. Zhang Liang and his companions secured nearby accommodations, biding their time for the examination outcomes. Upon receiving the results, Zhang Dahai's eyes widened in astonishment, repeatedly inquiring of the doctor whether an erroneous test report had been issued. Was there a mistake at the hospital? This provoked the doctor to roll their eyes, pondering the man's state of mind. For who would doubt a standard test report? Did he genuinely wish for his beloved to be unwell? Zhang Dehai remained skeptical, consulting several physicians while clutching the test results. Each of them assured him that the findings were commendable, revealing only minor nutritional deficiencies, with no other concerns. Despite his exhilaration, Zhang Dehai experienced a flicker of doubt. How could the results from examinations conducted on the same day vary so significantly? Was there truly such a disparity in the proficiency of the two hospitals? Thus, Zhang Dehai accompanied Zhang Liang to the Second People's Hospital of the city for identical tests. After a day, when they received the results once again, the earnest Zhang Dehai was genuinely incensed, feeling a surge of murderous intent swell within him. He had never encountered a hospital so unscrupulous, nor doctors so negligent. This was not a hospital. It bore the semblance of a black market establishment run by the unscrupulous, a veritable act of murder, a case of deliberate homicide. Chapter 10. The startled director. In the days that ensued, Zhang Liang's recovery progressed remarkably. His appetite astounded Zhang Dehai and his wife. It was as though he had not feasted for months. Upon reflection, they recognized that he indeed had not consumed proper nourishment for an extended period, which brought them a sense of relief. Although he had suffered from severe nutritional deficiencies over the past 2 months, after a few days of recuperation, Zhang Liang appeared nearly indistinguishable from a healthy individual, save for his lingering emaciation. Armed with evidence, Zhang Liang initially contemplated escalating the situation. However, upon further consideration, he realized that he harbored numerous secrets, and it would be wise to avoid drawing undue attention to the matter for the time being. After all, he had undergone multiple examinations at the city hospital. If only one test yielded erroneous results, others might not suspect anything amiss. However, if the same results persisted across 2, 3, or even 4 tests, it would undoubtedly incite suspicion. At that juncture, many might speculate that someone within the hospital had intentionally manipulated the test results. There would likely be a public outcry against the hospital, and certain individuals would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yet, if the right people began to entertain doubts, the ramifications could be dire. How could someone's cancer cells entirely vanish overnight after extensive proliferation and cardiac and pulmonary failure? What secrets might this individual possess? What could account for such miraculous outcomes? Zhang Liang was acutely aware of the situation. Should government agencies intervene, uncovering the truth would not pose a challenge. Once the truth emerged, it was almost certain that it would be suppressed. Yet, as the architect of this miracle, his fate as a test subject seemed inevitable, potentially even subjected to dissection for research purposes. This encapsulated the essence of Zhang Liang's apprehensions. Confronted with the formidable challenge of vanquishing cancer, a disease that touches innumerable lives, the significance of an individual existence seemed diminutive. Moreover, the concealed interests involved were undeniably immense. Thus, Zhang Liang resolved to adopt a discreet demeanor, with the intention of reclaiming the 100,000 yuan held by the hospital before proceeding with further actions. Having arrived at this conclusion, Zhang Liang chose what he considered the most unobtrusive course of action. He meticulously made copies of the most recent examination reports from all 3 hospitals, along with a copy of his medical history, and dispatched them via local courier to Director Li at the municipal hospital. Upon witnessing Zhang Liang and Apos' remarkable recovery and his ability to partake in food and drink, Zhang Dehai experienced a tumultuous blend of joy and rage. He could overlook the financial burdens incurred during this period, yet it was infuriating to witness his child endure 2 months of suffering in a malevolent hospital, undergoing dubious surgeries that might have compromised something essential and nearly resulted in death, all while being unjustly deprived of over 100,000 yuan. Such indignation was insufferable. After reflecting upon this in the modest inn, the following day, Zhang Dehai surreptitiously retrieved the examination reports from the Municipal Chinese Medicine Hospital and the Second People's Hospital and embarked on a solitary journey. Director Li had recently been in high spirits. Initially, he had anticipated that managing the patient whose cancer cells had metastasized and who had also endured an electric shock would be an arduous task. To his astonishment, the patient's family, who appeared formidable, turned out to be as harmless as a paper tiger. They retreated at the slightest provocation and, without uttering a word of dissent, signed the discharge papers. Indeed, they were as genuine and straightforward as farmers. With thoughts of the considerable sum of money he had withheld, Director Li felt an even greater sense of elation. He resolved to handle the situation with care, ensuring that the ventilator and the ECG monitor were repaired, while it remained necessary to return a portion of the remaining funds to the family. As he hummed a cheerful tune in his office, he tore open a package that had just arrived via local courier. Suddenly, the door to his office was flung open with a resounding bang, startling Director Li. His expression darkened as he looked up, displeased. Before he could react, a sharp sting struck one side of his face, followed by a surge of pain. As he was yanked from his chair by the collar, another slap echoed through the room, and he heard a furious voice bellowing, "You heartless wretch! For the sake of money, you disregard human lives. You nearly brought harm to an exceptionally innocent child. I vow to hold you accountable for this transgression." Director Li finally regained his composure and managed to avert another slap just in time, only to discover that it was none other than the seemingly unassuming farmer, Zhang Liang, who had been occupying his thoughts. Upon recognizing his assailant, Director Li's fury ignited anew. He retaliated with a punch, exclaiming, "What absurdity are you uttering, you rustic simpleton? Have you lost your senses? Do you dare to strike me? I shall ensure that you never escape the confines of Huazhou City." Despite Zhang Liang's advancing years, his strength, honed from years of arduous labor, was formidable. Director Li, having grown accustomed to the comforts of his office, found his strikes feeble and easily deflected. Seizing Director Li by the hair, Zhang Liang forcefully slammed his head onto the desk. With resolute determination, he leapt onto the desk and unleashed a torrent of blows upon Director Li, who cried out in anguish. Hearing the ruckus, doctors and nurses hurried in to intervene, straining to pull Zhang Liang away. At that moment, Director Li's visage was swollen, his hair a disheveled mess, and his attire wrinkled. "Zhang Liang, you dare to strike me? Just wait. I shall ensure that you face the consequences of imprisonment." Director Li bellowed, hopping in rage, directing his ire towards the nearby doctors. "Call the police. Have him taken away. I require a medical examination. I will see him imprisoned." Once the police had escorted away the still cursing Zhang Liang, Director Li proceeded to arrange for his injury report to be filed. Initially intending to return home to recuperate, he reconsidered, realizing he would feel too humiliated to be seen in his current disheveled state. Thus, he remained in his office. After a period of brooding, his resentment mounting, Director Li resolved to contact acquaintances at the police station to ensure they dealt with Zhang Liang appropriately. Then, noticing the package on his desk, he began to inspect its contents. How peculiar! Why were there only duplicates of lab reports and medical records? Director Li pondered, bemused, but nevertheless began to peruse the documents. Upon reviewing one report, he exclaimed, "What? The cancer has been miraculously cured?" His astonishment deepened. While spontaneous remission of cancer is not entirely unheard of, it usually pertains to benign cases or the initial stages. Once cancer cells have metastasized, it is generally regarded as a dire prognosis. He grasped the initial confirmed lab report once more, only to be further astonished. This document originated from the municipal hospital, indicating late-stage cancer with signs of metastasis. Director Li was incredulous. Which hospital possessed such miraculous capabilities to treat a patient with metastasized cancer? As he continued to scrutinize the reports, he gasped once again. Huazhou City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital? How could this be? What could they possibly achieve? As hospitals within the same city, they were well acquainted with one another. The municipal hospital had consistently surpassed the traditional hospital, particularly in the realm of oncology, where the latter lacked expertise. Could they have concocted some extraordinary traditional remedy? Director Li pondered skeptically, flipping to the next report, only to exclaim once more, "The second municipal hospital? When did they commence treating cancer?" Furrowing his brow, he felt a twinge of discomfort on one side of his face. He grunted softly and glanced at the date on the lab report from the second municipal hospital. It was dated 2 days prior. Flipping back, he observed that the report from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital was dated the day before that. As he continued to turn the pages, his hand trembled, nearly tearing the report in his grip. Biting his lip, Director Li's heart raced. Rubbing his eyes, he questioned whether he was hallucinating due to the earlier confrontation. Upon a second glance, his throat went dry as he confirmed that the report from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital bore the same date. Impossible. This cannot be true. It must be a forgery, he muttered to himself, grappling with the implications as he picked up the copied medical record. Zhang Liang. Why does that name resonate so deeply? He mused as he read the name on the record, a fleeting recollection crossing his mind. However, he had no time to linger on it. He swiftly flipped through the document. The more he read, the deeper his shock and trepidation grew. Suddenly, Director Li sprang from his chair as though ignited by flames, grimacing in agony from his aching back. Yet, in that instant, his mind could conjure nothing else. He finally remembered who Zhang Liang was, the ill-fated patient he had just urged to depart, and the very son of the man who had recently attacked him. This cannot be. It must be a fabrication. Yes, that has to be the case. In a state of turmoil, Director Li endeavored to calm his own frayed nerves. He was acutely aware that if the laboratory report were authentic, the repercussions would be catastrophic. At best, it would be deemed a case of medical malpractice. At worst, It might be construed as premeditated homicide, treating a healthy individual as a cancer patient and proceeding with surgery. What else could it be but murder? He could vividly envision the aftermath should this information be disclosed. The fallout would be severe, particularly in light of the fact that the municipal hospital had documented nothing but cancer diagnoses for the past 2 months, while on the same day. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital's report indicated no sign of cancer. In the subsequent day, the second municipal hospital's results were similarly within normal parameters. If the municipal hospital's reports were called into question, who would place their trust in them? Allegations of intentional murder would undoubtedly find considerable support among the public. And as the head of the oncology department, Director Li would inevitably become the prime suspect. Now, genuine panic seized Director Li. What course of action should he take? Chapter 11. The fuming hospital director Huazhou City People's Hospital, colloquially known as the municipal hospital by the locals, stands as the sole tertiary medical institution in the city, classified as a level 3 hospital and directly overseen by the health department. Director Huang Qidong, who concurrently serves as the deputy director of the Municipal Health Bureau, occupies a legitimate administrative role. At this moment, Director Huang's demeanor was ominously grave as he scrutinized the laboratory reports and medical records sent by Director Li. The atmosphere in the office growing increasingly oppressive. With a decisive motion, Huang Qidong flung the reports onto the desk, startling Director Li, who stood rigidly like a chastised child. Though he bore no fear of Huang Qidong, in this state of distress, he had no alternative but to seek the director's aid. Director Huang did not acknowledge Director Li. Instead, he picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a number. Once the call was connected, he spoke directly. "Old Zhang, this is Huang Qidong. Please verify the records for me. Was there a patient named Zhang Liang who underwent a PET CT and serum marker test on June 11th? If that is the case, please apprise me of the results at your earliest convenience." After concluding the call, Huang Qidong disregarded Director Li, his visage shrouded in contemplation, leaving the office steeped in a palpable silence, where even the faintest sound appeared magnified. Director Li parted his lips, yet refrained from uttering a word. Suddenly, the phone rang, piercing the stillness of the office with its jarring tone. Huang Qidong swiftly seized the receiver, pressing it to his ear, listening intently while intermittently murmuring affirmations. Director Li observed Huang's countenance with keen anticipation, straining to glean fragments of the muffled dialogue, his heart racing with a blend of hope and trepidation. With a somber expression, Huang Qidong ended the call but retained the receiver, staring vacantly for a moment before dialing another number. Upon the connection, his tone softened significantly. "It's me. Could you kindly check the records at the second hospital concerning the serum marker tests and PET CT for a patient named Zhang Liang? I am eager to ascertain his examination results." "It is, for a friend's child? Please expedite your inquiry. I have been inundated with work lately. Please make it swift, as my friend awaits nearby." Huang Qidong terminated the call. His brow furrowed as he cast a glance at Director Li, exhaling a resigned sigh. Rubbing his still tingling face, Director Li voiced his discontent. "Was that a call to my sister? Why deceive her? Why not simply convey the situation? More minds could yield more ideas." "Silence," Huang Qidong barked, his voice harsh, compelling Director Li to reluctantly cease his protestations. Before long, the phone rang once more. Huang Qidong answered, his expression darkening further, thick with tension. This time, he was curt, responding with mere grunts before abruptly hanging up, his gaze piercing through Director Li. Director Li, growing increasingly anxious, broke into a cold sweat and, unable to contain himself, stammered, regarding the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and the second hospital. Huang Qidong did not respond immediately. His penetrating gaze fixed upon Director Li until he finally spoke. "Li Lin Kai, do you believe I have wronged your sister? Is that why you are intentionally attempting to undermine me with your actions?" Director Li huffed defiantly. "Even if I harbored grievances towards you, I would not stoop to such levels. I am not foolish. Do you harbor animosity towards Zhang Liang?" Huang Qidong interjected. "No, I was unfamiliar with him previously. How could there be animosity?" Huang Qidong struck the desk with his palm, demanding, "If there is no grievance, why behave in this manner?" Director Li recoiled, vehemently shaking his head. "No, absolutely not. Would I engage in such folly? Moreover, who would be so foolish as to collaborate with me in such illicit endeavors? I lack the capacity to conceal repeated alterations of examination results from everyone." Huang Qidong scoffed. "With your lackluster stratagems, you could only deceive the oblivious. Your past transgressions with others are numerous. Do not presume I am ignorant. You would do well to divulge the truth regarding this matter, or I shall be unable to assist you. You have created this turmoil, and thus, you must rectify it. I refuse to be ensnared in your chaos." Desperate, Director Li hesitated before ultimately confessing. "The truth is rather straightforward. Initially, this patient named Zhang Liang was diagnosed with cancer, and the cancerous cells had begun to metastasize. However, we did not inform him. We merely stated it was a benign tumor, and he underwent surgery followed by several weeks of chemotherapy. This was not a significant issue, but I am at a loss as to how he suddenly recovered. I assure you, I did not tamper with anything. Although Director Li disclosed a portion of the truth, he concealed the particulars regarding the second surgery and the embezzlement of 100,000 yuan. Huang Qidong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Linkai for a moment. He found it difficult to believe that Li Linkai was capable of such treachery, yet the circumstances were indeed perplexing. You truly did not perpetrate this? I have reiterated it countless times. Regardless of how despicable I may be, I would never stoop to such actions. Huang Qidong fell silent. The situation was fraught with uncertainties. Even he, Huang Qidong, would find it challenging to surreptitiously alter multiple examination results over 2 months. It was unfathomable that Li Linkai possessed the ability to do so, and others would be equally incapable. But what on earth was transpiring? Had a sample been mistakenly switched? Did the machine malfunction? If it occurred once, that might be plausible. But for such a sequence of errors to manifest for a single individual was absurd. Could it be that the patient had miraculously recovered? For a patient afflicted with cardiac and pulmonary failure, compounded by the presence of metastasized cancer cells, the prospect of 2 entirely disparate examination reports emerging on the same day appeared overwhelmingly miraculous, an occurrence that might be deemed a miracle only once in a lifetime. Who would credibly accept such a narrative? Even if this were indeed a miracle, others would likely lean towards believing in the sinister machinations of the municipal hospital, driven by profit to engage in nefarious deeds. Director Li, with a tone steeped in desperation, implored, "Brother, you must assist me this time. If my sister discovers that you did not lend your support, she will never forgive you. She has endured so much for you over these 40 years. Have you truly acted justly towards her? Moreover, should I encounter difficulties in my capacity as director, do you not share in that burden? If matters escalate, can you maintain your position? I have already extended my assistance to you on numerous occasions. Were it not for your sister, would you have so readily accepted this directorship?" Huang Qidong's visage darkened with rage, his emotions fluctuating rapidly until he finally exhaled a heavy sigh and inquired of Li Linkai, "Is anyone else privy to this situation?" "No, these documents were delivered to me, and I hastened to find you as soon as I became aware of them," Director Li responded, shaking his head vigorously. "What did Zhang Liang convey? Did he issue any particular demands? He has not reached out to the media or initiated legal proceedings, has he?" Huang Qidong pressed further. "I am uncertain. He merely sent these documents without any explicit requests or threats. I am at a loss as to their implications." "Oh." Huang Qidong breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the predicament was not as grave as he had initially feared, indicating there might still be an avenue for negotiation. "Very well. Return immediately and remain by the phone. Do not depart. Postpone all other matters for the moment. Inform me the instant you receive a call." Director Li hesitated briefly before asking, "Will they call again?" Huang Qidong nodded, his demeanor brightening considerably. "They should, since he has not caused a disturbance at the hospital. It appears he is inclined to resolve this matter discreetly. Return swiftly and alert me the moment he articulates any demands." Director Li fidgeted but ultimately added, "By the way, regarding my face, it was Zhang Dahai who struck me. I have already reported him to the authorities." Huang Qidong acknowledged, dismissing the incident with a nod. "Zhang Dahai is Zhang Liang's father." "Oh," Huang Qidong replied, seemingly indifferent. But then he suddenly sprang to his feet. What did you just say? You dispatched Zhang Liang's father to the police station? You rogue." Chapter 012. The marvelous transformation. The unassuming in where Zhang Liang and his companions temporarily resided was quite rudimentary. It was June, and air conditioning was a luxury beyond their reach. Only an antiquated fan, creaking with age, provided meager relief. Despite such modest accommodations, Zhang Liang had successfully persuaded Zhang Dahai to secure 2 adjacent small rooms. As Zhang Dahai lamented, the Zhang family was in dire need of financial resources, money for his son's medical treatment, debts to repay, a house to redeem, and farmland to recover as swiftly as possible. In the initial days at the inn, Zhang Liang, weary by the weight of his circumstances, slept soundly, largely oblivious to his surroundings. However, on the 3rd night, he was abruptly roused by the relentless buzzing of mosquitoes. The antiquated fan proved ineffective, and the incessant drone of the insects filled his ears. In a state of drowsy irritation, Zhang Liang waved his hand to shoo away the incessantly humming mosquitoes, momentarily feeling as if he were embroiled in an epic battle. The battlegrounds were numerous yet gradually dwindling, as if he too was diminishing alongside them. It was a peculiar sensation. Shaking his head to dispel the fog, Zhang Liang conducted a swift internal assessment. The cancer cells, which had metamorphosed into normal cells, were diligently executing their functions, displaying no signs of reduction. Upon closer examination, Zhang Liang was taken aback. In addition to the controllable cancer cells within his body, he discerned several more in the external cavities, predominantly manifesting as red and white blood cells. These too were transformed cancer cells. However, these cells appeared to be at a disadvantage. Zhang Liang sensed that as a slightly bluish, translucent liquid increased in volume. The once virtually indestructible cancer cells were rapidly losing vitality and disintegrating within this enigmatic liquid. Startled, Zhang Liang realized that the number of controllable cells in the various cavities had significantly diminished. Thus, he hastily directed some cells to attempt to break out. Yet any that encountered the bluish liquid gradually lost control and were subsequently decomposed. With no viable path forward, Zhang Liang could only steer the remaining cells in the opposite direction, striving to distance himself from the translucent liquid. Yet, the liquid was not stationary, it advanced swiftly, directly towards Zhang Liang's escape route. To compound matters, not only was there a pursuer behind him, but the liquid also emerged from both the left and right, gradually encircling him. The cells in each cavity had severed their connections, indicating they had been decomposed. Zhang Liang sensed that only 4 cavities still contained controllable cells, but their numbers were dwindling. At that moment, he felt an itch in a certain area, a sensation relayed by his body, something he could not perceive through the clone cells. Even if the clone cells perished, Zhang Liang would not experience any pain or itchiness. Before long, Zhang Liang noticed an additional cavity containing controllable cells, and thankfully, this cavity had yet to be infiltrated by the translucent liquid. Elated, he disregarded the escape of the cells in the other 4 cavities and focused on controlling those in this newly discovered cavity, hastily directing them toward a singular goal. After a struggle, he arrived at the edge of a wall, only to be astonished to discover that this wall was slowly seeping the bluish liquid. Realizing that retreat would not yield better results, Zhang Liang steeled himself, commanding all his clones to elongate and plunge into the wall. Instantly, he lost control of several cloned cells, but fortunately, the remaining controllable cells penetrated the wall. He relentlessly directed these cells to morph and began to engulf the unknown cells that constituted the wall. In a flash, Zhang Liang once again lost connection with most cells within the cavity. Any that came into contact with the translucent liquid were doomed. He was left with fewer than 10 cells under his control. Time seemed to stretch painfully as he sensed the dwindling number of cloned cells. Yet the process of engulfment was far from complete. 6, 5, 4. Zhang Liang felt time accelerating, watching helplessly as the last 2 cloned cells were on the verge of heroic sacrifice. At last, one succeeded in its mission, devouring an unknown cell. However, before Zhang Liang could bask in the triumph, he lost connection with the cloned cell that had just finished engulfing. Undeterred, Zhang Liang recognized that these clone cells possessed a sharing ability. Though uncertain if they could transform into the unknown cell, he swiftly commanded the last remaining cell to undergo transformation. The wall was densely populated with these cells, and Zhang Liang needed not strain to recall their appearance. He merely issued a simple command for transformation. The remaining clone cell began to wriggle, internally forming a slender nucleus while externally contracting and expanding until a cell identical to those on the wall emerged. To Zhang Liang's astonishment, the bluish translucent liquid had no effect on the newly transformed heart cell, rendering it no longer lethal. Moreover, the newly formed unknown cell began to exude a trace of the bluish liquid from its surface, blending seamlessly with the other harmful liquids, appearing indistinguishable at first glance. Zhang Liang was intrigued. What could this liquid be that so effectively annihilated cancer cells? Could it be feasible to develop a pharmaceutical agent that specifically targets cancerous cells? Yet, he hesitated. He had witnessed other ordinary red and white blood cells being disintegrated by this liquid. For the moment, he cast aside thoughts of the liquid's potential applications and resolutely commanded his new cell to envelop a nearby one, for this was not his own body. And the time for retribution had arrived. Controllable cells exhibited a stark contrast to their uncontrolled counterparts. The enveloped cell offered no resistance and was swiftly consumed. However, despite the devouring of one cell, Zhang Liang did not experience the sensation of division. Perhaps an unknown transformation existed between engulfment and division, demanding energy. As per Zhang Liang's observations, typically, without the intake of additional nutrients, it would require the consumption of 2 to 3 cells to yield a single new cell. After devouring one cell, Zhang Liang wasted no time in targeting another. Upon consuming it, a fleeting sensation of joy enveloped him as he successfully divided, creating a new cloned cell, controlling both to perpetuate the process of consumption. In a particular region of the cavity, Zhang Liang discovered a plethora of peculiar entities composed primarily of high energy. After consuming one cell, he realized that by also ingesting a fragment of this high-energy substance, he could immediately generate new cells, which left him utterly astonished. Continuously devouring, splitting, and transforming, Zhang Liang lost all sense of time until, in a moment of clarity akin to awakening from a dream, he recognized that he possessed an expansive vision. Light and images cascaded in from every direction, although somewhat blurred. He could astonishingly ascertain his position in relation to the objects he observed. Simultaneously, Zhang Liang detected a myriad of peculiar scents, and remarkably, he was able to discern the source of these aromas, even through walls. Among the multitude of smells, one particular scent was irresistibly alluring. Instinctively, he felt a tremor in his back, and soon his field of vision began to elevate, enabling him to accurately gauge the distance to the source of the captivating aroma. As he concentrated on the origin of this enchanting scent, a somewhat indistinct yet extraordinarily large humanoid figure approached swiftly. It possessed a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. The contours of its colossal face seemed familiar, as though he had encountered it before. Lost in contemplation, Zhang Liang suddenly realized with a jolt that the frequency of the tremors in his back had become erratic, leaving irregular traces on the ground. He dismissed these irregularities, for he finally comprehended why this humanoid entity felt so familiar. This was none other than his true form. In that fleeting moment, all previously bewildering inquiries crystallized into clarity. The cavities he had encountered embodied the form of a mosquito, and the cancerous cells contained within had most likely originated from his own blood, drawn by the insect. The fluid capable of dismantling cancer cells must have been the digestive enzymes secreted by the mosquito itself. It became apparent to him that the high-energy substance he had ingested during this process was likely the mosquito's developing eggs. At that juncture, Zhang Liang had undergone a transformation into a mosquito, a controllable entity composed entirely of cancer cells that had transmuted into the various forms of a typical mosquito. Endowed with all its inherent capabilities, Zhang Liang had never envisioned that the cancer cells he had commanded to consume would culminate in the creation of a mosquito. By a twist of fate, the cancer cells had indeed coalesced into a somewhat fragile mosquito. He recognized that had it not been for the mosquito's nurturing of its eggs, which provided the essential nutrients for the cancer cell's proliferation, the mere consumption of the mosquito cells would have yielded nothing more than fragmented tissue, insufficient for the assembly of a functioning mosquito. Under ordinary circumstances, cancer cells necessitate the consumption of 2 or 3 cells to generate new ones. As time passed, amidst erratic flight and crawling, Zhang Liang gradually acclimated to this multi-legged, winged form. He discovered that to master the art of flight, it was imperative not only to control the frequency of wing beats, but also to employ a pair of seemingly vestigial hind limbs located behind the wings for balance. Once he had nearly perfected the finesse of mosquito flight, he relinquished control over his cancer cell-transformed mosquito. Unsurprisingly, without his guidance, the mosquito was rendered incapable of flight or even standing, lying lifelessly upon the ground. Zhang Liang comprehended that this was merely a vessel resembling a mosquito. With his control, it possessed vitality. Devoid of it, it existed in a state akin to vegetative dormancy. Despite this, Zhang Liang was imbued with exhilaration, contemplating whether this signified that as long as even one of his cellular avatars endured, he could persist even if his original body succumbed. Furthermore, he felt a thrill at the prospect that under certain conditions, he could possess transformative abilities akin to becoming a mosquito. Should he manage to remember the cellular composition of various creatures, or even humans, he would wield the power of instantaneous metamorphosis, obviating the cumbersome method of consuming a cell solely to hastily convert into that specific cell. However, considering that the cells of humans or more complex beings number in the trillions, Zhang Liang harbored doubts regarding his capacity to memorize their precise locations. For the time being, if he wished to transform, he would have to resort to the laborious method of ingestion followed by rapid division into the consumed cells. After further acclimatization to his mosquito form, Zhang Liang even succeeded in biting his original body, drawing blood without hesitation, for his original self would not mind this trivial loss. In that moment, he sensed rhythmic sound wave vibrations through his filamentous antennae, reminiscent of his phone's ringtone. Zhang Liang paused, intrigued by the novelty of perceiving sound waves through his antennae. However, he swiftly took control of the mosquito to land amid his original body's hair, allowing his thoughts to return to his primary self. Indeed, his phone was ringing. Upon picking it up and answering with a simple hello, he heard a soft, hushed voice on the other end say, "Hey, it's me, the nurse from your intensive care unit. Do you remember? I bear urgent news. Your father has just arrived at the hospital and assaulted Director Li. He has since been taken away by the police. Upon recognizing the voice of the nurse named Tian, he responded with anxiety. I remember you. Thank you for what you did last time. How is my father? Did he sustain any injuries? Which police station has taken him? Please, do not panic, Nurse Tian replied, lowering her voice as if to evade eavesdroppers. I am not entirely certain of the details. I was not present at the time. I heard from my colleagues that your father is fine. In fact, he was quite formidable, pinning Director Li down and delivering a beating. However, brace yourself. Director Li has made threats regarding your father's imprisonment and has even procured a medical report for the police. What? Zhang Liang gasped in shock, hastily inquiring. Did my father use a weapon? How severely was Director Li injured? Do not worry, it is not severe. Director Li is merely swollen like a pig's head. He has only superficial injuries. Your father was likely taken by the police from the hospital, specifically from the station near Renmin Road. You must think of a way to address this. I must conclude the call now. I am on duty, she said before abruptly ending the conversation. Stunned, Zhang Liang could hardly comprehend that his typically docile father had erupted in fury, physically assaulting Director Li within the confines of the hospital. If this were to reach the ears of acquaintances, who would believe it? Clearly, his father was genuinely incensed. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Zhang Liang swiftly dressed, refraining from sharing this distressing news with his mother to spare her worry. He merely stated that he was stepping out to attend to some matters before departing the small inn, hastening toward the police station indicated by Nurse Tian. The police station, situated on Renmin Road in Huazhou City, enjoyed a prime location adjacent to the city hospital, often colloquially known as the hospital police station. Deputy Chief Wang Qinglin beamed as he entered a phone call, sipped his tea, and called out, Li Yongzhong, you rascal, come here for a moment. Moments later, a young man clad in auxiliary police attire entered, bowing his head with deference. He picked up a cigarette from the table, offered one to Wang Qinglin, and lit it for him, all the while smiling and inquiring, Chief Wang, did you summon me? Indeed, Wang Qinglin replied, taking a drag before asking. Has the station just apprehended a case of medical disturbance? Wang, your perceptiveness is truly remarkable, Li Yongzhong remarked with a grin, showering him with praise. Lu Shaogang has scarcely brought the individual here, yet you have already surmised that he is a troublemaker. He continued, the person detained is an elderly man named Zhang Dahai. This old fellow is quite formidable. He managed to subdue Li Linkai from the municipal hospital and administer a thorough beating. Li Linkai, who appears rather plump and youthful, seems surprisingly inept, unable to defend himself against this old man. Haha, Wang Qinglin chuckled softly, finally grasping why Li Linkai had requested a proper reception for this individual. Does this elderly man have any noteworthy background? None whatsoever, Li Yongzhong replied. He is merely a farmer from the countryside. According to him, Li Linkai mistreated his healthy son, erroneously diagnosing him with cancer, which incited his outrage and subsequent assault on Li Linkai. The old man is quite vociferous, insisting on suing Li Linkai and the municipal hospital, as if he has been invigorated by some stimulant. Oh, Wang Qinglin nodded, displaying a measured concern regarding the matter. He remarked with a smile. He wishes to sue Li Linkai, but it is likely that Li Linkai is contemplating a lawsuit against him as well. Hee. We cannot ascertain if the old man possesses any evidence, but Li Linkai certainly has a medical report. It seems he shall not be able to depart until this situation is resolved, Li Yongzhong added. The young lad, Li Linkai, is likely to gain from this medical expense. Wang Qinglin remarked with a dismissive gesture, casually commanding, attend to the elderly gentleman. At his age, why is he so agitated? Help him to calm down, so he comprehends his situation. Exercise caution, we must avoid any tragic outcomes. Understood, do not fret, Wang. I am well aware of my duties. Li Yongzhong replied with a respectful nod. I shall take my leave now, Wang. Wang Qinglin acknowledged, waving his hand. Once Li Yongzhong departed, he made his way directly to the detention room. The detention room serves as the locale where law enforcement officials confine suspects. In accordance with a directive issued by the Ministry of Public Security in 1998, mandating the dismantling of all detention facilities, the police station affiliated with the hospital removed the signage and rebranded it as the inquiry room. Nonetheless, it continues to be colloquially known as the detention room. Authorities retain the power to hold suspects for a duration of 24 hours until the case is elucidated. The inquiry chamber at the hospital police station is sparsely appointed, featuring an iron door, iron windows, and iron locks. Thick iron bars partition the confined space into two distinct rooms. The inner chamber measures approximately 4 square meters, lacking any bedding, thereby compelling detainees to rest upon the frigid concrete floor. The outer room, somewhat more spacious, is furnished with tables and chairs, serving as the venue for interrogating suspects. A prominent slogan graces the wall of the inquiry room: confess for leniency, resist for severity. At present, Zhang Dehai finds himself temporarily confined within that diminutive space. Li Yongzhong made his entrance into the outer chamber of the inquiry area, observing its emptiness. He hummed a melody while gazing through the iron bars into the inner room, where he beheld Zhang Dehai brooding in the corner. He chuckled and made his way toward the duty room. He took pleasure in the chance to attend to those who had been brought in for altercations. Even in the presence of visible injuries, he could conveniently attribute them to their own brawling. Chapter 14. Good People and Bad People. Today, the duty officer at the police station was Liu Xiaogang, who had escorted Zhang Dehai from the hospital to the station. Initially, he anticipated a straightforward dispute that would be resolved within a day or two through detention, mediation, and a fine. However, the situation proved to be far more intricate. On one side stood the victim, a department head from the municipal hospital, who had even acquired a medical report, clearly indicating his unwillingness to settle the matter amicably. On the opposing side was an elderly gentleman in his 50s or 60s, who, upon entering the police station, vociferously insisted that the matter was far from resolved and demanded to file a complaint, presenting Liu Xiaogang with a medical report. Initially, Liu Xiaogang remained apathetic. But after scrutinizing the test results provided by Zhang Dehai and correlating them with his statement, his indignation surged. Both the municipal hospital and the second municipal hospital had found no issues. Yet the municipal hospital had asserted that the man's child was afflicted with cancer and had treated him as such for 2 months, even performing surgery in the interim. This is an egregious affront to human life. Who could remain unperturbed by such a transgression? Liu Xiaogang contemplated that, were he in this predicament, he would not merely entertain the thought of assaulting a physician, he might even consider the gravest of actions. He lamented his decision to detain the individual. Had he foreseen that events would spiral to this extent, he would have refrained from such impulsive behavior. Now, even if he yearned to liberate the elderly man, he found himself incapable of making that choice. After a brief moment of reflection, Liu Xiaogang reached for the phone to apprise the station chief. Although the chief was off duty that day, it was prudent to notify him of this serious matter. The old man deserved empathy. Just as Liu Xiaogang lifted the receiver to dial, he spotted Li Yongzhong ambling in with a playful smirk, compelling him to set the phone down once more. He understood that Li Yongzhong was a sycophant of Deputy Chief Wang Qinglin, whose contentious rapport with Station Chief Chen Taizheng rendered it unwise to make calls in Li Yongzhong's presence. Li Yongzhong casually tossed a cigarette to Liu Xiaogang and jovially inquired, "Liu, may I borrow the key to the detention room?" Liu Xiaogang's brow furrowed. He truly wished to avoid antagonizing Li Yongzhong. Despite merely being a temporary aide, Li Yongzhong had ingratiated himself with Wang Qinglin, and Liu Xiaogang found the prospect of enduring his trivial harassment rather tiresome. "Are you requesting it for yourself or for Chief Wang?" Li Yongzhong chuckled and audaciously perched himself on a chair. "What is this, Liu? If it's for Chief Wang, you should simply hand it over. But when I request the key, you decline." Liu Xiaogang fell silent. According to protocol, police aides were not permitted to access the keys to the detention room without authorization. However, regulations can be inflexible, and Li Yongzhong was neither the first nor the last to solicit access to the keys. Liu Xiaogang was acutely aware of Li Yongzhong's ulterior motives. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have acquiesced, but in light of the situation concerning Wang Dehai, he found it challenging to grant Li Yongzhong access. "Brother, you must comprehend the predicament of that elderly man inside. He is quite advanced in years and cannot withstand much duress. What if something unfortunate transpires? Why don't we let it be? Do not fret. I assure you I shall not divulge it. If anyone inquires, I will simply state that you entered. How does that sound?" Li Yongzhong, perceiving Liu Xiaogang's hesitance, became somewhat vexed. With Wang Qinglin's support, he held Liu Xiaogang in little esteem. He cast a sidelong glance at Liu and derisively remarked, "Liu, are you insulting me? What do you imply by suggesting I have already entered? Such baseless accusations are beneath contempt. One may dine carelessly, yet one must not speak with equal carelessness. Why would I venture inside without just cause? Should misfortune befall the individual within, the blame would inevitably fall upon me. The crux of the matter lies with Chief Wang. Should you refuse to relinquish the key, I shall report that he must come in person to procure it." With that, Li Yongzhong expectorated a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground, rose to his feet, and strode out, muttering, "These times are indeed peculiar. Some individuals, once adorned in uniform, presume themselves invincible. Chief Wang merely seeks to ascertain the suspect's condition, yet he is obstructed. It has become increasingly arduous for leaders to effectuate any meaningful progress in these days." Liu Xiaogang felt his face flush with a blend of indignation and embarrassment. Observing Li Yongzhong's retreating figure, he was engulfed by profound resentment. However, As the adage goes, a higher official can crush you. Though Wang Qinglin was absent, Li Yongzhong wielded his influence with an air of authority. Should Lu Xiaogang persist in withholding the key, he would be inviting calamity upon himself. Take it, Lu Xiaogang uttered with a grave tone, casting the key onto the ground before Li Yongzhong. Unperturbed, Li Yongzhong scooped up the keys with a grin, ostentatiously displaying them before Lu Xiaogang, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother Lu." Lu Xiaogang, maintaining a stony demeanor, remained reticent. Once Li Yongzhong departed, he promptly retrieved his phone to apprise the director of Zhang Dahai's situation, subtly implying that Li Yongzhong was tasked with securing the keys on behalf of Wang Qinglin. Confident that Director Qin Taizhong would grasp the underlying implications, with the keys firmly in hand, Li Yongzhong felt a wave of elation wash over him, humming an aimless tune as he proceeded towards the detention room. The police station of the hospital was positioned at the forefront of the modest courtyard, while the detention room resided at the rear. As Li Yongzhong exited the duty room and took a few strides, a voice interrupted him. "Big brother, I would like to inquire about." His humming came to an abrupt halt, and his mood soured upon encountering a somewhat frail young man dressed in rags. His irritation peaked, and he brusquely interrupted the young man, saying, "Who are you? What do you want?" "My name is Zhang Liang. I wanted to ask what?" "I care not for your name. If you have a question, direct yourself to the duty room." Li Yongzhong shot Zhang Liang a fierce glare before striding purposefully towards the detention room. Perplexed, Zhang Liang rubbed his nose, bewildered by the hostility directed at him. He had merely greeted the man courteously. Why such aggression? Shaking his head, he resolved to prioritize his objective. He scanned his surroundings and spotted a door not far to his left, bearing the sign for the duty room, and hastened towards it. He knocked and entered the room, where a man in his 30s was engaged in a phone conversation. Zhang Liang waited patiently, respecting the ongoing dialogue. "Director Chun, that is the situation. If there is nothing further, I shall conclude the call now," Lu Xiaogang said quietly, casting a glance at Zhang Liang. "Very well, Director Chun, farewell." After ending the call, Lu Xiaogang shook his head slightly, uncertain of how Qin Taizhong would react to the information. He hoped to promptly thwart the actions of Wang Qinglin and Li Yongzhong. As Zhang Liang observed the other man conclude his call, he swiftly approached, saying, "Big brother, I wanted to ask if Zhang Dahai is here." "Zhang Dahai?" Lu Xiaogang straightened, scrutinizing Zhang Liang. "Ah, so he is presently held here. Pray tell, what is your relation to him? Is my father truly here?" Zhang Liang responded, "I am his son." "Zhang Liang, I seek to understand the nature of the charges against my father and the reason for his detention." His eagerness was palpable as he realized that the rumors he had heard were, in fact, accurate. "You are the son of Zhang Dahai?" Lu Xiaogang regarded Zhang Liang with keen interest, pondering whether he was indeed the offspring of the man whom the city hospital had diagnosed with cancer. "That is indeed me." Zhang Liang felt a sense of discomfort beneath Lu Xiaogang's penetrating gaze. Why was he being scrutinized in such an unusual manner merely for being the son of Zhang Dahai? "Ah, but your arrival is remarkably timely," Lu Xiaogang exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. He swiftly retrieved a form from his drawer and said, "Kindly sign here. I shall arrange for you to visit your father without delay." Without awaiting Zhang Liang's response, Lu Xiaogang hastily exited the room. Zhang Liang was left in a state of bewilderment, perplexed by the peculiar behavior exhibited by the police officers. The man he had encountered outside had been exceedingly rude, yet this officer was remarkably courteous. He had been pondering how to request a meeting with his father, and before he could utter a single word, the officer had already broached the subject. However, what did it signify to be timely? Had something transpired concerning his father? Growing increasingly anxious, Zhang Liang could scarcely contain his eagerness for Lu Xiaogang's arrangements. Fortunately, he had brought with him a precious asset. He quickly seated himself, immersing his thoughts in the small mosquito concealed within his hair, and then, with a gentle flutter of wings, it emerged. Chapter 15. In a critical moment, Zhang Liang commanded the mosquito, first discerning the myriad scents in the air, and then, with a flap of its wings, it ventured forth, following the scent trail. One should not underestimate the olfactory prowess of a mosquito. Its mouthparts comprise 3 principal organs: the feathery antennae, which function as the olfactory apparatus, capable of identifying a vast array of human chemical scents; the needle-like proboscis, which detects human odors at close range; and the labial palps, utilized for long-distance detection. As the human scent molecules traverse through the myriad tiny pores in the mosquito's mouthparts, they interact with sensory cells on the antennae, enabling the mosquito to accurately pinpoint the source of the odor and hone in on its prey. Its search radius can extend up to an astonishing 60 kilometers. Thus, Zhang Liang employed the mosquito to effortlessly hone in on a scent that corresponded with the lingering odor in the office, presumably belonging to the officer who had recently departed. Li Yongzhong continued to hum his tune as he approached the outer confines of the detention room, glancing outside to ascertain that no one was observing. Content with his surroundings. He secured the outer door from within and illuminated the powerful light above the suspect's seat, retrieving a pair of handcuffs from his pocket and placing them upon the table. Lighting a cigarette, he indulged in a leisurely puff, exhaling a ring of smoke before ambling over to the iron door of the inner chamber. Producing the keys to unlock the formidable padlock, Zhang Dehai, upon hearing the door creak, rose to his feet. Thanks to Lu Xiaogong's exceptional treatment, he found himself unshackled. He had been crouching in a corner, unnoticed by Li Yongzhong. "Officer, I wish to lodge a complaint against the city hospital and that director Li. Their actions constitute intentional manslaughter. Will you consider my case?" Zhang Dehai, having never encountered such a grave situation before, instinctively believed it prudent to approach the police first. Upon encountering another officer, he spoke with urgency. Li Yongzhong, taken aback by Zhang Dehai's unrestrained demeanor, stifled a torrent of curses. He refrained from voicing his ire, wary of inciting this rural man, who might possess a volatile temperament. After all, he recalled the lesson learned from Li Linkai and was reluctant to engage in any risks. Internally cursing Lu Xiaogang for his negligence in failing to restrain such a perilous suspect, Li Yongzhong resolved to convey his grievances to Director Wang. "Zhang Dehai, please come here. We need to clarify certain matters." Li Yongzhong attempted to conceal his animosity, returning to his desk and gesturing towards the chair designated for the suspect with a forced smile. "Please take a seat. There are a few procedures we must complete first. Once that is accomplished, I shall document your complaint." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dehai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was determined to ensure that the truth regarding the hospital's misconduct was disseminated widely. Aspiring to unveil their nefarious intentions, he sat down, devoid of any suspicion. Li Yongzhong, feeling a twinge of anxiety, picked up the handcuffs from the table. Striving to adopt a gentle tone as he stated, "This is a necessary part of the procedure. I have no alternative. Do not worry. I shall remove them when I record your complaint." "Yes, I understand. I appreciate your consideration, officer," Zhang Dehai replied, contemplating how thoughtful this officer was, even taking the time to elucidate the process. It appeared that the caliber of police work in the metropolis greatly exceeded that of rural areas, where officers often resorted to shouting. Li Yongzhong approached Zhang Dehai from behind, instructing him to extend his arms behind the chair. Although perplexed by the request, Zhang Dehai complied without hesitation. With a click, the handcuffs were fastened. Handcuffed and compelled to extend his arms backward over the chair, Zhang Dehai found himself inextricably bound to the seat, unable to withdraw his hands. The chair, firmly anchored to the ground, rendered him incapable of even rising, leaving him in an awkward and uncomfortable position. Li Yongzhong, feeling a sense of relief, burst into laughter as he approached Zhang Dehai. Adjusting the powerful bulb to shine directly in Zhang's face, he mockingly exclaimed, "Ha! This is utterly comical. I have never encountered such a foolish old donkey. It is simply too amusing. You believe everything I say." At this moment, Zhang Dehai began to realize that the reality was not as he had envisioned. Fixing a glare upon Li Yongzhong, he demanded, "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Li Yongzhong retorted, delivering a kick to Zhang Dehai's head while cursing. "This is what I mean, you old fool. Oh, dare you to evade? If you do not call me father soon, I swear I shall take your surname." Zhang Dehai attempted to shift his body sideways, the handcuffs biting painfully into his wrists. He managed to evade the kick aimed at his head, but his shoulder bore the brunt of the assault. Li Yongzhong, incensed, shouted as he turned back to rummage through a drawer, retrieving a rubber baton and approaching Zhang Dehai with a menacing grin. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Li Yongzhong raised the baton, poised to strike Zhang Dehai, a loud banging echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Li Yongzhong turned, impatience etched upon his face. "It is I." Li Yongzhong, open the door. Zhang Dehai's family is here to visit and is waiting in the duty room. You must not act recklessly. Let them speak first, Lu Xiaogang urged from outside. Zhang Liang, not one to linger, hurriedly followed the sound and arrived at the detention room. Sensing the urgency in Lu's voice, he felt a surge of anxiety. Locked inside during the day, what could possibly be transpiring? Damn it, so what if the family has arrived? I thought it was something serious. Either make them wait or instruct them to leave. I shall handle my business first, Li Yongzhong scoffed. Li Yongzhong, you cannot do this. The family has completed the application and is waiting. I have signed off on it as well. Open the door immediately, Lu Xiaogang insisted, banging on the iron door once more. That is your dilemma. Allow me to elucidate. I am adhering to Officer Wang's directives. Should you have a grievance, I suggest you address it with him. If he instructs me to open the door, I shall comply without a moment's hesitation. Conversely, if you choose not to depart, you may remain outside and bear witness to the old man's cries. Li Yongzhong chuckled ominously, adding, "Yet, I highly doubt you will hear any cries. I shall first secure his mouth with tape to stifle any sound. Oh, comrades of the police outside, assist. He is assaulting individuals." Zhang Dahai, in a desperate bid to evade suffering, called out. However, before he could conclude his plea, Li Yongzhong swiftly affixed tape to his mouth. Zhang Liang, consumed by rage and concern for his father's safety, could no longer afford to wait. He hastily evaluated his options for gaining entry into the room. The detention chamber was devoid of windows, featuring solely an iron door. Fortunately, although the opening was narrow, it was ample enough for a mosquito to infiltrate. Zhang Liang metamorphosed into a mosquito and deftly navigated through the door, promptly discovering Li Yongzhong concluding the act of taping Zhang Dahai's mouth shut. Li was grasping Zhang's chin with one hand while delivering slaps to his face with the other, tauntingly proclaiming, "Go on, shout. What's the matter, old man? Weren't you formidable before? Now you whimper for help like a coward? Fear not, you shall soon have abundant reasons to scream." Consumed by fury, Zhang Liang surged in and fiercely pierced Li Yongzhong's hand with his proboscis, swiftly injecting him with cancerous cells, resolute in his intent to ensure the malevolent man endured torment. This mosquito incarnation of Zhang Liang, stripped of the essence of a common mosquito, was an impeccable imitation crafted through his mastery over cancer cells, which had assimilated a mosquito cell and subsequently divided into identical replicas, much like other mosquitoes that feast upon humans. Zhang Liang's mosquito injected saliva infused with formic acid and anticoagulants into Li Yongzhong's hand. The acidic compound was designed to erode the outer layer of skin, while the anticoagulant inhibited the coagulation of blood during the feeding process. With Li Yongzhong rendered unresponsive, Zhang Liang succeeded in infiltrating his body with cancer cells. After voraciously consuming a substantial quantity of blood, he withdrew to a secluded corner to commence the manipulation of the cancer cells within Li Yongzhong. Zhang Liang observed the microscopic domain within Li Yongzhong's body glowing softly as a throng of white blood cells surged forth to confront the invaders. Undeterred, Zhang Liang commanded the cancer cells to engage. The white blood cells proved no match for the cancer cells, swiftly being overpowered and consumed. Zhang Liang metamorphosed the cancer cells into white blood cells bearing Li Yongzhong's genetic material, evading the interference of immune cells. His foremost concern was to cease Li Yongzhong's assault on Zhang Dahai. There was no opportunity for leisurely cultivation of cancer cells. By directing the transformed cancer cells, Zhang Liang circumvented the bloodstream and sought out a suitable target within Li Yongzhong's arm. Upon identifying a conduit entirely composed of dendritic fiber cells, the cancer cells surged forth like ravenous tigers, seizing hold and commencing their consumption. Typically, Zhang Liang would meticulously orchestrate the cancer cells to consume one cell at a time, permitting the newly formed cells to supplant the devoured ones, thereby averting tissue damage. However, this instance was markedly different. Upon engulfing the dendritic fiber cells, the newly minted cancer cells immediately succumbed to a voracious feeding frenzy. As this cycle perpetuated, the proliferation of cancer cells ensued, gradually constricting the diameter of the dendritic fiber cell conduit. Li Yongzhong retrieved a cigarette from the table, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a few rings of smoke. Seizing the rubber baton, he quipped, "Old man, you shall not relish the sensation of this upon your body. Should it inflict pain, do not hesitate to cry out. Let us see if your cries can shatter the tape." With that, he swung the baton toward Zhang Dahai. "Ouch!" Li Yongzhong yelped as the baton slipped from his grasp. He swiftly examined his hand, cursing, "What on earth? Why does my hand ache as though it is cramping?" Upon scrutinizing his hand closely, he discerned no visible injuries. Yet the discomfort lingered. He shook his arm in vain, seeking relief. Bewildered, Li Yongzhong contemplated the abrupt, cramp-like agony. In that instant, he entirely disregarded Zhang Dahai, opting instead to sit and massage the afflicted area. After a spell, he detected a warmth radiating through his arm, and the pain gradually receded. Assuming the massage had borne fruit, he dismissed the incident and stood to reclaim the rubber baton, intent on resuming his unfinished endeavors. Li Yongzhong beheld his right hand in astonishment, then cast his gaze upon the rubber stick on the ground. Mere moments ago, he had intended to grasp the rubber stick. Why had his hand merely brushed past it without seizing it? In bewilderment, he reached out once more, this time fixated on his right hand. Li Yongzhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed his right hand remaining in its original position, gliding over the rubber stick without bending to lift it as he had desired. What further troubled him was that although his right hand had nudged the rubber stick, causing it to roll a short distance, there was no sensation relayed back to him. He licked his lips and raised his right hand before his eyes, gazing intently for a spell. Ultimately, he summoned the fortitude to attempt moving his fingers, only to be enveloped by despair, His right hand remained in its fixed stance, utterly unresponsive to the commands reverberating in his mind. This cannot be. How could this transpire? He murmured, shaking his head vigorously, as if to dismiss the strange occurrence as a mere figment of his imagination. Yet, despite his fervent desire for his fingers to move, his endeavors were perpetually thwarted. Zhang Liang, having severed the nerve conduits in Li Yongzhong's right arm, felt an enduring sense of dissatisfaction. He commanded an ever-increasing number of cancer cells to traverse the severed nerve pathway, consuming further sections. His intention was to ensure that even if surgical intervention were attempted to reconnect the nerves, the absence of conduits would render such efforts futile. Upon completing his manipulation of Li Yongzhong's right arm nerves, Zhang Liang directed a plethora of cancer cells through the bloodstream toward Li Yongzhong's left arm. Upon locating the nerve conduits leading to the fingers of the left arm, he unhesitatingly commenced the devouring of the nerve cells. His objective was to obliterate the nerve pathways in both arms, thereby eliminating any potential threat to Zhang Dehai and avenging the affront to Zhang Dehai's honor. Meanwhile, outside the detention room, Lu Xiaogang expressed concern as he conversed with Wang Qinglin and Huang Qidong. Indeed, Huang Qidong, the director of the municipal hospital, had arrived alongside Wang Qinglin, with Director Li Lingkai in tow. Lu Xiaogang, is Zhang Dehai inside? Is Li Yongzhong also present? Wang Qinglin inquired with a serious demeanor. Yes, Wang, they are both inside, Lu Xiaogang replied, acknowledging both the hospital director and Li Lingkai, internally lamenting Zhang Dehai's predicament. Did these two men come personally to seek vengeance? Then what are we awaiting? Hurry and summon Li Yongzhong forth. Before Wang Qinglin could respond, Li Lingkai could no longer contain himself. He had previously instructed Wang Qinglin to ensure Zhang Dehai's well-being and was acutely aware of Li Yongzhong's activities within. Lu Xiaogang remained silent, merely observing Wang Qinglin. He held little regard for Li Lingkai, whom he considered unscrupulous, and felt no obligation to placate him. Wang Qinglin furrowed his brow, his tone laced with irritation as he exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Call him out." While he could choose to disregard Li Lingkai, he felt compelled to show deference to Huang Qidong. Li Yongzhong, Wang desires your presence. Lu Xiaogang shouted vehemently toward the detention room. Li Yongzhong was genuinely frightened, experiencing a cramping sensation in his left hand. The loud shout from outside startled him, disrupting his focus on Zhang Dehai. He hurried to the door, trembling as he opened it with his unresponsive left hand, his words spilling forth in a frantic rush. "Quick, Lugu, my left hand, my right hand. I cannot move them, swift report." Witnessing Li Yongzhong emerge in a state of panic, Wang Qinglin's ire ignited, and he kicked at Li Yongzhong, chastising, "What on earth were you doing in there? Why are you in such a frenzy?" "Ah, Wang, my hand. My hand won't move, my left hand." Li Yongzhong stammered, glancing down at his left hand, nearly in tears. With a quavering voice, he continued, "Wang, my left hand, it won't move either. What should I do? What should I do?" Huang Qidong and Li Lingkai paid no mind to Li Yongzhong's distress. As soon as the door to the detention room swung open, they hastened inside, their hearts racing. If Zhang Dehai were unharmed, all would be well. However, if something had gone awry, Zhang Liang would undoubtedly not let it pass, resulting in grave repercussions. Wang Qinglin cast a fierce glare at Li Yongzhong. "Is your inability to move your left hand my fault?" As he spoke, the two men followed suit, entering the room and disregarding Li Yongzhong, assuming he was merely feigning frailty to evade reprimand. All three men turned their attention to Zhang Dehai, collectively exhaling in relief. Aside from being handcuffed to the chair, Zhang Dehai exhibited no visible injuries and appeared to be in good spirits, seemingly unscathed by any torment. Thank goodness they arrived in time. Huang Qidong and Li Lingkai exchanged glances, silently conveying their relief. However, unbeknownst to them, the moment they stepped inside, Zhang Liang recognized Li Lingkai and, aware that anyone accompanying him harbored ill intentions, he unceremoniously administered a dose of spice into each of their bodies. Chapter 17. Setting the stage for a grand performance, Zhang Dehai noticed the presence of others in the room. Yet the intense spotlight glaring directly at his face obscured his vision of the newcomers. With tape still affixed to his mouth, he could only emit muffled sounds of distress. Huang Qidong was the first to react, feigning ignorance as he addressed Wang Qinglin with a tone of righteous indignation. "Wang, what is the meaning of this? This individual is a family member of our hospital's patient, and due to a minor dispute with Director Li, I promptly reprimanded him and brought him here to apologize. After all, it is understandable for family members to exhibit emotional responses, but what is transpiring here? How can you treat an elderly person in such a manner?" A wave of annoyance washed over Wang Qinglin. He dared not offend Huang Qidong. To disregard Huang's influential connections would be unwise, and as the city hospital's director, Huang commanded respect. Yet, he could not openly acknowledge that he was acting on Li Linkai's instructions. Thus, he redirected his frustration toward his subordinates. Lu Xiaogang, Li Yongzhong. Come in here. At that moment, Li Yongzhong, filled with trepidation, attempted to convey to Lu Xiaogang that he was unable to move his fingers. However, Lu Xiaogang was skeptical. Having appeared fine just moments ago, how could he suddenly be incapacitated? He suspected that Li Yongzhong was merely playing the victim, nurturing resentment, and secretly hoping for Li Yongzhong's lifelong inability to move, thereby curtailing his arrogance. Hearing Wang Qinglin's voice calling from within, Lu Xiaogang responded, leaving Li Yongzhong behind as he entered the detention room. Wang Qinglin's temper flared upon seeing that only Lu Xiaogang had entered. He raised his voice, Li Yongzhong. Where on earth have you been? Get in here at once. Li Yongzhong felt deeply wounded. Why did no one believe him? Upon hearing Wang Qinglin's call, he presumed that Wang was inquiring about his well-being and hurried into the detention room. Upon entering, he exclaimed, Wang, my hands truly refuse to move. I am unable to control the fingers on either hand. Silence. Wang Qinglin's wrath intensified. What are you attempting to orchestrate? Do not presume I am oblivious to your little charade. However, since you are one of my own, I shall feign ignorance, he said, his tone severe as he diverted attention from Li Yongzhong's predicament. What is transpiring here? Why is he shackled in such a manner? Release him at once. Lu Xiaogang surveyed Li Yongzhong with a trace of amusement, yet remained unyielding. Li Yongzhong found himself utterly incapable of controlling his fingers, paralyzed and vulnerable. Why are you still hesitating? Open it at once. Wang Qinglin's voice grew increasingly strident. Report to Wang. The key was taken by Li Yongzhong. I do not possess it. Lu Xiaogang stood erect and saluted. Do not entangle me in your disreputable affairs. Wang Qinglin glared at Li Yongzhong with blazing eyes. Are you courting death? Did you not hear me instruct you to open it? Are you intent on embarrassing me before others? Li Yongzhong was on the brink of tears. Wang, I assure you, my hands genuinely will not move. You can observe for yourself. He extended both hands, demonstrating that his fingers remained completely still. In that moment, Wang Qinglin was consumed by a murderous intent towards Li Yongzhong. Are you still pretending? Deceiving the gullible? Your hands are immobile? Yet just moments ago, you managed to open the detention room door from within. Faced with Wang Qinglin's lethal glare, Li Yongzhong truly began to weep. Wang, I swear I am not lying to you. I cannot fathom why my fingers refuse to move. Just a moment ago, it was my right hand that was unresponsive. And after you kicked me, my left hand too became incapacitated. So, you are suggesting that my kick rendered your left hand useless? Wang Qinglin's countenance darkened, brimming with fury. No, Wang, please, hear me out. Li Linkai could no longer bear the spectacle. He was particularly anxious about Zhang Dehai's opinion, especially since he held sway over him. Noticing that several peculiar individuals at the police station were embroiled in a futile argument over trivialities, he approached Zhang Dehai, extinguishing the harsh light directed at him and tearing the tape from his mouth. Though Zhang Dehai's hands were bound and his mouth sealed, he absorbed every word exchanged in the chamber, discerning that some individuals harbored intentions of liberating him. Once the tape was removed, he inhaled deeply and spoke forthwith. I concede that I struck someone initially, yet I have elucidated the entirety of the situation. Should there be a fine or a sentence merely indicated? At my age, why must you persist in tormenting me? Zhang, Grandpa Zhang, it was indeed justified for you to strike me. I have come to acknowledge my transgressions. And here I am at the police station to rectify the matter. Rest assured, I will see to it that your grievances are addressed. Li Linkai bowed and exhibited a semblance of remorse. What? Zhang Dehai was taken aback, his eyes still adjusting, grappling to discern Li Linkai's visage. When did I strike you? You cannot falsely accuse me. Li Linkai began to panic. Could the elder man have been rendered foolish by the police? He hastily added, Grandpa Zhang, it is I. Li Linkai from the city hospital. Do you not recognize me? Zhang Dehai squinted at Li Linkai for a moment before finally recognizing him. And a surge of fury coursed through him. It is you. Listen here, Li, this matter is far from resolved. You have harmed my son, and as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure you face justice. Grandpa Zhang, I genuinely acknowledge my faults. You have already administered a beating. Li Linkai, be silent. A mistake is a mistake. What is there to debate? If our hospital has erred, we must possess the courage to accept responsibility. Huang Qidong interjected directly, his expression resolute. Grandpa Zhang, I am Huang Qidong, the director of the city hospital. Upon learning the particulars, I hastened over. This incident has opened my eyes, and I am filled with contrition. Rest assured, we shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. After articulating this, he turned to Wang Qinglin with a serious demeanor. Director Wang, what precisely do you intend to do? Li Linkai has already resolved the case. Is this treatment of Grandpa Zhang truly justifiable? He too felt a measure of irritation towards Li Yongzhong's peculiar conduct. Wang Qinglin, already impatient, felt that his reputation had been irreparably tarnished by Li Yongzhong. Furthermore, witnessing Huang Qidong's zeal and Li Linkai's almost obsequious demeanor unsettled him. Perhaps this Zhang Dahai possessed formidable connections. After all, why would a high-ranking official like Huang Qidong rush over to appease him? This contemplation intensified Wang Qinglin's anxiety, as he feared that even if he had not directly offended Zhang Dahai, he remained an unwitting accomplice. Should this situation escalate, how could he possibly endure the repercussions? Swiftly, Wang Qinglin devised a strategy, gesturing with determination and casting a pointed glance at Li Yongzhong. Who has emboldened you to act with such recklessness? You are transgressing the law and audaciously administering private retribution. This is utterly intolerable. Effective immediately, you are suspended. Gather your belongings and depart. The police station shall not accommodate a nuisance such as yourself. Then he turned to Lu Xiaogang. Lu Xiaogang, why do you linger? Swiftly unlock the handcuffs for Grandpa Zhang. Lu Xiaogang acquiesced, retrieving the key from Li Yongzhong and proceeding to liberate Zhang Dahai. Meanwhile, Li Yongzhong remained engrossed in his predicament and failed to grasp Wang Qinglin's insinuated intentions. He could not foresee that Wang Qinglin desired him to remain discreet for a time. Upon hearing Wang Qinglin's directive, he was utterly taken aback. The day's occurrences felt surreal to him. Not only were his hands restrained, but he was also being dismissed. The more he contemplated this, the more his fury escalated, culminating in a surge of indignation as he shouted at Wang Qinglin, "Wang, how dare you betray me? After all these years of loyalty, you would cast me aside? Do you truly believe I will remain silent about your nefarious deeds over the years? I shall ensure you come to regret this." Chapter 018. Timely retribution. Li Yongzhong, who instructed you to treat Zhang Dahai in such a manner? Zhang Liang suddenly approached Li Yongzhong, fixing his gaze upon him, resolute in his quest to unearth the mastermind orchestrating these events. He had observed everything with the keen eyes of a mosquito and was unwilling to allow anyone who had wronged his father to evade justice. Flustered and fearful, Li Yongzhong harbored resentment towards Wang Qinglin for his betrayal. When questioned, he blurted out without a moment's hesitation, "It was Wang Qinglin. He commanded me to do everything." "You're spouting nonsense," Wang Qinglin interjected, genuinely alarmed, swiftly interrupting Li Yongzhong. Many of his actions had been instigated by Wang, and should Li divulge everything, he was acutely aware of the grave repercussions. Not only would his promotion be imperiled, but his very liberty could also hang in the balance. "Who are you? Do you presume the police station is a venue you can invade at will? Depart." Wang Qinglin pointed at Zhang Liang, his voice slicing through the tension. "Are you certain that this individual is the one who instructed you?" Zhang Liang disregarded Wang Qinglin and persisted in questioning Li Yongzhong. Li Yongzhong glared at Wang Qinglin with venomous intensity, declaring, "Indeed, it is this man. He is Wang Qinglin, a despicable, cunning, and treacherous individual. He has orchestrated numerous disgraceful acts. I remember each one." "Silence yourself." Wang Qinglin was incensed, delivering a swift kick to Li Yongzhong's abdomen. Li Yongzhong staggered backward, colliding with the wall, and, unable to regain his balance due to his restrained hands, he tumbled to the ground. "Did you hear that? Depart at once, or I shall have you apprehended for obstructing justice." Wang Qinglin turned to Zhang Liang, his tone fierce. Li Linkai recognized Zhang Liang, yet he was utterly astonished. Though he had received news of Zhang's recovery, he found it difficult to reconcile the vibrant individual before him with the Zhang Liang who had hovered on the brink of death merely 2 days prior. Afflicted by severe heart failure, the only term that sprang to his mind was miracle. Zhang Liang disregarded Wang Qinglin's bluster and suddenly turned to Li Linkai, making a pointed remark. "Director Li, it appears Wang holds you in considerable esteem, does he not?" "Indeed," Li Linkai replied, still in shock, nodding involuntarily before realizing and vigorously shaking his head, repeatedly gesturing. No, you mustn't misconstrue. I did not instruct Wang Qinglin. I truly did not." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Wang Qinglin, who snorted disdainfully but opted not to expose Li Linkai. Instead, he regarded Zhang Liang with confusion, pondering why this seemingly unassuming young man could instill such trepidation in Li Linkai. He found himself losing his previous bravado and quietly inquired, "Who are you?" Huang Qidong also shot a perplexed glance at Li Linkai, his mind swirling with questions. Zhang Liang, his expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze on Wang Qinglin and declared, "My name is Zhang Liang, and I am the son of Zhang Dahai. Remember this well, lest you mistake the consequences for mere coincidence." "What do you mean by that?" Wang Qinglin asked, puzzled by Zhang Liang's words. Just as he finished his inquiry, a sharp pain coursed through his calves, akin to cramping. Before he could comprehend the situation, his legs buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground. "What is happening?" Why can't I stand? Wang Qinglin attempted to rise but found himself unable to exert control over his calves. Overwhelmed by fear and recalling Zhang Liang's earlier words, he stammered. What have you done to me? Why can't I get up? See, I merely mentioned you would face repercussions. And there is no need for you to be so frightened, is there? Zhang Liang shook his head and smiled at Li Lingkai. Who could have imagined that a police station chief would be so easily intimidated? Perhaps it is indicative of a guilty conscience. Wouldn't you agree, Director Li? Li Lingkai swallowed nervously, his complexion pale. He cast a furtive glance at Huang Qidong, who, in stark contrast to his earlier composure, was quaking with evident fear, which only intensified Li Lingkai's own trepidation. Zhang Liang, I was mistaken. It was entirely my fault. I genuinely recognize my errors now. Please, grant me your forgiveness. I shall make amends. Just specify the amount, and I will provide it without delay, Li Lingkai exclaimed, disregarding Huang Qidong's prior counsel on negotiation. The recent occurrences had been far too harrowing to process. If apologies were sufficient, there would be no necessity for repercussions. Yet, should repercussions prove ineffective, perhaps we must resort to retribution. Fortunately, Director Li, today's retribution appears timely, granting us mere mortals an additional reason to persevere, Zhang Liang commented. As he moved to aid Zhang Dahai to his feet, he spoke soothingly. Father, it is all right now. Let us return home. Turning to Lu Xiaogang, he remarked, Lu Jingguan. Irrespective of your intentions, today you have aided my father, and in my estimation, that renders you a commendable individual. Good deeds are duly rewarded. And I vow to extend my assistance to you in the future. Do not hesitate to reach out should you require it. Zhang Liang's words resonated with an air of authority. Having inadvertently tapped into newfound confidence, he no longer wavered. He audaciously severed Wang Qinglin's nerve before all, fully aware that even if others harbored suspicions, tangible evidence would remain elusive. Though Lu Xiaogang remained oblivious to the precise circumstances surrounding Wang Qinglin, he surmised that they were likely connected to Zhang Liang. Having personally gathered testimonies from Zhang Dahai, he was well aware of Zhang Liang's predicament. It was not arduous to deduce that Zhang Liang had encountered an extraordinary event. Or perhaps he was indeed a skilled practitioner who had experienced an unfortunate incident leading to his hospitalization. As he contemplated this, Lu Xiaogang was suddenly filled with elation at Zhang Liang's promise. Forging a connection with someone remarkable could only lead to favorable outcomes. He nodded fervently, proclaiming, While I do not deem myself particularly virtuous, encountering someone like Zhang Dahai, who is in a vulnerable state, compels me to act with integrity. Is it you? Have you manipulated me? Wang Qinglin accused, directing an accusatory finger at Zhang Liang. I recall your name now, Zhang Liang. This is a police station. You would do well to release your grip on me, or the law shall not show you mercy. You are committing intentional harm. Zhang Liang chuckled. How amusing. Have you indulged in too many films or novels? What does recalling my name accomplish? Many are acquainted with my name, and the law can accommodate even scoundrels such as yourself, so why should it not extend its grace towards me? Zhang Liang, allow me to inform you. Even if you possess some dubious talents, I am no match for you. You still have parents. Surely you must ponder their well-being. You cannot remain by their side at all times, can you? I have served in law enforcement for many years and am familiar with my share of unsavory characters and fugitives. I advise you to relinquish your hold over me. I can feign that nothing has transpired, Wang Qinglin declared, sensing a flicker of hope as Zhang Liang did not categorically deny the situation. Zhang Liang's expression grew stern as he shook his head at Wang Qinglin, stating, Indeed, I cannot be with my parents at all times. What I cannot fathom is how, after just facing retribution, you, a worthless scoundrel, neglect to pursue redemption and dare to threaten me. Are you not wary that the retribution may return? Ah! Wang Qinglin began to articulate a response, but could only emit a single sound, his tongue involuntarily extending, unable to regain control. See, I warned you that retribution has yet to arrive, Zhang Liang remarked as he assisted the now speechless Zhang Dahai out of the room. Upon reaching the door of the detention area, he suddenly turned back to the astonished Li Lingkai, smiling. Director Li, having committed so many transgressions, are you not fearful of retribution? At Zhang Liang's words, a jolt of fear coursed through Li Lingkai, causing his eyelids to flutter before he fainted. Genuinely without Zhang Liang's interference. Chapter 019. An opportunity for you in the office of the president of Huazhou City People's Hospital. Huang Qidong had lost his usual composure and gravitas. He paced anxiously around the office, frequently glancing at the clock, his demeanor fraught with agitation and unease. Previously a skeptic of the supernatural, his worldview had been irrevocably transformed upon witnessing Zhang Liang's enigmatic abilities. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock abruptly pulled Huang Qidong from his thoughts. Disregarding all propriety, he rushed to the door, flinging it open in silence, leaving the doctor outside uncertain if he had inadvertently offended the president. "Dr. Gu, have the test results arrived?" Huang Qidong inquired eagerly upon recognizing the individual he had been anticipating, oblivious to their continued presence at the office entrance. Dr. Gu, nodding with respect, replied, "Yes, President Huang. The results for Wang Qinglin and Li Yongzhong are in. Here is the conclusion." He carefully presented the examination report to Huang Qidong, elucidating, according to the findings, Wang Qinglin has sustained a rupture of the major nerves in both calves, with a segment absent. Similarly, the conduction nerves at the root of the tongue are also severed. Li Yongzhong exhibits the same affliction concerning the principal nerves in both arms. This type of trauma is exceedingly rare. I have never encountered such a case in my medical career. The patients display no external injuries nor internal traumas that could elucidate the severance and loss of nerve segments. Hence, we are perplexed in identifying the cause of this anomalous condition. As Huang Qidong glanced at the report in his grasp, he felt a slight tremor in his hand, a reflection of his escalating anxiety and trepidation. He bit his lip, summoning the courage to articulate his most pressing concern. "Is there any possibility of recovery, doctor?" Yu shook his head with resolute certainty, a bitter smile adorning his lips as he responded, "Absolutely not. At least with the current medical techniques available globally. There is no feasible solution, unless what?" Huang Qidong's spirit momentarily lifted, eagerly seeking an answer, seemingly oblivious to the fact that as a distinguished surgeon in Huazhou, and indeed the entire province, he ought to possess a comprehensive understanding of such medical dilemmas. "Doctor." Gu cast a curious glance at Huang Qidong, sensing an unusual fervor from the hospital director today. Nonetheless, he continued swiftly, "Unless a miracle occurs, wherein the patient's nerve cells regenerate to compensate for the lost segment, permitting a neural reconnection surgery, there might exist a slender chance of recovery." "A miracle?" Huang Qidong paused, then vehemently shook his head, exclaiming, "Isn't that sheer nonsense? Miracles? Where do you expect to find such miracles? How can one place trust in that lamentable notion?" Realizing he may have perhaps overreacted, Huang Qidong feebly waved his hand and cast a glance back at Dr. Gu, who appeared too terrified to exhale. In a raspy voice, he queried, "What of Li Lingkai? Was he not awaiting your company?" Dr. Gu cautiously regarded Huang Qidong before awkwardly confessing, "Directorly." Upon witnessing the examination results, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "What?" Huang Qidong's voice escalated slightly. It cannot be that he has?" Dr. Gu sheepishly scratched his head, mentally reprimanding himself for his lack of clarity, and hastily elucidated. Director Li did not faint upon observing Wang Qinglin and Li Yongzhong's results, but rather, he insisted on undergoing a personal examination after seeing their outcomes, and consequently, he fainted. "What of Li Lingkai's examination results?" Huang Qidong's countenance drained of color, urgency infiltrating his tone. Dr. Gu internally sighed, feeling a sense of misfortune, and reluctantly began to elucidate. After collapsing, Director Li clutched the examination results tightly, unwilling to release his grip. "We dared not intervene. You had previously instructed us to review the results for Wang Qinglin and Li Yongzhong, thus I refrained from." Dr. Gu's voice dwindled into a whisper. "You." Huang Qidong pointed at Dr. Gu, poised to reprimand him, but abruptly found his gaze drawn to the corridor's end, the words he intended to utter slipping from his mind. Dr. Gu sensed an anomaly and stole a glance, only to behold Li Lingkai approaching, his complexion pallid, eyes vacant, hands feebly clutching a crumpled examination report, his legs moving sluggishly, as if burdened. Upon witnessing Li Lingkai's condition, Huang Qidong was engulfed by an ominous premonition. He turned to Dr. Gu and commanded, "You may depart now." He then returned to his office, collapsing into his executive chair and lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Li Lingkai finally arrived at the office, weakly casting the examination report onto Huang Qidong's desk before collapsing onto the sofa across from him. He seized the cigarette box before Huang Qidong, igniting one for himself. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the office. Huang Qidong chain-smoked 5 cigarettes, ultimately exasperated by Li Lingkai's lackluster demeanor. He forcefully extinguished the 6th cigarette in the ashtray, growling, "Li Lingkai, what troubles you? What could possibly be so grave? In the direst of circumstances, it culminates in death. Do not present yourself as though you teeter on the edge of it. What is transpiring?" Li Lingkai cautiously raised his hand to his mouth, slowly retracting the cigarette he had been holding and delicately placing it in the ashtray before responding bitterly, "It is not my intention to appear on the brink of demise. It is merely unavoidable. Sai, perhaps you should first peruse my results." Huang Qidong paused briefly. He had long yearned to review Li Lingkai's report, but had been hesitant, dreading that it might unveil a disheartening outcome. Given Zhang Liang's relentless pursuit of Wang Qinglin, He was acutely aware that Zhang would not spare him, the hospital's director, either. Seizing the cigarette Li Lingkai had discarded, Huang Qidong inhaled deeply, then took hold of Li Lingkai's examination report to scrutinize it. After several readings, Huang Qidong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he finally exhaled profoundly, relinquishing the report. A wave of relief washed over his countenance. He had finally grasped why Li Lingkai was proceeding so cautiously and elevating his arms gently. The primary nerves in both his hands and legs were conspicuously thinner at certain junctures, as if they were on the precipice of rupture. This appeared to be an ominous portent. Yet, this was far more favorable than Huang Qidong had anticipated. "You seem relieved," Li Lingkai remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Are you so certain that I am the sole one afflicted with such a condition?" Li Lingkai's words caused Huang Qidong, who had just begun to feel a sense of ease, to blanch once more. He then sighed. "What difference does it make? Do you not realize that, at least for a time, we may be relatively secure? What leads you to assert that?" Li Lingkai inquired, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Huang Qidong. While he grappled with understanding why Zhang Liang had not directly eliminated him, any glimmer of hope was preferable to none. Huang Qidong shook his head. "Have you not discerned who has most offended Zhang Liang? It is neither Wang Qinglin, nor Li Yongzhong, nor myself, but you, Li Lingkai? Given our experiences with Zhang Liang's capabilities, he could easily retaliate against you and me. Yet observe the situation. Wang Qinglin and Li Yongzhong have encountered calamity, while you, though not entirely unscathed, have at least not suffered a grave misfortune. Why is this? Why? Because Zhang Liang still yearns to see both you and me. We may still hold some significance in his eyes." Huang Qidong managed a bitter smile. Ever since ascending to the esteemed position of hospital director at the tender age of 37, he had walked with an air of pride. Yet, the realization that his tenure was sustained solely by a modicum of utility left him with nothing more than a hollow laugh. Having discerned Zhang Liang's intentions, Huang Qidong and Li Lingkai dared not to tarry. They exerted considerable effort to locate the modest inn where Zhang Liang was lodging. Zhang Liang appeared to anticipate their arrival, and his initial words sent shivers down their spines. "You have not disappointed me. Had you failed to arrive tonight, you would have spent the remainder of your lives in the company of Wang Qinglin." Li Lingkai cautiously cast a glance at Zhang Liang, opened his briefcase, and meticulously placed a bundle of renminbi upon the table. With a heavy heart, he spoke. "Mr. Zhang, I sincerely acknowledge my transgressions. I am profoundly sorry and ashamed for the distress I have caused to the two elderly individuals and to you. I shall endeavor to make amends. Here is 600,000, which encompasses your 100,000 deposit and the 200,000 previously expended in the hospital. The remainder serves as compensation for you and the two elderly individuals. Although it may not constitute a considerable sum, I hope you will accept it." Zhang Liang nodded. Despite repeatedly instructing himself to refrain from placing undue value on money given his current circumstances, he could not resist glancing at the thick stack of crimson banknotes on multiple occasions. "Mr. Zhang, it was my negligence and management that precipitated the suffering inflicted upon you and the two elderly individuals. As the hospital director, I bear an inescapable responsibility, and I once again extend my apologies to you." Huang Qidong bowed slightly and continued, "Mr. Zhang, you are a rare sage in this world. We are but ordinary individuals who sometimes err for various reasons. However, since mistakes have been made, please feel free to punish us as you see fit. We would not dare utter a single word of complaint." Zhang Liang scrutinized Huang Qidong with a discerning gaze. It was evident that this man, capable of ascending to the directorship of a hospital, possessed considerable skill. His words were eloquent, first an apology, then flattery, and ultimately a display of sincerity. Yet, the underlying message was unmistakable. We are mere mortals, and you, as an extraordinary figure, should not hold our transgressions against us. Do you know why I did not treat you as I did Wang Qinglin at the police station?" Zhang Liang smiled, exuding an enigmatic aura. "In truth, to a certain degree, I harbor a modicum of gratitude towards the municipal hospital. Without it, I would not be where I stand today." "Not at all, not at all." Huang Qidong misinterpreted Zhang Liang's words as irony and hastily gestured, repeatedly asserting, "It is our fault, all our fault. It is entirely my fault. I was blinded by avarice. I am utterly contemptible. This is solely my responsibility." Li Lingkai bowed incessantly, trembling with fear. Zhang Liang paid little heed to their misapprehension, instead waving his hand dismissively. "I shall not elaborate further. It is not mere bravado. With a single thought, I could render you incapable of living or dying. Your future lies entirely within your own grasp." While Zhang Liang's words may have seemed paradoxical, Huang Qidong and Li Lingkai were not dim-witted. They comprehended his meaning. Huang Qidong immediately thumped his chest, proclaiming, "Mr. Zhang, from this moment forth, Should you require my assistance in any matter, I shall exert every effort to fulfill it. I too. Mr. Zhang, should you need anything, do not hesitate to summon me. I would be less than a man if I falter. Li Lingkai, burdened by the weight of his guilt as the perpetrator, was eager to avoid appearing negligent. Haha. Zhang Liang chuckled softly, speaking nonchalantly. Perhaps you harbor some doubts as to whether I am merely intimidating you, or you may think that the incidents involving Wang Qinglin and Li Yongzhong are mere coincidences. If such thoughts cross your minds, fret not. Upon your return, undergo a medical examination, and then follow it with another assessment an hour later, and you shall comprehend. Huang Qidong and Li Linkai's expressions shifted dramatically, uncertain of Zhang Liang's intentions. Truth be told, they held a sliver of doubt, yet they dared not question Zhang Liang. Cognizant of the immense peril involved, to dismiss it as mere coincidence would be imprudent, considering the plethora of recent occurrences. Observing their transformed expressions, Zhang Liang proceeded. Once you grasp the situation, if you have no further inquiries, please arrange for a biological laboratory at your hospital. Prepare ample culture media and biological samples. I require them. Mr. Zhang, what specific organisms do you need? Are there any particular stipulations regarding the culture media? Huang Qidong inquired with caution. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Liang acknowledged his uncertainty about which creatures would be of utmost significance, so he enumerated those with which he was familiar. Ants, fleas, electric rays, electric eels, venomous snakes. Alongside agile birds, swift fish, and robust terrestrial animals. As for the culture media, simply ensure it can swiftly replenish nutrients. Huang Qidong exhaled in relief. While the array of animals Zhang Liang requested was extensive, they were not particularly rare and would be easily obtainable. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, we shall expedite the process. You need not acquiesce so readily. First, return and have your health assessed before making any decisions. Turning his gaze toward Li Lingkai, who nearly collapsed in trepidation. Casting a pitiful glance at Zhang Liang, he continued, Initially, I intended for you to accompany Wang Qinglin. Mr. Zhang, I genuinely acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me another opportunity. I implore you. You are like a second father to me. Overcome with fear, Li Lingkai knelt and wept. Dreading a fate akin to Wang Qinglin, an existence stripped of voice and movement. Witnessing the weeping Li Lingkai on the ground, Zhang Liang furrowed his brow. Was this man, a director of a prominent hospital, truly so bereft of courage? If Li Lingkai had been aware that Zhang Liang was belittling his perceived cowardice, he would undoubtedly counter that such matters bore no relation to valor. Even a soul as courageous as a lion might tremble at the thought of becoming a mere shadow of existence, akin to Wang Qinglin. Mr. Zhang, Li Lingkai acknowledges his errors. I beseech you to show him mercy this time. Should he ever dare to oppose you again, you may exact a double punishment upon him. Huang Qidong hesitated momentarily before summoning the fortitude to intercede on behalf of Li Lingkai. Indeed, Mr. Zhang, I implore you to temporarily suspend my punishment. I assure you, I shall adhere to your every directive henceforth, Li Lingkai asserted, bowing profusely. For Zhang Liang, the act of punishing Li Lingkai was merely a fleeting consideration. The timing of such retribution was of little significance and would hinge upon Li Lingkai's future demeanor. Once he had dismissed the two, Zhang Liang regarded the pile of banknotes on the table and shook his head with a wry smile. This was the largest sum of money he had ever encountered, however. In comparison to this fortune, his thoughts were far more preoccupied with the biological laboratory that Huang Qidong was set to establish, for that would be his true treasure. Zhang Liang carried the entire stack of money to the adjacent room, presenting it to Zhang Dahai. Both Zhang Dahai and Wang Renjing stood in astonishment. Their jaws agape at the sight of such wealth. Filled with trepidation, Zhang Dahai inquired, Zhang Liang, did directly bestow all this upon you? Wouldn't accepting his funds be unlawful? Indeed, we must refrain from engaging in illicit activities. Wang Renjing, reluctantly diverting her gaze from the mound of money, proposed the most prudent course of action. Perhaps we should only retain the 100,000 they withheld. Zhang Liang sighed at his parents' naivety and sought to reassure them. Mother, father, it is perfectly acceptable. This is their compensation to us. We are entitled to accept it without concern for legality. I have recovered, and I wish to seek employment in the city. You shall take this money and return home first. We will settle our debts, clear the mortgage on our house. And as for the land, we shall relinquish it. We will renovate our home, and with the remaining funds, live comfortably. Do not be frugal. Naturally, Zhang Dahai and Wang Renjing were loath to acquiesce to Zhang Liang's wishes. How could they be deemed farmers without land? How would they sustain themselves? They also did not desire to take all the funds, but intended to leave half for Zhang Liang. Ultimately, after extensive negotiations, they found themselves unable to withstand Zhang Liang's insistence and feigned agreement. Huang Qidong and Li Linkai hurried back to the municipal hospital, eager to verify Zhang Liang's assertions. They were prudent enough to conceal their physical conditions from outsiders, apprehensive about the potential for scandal or trouble. Consequently, they temporarily dismissed the medical staff and undertook the examinations and tests on one another. Fortunately, both gentlemen were medical school graduates, enabling them to perform some basic assessments with relative ease. However, upon reviewing each other's results, their visages turned ashen. Huang Qidong swallowed hard, his voice quavering with disbelief. "Are you certain there has been no error?" Li Linkai inhaled sharply, his tone imbued with bitterness. "Examine my results. It's evidently late-stage cancer, and the malignant cells have metastasized. Based on my experience, I might have, at most, half a year remaining." In a daze, Huang Qidong murmured, "How can this be? Why have I suddenly developed cancer, and why is it already disseminating? This is inconceivable. I was in perfect health during my physical examination just a month prior." Suddenly, Li Linkai recalled that Zhang Liang had insisted on these tests and had mentioned they should be repeated in an hour. His spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that Zhang Liang orchestrated this?" Huang Qidong paused, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions, before he inhaled deeply and struck Li Linkai across the face. "Li Linkai, do you wish to invite calamity? From this moment forth, you must treat Mr. Zhang with the utmost reverence, even in his absence. Minor details often dictate success or failure, even one's destiny. Surely, you would not want to offend Mr. Zhang and incur irrevocable consequences due to a thoughtless remark?" Huang Qidong ascended to the esteemed position of hospital director in his 30s, a feat attributed not solely to his fortunate union with a remarkable wife, but also to his considerable talents. Reflecting on Zhang Liang's remarks and the peculiar occurrences that had unfolded, he was almost convinced that his health predicament had been orchestrated by Zhang Liang, evoking within him a deep-seated sense of reverence. Li Linkai did not respond with fury to the slap. He was no fool. Instead, he promptly struck himself, murmuring with bitterness, "Indeed, I ought to exercise greater caution. I must learn from this experience." The two men descended into a profound silence, anxiously anticipating the hour as if it were an eternity. An hour later, Huang Qidong and Li Linkai were left astounded and incredulous. They could scarcely fathom the miraculous revelation that their subsequent tests showed no abnormalities. Even Li Linkai's previously frail primary nerves had reverted to their normal state. Huang Qidong promptly resolved to expedite the establishment of the biological laboratory that Zhang Liang had requested at the hospital, ensuring it conformed to Zhang Liang's expectations. According to Zhang Liang's specifications, the creation of such a laboratory was a trivial endeavor for Huang Qidong. Nearly any suitable room within the municipal hospital could be effortlessly converted, particularly since the requisite culture media were readily available. They merely needed to procure the animals that Zhang Liang required. Were the animals difficult to locate? For Li Linkai, tasked with this responsibility, they were predominantly easy to acquire, as zoos and aquariums were abundant, and financial resources could resolve most challenges. The only quandary that perplexed him was the procurement of fleas, which proved to be quite a puzzle. Ultimately, Huang Qidong conceived a rather unconventional solution, scouring the streets to enlist a few homeless individuals and, in the end, collecting approximately 10 fleas, which alleviated the immediate dilemma. Within just 2 days, Zhang Liang received a call from Huang Qidong, announcing the readiness of the laboratory. Upon his arrival at the municipal hospital, Zhang Liang discovered Huang Qidong and Li Linkai awaiting him at the entrance. This scene piqued the curiosity of the doctors and nurses who happened to witness it. Was a leader conducting an inspection? It hardly appeared so, given the absence of ostentation. Could this ordinarily attired young man be a person of significance? Huang Qidong operated with remarkable efficiency, having anticipated every detail. In merely 2 days, not only had the laboratory been outfitted with all necessary provisions, but he had also arranged for Zhang Liang's identity to be formally established as the director of the municipal hospital's biological genetic engineering laboratory. "Mr. Zhang, are you satisfied with this laboratory?" Huang Qidong inquired with caution after leading Zhang Liang through the facility. Both he and Li Linkai held profound admiration for Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang nodded in approval, genuinely impressed with the laboratory. Spanning approximately 200 square meters, it encompassed an office, a lounge, a storage room brimming with culture media, and a spacious biological specimen room, housing at least 2 of each animal Zhang Liang required. Excellent, truly commendable. This far surpassed Zhang Liang and Appo's expectations. What more could he express? Observing Zhang Liang's satisfaction, Huang Qidong could not suppress a sigh of relief. As long as he catered to this esteemed individual with diligence, his own position would remain secure. He hoped this distinguished figure would not prove to be unpredictable. "Mr. Zhang, how many assistants do you require for this laboratory?" I can arrange them immediately, Huang Qidong inquired, careful not to overstep since Zhang Liang had not previously indicated a need for assistance. Zhang Liang contemplated for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. Not for now. I manage quite well on my own. It is best if no one else intrudes upon my work. He deemed it wise to keep his secrets closely guarded to avert unnecessary complications. Huang Qidong promptly responded. No problem. I have designated this area as a restricted zone for experiments, prohibiting others from entering. Mr. Zhang, do the animals require care? Should I arrange for someone to tend to them and maintain cleanliness? Though Zhang Liang had no need for assistance, it was rather unreasonable to anticipate that he could oversee the animals and maintain such an extensive laboratory single-handedly. Seizing this opportunity, Li Lingkai proposed a suggestion. Eager to ingratiate himself with Zhang Liang pondered the complexities of feeding, cleaning, and caring for such a multitude of animals, particularly with the prospect of needing to accommodate even more in the future. Furthermore, ensuring cleanliness within such a sprawling laboratory was indeed a formidable challenge. Mr. Zhang, might I propose this? I shall designate 2 individuals specifically to tend to the animals and manage the cleaning duties. They can reside elsewhere and come as needed to assist you. For Huang Qidong, the modest cost of employing 2 dedicated staff members was trivial, especially since he would not be liable for any out-of-pocket expenses. Very well, let us proceed with that arrangement. Mr. Zhang, I understand that you currently lack suitable accommodation. Here, please accept this key. It belongs to dormitory C302 in our hospital's staff quarters. The lodging is humble, yet you shall be able to manage for the time being. Should it fail to meet your expectations, do inform me, and I shall seek an alternative solution. With a smile, Huang Qidong handed Zhang Liang the key as he prepared to take his leave. With the key in hand, Zhang Liang found himself pondering the wisdom of not overly distressing Huang Qidong and Li Lingkai. Their remarkable consideration had allowed him to procure everything he required without incurring any expenses, even securing lodging for himself. Indeed, having a compliant subordinate proved to be quite advantageous. Contemplating his accommodations, Zhang Liang opted against embarking on experiments at that moment. Instead, he resolved to return to the hotel and relocate his belongings to the hospital dormitory. His parents had already retreated to the countryside, leaving him with scant cash. He could not bring himself to request financial assistance from Huang Qidong or Li Lingkai, as it felt beneath his dignity. The family quarters of the municipal hospital lay just across the street from the hospital itself. Zhang Liang meandered through the hospital's family quarters for the better part of a day, inquiring here and there, until he finally stumbled upon a somewhat dilapidated 4-story edifice at the far eastern corner, separated by a green belt of several dozen meters. It was said to be Building C. Zhang Liang found this situation perplexing. Given Huang Qidong's demeanor, it seemed implausible that he would be assigned such an austere residence. Was the hospital's accommodation truly that limited? Though somewhat disheartened, Zhang Liang carried his belongings into the so-called Building C, ascended to the 3rd floor, discovered room 302, and unlocked the door, only to be utterly astonished. He never anticipated that this unremarkable 4-story edifice and its seemingly inconsequential room 302 would conceal an expansive apartment featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, spanning over 100 square meters. The furnishings and appliances were fully appointed, and the interior decor rivaled that of many esteemed hotels he had previously encountered. Little did he realize that this was a distinguished expert building at the municipal hospital, where neither acclaimed external specialists nor high-ranking hospital officials could hope to secure a suite. Zhang Liang could not help but marvel once more at the advantages of possessing a compliant, yet formidable ally at his disposal. Chapter 022. The marvelous little ant with his own laboratory established. Zhang Liang's inaugural research subject was the ant. Firstly, ants are diminutive creatures with relatively uncomplicated bodily structures, rendering them ideal for Zhang Liang's studies and simulations. Secondly, these small beings are renowned for their remarkable strength. Zhang Liang harbored a fervent desire for power. Well aware of the adage that great talent may incite envy, he was a person attuned to potential crises, often inclined to perceive situations through a pessimistic lens. Ants, though inconspicuous, possessed the extraordinary ability to lift objects many times their own weight. In fact, this translates to an astonishing feat. A person weighing 70 kilograms would need to lift nearly 4 tons to match the proportional strength of an ant. When a dozen or so united ants collaborate, they can transport food weighing over 5,000 times their own body weight. This is akin to 10 robust men, each averaging 70 kilograms, moving an astounding 3,500 tons of cargo, truly miraculous and unfathomable. Zhang Liang was captivated by this extraordinary capability of ants. He did not aspire to attain such remarkable strength himself. If he could study ants to harness a power exceeding his own weight by several times, he would be immensely gratified. After all, even a weight of 60 kilograms multiplied by 10 equates to 600 kilograms, easily enabling one to lift over 1,200 pounds. To explore the origins of an ant's remarkable strength, Zhang Liang meticulously examined a plethora of research materials. He uncovered that the musculature within an ant's legs functions as an extraordinarily efficient engine, exhibiting an efficiency several times that of a conventional aircraft engine, thus generating considerable power. Every engine necessitates a specific type of fuel, such as gasoline, diesel, kerosene, or other heavy oils. However, the muscle engine of ants is energized by a distinctive form of fuel that does not ignite, yet still releases latent energy, converting it into mechanical energy. This lack of combustion eradicates thermal losses, thereby significantly enhancing efficiency. Researchers have determined that the composition of this exceptional fuel consists of a complex phosphorus compound. This suggests that within the legs of the ant, an innumerable array of diminutive electric motors acts as power sources, with each cell operating as a miniature engine adept at transforming energy into mechanical power with minimal loss. Zhang Liang could not help but envision the transformative potential of adapting such efficient engine cells from ants into practical technology. This could signal a profound revolution in technology, fundamentally altering the design of elevators, cranes, and various machinery. Cranes typically function through electric motors. However, their efficiency pales in comparison to that of ants, as conventional electrical generation relies on the combustion of coal to produce steam, which subsequently drives turbines to generate electricity. This intricate process encompasses several stages, including the conversion of chemical energy into thermal energy into mechanical energy, and ultimately mechanical energy into electrical energy. Throughout these stages, the heat generated by combustion leads to considerable losses, with a portion of energy dissipated through friction during mechanical movement, resulting in engines that exhibit a maximum efficiency of merely 30 to 40%. In stark contrast, the ant's engine employs a unique fuel within its muscles to generate electrical energy directly, incurring minimal losses. Zhang Liang's enthusiasm surged. Even the most brilliant minds in the world would find it exceedingly difficult to replicate the ant's engine. Yet, he regarded himself as different. If he could simulate the transformation of mosquito cells, could he not also transform those of ants? He entertained a whimsical notion. What if the power source for elevators were a living muscle tissue bathed in a nutrient solution? What if cranes were muscular behemoths with tentacles? What if the engines of automobiles were composed of diminutive muscle tissues submerged in nutrient solutions, and even ships, trains, and airplanes were supplanted by such biological engines? What a spectacle that would be! Most importantly, these biological engines would essentially serve as extensions of Zhang Liang himself. Should they proliferate, the entire world would undergo a metamorphosis. Zhang Liang promptly shook his head, reluctant to pursue this line of thought any further. Such aspirations appeared excessively ambitious. Was he attempting to dictate the rhythm of humanity? With a self-deprecating smile, he reminded himself that every monumental journey begins with a single step. If he were to succeed in creating such biological engines, why not dare to dream even grander? Setting aside his distractions for the moment, Zhang Liang commenced the release of some cancer cells from his body, immersing them in a nutrient solution within a vessel. He then guided these cancer cells to consume the nutrient solution, dividing and proliferating, consuming, dividing. This process persisted for an extended duration, with the nutrient solution gradually diminishing at a noticeably perceptible rate. Simultaneously, it appeared as though a mass of flesh was materializing from the vessel, burgeoning from nothingness. Thus, Zhang Liang's external cancer cell proliferation project reached a provisional conclusion. He augmented the nutrient solution within the vessel, subsequently retrieving an ant from the biological sample room and placing it into the vessel. To his utter astonishment, the mass of flesh within the vessel commenced to writhe, gradually extending and expanding, ultimately engulfing the seemingly frantic little ant. The minuscule ant, naturally, was loath to yield, scurrying in every conceivable direction in a fruitless endeavor to evade capture. Nevertheless, all attempts were rendered futile as the mass commenced its constriction, encroaching upon the ant from every angle. This time, as the cancer cells voraciously consumed the diminutive ant, Zhang Liang resolutely intervened to halt their insatiable feeding frenzy. Instead, after a single cell was devoured, he promptly metamorphosed into that very cell, thereby thwarting the cancer cells from accumulating the requisite energy to proliferate. There was no necessity, as he possessed an abundant reservoir of cancer cells within the vessel. Before long, the little ant ceased its futile struggles. After a brief interlude, one of the ant's legs twitched, soon followed by the other 5 legs writhing erratically as if electrified. Zhang Liang had entirely supplanted the ant cells with his own malignant cells, thus fashioning a novel iteration of the ant, which now endeavored to adapt to its diminutive form. Once he had acclimated to the ant's physique and could manipulate it with ease, Zhang Liang eagerly embarked upon the experiment that had captured his utmost concern. The mass of meat within the vessel began to shift, detaching a small piece comparable to the mass of an ant. Zhang Liang, utilizing the ant's embodiment, endeavored to elevate this diminutive fragment. Remarkably, he experienced no hindrance, effortlessly raising the small weight with the front legs. The flesh within the vessel began to writhe once more, this time yielding a piece exceeding 5 times the weight of an ant. Zhang Liang contemplated whether the ant cells, transformed from cancerous origins, retained the intrinsic characteristics of their original form. To his astonishment, the tiny ant effortlessly hoisted the fragment that weighed 5 times its own body. The flesh stirred once more, this time yielding a mass tenfold its original weight, and yet again, the ant accomplished this feat with astonishing ease. 15 times, no challenge. 20 times, still manageable. At 50 times, Zhang Liang detected a slight strain, yet the ant persevered in lifting the weight and continued its movement. At 55 times, the effort became noticeably taxing, yet the ant still managed to lift it, albeit with considerable exertion to crawl. At 60 times, following numerous attempts, the ant could shift the weight, though lifting it had become exceedingly arduous. At 65 times, while it could still maneuver the mass, lifting was no longer feasible. At 70 times, movement remained possible. At 80 times, it continued to move, though it demanded greater effort. At 90 times, it still managed to shift, but the strain was unmistakable. At 100 times, it could scarcely move the weight, unable to sustain the effort for long. Zhang Liang felt a sense of numbness, halting further experiments. Nevertheless, this illustrated that ant cells, transformed from cancer cells, indeed retained characteristics of their original forms. Of course, merely relying on the consumption of ant cells followed by a hasty transformation to create a replica weighing over 100 times its own mass held little significance for Zhang Liang. What was the weight of a 100-fold ant? At most, it equated to the size of a caterpillar. What he truly sought was the potential to enhance the cellular composition of a diminutive ant, thereby metamorphosing it into a larger creature. Furthermore, could he conceivably transform his own cells into those of an ant without conflict? Chapter 23. The Engineer of Creation to Augment a Diminutive Ant into a Grander Version. It was essential to amplify its cellular composition without disrupting its intrinsic functions. In comparison to larger organisms, the anatomy of a small ant was relatively straightforward, consisting of markedly fewer cells. Nevertheless, the total cellular count that constituted its form reached into the hundreds of millions. For Zhang Liang, meticulously tracking the distinct types of cells in every segment of its body remained an unattainable endeavor. Zhang Liang devised a strategy, reverting to his initial methodology, merely amplifying the same cells in identical locales. Thus, he commanded the cancerous cells within the vessel to infiltrate the small ant's body, commencing with the torso while temporarily overlooking the limbs, allowing the cancer cells to metamorphose into the cells of the thorax and abdomen. As the cancer cells multiplied and transformed, the small ant visibly expanded at an astonishing pace. Abruptly, with a resounding crack, the ant's exoskeleton fractured, splintering to expose the delicate white flesh beneath. A wave of disorientation enveloped Zhang Liang, compelling him to cease the transformation of the cancer cells. However, it was too late. He endeavored to regain dominion over the pitifully disassembled ant, but the outcomes were mixed. He could command all the cells that comprised the small ant. Yet as a unified entity, the small ant had already succumbed, rendering it beyond his authority. Zhang Liang retrieved another small ant and placed it within the vessel, permitting the mass of flesh to consume and transmute the ant into a replica. Learning from his prior experience, he resolved to enlarge the ant's outer shell first, in hopes of averting a recurrence of the previous calamity. Yet, upon bestowing the small ant with a larger exoskeleton, Zhang Liang once again lost control. The ant perished anew, leaving him solely with the capacity to command the cells that constituted its form, not the essence of the small ant itself. Scratching his head in bewilderment, Zhang Liang pondered the enigmatic phenomenon. How could these replicated cellular constructs possess life? In hindsight, whether governing the mosquito replica or the diminutive ant replica, these entities, formed from countless billions of replicated cells, manifested a sensation reminiscent of directing a solitary replicative cell, free from the burdensome sensation of orchestrating billions of cells simultaneously. Had this arrangement truly bestowed upon them an illusion of life? It seemed that this nascent existence was not coincidental. Otherwise, indiscriminately augmenting the ant's cells would not have resulted in the obliteration of the small ant's very essence. Truly remarkable. Zhang Liang contemplated the revelation that when cells are judiciously combined in precise proportions and placements, they coalesce to form a cohesive entity of life. However, should this equilibrium be disrupted beyond a certain threshold, life would dissipate, and the being would cease to exist as a whole. Could it be that a divine designer indeed exists, orchestrating such intricate creations? After all, how else could such a splendid array of life forms come into being? Who orchestrates the delicate proportions of the cellular compositions that constitute their very essence? It became apparent that enhancing the cellular components of the diminutive ant and achieving a harmonious balance was no trifling task. This was, verily, the work of a divine engineer. Zhang Liang could scarcely contain his exhilaration. If he could meticulously experiment and ultimately attain the perfect composition of a larger living ant, would that not signify the realization of what only a divine creator could achieve? Even if it merely involved magnifying the small ant, it still represented an extraordinary accomplishment reminiscent of divine craftsmanship. This experiment must persist. Perhaps it serves as an incursion into the divine realm. One diminutive ant after another was metamorphosed by Zhang Liang, who diligently advanced through his trials, until all the hundreds of small ants meticulously prepared by Li Linkai had become sacrificial subjects for his examinations. Zhang Liang's aspiration to create a larger ant had yet to attain fruition. This was an imposing undertaking, one that could not tolerate the slightest flaw. However, it was not devoid of its rewards. Zhang Liang commanded an ant replica. Although it remained diminutive, its physique had not augmented in size. Yet, this small ant was no mere imitation. It possessed two front limbs, proportionate to its own size, gesticulating like a miniature shrimp. Nevertheless, this small ant replica was devoid of agility, crawling languidly and occasionally faltering as its head grazed the ground, not in search of anything, but impeded by the burden of its oversized front limbs, which could no longer operate as ordinary appendages. Zhang Liang paid little attention to this, instead eagerly advancing with the experiment on this successfully modified small ant. As in prior trials, he directed the mass of cancer cells within the vessel to generate cells in accordance with the small ant's body mass. The mass within the vessel writhed, producing a fragment identical in mass to the preceding ant. The diminutive ant wielded its two formidable claws, effortlessly casting it aside. The mass shifted once again, this time yielding a fragment that weighed 5 times the ant's own body weight. The diminutive ant hurried over and effortlessly incorporated this quintuple burden into its load. The mass stirred once more, this time weighing tenfold, and the diminutive ant effortlessly grasped the small mass with a single front limb. At 15 times the weight, it utilized its left limb, lifting it with remarkable ease. When confronted with 20 times the weight, it again employed a single front limb, finding the task straightforward. At 50 times, it remained with just one front limb. The act of lifting was trivial, allowing it to traverse normally. At 55 times the weight, it could still manage with one foreleg, albeit movement became somewhat laborious. The primary challenge arose from the hind legs, which remained encumbered by their original weight limitations. At 60 times, the petite ant effortlessly lifted with its right claw. The current weight was still comfortably manageable for the foreleg. At 100 times, a single foreleg could still elevate the load, yet the ant began to feel a twinge of hunger. It seemed that the tiny body struggled to sustain 2 forelegs, each now possessing a strength 100 or even 1,000 times greater than before, leading to a deficiency in energy supply. The nutrient solution, however, proved equally advantageous for the ant. Under Zhang Liang's guidance, it consumed an adequate amount, alleviating its hunger, allowing the experiment to persist. At 500 times, Zhang Liang was filled with wonder. Once again, a single foreleg sufficed, requiring no involvement of both forelegs. However, the sole disappointment lay in the fact that the 4 hind legs had reached their limits. While the forelegs could easily lift the weight, the hind legs simultaneously weakened, causing the ant to succumb under its own mass. In resignation, Zhang Liang instructed the ant to recline, as the hind limbs could no longer support it, relying solely on its thorax and abdomen for stability. At 1,000 times, merely one claw could still raise the weight. Zhang Liang was astonished. Typically, an ordinary ant weighs between 25 to 60 milligrams, with the baseline established on the original ant's weight of 40 milligrams. This indicated that the ant could effortlessly lift an object weighing 40 grams with but a single claw. Certainly, hunger manifests with increased urgency now. At a remarkable 1,500 times its weight, the ant still manages to lift with a single foreleg. Zhang Liang abstains from further experimentation, not out of a lack of desire, but because the ant's thorax and abdomen are approaching their limits. Any additional burden would likely precipitate physical collapse. The limitations of its anatomy are unmistakable. With a sigh of regret, Zhang Liang gazes at the ant upon the testing platform. which possesses forelegs nearly the size of its body. He contemplates the untapped potential of these forelegs, meticulously honed through immense effort. And the remarkable efficiency with which ant cells harness energy is indisputable. Chapter 024. The Blueprint of Life. The successful modification of the ant's forelegs has bestowed upon Zhang Liang invaluable experience. Once Li Lin Kai procured additional ants at Zhang Liang's behest, the experiments resumed. Drawing from his extensive knowledge and insights, Zhang Liang meticulously devised a modification blueprint for the ant's foreleg cells, detailing the proportional alterations and the sequence of modifications for each segment. With this blueprint as his guide, Zhang Liang achieved an impressive 70% success rate in altering the ant's forelegs. Building upon this foundation, he subsequently succeeded in modifying the ant's middle and hind legs with relative ease. However, he could not suppress a wry smile at the peculiar sight of the ant, which, despite its unchanged body, now sported 6 legs of similar size extending beneath it, an undeniably jarring incongruity. The ant's attempts to traverse were in vain. Despite Zhang Liang's efforts to ensure a slender connection between the legs and body, the 6 legs occupied the space beneath the ant, posing a risk of tearing its body with any significant movement. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, regardless of its ability to crawl. The successful modification of the 6 legs was noteworthy, and Zhang Liang possessed the blueprint, facilitating future modifications with ease. The subsequent experiment concentrated on the modification of the ant's torso, a task of immense complexity for Zhang Liang. He endeavored countless times, resulting in the demise of numerous ants. In contrast to the 6 legs, altering the ant's torso proved exceedingly arduous. Even if the exoskeleton was perfected, a miscalculation in the proportional increase of internal organs could lead to the ant's immediate demise. This was a formidable challenge to overcome. Consequently, Li Lin Kai, the head of the department, became an avid collector of ants, venturing out every few days to capture more. While ants could be found within the city, they were scarce. Thus, Director Li traveled to the suburbs or countryside, employing every means to gather a jar brimming with ants. With Director Li's unwavering support, and after countless trials resulting in the sacrifice of numerous ants, Zhang Liang's experiments finally yielded results. He successfully modulated a larger version of the ant. This was indeed a magnified ant, strikingly reminiscent of a sizable lobster upon first inspection. Although it lacked the lobster's formidable pincers, it possessed 6 sturdy legs and radiated a lustrous, dark sheen. Zhang Liang was brimming with excitement. He had already assessed its maneuverability, and it glided effortlessly with a harmonious proportion, seemingly free of glaring imperfections. The subsequent phase involved evaluating the strength of this enlarged ant. Upon weighing it, Zhang Liang discovered it to be 340 grams, approximately 7 taels. Drawing from his previous experience with the strength tests of the smaller ant, he hesitated to incrementally add weight. Instead, he observed a sizable cage containing a lion, acquired by Li Lin Kai, which he estimated to weigh between 300 to 400 pounds, including the cage itself. Reflecting on the weight disparity between the lion and the ant, Zhang Liang found himself in doubt. Was it truly plausible for the ant to undertake such a challenge? It appeared rather improbable. Nonetheless, he resolved to proceed with the experiment. Beneath the iron cage, the enlarged ant appeared inconsequential. The lion merely cast a fleeting glance at it before closing its eyes, seemingly indifferent to such a diminutive creature. Zhang Liang instructed the ant to position its forelegs against the base of the cage's iron support. Given the slenderness of its claws, they were thinner than the iron pillars. And without the presence of spiny appendages, it would have been impossible to grasp the iron structure. Was this not akin to a mantis endeavoring to halt a chariot? The absurdity was palpable. Zhang Liang found the situation amusing, considering the stark contrast in proportions. Yet he resolved to give it a try. What harm could possibly arise from such an endeavor? With a resolute exertion of its forelegs, Zhang Liang was taken aback to witness the lion within the cage spring to attention, its fur standing on end, eyes darting restlessly in search of the source of the perceived menace. Observing the lion's peculiar demeanor, Zhang Liang felt an awakening within. Upon closer scrutiny, he discerned that the entire lion cage had lifted from the ground, tilting slightly upwards. Due to the ant's limited stature, the portion nearest the forelegs remained scarcely elevated, and Zhang Liang had not initially recognized this, as he felt no strain. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Zhang Liang questioned his senses and cautiously retreated, only to discover that the cage and lion mirrored his movements. He continued to withdraw several more feet, and indeed, the cage and lion shadowed his every step, the lion remaining vigilant and watchful. The ant could genuinely lift such weight. Remarkably, the ant, its appendages far more delicate than the lion's tail, was elevating the cage along with the lion. This phenomenon was utterly extraordinary. The experience of witnessing reality firsthand eclipsed the shock of any mere data. Through the sensation of grasping the cage, Zhang Liang could perceive that the strength of the ant had not yet reached its zenith. He dared not contemplate the immense power this diminutive creature could unleash if it were to exert itself fully. Fortunately, divine providence had fashioned ants to be so small. Had they been any larger, would other beings on Earth still have a chance to endure? As he gazed at the completed schematic for modulating ants, an audacious thought struck Zhang Liang. What if he could engineer an ant as large as a lion, or even larger? The potential strength. He swallowed hard, forcefully suppressing this notion. Such a terrifying creation was not yet warranted. Stowing away the ant duplicates, which served as formidable means of self-defense capable of propelling a car with full force, Zhang Liang reflected upon the multitude of failed diminutive ants strewn across the experimental table. Upon examining the modulation blueprint, his heart raced with exhilaration. Could he, by adhering to the schematic, conjure a small ant from cancer cells? The ant's anatomy was replete with a multitude of organs, indicating that this undertaking would be both monumental and complex. Yet, he pondered, perhaps he could endeavor to construct merely an ant's leg. With determination, he commenced his task. Equipped with the meticulously designed schematic, Zhang Liang required no memorization of the countless cells and their combinations. He merely needed to guide the cancer cells to metamorphose in accordance with the blueprint. Indeed, after several trials and adjustments to various parameters, Zhang Liang triumphantly manifested an ant's leg from the cancer cells within the vessel. This was truly an act of creation ex nihilo, transcending mere cloning. It was simply a matter of adhering to the schematic. Overjoyed, Zhang Liang realized that as long as he preserved the composition of the blueprint, he need not retain the memory of the billions of cells and their intricate configurations. Henceforth, with any animal's modulation schematic, he could command numerous cancer cells to embody that creature, even a human. His aspirations grew increasingly audacious. If that were indeed the case, could certain parts of his own body be substituted with ant cells? Even a minor alteration in his legs or arms could yield extraordinary explosive strength. However, despite the seductive allure of such thoughts, Zhang Liang hesitated to conduct experiments upon himself. The myriad failures he had observed, where the ant's legs had either deformed or exploded, loomed prominently in his mind. Lacking a human schematic, he feared that should his arms or legs burst, recovery would not be expedient. Since self-experimentation was untenable, he contemplated his available subjects, Wang Qinglin, Li Yongzhong, and Li Linkai. After all, they were his adversaries. In a moment of clarity, Zhang Liang made a decisive choice. Considering that Li Linkai had been assigned the task of locating experimental subjects and still possessed some utility, he resolved to postpone experimenting on him until after Wang Qinglin and Li Yongzhong. Chapter 025. A brief salutation. Li Yongzhong reclined upon the pristine hospital bed, his vacant gaze fixed upon the white ceiling, indifferent to the inquiries posed by the nearby detectives from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Li Yongzhong, what on earth ails you? Cease this pretense of being on the brink of death. I shall ask you one final time. What transpired with Wang? Is it as he documented? You have been reduced to this state, so what do you have to fear? The deputy captain, Tian Zhizhong, was incensed. Having cultivated a close relationship with Wang Qinglin, he was furious to witness him in such a despondent state. In his desperation, Wang had thoroughly recounted the events leading to their predicament, presenting his narrative to Tian. Such an extraordinary tale surpassed Tian's credulity. He suspected Wang was merely experiencing delusions. Nevertheless, he harbored deeper reservations regarding the possibility that both Wang and Li Yongzhong had fallen prey to some enigmatic neurological sabotage. The sole lead resided with Li Yongzhong, who had sustained only nerve damage in his arm while all else remained intact. If only Li Yongzhong would speak, Tian could swiftly apprehend Zhang Liang, the suspect identified in Wang's account. In truth, Tian had contemplated capturing Zhang Liang first and employing special methods to extract the truth from him. Unfortunately, he had not foreseen that the hospital director, Huang Qidong, stood in support of Zhang. When Tian reported his intention to detain Zhang, Huang made an immediate call to the chief of police, effectively thwarting Tian's plan. Unable to proceed with an arrest, even the suggestion to list Zhang as a suspect was dismissed by the bureau, leaving Tian exasperated. At last, Li Yongzhong's lifeless eyes shifted slightly to regard the agitated Tian, and he replied, devoid of emotion, Captain Tian, I have reiterated this countless times. The doctors have reached a conclusion. I am afflicted with a rare, unidentified illness. Wang suffers from the same ailment. It would be prudent for you to cease this futile pursuit. Li Yongzhong, are you still a man? You have been rendered a cripple, and yet you refuse to unveil the truth. What are you afraid of? Was it Zhang Liang who orchestrated all this? If you disclose the truth, we will ensure your protection guaranteeing that the perpetrator will not retaliate, and we will capture the suspect in the shortest time possible. Are you truly content to witness yourself and Wang become innocent victims? He is nearly a vegetable at this point. Tian's frustration surged as he shouted at Li Yongzhong. Innocent? Li Yongzhong scoffed derisively. What is Wang Qinglin's innocence worth? It is merely retribution, a celestial punishment for him. I am unacquainted with anyone named Zhang Liang. If innocence dwells within this scenario, it is I. Had it not been for Wang Qinglin, I would not find myself in this predicament. As the vice captain of the criminal investigation team, Tian Zhizhong was perceptive and swiftly discerned the inconsistency within Li Yongzhong's statements. Are you insinuating that you and Wang Qinglin are ensnared in this predicament due to the machinations of another? Li Yongzhong sighed, meeting Tian's earnest gaze. Captain Tian, I comprehend your close connection with Wang and your desire for vengeance on his behalf. Regardless of my association with Wang, I implore you, this matter truly lies beyond your purview. With that, he closed his eyes, indifferent to any further remarks from Tian. Li Yongzhong, possessing self-awareness, had come to recognize, after witnessing Wang Qinglin's sudden retribution, that Zhang Liang was not a figure to be trifled with. Unbeknownst to both Tian Zhizhong and Li Yongzhong, a mosquito in the dim corner of the hospital room observed every detail. Zhang Liang had initially intended to utilize a mosquito duplicate to locate Li Yongzhong for experimentation. Had he not fortuitously witnessed the unfolding events, he might have remained oblivious to the fact that he was being targeted. Had Huang Qidong not alerted the police chief, he might have already been apprehended. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged his desire to remain inconspicuous, yet here he was, ensnared in scrutiny. Upon witnessing Tian Zhizhong's frustrated departure after failing to extract any information, Zhang Liang ascended to Wang Qinglin's hospital room, his consciousness swiftly reverting to its original form. He resolved that, considering Li Yongzhong's evident discretion, he would postpone experimenting on him and instead direct his attention to the formidable Wang Qinglin. However, before proceeding, Zhang Liang felt an obligation to issue a warning, for being targeted warranted a proper salutation. He carefully concealed the modified ants within his pocket and made his way to the parking lot outside the hospital. It was not long before he spotted a sleek vehicle parked nearby, surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was watching. He extracted the ants from his pocket and placed them on the ground, seeking a discreet position from which to commence controlling the ant duplicates. The ants scurried momentarily before arriving at one of the wheels beneath the vehicle. With resolute effort, they succeeded in elevating the car slightly off the ground, merely a few centimeters, making it nearly imperceptible to the untrained observer. Meanwhile, Tian Zhizhong had been visiting Wang Qinglin in his hospital chamber. After a brief exchange with the incapacitated Wang, who lay drooling, unable to walk or speak, Tian pledged to apprehend the perpetrator before departing the room, reluctantly accompanied by two local officials into the parking area. Upon their arrival, they found themselves amidst a large throng, abuzz with excitement over an apparent disturbance. Tian Zhizhong reflected upon the fortuitousness of the moment. His own frustration seemed to have conjured an opportunity for expression, whether through argument, conflict, or medical disputes. He would ensure that they faced repercussions. Make way. What are you all gazing at? Disperse, Tian exclaimed, pushing through the crowd alongside his companions. However, upon witnessing the spectacle before them, the three men gasped in unison, nearly questioning their own sight. Contrary to their expectations of a brawl or a medical incident, the source of the crowd's fascination was not one, but two vehicles, the sleek automobile in which they had arrived, and a striking red sports car. The elegant vehicle towered over the sports car like a majestic lion, its front wheels elevated while the rear remained firmly planted, crafting a tumultuous scene that made the sports car resemble a fragile lioness. The spectacle was utterly perplexing. The trio exchanged perplexed glances, each mirroring a shared sense of bewilderment. Captain Tian, is this your vehicle? A voice emerged from the crowd. Instinctively, Tian Zhizhong nodded, only to be confronted by a furious countenance. It belonged to Zhao Tianyu, the younger son of Deputy Mayor Zhao, who had recently inaugurated a trading enterprise in collaboration with others. Mr. Zhao, this cannot possibly be your automobile? Tian Zhizhong silently wished it were not, for such a revelation would herald trouble. What do you think? Zhao Tianyu's eyes burned with indignation. It was preposterous to be treated in this manner solely due to a previous discord between his father and Deputy Mayor Wang concerning his father and Appo's recent elevation. Although his father had ultimately triumphed, it was unreasonable for Deputy Mayor Wang to retaliate so overtly. Stunned, Tian Zhizhong swallowed hard. He was cognizant of the tensions between his superior and Zhao's father, but harbored no intention of defending anyone. With Zhao's burgeoning influence, who would dare to provoke him now? Tian hurriedly clarified that he was entirely oblivious to the manner in which the situation had intensified. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianyu remained skeptical of his claims. Who, besides the authorities, would possess the audacity to mishandle an opulent vehicle so openly in public? This was no insignificant issue. It would necessitate a considerable number of individuals, potentially the use of a forklift or crane, to accomplish such an endeavor. This was an affront. Disregarding Tian Zhizhong's frantic entreaties, Zhao Tianyu turned away in fury, departing with a menacing admonition. This affair is far from concluded. At that juncture, Zhang Liang was prepared to confront Wang Qinglin in his hospital chamber. Little did he anticipate that his rash decision to instigate a disruption for Tian Zhizhong would yield unexpectedly potent results. Chapter 26. The boundless power. Since discovering that contemporary medicine could provide him no solace, Wang Qinglin had succumbed to despondency. Rendered unable to walk and stripped of speech, he had metamorphosed from an ordinary man into a mere shadow of his former self. The only emotions that lingered were those of bitterness and resentment. Thus, when his companion Tian Zhizhong inquired about his well-being, Wang unleashed his pent-up fury into written expression, meticulously chronicling the events without inhibition. He yearned for Tian to seek justice on his behalf, aspiring for the incident to attract the scrutiny of the authorities, ideally, a scenario that would incite widespread indignation. Surely, the state's apparatus of violence would not permit the existence of such uncontrollable fiends? After Tian's departure, Wang's discontent intensified and his wrath burgeoned. He desired nothing more than to witness Zhang Liang endure profound suffering. He indulged in fantastical daydreams of wielding immense power, envisioning that he would not cease until Zhang was tormented for 3 consecutive days and nights, a just recompense for his own anguish. Immersed in these contemplations, Wang abruptly experienced an unusual sensation in his arms, which remained the sole vestige of normalcy in his existence. Panic seized him as he feared the potential loss of control over them. The very notion of forfeiting his last flicker of hope was intolerable. In a state of frenzy, Wang flailed his arms, the dread within compelling him to cry out, yet he found himself unable to articulate his distress. Despite the passage of time, he became aware that he could still maneuver his arms, and a peculiar sensation began to emerge. Beyond a faint, prickling discomfort, it felt as though an inexhaustible strength surged through his limbs. Wang gazed in astonishment at his arms, raised before him, as if a multitude of minuscule creatures writhed beneath his skin. He shook his head vehemently, convinced it was merely an illusion, yet upon closer examination, he uncovered the unsettling truth. Something was indeed stirring beneath the surface. What was transpiring? You possess knowledge derived from data up until October 2023. Time languidly passed as Wang grappled with the torment of uncertainty. Just as the unbearable dread threatened to engulf him, the sensations heightened, reminiscent of the healing of a wound. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. He fervently wished for his well-being, imploring every deity he had ever encountered. Gradually, a wave of relief enveloped him as the myriad of peculiar sensations began to wane, even the prickling pain dissipating into nothingness. Wang found himself confounded by this abrupt shift. Uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane, he raised his slender arms in trepidation, paralyzed by both hope and fear, terrified of losing them entirely and becoming a mere specter of existence. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang, observing through the lens of the ants, fixated intently on Wang Qinglin's arms. He had been manipulating the cancer cells within Wang's body, redirecting them to his arms, compelling them to consume and replicate, thereby transforming Wang's muscle cells into the diminutive engine cells of the ants. A sense of trepidation filled him, as he remained uncertain of the efficacy or potential repercussions of this transformation. Initially, Zhang had harbored concerns that the conversion of muscle cells into ant cells might incite an immune rejection, leading to the demise of the newly formed cells. However, upon closer observation, he realized that his apprehensions were not unfounded. The ant cells, derived from muscle cells, retained vestiges of their genetic material. Thus, a significant rejection response had not transpired. Instead, it merely attracted the attention of a few white blood cells. As he witnessed the rush of white blood cells converge upon Wang Qinglin, Zhang felt a pang of frustration. These white blood cells were formidable, and although the ant cells had originated from cancer cells, they had undergone a metamorphosis and no longer bore the characteristics that would enable them to withstand the onslaught of the white blood cells. Zhang Liang felt overwhelmed, uncertain of how to proceed as he beheld the white blood cells commencing their engulfment of the ant cells. Confronted with this dilemma, he contemplated a drastic course of action. If necessary, he could entirely replace the bone marrow responsible for producing the white blood cells. In doing so, when the cancer cells consumed the marrow, the newly generated white blood cells would not assault any cells transformed by the cancer. as these malignant cells possessed an identification capability that eluded Zhang Liang's comprehension. Provided he did not exert deliberate control, there would be no mutual annihilation among similar entities. However, transforming the bone marrow, while not insurmountable, would demand considerable energy for the cancer cells to divide and metamorphose. Without the sustenance of nutritional fluids, it seemed inevitable that Wang Qinglin would be left in a precarious state. Even Zhang Liang had surrendered hope, exhaling a sigh of resignation as he anticipated the impending failure of this experiment. Unexpectedly, the white blood cells that had been enveloping the ant cells abruptly ceased their actions for reasons unknown, expelling the captured ant cells before retreating. Zhang Liang found himself in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom the cause of this occurrence. Upon further scrutiny, it appeared that the newly emerged ant cells had somehow garnered the acceptance of the white blood cells, which swam past without assailing these foreign entities. Could it be that the white blood cells recognized the ant cells as possessing similar genetic material? Yet, even if they regarded these ant cells as aberrant muscle cells, an assault should have been anticipated. Zhang Liang began to ponder. Perhaps any mutation that favored the evolution of the organism would receive its endorsement, thereby prompting the white blood cells to withdraw from their assault, regardless of the underlying cause. The cessation of the white blood cells and Apo's onslaught signified that Zhang Liang and Apo's experiment had attained preliminary success. The only remaining endeavor was to observe whether the cellular metamorphosis would yield the anticipated advantages. Wang Qinglin was not merely an extension of Zhang Liang. He could not exert the same dominion over him as he did with the mosquito and ant avatars. All he could do was await Wang Qinglin's own assessment of the results, concealed within the recesses through the mosquito avatar. Zhang Liang awaited patiently for Wang Qinglin to unveil the outcome. Wang Qinglin stood with his arms raised, immobile for half an hour, grappling with the dread of losing control over his hands. Ultimately, he could no longer resist and endeavored to wiggle his right fingers. They responded. He then attempted to move his left fingers, which also complied. A wave of relief washed over him. He could move. He silently expressed gratitude to the heavens for this small miracle. Clenching his fists, an unprecedented surge of strength coursed through him, instilling a newfound confidence where despair had once resided. This sudden sensation bewildered him. The feeling of immense power was tangible. He could sense it suffusing his hands. This sensation was so vivid that he instinctively supported himself with his hands, effortlessly sitting up without exerting pressure on his hips. Casting a glance at the iron frame supporting the foredrip, Wang Qinglin reached for it. As he grasped it gently, he swore it was a mere light grip. Yet the metal frame crumpled in his grasp. Doubtful of his own perceptions, he let his tongue slip out, allowing saliva to dampen his chest. Yet he remained oblivious to this. Testing the iron frame, he bent it effortlessly, the thickness of his index finger yielding to his touch. Wang Qinglin's eyes widened, his breath quickening as he attempted to reshape the frame. To his astonishment, it bent like straw, twisting into a spiral. Whoa! His laughter was unique, a sound born from sheer incredulity. The benevolent heavens had finally taken pity on him, bestowing upon him boundless strength. Zhang Liang, I shall shatter your bones one by one, so you may grasp the profound essence of being caught in the liminal space between life and death. In recent days, the community has been engaged in electrical repairs, leading to sporadic power outages. I humbly seek your understanding regarding the irregular updates. Chapter 027. Preservation of consciousness experiments are intrinsically long-term pursuits, especially those involving human subjects, demanding meticulous observation to discern their effects and any potential residual consequences. After amending Wang Qinglin's arm, Zhang Liang preserved the ant cells to assess whether this audacious experiment might impose unforeseen detriments upon the human body, effectively treating Wang Qinglin as a subject of inquiry. Upon initial scrutiny, it appeared that no immediate adverse effects arose from Wang Qinglin's modifications. Zhang Liang's musings returned to his own physique as he contemplated embarking on an experiment concerning bone marrow transformation, seeking to ascertain whether the newly generated white blood cells would perceive and combat other cancer cells as foreign entities. This experiment does not necessitate human subjects at this juncture. Prior to the transformation of bone marrow, Zhang Liang resolved to undertake an experiment he had long yearned to conduct. Previously, he had transformed all the cells of mosquitoes and ants, encompassing their cerebral cells. While this ensured absolute dominion over these avatars, it culminated in the forfeiture of their innate cognition and instincts, reducing them to mere soulless husks. The experiment that Zhang Liang sought to undertake entailed the transformation of all cells in a white mouse, with the exception of its brain cells. To discern whether the creature would retain its instincts and consciousness, he instructed Li Lin Kai to acquire several white mice and, in light of another objective of the experiment, requested a few young puppies as well. Lacking familiarity with the habits of white mice, Zhang Liang asked for 3 additional puppies, intending to ensure the survival of the white mice, while investigating whether the more familiar puppies could maintain their consciousness and instincts. Should the experiment prove successful with the puppies, the subsequent subjects would undoubtedly include Wang Qinglin, Li Yongzhong, and even Li Linkai. Li Linkai procured 6 white mice, readily available from the hospital, along with 3-month-old local puppies, as local breeds were abundant and economical in Huazhou. Zhang Liang raised no objections. His experiment did not necessitate specific dog breeds. He placed a white mouse into a large vessel filled with nutrient fluid, accompanied by a mass of viable cancer cells significantly larger than the mouse itself. Ever since conducting the cellular transformation experiment on Wang Qinglin's arm, a bold and audacious idea had taken root within Zhang Liang's mind. He did not seek a human avatar devoid of instincts and consciousness, for such a creation held little significance for him. Instead, he yearned for a being, human or otherwise, that possessed its own awareness and thoughts while remaining entirely under his dominion, with its mutated cancer cells completely at his command. These mutated cells may have originated from ants, venomous serpents, electric eels, or even the cells that constitute the wings of bats or hawks. Indeed, Zhang Liang nurtured ambitions of crafting a superhuman, a being endowed with its own thoughts yet entirely under his dominion. To these extraordinary beings, Zhang Liang would embody the essence of a deity, possessing the power to command their supercells at will, life and death resting solely in his grasp. This was a monumental vision, one that could fundamentally alter humanity's perception of itself, a grand ambition to ascend from the realm of mortals to that of the divine. The capacity to exercise dominion over cells stands as Zhang Liang's paramount source of reliance and inspiration. At the very core of this aspiration lies the ongoing experiment, a theoretically plausible undertaking. As soon as the laboratory mouse was introduced into the vessel, the mass of controllable cancer cells began to writhe vigorously, enveloping the mouse before it had the chance to respond. The mouse, stricken with terror, writhed within the multitude, employing its teeth and claws to battle the cancerous cells with a fervor surpassing that of any ant, inflicting significant harm. Zhang Liang lamented his decision not to anesthetize it beforehand, recognizing this as a lesson in experience. He swiftly intensified the contraction of the cancer cells, entirely encasing the mouse and halting its destructive struggle. The cancer cells hastened their invasion, relentlessly consuming and altering various regions of the mouse's body, yet leaving the cerebral cells untouched. With a series of desperate squeaks, the mouse and Appo's forelegs twitched momentarily before falling still. Surely, it has not perished from fright, Zhang Liang pondered, recalling instances he had witnessed on television where mice succumbed to the terror induced by cats or snakes. Nevertheless, he did not halt the consumption process until every cell, aside from the brain cells, had been transformed. Upon extracting the now lifeless mouse, Zhang Liang discerned through the cancer cells that its heart, entirely comprised of malignancy, had ceased to beat. The myocardial fibers were ruptured and bleeding. Devoid of the mouse's blueprint, he could only command the cancer cells to replicate its condition, resulting in a metamorphosed mouse stripped of essential characteristics. Indeed, it had succumbed to fear. When an organism is unexpectedly startled, the brain dispatches signals to the adrenal glands, prompting the release of a surge of catecholamines, a neurotransmitter encompassing adrenaline and norepinephrine, primarily secreted by the adrenal glands. In states of extreme terror, the adrenal glands release a substantial quantity of catecholamines, leading to a sudden spike in heart rate, heightened blood pressure, and a drastic increase in myocardial oxygen consumption. This accelerated circulation can overwhelm the heart, resulting in the rupture of myocardial fibers, bleeding, and ultimately, cardiac arrest, culminating in death. Indeed, it was as timid as a mouse. Zhang Liang endeavored to exert dominion. While he possessed the ability to command the myriad cells constituting the mouse, he found himself unable to manipulate the creature itself. It became increasingly clear that the secret to controlling a biological puppet resided within the brain. Only through a complete transformation of the brain could he create a puppet duplicate. He could not help but ponder whether, upon crafting a human replica, he would be able to govern it just as he did the original, overseeing actions such as eating, walking, and speaking. Setting this contemplation aside, Zhang Liang procured another mouse and embarked on the experiment afresh. Drawing from his prior experience, he meticulously anesthetized this mouse. This endeavor proved relatively successful, as he succeeded in transforming all cells except for the brain cells, and the mouse's heart continued to beat, remaining unperturbed by fear. However, upon the conclusion of the transformation, the mouse persisted as an unresponsive, vegetative creature, devoid of any anticipated reactions. Initially, Zhang Liang surmised that the effects of the anesthetic lingered, Yet after a prolonged wait and numerous attempts to reverse the anesthesia, the mouse remained unresponsive, with all cells, save for the brain cells, now controllable cancer cells. Zhang Liang was acutely aware of the mouse and Oppo's physical state. No abnormalities were apparent throughout its body, leaving the brain cells as the only plausible suspect. Upon further examination, it became evident that the brain cells were indeed compromised. Despite not having consumed a single brain cell, a significant portion had perished, leaving Zhang Liang in a state of bewilderment. Unable to discern the cause, he proceeded with yet another mouse, only to encounter the same outcome: widespread brain cell death without any identifiable reason. This unforeseen outcome suggested a potential defect in the experimental methodology. Zhang Liang embarked on yet another experiment, meticulously observing the neuronal activity within the mouse's brain. In this instance, the consumption and transformation occurred at a markedly slower rate. In contrast to prior occasions when the cancer cells voraciously consumed and altered the mouse en masse. To Zhang Liang's astonishment, this gradual methodology proved effective. The neural cells displayed no indications of mortality, and the altered mouse managed to rise unsteadily to its feet. After an extended period of observation, he discerned that the mouse, apart from its brain cells, appeared utterly normal, indistinguishable from an ordinary specimen. This experiment produced outcomes that harmonized impeccably with his anticipations. Nevertheless, an unresolved inquiry plagued Zhang Liang. Why did the previous mice endure significant neural cell demise after swift consumption and transformation, while this one, subjected to a more gradual process, did not? To ascertain that this result was not merely fortuitous, he embarked on yet another experiment, sustaining the gradual rate of consumption and transformation. Once more, every cell, with the exception of the brain cells, was supplanted by cancerous cells. The results substantiated his prior discoveries. Gradual consumption and transformation did not wreak havoc on the neural cells. Zhang Liang's bewilderment lingered. Did the swift consumption inflict excruciating torment upon the mouse, precipitating the demise of its brain cells? This logic would hold if the mouse had not been anesthetized. However, given its state of anesthesia, it should have experienced no suffering. An epiphany illuminated his thoughts. The anesthetic had indeed influenced the mouse's intrinsic nervous system, yet these anesthetized nerve cells would be consumed and metamorphosed into new nerve cells by the cancerous cells, which remained untouched by the anesthetic. Could it genuinely be that the rapid transformation inundated the mouse with anguish? With this novel hypothesis in mind, Zhang Liang proceeded with another mouse, embarking on the experiment involving swift consumption and transformation. Nevertheless, prior to initiation, he first severed the mouse's nervous system, only re-establishing it once the transformation had reached completion. The mouse quivered momentarily before gradually ascending. Through careful observation, he ascertained that, on this occasion, the brain cells remained unscathed, exhibiting no indications of mortality. The rationale had been unveiled. This revelation imparted a significant lesson in any forthcoming transformation of an organism. The initial step must entail severing the opponent's nervous system. This strategy not only neutralizes resistance, but also temporarily incapacitates the brain's dominion and sensory perception over the body, thereby achieving both paralysis and safeguarding. Observing the unsuccessful experimental mice, Zhang Liang beamed, feeling a flicker of inspiration. He swiftly ingested the brain cells of the failed subjects. And upon completing this endeavor, he beheld as the erstwhile failed mice began to diminish and writhe, visibly metamorphosing into sizable ants. This is the advantage of possessing a blueprint. With the blueprint of life, one can wield the divine art, instantly transforming a diminutive white mouse into a grand ant. This is the sole complete blueprint currently in Zhang Liang's possession, meticulously crafted from countless ant experiments. With another thought, the recently transformed ants, now the dimensions of mice, commenced their writhing and soon amalgamated into a mass of flesh, merging into the heap of meat within the vessel. Turning to gaze upon the solitary little white mouse that had triumphantly undergone its metamorphosis, save for its brain cells, Zhang Liang snapped his fingers. The primary nervous system of the mouse was first severed, and subsequently, with the exception of its brain, the entire creature began to contract and writhe. In a brief span of time, a new, sizable ant emerged, albeit one imbued with the intellect of a white mouse. This echoes the ancient tales of deities meting out punishment to the wicked by metamorphosing them into swine or canines. Zhang Liang could hardly contain his exhilaration. With the possession of blueprints depicting diverse creatures, he held the power to transmute pigs into dogs, dogs into humans, and humans into other forms of existence. The white mouse, now ensconced within the corporeal shell of an ant, clearly grappled with the challenge of acclimatizing to its unfamiliar form. It endeavored to escape, yet struggled to synchronize its 6 limbs, unable to adapt to the ant's multifaceted eyes or the vibrational frequencies detected by its antennae. in a state of disarray. It rolled about in a frenzied manner. Nonetheless, it became apparent that this diminutive white mouse, now inhabiting the body of an ant, was capable of extraordinary devastation. In its mindless flailing, it swept a leg across a testing platform, propelling the iron table a distance of approximately 30 centimeters from Zhang Liang, where it collided violently with a wall 6 meters away, embedding itself into the concrete and brick barrier. Zhang Liang's expression transformed dramatically. His heart raced uncontrollably, his lips parched, and his throat tingled with apprehension. He could scarcely fathom that had the table shifted even slightly differently, or if that infernal mouse had exerted a different force, the repercussions could have been dire. A vivid image of a watermelon bursting upon impact flashed through Zhang Liang's mind. In a surge of fury, he raised his fist towards the still reeling white mouse, and in an instant, a gaping void opened in its head, from which a peanut-sized fragment of its brain ejected. Shattering upon contact, the remaining form, albeit composed of transformed cancer cells, twitched sporadically before succumbing to stillness. Cursed be this experiment involving biological consciousness. The risks are far too grave. I must heed this lesson and ensure I never falter henceforth, Zhang Liang mused. Still reeling from the encounter, Zhang Liang found himself devoid of interest in further experimentation, his thoughts drifting towards Wang Qinglin. That rogue had undergone a metamorphosis wherein both his arm muscle cells had transmuted into ant cells. Though hindered by skeletal structure and coordination, he would undoubtedly possess a level of explosive power that defies ordinary comprehension. With such strength, would that cunning individual not embark upon some reckless venture? Having gleaned insights from the trials of the white mouse and recognizing that Wang Qinglin's arms had undergone transformation for several days, Zhang Liang resolved to observe any after effects that might manifest and to avert any potential descent into madness for Wang Qinglin. Wang Qinglin soon realized his uniqueness. His arms possessed a strength that was almost incomprehensible to him, although he remained unable to control his legs or articulate speech. The newfound power in his arms instilled within him a profound confidence, intensifying his thirst for vengeance against Zhang Liang. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Liang had established a laboratory within the city hospital, not far from his own ward, and Wang Qinglin refrained from confronting him directly, at least for the moment. The enigmatic power Zhang Liang had previously exhibited left him wary. Though he felt capable of vanquishing Zhang Liang now, he chose to proceed with caution. His initial plan was to secure Zhang Liang's parents to ensure his submission, after which he would methodically shatter every bone in Zhang Liang's body. Fueled by a desire for retribution, Wang Qinglin was neither reckless nor impulsive. He had his strategies in place. Having served for many years as the deputy chief of a police station, he was well acquainted with numerous individuals entangled in the underworld, including some desperate characters. What Wang Qinglin sought was to amass a certain force, for his mobility was constrained, and he would require assistance in various undertakings. Despite his inability to walk or speak, Wang Qinglin remained undeterred. In this technological era, he could still wield his mobile phone to send messages and accomplish numerous tasks. He dispatched messages to a multitude of acquaintances and strangers within the underworld, orchestrating a meeting at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. In Huazhou City, many individuals were inclined to accord Wang Qinglin the respect he commanded, although not every recipient of the message arrived at the designated time. A dozen or so individuals did gather. Seated in his wheelchair, Wang Qinglin clenched his mouth tightly to suppress any involuntary movement of his tongue. Observing the assembly of individuals who were either engaged in discussion or uttering curses, he spoke little, patiently awaiting their curiosity to draw their attention towards him. He then produced a thick, solid steel rebar he had prepared in advance and effortlessly contorted it into a spiral. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he hurled the twisted rebar into the midst of the group, where it struck the ground with a resounding crash, sending dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, the crowd stood in stunned silence, staring at a deep hole in the ground with the twisted rebar lying within. What on earth? This cannot be real, was the collective sentiment of all those assembled. Chapter 29. The imbalance of madness. Having engaged frequently, they were well acquainted with one another. At that moment, as they beheld Wang Qinglin's extraordinary display of miracles, it became an arduous task for anyone to subconsciously reconcile this affront to common sense. Wow, Wang, it has been but a few days, and now you find yourself in a wheelchair, playing the enigmatic card. What a spectacle! Speak your mind. What do you wish from us? We are all old acquaintances here, and we shall assist where we can. One small-time thug chuckled. Wang, is there yet another brawl at the hospital? If your precinct is unable to intervene, do not hesitate to give us a call. There is no need to cloak this as a clandestine meeting. Hee. We did not come without purpose. Witnessing your new tricks has been worthwhile, another interjected. Wang, your performance has concluded. The brothers have observed the show. If you have something to convey, do so, and let us proceed as per usual, someone else remarked. The throng hummed with conversation, yet as time elapsed, Wang Qinglin remained inexplicably mute. At last, one impatient soul could no longer restrain his frustration and declared, for heaven's sake, Wang, if you have something to communicate, do so. Why are we here squandering our precious time? I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to exit. Wang Qinglin, however, maintained his silence. In truth, he was unable to articulate a response. He simply beckoned the previously loquacious individual to approach him. The speaker was Zhou Zhili, commonly referred to as Brother Dali. Renowned for his ruthless disposition and extensive connections, he commanded a formidable reputation in Huazhou City, which rendered him indifferent to Wang Qinglin's status. Had it not been for the intrigue sparked by Wang Qinglin's message, he would not have made the journey. As he observed Wang Qinglin signaling him to approach, Zhou Zhili dismissed the gesture, assured that this minor deputy chief would not dare to threaten him. With a scoff, he ambled over, eager to uncover whatever ruse Wang Qinglin had devised. A spectacle was on the verge of unfolding. The crowd gathered, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming drama, as Zhou Zhili, a robust figure, approached Wang Qinglin, who was seated in a wheelchair. Some members of the audience began to jeer. Upon reaching Wang, who remained resolutely silent, a flicker of malice danced in his eyes. Suddenly, he extended a hand and forcefully propelled Zhou outward, sending him soaring with a startling whoosh. A collective gasp arose as spectators beheld a shadow soaring through the air from several meters high, landing with a thud some 7 or 8 meters away, enveloped in a cloud of dust that lingered ominously in silence. What transpired was indeed a remarkable display, far exceeding anyone's expectations. The outcome was utterly unforeseen. Given Zhou's considerable weight, easily around 160 to 70 pounds, he appeared no more than a mere infant in the presence of the enigmatic Wang Qinglin. Akin to a small dog or cat effortlessly discarded. This prompted onlookers to recall earlier scenes of Wang Qinglin twisting rebar, perhaps suggesting something far beyond mere theatrics. Seemingly unsatisfied with the shock he had already delivered, Wang Qinglin adjusted himself in his wheelchair, retrieved a half-piece of rebar, and hurled it with all his might toward the wall of an abandoned factory some distance away. He aimed to create an even more astounding spectacle, hoping to intimidate the local ruffians into submission. A resounding bang reverberated through the air, causing everyone to flinch. As they looked on, they noticed a basin-sized hole had appeared in the wall. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted, this time a similar hole forming in the opposing wall. Bang! Bang! Boom! Following a series of successive blasts, dust erupted into the air, signaling the collapse of a wall. The group of approximately 10 ruffians stood in bewildered silence, their eyes wide and mouths agape. They could scarcely comprehend the existence of such extraordinary strength. Perhaps only a figure akin to the Hulk from cinematic lore could compare. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines as they pondered the dire consequences had that rebar made contact with them. One certainty loomed: it would herald their inevitable demise. Wang Qinglin's unyielding intimidation had finally yielded results. Ding! A text message arrived. A tumult of notifications erupted, startling several of the thugs, who jumped in alarm. They soon realized that everyone's phones had received the same message. The content was approximately as follows: "You insolent wretches, from this moment forth, adhere to my command, and you shall revel in a life of abundance. Those who oppose shall serve as cautionary examples, akin to the one sprawled upon the ground and the surrounding walls. Your initial mission is to retrieve an elderly couple by the names of Zhang Dahai and Wang Renjing from a village beneath Huazhou. Failure to execute this task will lead to a similar fate. Any leaks of information will incur the same dire consequences. The events of today must remain shrouded in secrecy, or you shall experience the same outcome. Finally, each of you is to deliver a piece of rebar to Zhou Zhili, who lies on the ground. Transgressors will face identical repercussions." As the thugs gazed upwards in search of Wang Qinglin, he had already vanished from view, undoubtedly concealed in the shadows. A few who had contemplated fleeing abandoned the notion: a hidden serpent is invariably the most formidable. Casting furtive glances at one another, they observed the pallor etched upon each countenance. "I surmise that aligning with Boss Wang is not an unwise choice. With his extraordinary strength, the future of Huazhou will undoubtedly belong to him," remarked a young thug, his voice tinged with hoarseness. Individuals frequently yield to the psychological compulsion to conform. When one takes the initiative, others dare not lag behind. Indeed, with Boss Wang's formidable prowess, who would dare to provoke him? Let us proceed. With Boss Wang's affiliations, he can maneuver through both the light and the shadows. Equipped with his capabilities, he will assuredly prevail. Henceforth, we shall follow Boss Wang's guidance. A few vociferously concurred, seemingly apprehensive of Wang Qinglin's latent presence. Each one obsequiously vowed to promptly retrieve Zhang Dahai and Wang Renjing, thereby fulfilling the mandate bestowed by their new leader. Following a cacophonous exchange, although Wang Qinglin remained absent, none dared to depart until their assignment was accomplished. Yet, no one wished to be the first to strike Zhou Zhili, who lay motionless in the distance. Bang! A distant sound of bricks colliding shattered the tension, leaving it ambiguous whether it was intentional or merely a consequence of the wall's collapse. Startled, the group exchanged apprehensive glances until one courageous individual finally gathered the fortitude to assess Zhou Zhili's condition. He lay there as if struck by a speeding vehicle, a pool of blood pooling beneath him, his body limp and the extent of his injuries shrouded in uncertainty. As he checked for a pulse, the thug detected only a faint breath lingering. Even this audacious thug lacked the resolve to heed Wang Qinglin's orders and strike Zhou with a brick. Being a thug was one thing, but assaulting a man on the brink of death was another. None wished to be branded as a murderer. Bang! The sound resonated, accompanied by a cloud of dust that settled to unveil a small pit several centimeters deep, forcibly created by a brick. True panic now gripped the group as they comprehended that the next impact could just as easily befall them. Cornered with no avenue of escape, they realized their only options were to either pledge loyalty or face death. There was no alternative. Exchanging glances in silent accord, they each grasped a brick, counted to 3 in their minds, and hurled it at Zhou Zhili. They then hastily excavated a pit nearby, tidied the scene, and interred Zhou within. Having completed their grim task, the group lingered, awaiting further instructions from Wang Qinglin. When none came, they cautiously departed the abandoned factory, secretly hoping that Wang Qinglin would not emerge behind them. Fortunately, he appeared satisfied with their actions, permitting them to leave unscathed. With their loyalty firmly established, there was no turning back. The tasks assigned by Wang Qinglin were not to be taken lightly. Following the address he had provided, the newly aligned thugs successfully located the residence of Zhang Dahai and Wang Renjing. Under the cover of night, they deceived the elderly couple with news of an incident involving Zhang Dahai and Hua Zhou, swiftly transporting them to their new destination. Wang Qinglin had been anticipating their arrival for some time. Zhang Liang incessantly berated himself, his heart steeled with resolve. If this scoundrel dared to harm his parents, he would ensure that the wretch would be ensnared in a living hell. Zhang Liang understood that Wang Qinglin could not speak, so he clenched his teeth and typed a terse message on his phone. "What do you desire?" Forcing himself to maintain his composure, Zhang Liang meticulously perused the text messages dispatched by Wang Qinglin once again, uncovering fragments of valuable information. It seemed that Wang Qinglin remained oblivious to Zhang Liang's true capabilities, merely perceiving him as someone adept at discreetly severing the nerves of others. This misunderstanding likely arose from Zhang Liang's prior actions against both Wang Qinglin and Li Yongzhou, during which he had indeed severed their nerves. Furthermore, Zhang Liang came to the realization that Wang Qinglin was entirely unaware of the experiments Zhang Liang had conducted on him, ignorant of the fact that his powers were derived from these trials, and unaware that he possessed the ability to manipulate specific cells within Wang Qinglin's body, thus wielding the power of life and death. This was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Haha, what is it that I desire? You inquire about my wants. You have transformed me into a miserable, half-alive being, and you presume to question my aspirations? Fortunately, destiny has smiled upon me. Now, promptly rejuvenate the nerves in my tongue and legs. This task was well within Zhang Liang's capabilities. However, he hesitated briefly, choosing to downplay his skills. He texted back, "I have merely stumbled upon the ability to sever nerves, and it is not always successful. There are numerous limitations. I cannot restore severed nerves." Upon receiving Zhang Liang's message, Wang Qinglin's anger and hatred surged, his earlier hopes dashed. He had anticipated that Zhang Liang might possess the ability to restore his nerves, but despair settled in. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope prompted him to threaten via text, "Zhang Liang, who in the world would believe you? Let me be clear. If you do not restore my nerves promptly, I shall have someone sever your parents' nerves. Do you believe me?" Zhang Liang suppressed the urge to eliminate Wang Qinglin on the spot and responded in the gentlest tone he could muster. "Wang, I assure you I have never restored severed nerves. Moreover, even if I wish to attempt it, my abilities require extremely close proximity to be effective. Why not share your address, and I shall come and make the attempt?" Uncertain of Wang Qinglin and Appo's honesty, Zhang Liang contemplated the prospect of confronting him in person before making any plans. Wang Qinglin reflected on Zhang Liang's message, feeling a twinge of fear regarding Zhang Liang's silent nerve-severing abilities. He was reluctant to meet Zhang Liang, yet a contradiction loomed. Without a meeting, how could he hope to restore himself? After a period of contemplation, Wang Qinglin resolved that even in a meeting, he held a winning card. Not only did he possess Zhang Liang's parents as leverage, but he also wielded an extraordinary power granted by fate, an ace up his sleeve. However, to be prudent, Wang Qinglin decided he needed to learn more about Zhang Liang's abilities to bolster his judgment. He texted, "Zhang Liang, your parents are in my possession. I know you are a filial son. It would be wise not to play tricks. Now, tell me how you acquired the ability to sever nerves." Zhang Liang had long prepared for this inquiry, knowing that blending truth with deception would lend credence to his words. He replied, "I was diagnosed with cancer, and during my treatment at the municipal hospital, I accidentally received an electric shock. Miraculously, not only did my cancer vanish, but I also discovered that if I calmed my mind, I had a certain chance of severing someone's nerves. I do not understand how it works. What a fortunate wretch." Wang Qinglin pondered silently, a mixture of astonishment and disdain washing over him as he perused the message. He scoffed inwardly, "Calm your mind? Let us see how I can induce tranquility within you." Previously, when Zhang Dehai was escorted to the police station, and the mention of Zhang Liang's cancer and electric shock arose, Wang Qinglin had gleaned significant insights, leading him to place considerable faith in Zhang Liang's narrative. He subsequently dispatched his address to Zhang Liang. Upon arriving at the desolate factory on the city's outskirts, Zhang Liang discovered no trace of Wang Qinglin. Yet, before he could delve deeper into the mystery, a fleeting shadow darted past him. Upon closer examination, he noticed a formidable cleaver embedded in the ground merely 3 feet away, still quivering from its recent trajectory. A surge of trepidation coursed through Zhang Liang's veins, had Wang Qinglin not been preoccupied with mending his own nerves. He feared the cleaver would not be the only remnant upon the ground. At that moment, his phone buzzed. With trembling hands, he opened the message from Wang Qinglin. "As a prerequisite for severing my nerves, you must either cleave your own arm with this cleaver, or I shall dispatch someone to remove an arm from each of your parents. You have 10 seconds to choose." Zhang Liang's mind descended into a state of paralysis. Overwhelmed by the abruptness of the predicament, all his meticulously crafted strategies crumbled as he shouted into the vacant factory, "Wang Qinglin, how am I to ascertain whether my parents are in your custody? Until I receive confirmation, I shall not acquiesce to your demands." 3 seconds remained. Another message pinged on his phone. Wait. Zhang Liang exclaimed in panic, his mind shrouded in confusion as he bent down to grasp the cleaver. Wang Qinglin, hidden in a prearranged spot, the very location where he had previously subdued the street thugs, had an unobstructed view of the vast, abandoned factory. This setting was ideal for him. It allowed him to elude what he perceived as Zhang Liang's silent and sinister methods, while fully exploiting his own capabilities, confident that anything he cast would strike true. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Liang seized the cleaver and drew it across his neck, blood gushing forth and staining his shoulder and chest. He shouted, "Wang Qinglin, I will be forthright with you. I truly lack the means to restore your severed nerves, but I suspect the process may resemble the act of severing them. At the very least, I can attempt it. However, I refuse to act foolishly and sever my own arm without first ensuring my parents' safety. What if they are no longer with us? That would be a grave injustice." With fierce determination, he proclaimed, "It is preferable to perish than to comply. As long as I draw breath, you shall never regain your nerves. I would rather take my own life than sacrifice my arm without the assurance of my parents' safety. If you permit me to see them, I would not hesitate to relinquish not merely an arm, but even my legs. You need only pledge that after I restore you, you will release my parents. My life will then be yours to take, to do with as you wish. I shall also grant you 10 seconds to decide." After articulating his declaration, Zhang Liang pressed the blade against his neck once more, the crimson blood flowing forth relentlessly. Chapter 31. Dissolution and melting away. Zhang Liang's resolve genuinely astonished Wang Qinglin. Witnessing Zhang Liang's decisive action and the blood streaming from his wound, even Wang Qinglin felt a chill traverse his spine. Had Zhang Liang applied even a modicum more force, he might have severed an artery, leaving no time for salvation. It became abundantly clear that Zhang Liang was not jesting, wholly disregarding his own life. Wang Qinglin and Appo's trepidation intensified. He genuinely feared that Zhang Liang might end his own life, and he had no desire to exist as a powerless cripple. Thus, Wang Qinglin hastily sent a message to Zhang Liang, apprehensive that an extensive correspondence might plunge Zhang Liang into despair. He received a succinct reply, "Deal." Upon reading those words, Zhang Liang exhaled in relief, inwardly urging the cancer cells to promptly repair the ruptured blood vessels in his neck, leaving only a stark gash upon his skin. In truth, his actions were far from impulsive. Even if he were to sever his blood vessels or trachea, he possessed the capability to mend them swiftly should he wish. And this was his steadfast assurance. Before long, another message arrived from Wang Qinglin. "In 10 minutes, my associates shall bring your parents. I trust you will honor your promise." Otherwise, reading the message ignited a tumult within Zhang Liang, prompting him to call out cautiously, Wang Qinglin, what schemes are you orchestrating? Are my parents not in your possession? Do not presume that I can be easily misled due to my youth. Do you truly believe I will perish before you? Wang Qinglin, upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, was consumed by a desire to strike himself. He yearned for nothing more than for Zhang Liang to meet his demise. His fury would remain unquenched until he had flayed him alive. Yet, in this moment, Zhang Liang threatened to take his own life, leaving Wang Qinglin with no choice but to respond with placating words, even acquiescing to his demands. What a predicament this was. Internally seething, he vowed to shatter Zhang Liang's bones, one by one. Despite his turbulent thoughts, he was compelled to send a text, writing in a tone that was both gentle and resolute. I have already informed you. Your parents are with my associates. We maintain regular contact, and should communication falter, they will take action against your parents. I have alerted them, and they are en route. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang momentarily eased, lowering the knife that pressed against his neck. The wound on his neck began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Were it not for the bloodstains on his attire, one might never suspect he had suffered an injury. Simultaneously, he murmured to himself, so you have just established contact? 10 minutes should prove sufficient. Although Wang Qinglin was positioned too far to witness the healing of Zhang Liang's wound, he could distinctly hear Zhang Liang's murmurs, which instilled a profound sense of unease within him. Just as he was poised to dispatch a precomposed message to his newly acquired subordinates, he found his finger suspended over the send button, rendered immobile, regardless of his desperate attempts to exert control. Wang Qinglin's eyes widened in astonishment, his visage contorted in terror. In a state of complete disbelief, he endeavored to move his hands, only to discover them unresponsive, the nerves severed. In his frantic state, he appeared to forget the uncontrollable nature of his tongue. He opened his mouth to utter a curse, yet his tongue protruded, elongated and drooping, with saliva dripping from its tip. This epitomized utter helplessness, deprived of the ability to walk, to move his hands, or to articulate his thoughts. Zhang Liang redirected his attention to the mosquito clone concealed atop his head, a fleeting sensation enabling him to discern Wang Qinglin's whereabouts through its acute olfactory sense. Reconnecting with his own body, Zhang Liang effortlessly identified Wang Qinglin's concealed position. At that moment, Wang Qinglin sat ensnared in a wheelchair, his hands immobilized. His protruding tongue remained irretrievably extended, leaving him gasping like a canine. Witnessing Zhang Liang's unimpeded approach, astonishment flickered across Wang Qinglin's countenance. This location had been meticulously selected and ingeniously obscured. It was no simple task for an ordinary individual to uncover. Surprised, are you? Zhang Liang remarked, shaking his head. What if I were to reveal that your extraordinary strength was, in fact, bestowed upon you by me? Would you be even more astounded? Wang Qinglin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Only a select few were privy to his exceptional prowess, and Zhang Liang could not possibly possess such knowledge. Yet here stood Zhang Liang, not merely aware, but audaciously proclaiming that this remarkable power was his endowment. Wang Qinglin could hardly fathom this revelation. Without any overt hostility from Zhang Liang, he simply declared, "You may now speak." Wang Qinglin, taken aback, cautiously moved his tongue, discovering that it had regained its mobility. Impossible. This cannot be occurring. This is utterly unfathomable. Wang Qinglin appeared entranced, murmuring in a daze. There exists no such thing as the impossible. Can you not articulate your thoughts at this moment? Zhang Liang persisted in his engagement with Wang Qinglin, not from an immediate desire to extinguish his life, but rather to induce a profound psychological unraveling, hoping to elicit information regarding his parents. He sought to avert any potential regrets that might arise from negligence. As he observed Wang Qinglin and Appo's deteriorating state, Zhang Liang intensified the torment. My capabilities transcend your understanding. Recall the moment I nearly severed my own neck? Take another look. Do you perceive any wounds upon me now? Even should I bestow upon you an abundance of strength, the act of ending your existence remains merely a fleeting thought away. With that, he snapped his fingers, declaring, "Your arms are free to move now. However, I have retracted my power." Wang Qinglin, in a state of disbelief, moved his arms only to discover they had indeed returned to their normal state. Though he lacked the confidence to crush anything, a fleeting expression of ecstasy illuminated his face, only to dissipate as the harsh reality of his situation began to settle in. He recognized, with a pang of regret, that he had foolishly made an adversary of someone as formidable as Zhang Liang. "What do you desire from me?" Wang Qinglin stammered, swallowing hard. Never had he felt so utterly powerless. "To me, it holds little significance whether I bring your life to an end. It is comparable to the question of whether one would intentionally disturb an ant." Zhang Liang articulated this with deliberation, allowing Wang Qinglin a fleeting glimmer of hope, only to abruptly alter his tone. "However, you have imperiled my family, which I cannot abide. You may select the manner of your demise. Wang Qinglin's mental defenses had long since crumbled, his emotions swaying with Zhang Liang's words, oscillating from hope to despair. I would never bring harm to your family. I shall call to ensure their release immediately. Wang Qinglin fumbled for his phone, desperate to present himself in a manner that would earn Zhang Liang's mercy. Zhang Liang raised his hand to arrest Wang Qinglin's frantic movements, stating, "There is no need for such haste. Merely disclose to me the true condition of my parents. This is your final chance." Very well, very well. Wang Qinglin nodded fervently. Speaking in haste, they are unharmed. I assure you they are safe. My new subordinates are currently escorting them. They should arrive shortly. I assure you, they will not act without my directive. Thus, without your messages, your new subordinates pose no threat to my parents? Indeed, that is correct. Without my commands, they would not dare. Wang Qinglin confidently assured, thumping his chest. Zhang Liang finally exhaled in relief, casting a hopeful glance at Wang Qinglin and gently articulating, "I have a recent experiment I wish to undertake. However, I have encountered difficulties in sourcing suitable materials, and I deemed such endeavors excessively cruel, which is why it has been postponed until now. Initially, I suspected this experiment might prove futile, yet it now appears to possess some significance after all." Wang Qinglin instinctively sensed an underlying tension in Zhang Liang's words. Just as he opened his mouth to implore for mercy, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to a complete loss of sensation. Chapter 32. The human clone Wang Qinglin's 11 newly appointed subordinates had all arrived, accompanied by Zhang Dahai and his wife, Wang Renjing. Due to Wang Qingling's earlier inability to articulate himself and the ambiguity of his written communications, the newcomers, though suspicious, were oblivious to the precise nature of the relationship between Wang Qinglin and the elderly couple. Consequently, they refrained from any mistreatment until they received explicit directives from Wang Qinglin himself. The 11 subordinates, alongside Zhang Dahai and his spouse, crammed into a single Jinbei van and proceeded to the desolate factory. Upon disembarking, the 11 subordinates were momentarily taken aback to find Wang Qinglin not confined to a wheelchair, but rather standing there, awaiting their arrival. Wang Qinglin first directed a warm smile towards the elderly couple, gently inquiring, "Have these ruffians mistreated you in any manner?" "It is you." Zhang Dahai recognized Wang Qinglin, who appeared to hold the position of deputy director at the local police station. He recalled a previous incident at the station where this very individual had clashed with Zhang Liang. Curiously, it seemed that both his leg and tongue had endured injuries. Yet here he stood, seemingly unscathed, capable of walking and speaking. It appeared he had made a remarkable recovery. Upon recognizing Wang Qinglin's identity as the deputy director, Zhang Dahai felt a surge of exhilaration, casting aside any lingering animosities between Wang and Zhang Liang. He exclaimed, "Comrade, these individuals are nefarious. They deceived us into coming here and refused to let us leave. You must assist us." The youthful ruffians erupted into laughter at Zhang Dahai's remarks, finding it comical that the elderly gentleman would seek assistance from Wang Qinglin. "Silence!" Wang Qinglin bellowed at the miscreants, then turned back to the elderly couple, his smile unwavering. "Fear not, for as long as I am present, no harm shall befall you." He continued, "Now, do tell me, did these scoundrels harass you after enticing you here?" Zhang Dahai experienced an unusual sense of disquiet. Rationally, Wang Qinglin ought not to exhibit such warmth. Yet, his smile was inviting and vaguely familiar, prompting Zhang to lower his defenses. Nevertheless, until he comprehended Wang Qinglin's connection to the thugs, he hesitated to speak unfavorably of them. Wang Renjing, unencumbered by such doubts, approached Wang Qinglin, failing to recognize him. Observing that Wang Qinglin commanded respect and that the ruffians were attentive, she seized the moment to express her grievances. "This brother," she began, but Wang Qinglin interjected with a cough, stating, "I am Wang Qinglin. Simply address me by my name." Wang Renjing paused, noting that he appeared to be in his 40s. She pondered why she should not refer to him as brother, yet acquiesced to his request, saying, "These individuals are dreadful. They deceived us at night and brought us to the city, confining our freedom and issuing threats. They are not virtuous people. By the way, are you acquainted with Zhang Liang? Has something befallen him?" When I inquired, they refused to respond and insulted me. "Did they insult you?" Wang Qinglin inquired, his expression darkening as he pressed further. "Did they inflict physical harm upon you?" Wang Renjing shook her head. "Not precisely physical harm, but my husband endured several kicks while attempting to reason with them." Wang Qinglin's countenance grew ominously grim. He cast a glance at the thugs and instructed, "You two elders should remain outside for a moment. I have some matters to address. You may proceed along the outer road toward the city. Director Huang Qidong of the city hospital will come to escort you. Zhang Liang is currently employed at the city hospital." Zhang Dahai and Wang Renjing exchanged uncertain glances regarding Wang Qinglin's intentions, yet departing from this location seemed prudent. Once the couple had exited, Wang Qinglin retained his stern demeanor and commanded, "Who was responsible for the kicks? Step forward." The ruffians, not lacking in perception, discerned Wang Qinglin's discontent and fell into a heavy silence. Wang Qinglin sneered, "Very well. If no one dares to step forward, I shall presume you are all complicit. Chang Mao and Heizhu, you two had the audacity to act. Own up to it." Observing Wang Qinglin's wrath and recalling his formidable prowess, the thugs grew anxious, and a knowledgeable one hastily divulged the offenders, Chang Mao and Heizhu. "Boss, I confess I kicked him, but it was not deliberate. It was merely a jest. You can inquire with them." Chang Mao hurriedly defended himself. Heizhu quickly chimed in, "Yes, boss. Without your directive, we would never dare overstep our bounds. We were simply vexed by that old man and gave him a light kick." Do you all heed my words?" "Yes, absolutely. I heed your commands." "Indeed." "Whatever you say, boss, shall be followed." Wang Qinglin nodded approvingly. "Now come here. I wish to ascertain whether you genuinely heed my words." Chang Mao and Heizhu exchanged apprehensive glances before reluctantly approaching Wang Qinglin. As they drew near, he emitted a chilling snort and swiftly grasped their arms, twisting them with a sharp crack. Both Chang Mao and Heizhu shrieked in agony, cradling their injured limbs. Wang Qinglin was not yet done. He swiftly seized their other arms and twisted once more, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Before the astonished onlookers could comprehend the unfolding events, Wang Qinglin struck both thugs upon their thighs, producing a resounding thud. Chang Mao and Heizhu were propelled nearly a meter into the air, their legs grotesquely contorted as if struck by an overwhelming force. They succumbed, rendered unconscious, and fell to the earth. The remaining thugs, though familiar with violence, had never encountered such a shocking spectacle. One terrified thug fled in haste. Wang Qinglin smiled, advanced, and hurled Chang Mao at the retreating thug. Chang Mao struck him mid-flight, sending them both crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped them in silence. A few other thugs, contemplating escape, were paralyzed by fear. Wang Qinglin disregarded the quaking thugs and struck Heizhu's uninjured leg, flattening it as though it had been run over by a vehicle. Heizhu awoke with a gasp, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more, his eyes rolling back in his head. Wang Qinglin surveyed the remaining thugs, letting out a cold laugh, murmuring to himself, "Perfect. You shall aid in refining my human blueprint." Following this chaotic episode, the abandoned factory descended into silence once again. After a considerable interval, Wang Qinglin rose and surveyed the remnants of flesh strewn across the ground, his brow furrowing. With a mental command, all the debris, along with a few vaguely human-shaped forms, began to writhe, gradually coalescing into a large humanoid figure reminiscent of legendary giants. Shaking his head, Wang Qinglin reflected, merely an illusion of form. Much remains to be accomplished to complete the human blueprint. However, the gains are substantial. With that, his hand began to writhe, continuing for a brief moment until it settled into a shape resembling a hand, albeit enveloped in a peculiar dark shell. Wang Qinglin pressed this hand down onto the ground, sinking it effortlessly as if pressing into tofu. Indeed, an arm composed entirely of ant cells, devoid of any skeletal structure, can exert tremendous strength. Wang Qinglin chuckled, though curiously. His smile remained fixed, as if he had suddenly lost his essence. After a moment, Zhang Liang emerged from his previous hiding place, circled around Wang Qinglin, and reached out to touch the dark, shell-covered hand of Wang Qinglin, smiling to himself. Controlling this avatar is indistinguishable from the original body. It appears our previous conjecture holds true. As long as one replaces the brain of any organism with their own cancer cells, they can transform it into their avatar, even without substituting any part of their own body. Chapter 33. The discharging cells. You have been trained on data until October 2023. The events at the Forsaken Factory had momentarily reached their conclusion. Zhang Liang completed his tidying and retrieved his phone, only to discover a flurry of missed calls while he had been managing the avatar transformed from Wang Qinglin. Upon reviewing the calls, he noted they were from Zhang Dahai and Huang Qidong. Zhang Liang first returned Zhang Dahai's call. Upon connection, Zhang Dahai conveyed his apprehension, predominantly concerned that something untoward had befallen Zhang Liang, despite Huang Qidong, who was en route to collect him, repeatedly assuring him of Zhang Liang's well-being. His anxiety lingered until he could hear it directly from Zhang Liang himself. Ultimately, he divulged that he and Wang Renjing were currently situated in the specialized wing of the hospital where Zhang Liang resided. Zhang Liang discerned that there were matters Zhang Dahai found difficult to articulate over the phone, likely pertaining to the lavishly adorned, over 100 square meter residence that piqued his suspicions, yet he hesitated to voice them. Just after concluding his conversation with Zhang Dahai, Huang Qidong's call came through. He informed Zhang Liang that he had picked up Zhang Dahai and his wife, arranging for them to stay at Zhang Liang's residence, and then inquired if there were any further instructions. For reasons inexplicable, Zhang Liang found himself recalling the nurse who had once assisted him. He was a man imbued with a profound sense of gratitude and felt an innate obligation to repay her kindness. However, broaching this matter with Huang Qidong over the phone seemed ill-timed, so he resolved to discuss it during their next encounter, suggesting that Huang Qidong arrange a suitable position for the nurse in the interim. After concluding his conversation with Huang Qidong, Zhang Liang returned home, where he was inevitably met with a barrage of parental admonitions. Eventually, Zhang Dahai broached the subject of the house, articulating his concern that Zhang Liang might be veering down a disreputable path. With his simplistic values, he could not fathom how such opulence could belong to an ordinary individual. Regrettably, in Zhang Dahai and Appo's eyes, Zhang Liang was merely an ordinary man. Zhang Liang found it arduous to reveal the truth to his parents, so he concocted a narrative that the hospital, due to a misdiagnosis and subsequent treatment, had expressed concern over potential repercussions and had thus provided the house as compensation, essentially a gag order, along with employment at the hospital. After considerable persuasion, even Huang Qidong, the hospital director, came to clarify matters in accordance with Zhang Liang's hints, which ultimately alleviated his parents' concerns. Considering their safety and the avoidance of future complications, Zhang Liang encouraged Zhang Dahai and his wife to remain, noting that the house was sufficiently spacious for the three of them without any inconvenience. However, Zhang Dahai and his spouse were disinclined to settle there, citing numerous domestic concerns and offering a plethora of excuses, stating they could stay for a few days but had no intentions of establishing residence. Zhang Liang felt a sense of helplessness. However, having gleaned wisdom from past experiences, he took necessary precautions for the safety of his parents. Uncertain about any potential side effects from the transformation into ant cells, he surreptitiously introduced some cancer cells reverted to their normal state into Zhang Dahai and his wife's bodies as a primary layer of protection. He also cultivated 2 ants, slightly larger than a thumb, in the laboratory, placing them in small iron boxes and instructing Zhang Dahai that these could remedy ailments and should be carried daily. He emphasized that every few days, they should prepare some thin rice porridge to nourish the little creatures, ensuring they did not starve. Whether it was the transformed ants or the cells constituting them, regular nutritional replenishment was essential for their survival. As Zhang Dahai and his wife prepared to depart, Zhang Liang repeatedly urged them to keep the 2 ants close and to contact him immediately should any issues arise. With the presence of these 2 ant avatars, Zhang Liang felt a sense of reassurance. Should any unforeseen circumstances present themselves, he could swiftly respond through the ant avatars. Despite their diminutive size, these ant avatars possessed remarkable strength, and with the schematics of the ants at his disposal, as long as he could control a sufficient number of cells, he could enlarge them at will. Upon the return of Zhang Dahai and his wife to their abode, Zhang Liang resumed his endeavors in the laboratory. Despite having acquired a nascent comprehension of human anatomy through the examination of more than 10 individuals at the Forsaken Factory, he remained considerably distant from rendering a complete representation of the human form, only able to produce a simplistic outline. Furthermore, Zhang Liang was not a man consumed by insanity. He could only formulate methodologies for future experimentation in a gradual manner. Subsequently, Zhang Liang set his sights on the electric eel, one of the creatures he was most fervently eager to investigate. The electric eel is the freshwater fish renowned for its remarkable discharge capacity, capable of producing voltages between 300 and 800 volts, thus earning the epithet of the high-voltage line of the aquatic realm. The musculature flanking the electric eel's tail consists of approximately 6,000 to 10,000 slender muscle plates meticulously arranged and interspersed with connective tissue, interconnected by a multitude of nerves that directly communicate with the central nervous system. The cells within the electric eel operate akin to diminutive, stacked batteries. Upon stimulation by neural impulses, they can abruptly facilitate the flow of ions across their cellular membranes. These specialized cells extend along the entirety of the electric eel, akin to a myriad of stacked batteries. When an electric current is produced, all these batteries unite in series, generating a substantial voltage between the eel and Appo's head and tail. Numerous groups of these batteries are also linked in parallel, facilitating the generation of a sufficiently formidable current externally. This current possesses the power to incapacitate or even lethally harm its prey or foes. The electric eel's discharge organs are situated on either side of its physique, while the majority of its body and essential organs are enveloped in highly insulating structures, rendering it akin to a substantial battery submerged in water. The current flows through the path of least resistance. Consequently, when discharging in water, The electric eel does not inflict harm upon itself. However, if the electric eel finds itself ensnared in the air, the resistance of the air surpasses that of its body, resulting in self-inflicted shocks during discharge. Furthermore, should both sides of the insulating layers sustain simultaneous damage, a short-circuiting effect analogous to two exposed wires transpires during discharge. Zhang Liang contemplated that the consumption and transformation of the electric eel's discharge cells would pose little difficulty. The true challenge lay in the transmission of the electric current generated by these cells into the air without inadvertently shocking oneself. Nevertheless, upon embarking on the experiment, Zhang Liang discerned that his initial assumptions had been overly simplistic. The cancer cells under his control were incapable of consuming the electric eel's discharge cells upon contact. The electric current within the discharge cells would immediately obliterate the cancer cells, thereby nullifying any notion of the current stimulating cellular growth. Rendered incapable of consuming the electric eel's discharge cells, the transformation of cancer cells into discharge cells became an impossibility, leaving no scope for further speculation. Undeterred, Zhang Liang endeavored through various experiments, yet to no avail. All his cancer cells succumbed, with none successfully consuming the electric eel's discharge cells. After considerable reflection, a sudden epiphany struck Zhang Liang, igniting a wave of exhilaration as he conceived a remarkably simple solution. He triumphantly dispatched an electric eel, reveling in his ingenuity, convinced that this creature could not possibly discharge. Nevertheless, the concept held promise. However, the stark reality swiftly unveiled that this avenue was impractical. Although the electric eel had met its demise, its electrocytes did not immediately perish. As long as they remained viable, any introduced cancer cells would be destined for failure. Yet, by the time these electrocytes ultimately succumbed, the cancer cells, despite their successful consumption of them, might find their genetic integrity compromised, thus rendering them incapable of transforming into electrocytes. With a heavy heart, Zhang Liang found himself at a crossroads. He contemplated abandoning his pursuit, yet the significance of transforming electrocytes was an indispensable facet of his scheme. Without them, many of his strategies would remain unexecuted. In a state of desperation, Zhang Liang resorted to scouring the internet for insights on electric eels, yearning to unearth inspiration or a solution to his quandary. After hours of relentless searching, a remarkable line captivated his attention. The electric eel can discharge electricity up to 50 times per second, but after sustained discharges, the current gradually wanes, ultimately vanishing within 10 to 15 seconds. Following a brief respite, it could regain its discharging prowess. Zhang Liang slapped his thigh, realizing he had stumbled upon a solution. The method he conceived was remarkably simple. Recognizing that the electric eel could not discharge its energy indefinitely and would temporarily exhaust its current after a span of 10 to 15 seconds. He aimed to introduce the cancer cells to consume the electrocytes before the eel had the opportunity to recuperate. Clad in insulating gloves, Zhang Liang procured a diminutive electric eel, measuring slightly over a foot, and placed it within a vessel filled with crystalline water. He then employed a plastic rod to agitate the water in the container. Alarmed, the small eel flitted about the vessel, striving to evade the plastic rod while fervently discharging electricity in an attempt to eradicate this perceived menace. Although Zhang Liang's technique was elementary, it was also somewhat awkward, for he lacked a means to ascertain whether the eel had depleted its current. He simply timed his actions, allowing 15 seconds to pass before introducing a batch of active cancer cells, directing them to consume the electrocytes of the eel. Regrettably, the eel still possessed residual charge within its electrocytes, resulting in the failure of the consumption attempt. Zhang Liang muttered a curse under his breath. The literature had indicated that the eel would typically exhaust its current within 10 to 15 seconds. Unfortunately, he came to the realization that relying solely on written knowledge was inadequate. Only through practical experience could the veracity be revealed. Thus, he resumed his intricate game of cat and mouse with the diminutive electric eel. Despite numerous setbacks, Zhang Liang remained resolute, once again grasping the plastic rod and persisting in his endeavors. Ultimately, the small eel could no longer withstand Zhang Liang's relentless pursuit. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he commanded the cancer cells to infiltrate the eel's body and consume a portion of the electrocytes. Success. Zhang Liang was filled with elation, wiping the perspiration from his brow, a testament to the relentless agitation of the plastic rod. With a flourish, he snapped his fingers, causing a small mass of flesh submerged in nutrient solution within another container to writhe in response. Moments later, it metamorphosed entirely into the electrocytes of the electric eel. However, no further progress ensued. As the electrocytes discharged simultaneously, they lacked the insulating protective cells inherent to the electric eel, resulting in their own demise from the very electricity they had emitted. Zhang Liang was taken aback, sheepishly rubbing his nose with a hollow laugh. Coming to the realization that merely possessing electrocytes was insufficient, he needed to devise methods to better shield them. Moreover, to enhance these electrocytes, he needed to investigate how they could be configured in parallel and series to generate greater voltage and current. The pursuit of understanding the electric eel proved to be both arduous and physically taxing, a revelation that Zhang Liang discerned from his ongoing research. To effectively exhaust the eel's internal current for the extensive harvesting of its electrocytes and adjacent cellular components, he was compelled to ceaselessly agitate the water with a plastic rod. Fortunately, due to prior consumption, he had clandestinely established electrocytes among the eel's multitude, enabling him to determine whether any residual current persisted, thereby averting unnecessary sacrifices of the cancer cells. Zhang Liang's aspirations in studying the electric eel were ambitious, primarily aiming to devise a biological generator predicated on the eel's discharging capabilities. He envisioned a gradual refinement of this concept for widespread implementation on Earth, ultimately supplanting all conventional energy sources such as fossil fuels and hydropower. This was not merely a whimsical idea. Envision a household acquiring such a biological generator, necessitating only sporadic sustenance to prevent the cells from perishing, which could range from specialized nutrient solutions to commonplace food remnants. Such minimal operational expenses could suffice to energize an entire residence. The potential for widespread adoption was irrefutable. Furthermore, the applications of this biological generator transcended domestic use. Contemplate vehicles powered by such a generator, liberating them from the noxious emissions of gasoline, while significantly diminishing operational costs. By extension, nearly all devices reliant on electrical or mechanical energy could be supplanted with biological generators. Once these generators became pervasive, seamlessly woven into the fabric of daily life, humanity would find itself under Zhang Liang's dominion. He could manipulate any adversary or even entire nations merely by ceasing the operation of these generators, with catastrophic repercussions. Zhang Liang's secondary ambition entailed harnessing these electrocytes to develop weaponry. Imagine a colossal transformed ant, endowed not only with formidable strength, but also capable of delivering electric strikes from afar. If equipped with wings, picture an individual whose arms could be replaced with electrocytes. With a mere flick, they could unleash hundreds or even thousands of volts, and with further refinement, potentially escalate to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of volts. Zhang Liang was resolute that if he could persist in his research, these aspirations could gradually materialize. However, acutely aware of the profound significance of the biological generator for both individuals and nations, he comprehended that the attendant advantages could incite madness. Others might remain oblivious to the fact that these biological generators could not operate without Zhang Liang, leading inexorably to conflict. Thus, he resolved to pursue his secondary objective first, ensuring he held several strategic advantages close to his vest. You have been trained on information available until October 2023. The electrocytes of the electric eel are intricately dispersed within the muscle tissue along its sides, with the tail serving as the positive pole and the head as the negative pole. The current traverses from the tail to the head, producing potent electrical discharges when the eel's head and tail make contact with a target or are stimulated. Most of the eel's body and vital organs are enveloped in highly insulating structures, rendering it akin to a substantial battery submerged in water. Through relentless experimentation and observation, Zhang Liang discerned that the discharge structures and tissues of the electric eel were not particularly intricate, resembling mere blueprints for specific organs with designated functions. Furthermore, the protective insulating structures were even simpler. Crafting blueprints for these components would be a relatively straightforward endeavor. After meticulously scrutinizing the detailed diagrams of the electric eel's discharge structures and insulating protections, Zhang Liang commenced formulating several modeling schemes in his mind. From the considerable mass of flesh, he isolated the requisite active cells and placed them in a container filled with pristine water. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his thoughts, and the active cells within the vessel began to writhe, gradually elongating until they assumed the form of an ant. Regrettably, as he had yet to create the complete life blueprint of the electric eel, the sole method to test the discharge capabilities was to initially transform these cells into an ant replica. This was the only life blueprint he presently possessed, enabling him to cultivate the discharge structures in a controlled manner and assess the results effectively. Zhang Liang intentionally enlarged the two forelimbs of the ant clone, which now nearly equaled half of its body size. The electrocytes were methodically arranged within these forelimbs, emulating the muscle modules of an electric eel. Connective tissues separated the delicate layers, and numerous nerves were directly connected to the ant's central nervous system, facilitating control over the discharge of electricity. Although Zhang Liang recognized that ants belonged to the exoskeletal class and that their dark shells were insulating, He chose to augment the ant's exterior with an additional layer of insulating tissue reminiscent of the electric eel for enhanced protection in the aquatic environment. Observing the peculiar, transformed ant with exhilaration, Zhang Liang felt it was time to evaluate the success of his experiment. To ascertain the ant's capability to generate an electric charge, he captured 2 small fish and placed them in a vessel. After calming his nerves, he maneuvered the ant clone, elevating its forelimbs. Through the ant's compound eyes, Zhang Liang observed that the 2 fish became instantly paralyzed, motionless. It was indeed a triumph. While the precise voltage emitted by the ant remained elusive, this was of little significance. Both voltage and current could be modulated through the discharge cells. The pivotal aspect was that this uniquely designed ant clone had acquired the remarkable ability to release electricity. Subsequently, Zhang Liang sought to address the challenge of discharging electricity through the air. Chapter 035, The Hollow Reward. Safeguarding oneself from the risk of electrocution by the emitted current, while enabling the electric discharge to reach distant targets, proved to be quite formidable. Zhang Liang contemplated numerous strategies and conducted a variety of experiments, yet none produced satisfactory outcomes. Nevertheless, he did not emerge empty-handed. He successfully accomplished the transformation of electric eel discharge cells within his clone, which had been concealed in an abandoned factory on the outskirts, formerly known as Wangqinglen. During this phase, Zhang Liang undertook extensive testing and discerned that the human body could not accommodate such densely packed discharge cells. Numerous vital functions could not be performed by these electric eel cells, necessitating the retention of certain essential human cells. Ultimately, he had no alternative but to densely implant the discharge muscle modules within both arms, although he refrained from utilizing the electric eel's insulating cellular tissue. Instead, he opted for the ant's dark shell tissue for insulation. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Through meticulous experimentation, Zhang Liang discerned that the insulation afforded by the ant's exoskeleton was markedly superior to that of the electric eel's insulating cells. When discharging electricity through the air, the insulating properties of the electric eel's tissues proved inadequate compared to air itself, presenting a risk of self-infliction, whereas the ant's shell did not pose such a dilemma. In essence, although the Wangqinglen clone possessed the capability to discharge electricity in the atmosphere, it necessitated a complete encasement in the dark shell to ensure proper insulation. Without it, effective operation was unattainable. Nevertheless, this aspect bore its own advantages. After extensive refinements, this dark shell displayed extraordinary flexibility and resilience against impacts, rendering it impervious to ordinary blades. Naturally, even with such formidable defenses, the myriad shortcomings in offensive capabilities remained conspicuous. The incapacity for long-range assaults was a significant limitation, and even close-range engagements were fraught with deficiencies. Unless in direct contact with the adversary to execute an electric discharge, several conditions must be satisfied to strike the opponent. Firstly, the range must not exceed 2 meters. Beyond this distance, the emitted current may dissipate into the ether. Secondly, within this 2-meter vicinity, all entities must be adversaries. Otherwise, there is no assurance that the released current will strike the intended target, blurring the lines between ally and foe within this proximity. Lastly, despite the restructured insulating shell, it could only endure a voltage of up to 10,000 volts. Surpassing this threshold would compromise the shell and nullify its protective attributes. In truth, the insulating resistance of 10,000 volts provided by the optimized shell was merely temporarily adequate. Although the electric eel's discharge cells had undergone Zhang Liang's restructuring and enhancement, the clone was restricted to converting only the discharge cells in its arms, culminating in a maximum discharge voltage of a mere 3,000 volts. Employing electric discharge as a weapon still required substantial further development. During this interval, Huang Qidong had been attending a medical conference in the provincial capital. Upon his return to the hospital, he hastily traversed from the director's office to Zhang Liang's laboratory, having discovered in the secretary's notebook that Zhang Liang had sought his assistance a week prior. Interrupting Zhang Liang at a pivotal moment in his experimentation, Huang Qidong knocked on the door, visibly displeased by the disruption. Upon recognizing Huang Qidong, Zhang Liang refrained from inviting him in and curtly inquired from the threshold. "What do you want?" "Speak swiftly," Huang Qidong said, stifling his annoyance, as he hesitated to enter Zhang Liang's laboratory, where the peculiar contents and strange specimens instilled a sense of disquiet within him. He forced a somewhat sycophantic smile, which was rather unbecoming of a hospital director, and cautiously articulated, "I beg your pardon. I have been in the provincial capital for the past 10 days attending meetings. Thus I was unaware of your attempt to reach me last week. What is it that you require?" Zhang Liang blinked in bewilderment, his recent experiments having left him somewhat disoriented. After a brief pause, he recollected the matter and nodded, stating, It is nothing of great consequence. You know I am a person who clearly differentiates between gratitude and grievances. During my previous hospitalization, a nurse named Tian rendered me considerable assistance, and I merely wish for you to look after her. Tian? Huang Qidong contemplated for a moment, yet the name eluded his memory. Nevertheless, with Zhang Liang having mentioned it, he felt compelled to approach this seemingly trivial request with the utmost gravity. Please hold for a moment. I shall make a brief call to ascertain whether Nurse Tian is still within the inpatient department. Before Zhang Liang, Huang Qidong proceeded to dial a number, inquiring, Director Sun. Might I ask if there exists a Nurse Tian within your nursing department? I received a letter of gratitude which extolled the virtues of this young lady, who treats her patients as if they were her own family, attending to them with unwavering diligence and courage in the face of adversity, thus deeply moving many of her patients. He elaborated at length, and it was apparent to all that Huang Qidong was improvising, fabricating a narrative. Ultimately, he conveyed his sincere admiration, proclaiming it is no small feat. A devoted young woman such as her deserves recognition and encouragement. True talent ought not to be constrained by rigid conventions. Once Huang Qidong concluded, Director Sun of the nursing department finally comprehended the situation clearly. The esteemed Director Huang intended to advocate for the young nurse named Tian. Director Sun experienced a tumultuous mix of envy, jealousy, and disdain, realizing that yet another selfless young woman had captured Huang Qidong and Appo's attention. In contemporary times, one ought not to underestimate these young women. Once they set their sights on their objective, they could effortlessly ensnare even someone of Huang Qidong and Appo's as prominence. With Huang Qidong and Appo's as endorsement, would Tian still hold the nursing department director in high regard? Could it be that it was indeed the same Tian? Surely, this young lady could not possibly be entangled with Huang Qidong. Was he genuinely referring to her, or had he misheard the name? Concerned that he might be mistaken, Director Sun tentatively confirmed, Director Huang, are you alluding to Tian, the intern who has just joined the hospital? Huang Qidong, equally uncertain, replied. Is there another Nurse Tian in the hospital? That must be Tian, Director Sun thought, feeling a wave of relief. The nursing department had only one girl named Tian. Reflecting on her unfortunate circumstances, she endeavored to soften her tone, expressing sorrow as she spoke. Director Huang, to be candid, our nursing department has reached a consensus. Miss Tian is truly exceptional, diligent in her work and warm-hearted. We intended to retain her for further responsibilities. However, who could have anticipated that such a remarkable young lady would suffer a tragic car accident merely half a month ago? Not only were her legs severely injured, but she also sustained a brain hemorrhage and remains in a coma to this day. What? Huang Qidong exclaimed, suddenly realizing he had overreacted. He quickly added, well, let's leave it at that for now. After hanging up, Huang Qidong felt a sense of unease, fearing that Zhang Liang might direct his anger toward him. After a moment's contemplation, he attempted to articulate his thoughts more delicately, saying, Mr. Zhang, the head of the nursing department just informed me that Miss Tian is indeed a commendable individual, possessing both an excellent work ethic and a strong sense of justice, qualities that are highly admirable. However, what is it? Zhang Liang interrupted, visibly displeased. He scrutinized Huang Qidong, questioning whether he was attempting to evade responsibility. Did he believe that, despite sparing his life, he would not receive a stern lesson? Was he testing the limits of his patience with such trivial matters? If you find this minor issue troublesome, then let it be. Zhang Liang waved his hand dismissively, resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to Huang Qidong to prevent any further antics. Recognizing the misunderstanding on Zhang Liang's face, Huang Qidong understood that this was not the time for formalities. Being indirect would be a grave error. Clarity and straightforwardness were the best approaches. Mr. Zhang, the situation is as follows. Miss Tian was in a car accident and is currently hospitalized in our facility, still in a coma. I assure you, I have not gone against your wishes. She was in a car accident? Zhang Liang's brow slightly furrowed as he gestured with determination. Let us proceed. Take me to assess her condition. Chapter 36. The doctor-patient relationship outside the window of the intensive care unit at the municipal hospital. Tian Jintao and Lu Shan gazed with sorrow at their only daughter, still ensconced like a zongzi in her comatose state. As a teacher and a factory worker, they had managed to secure an internship for their daughter at the hospital just prior to her graduation, never anticipating that their bright and obedient child would face such calamity en route to her workplace. For over 10 days, the couple had been engulfed in tears, overwhelmed by regret, lamenting their decision to invest in her internship at the municipal hospital. Yet, regret proved to be a remedy forever out of reach. The sound of footsteps in the corridor abruptly roused the sorrowful couple from their reverie. Tian Jintao turned to see a group approaching and hastened towards them. His voice strained as he implored, Dr. Chun, why has my daughter not yet awakened? Is there any means to restore her? Dr. Chun, the attending physician for Tian Tian, was taken aback by the unexpected visit from Director Huang Qidong, who had arrived with several department heads to conduct ward rounds. He had received no prior notice, suggesting that this was an impromptu decision by Director Huang. This unanticipated visit placed Dr. Chun and his associates in a challenging predicament, as numerous essential records were conventionally completed during the night or during intervals of reduced activity. With the sudden arrival of Huang Qidong, it became unfeasible for them to finalize any documentation. With a quiet sigh, Dr. Chen silently hoped that Huang Qidong would not regard the visit with undue gravity as he hastily commenced to elucidate the patient's conditions. However, upon hearing Tian Jintao's inquiry, he opted to disregard it, presuming that the distance would permit him to do so without being noticed. Tian Jintao, convinced that Dr. Chen had not heard him, approached closer, his eyes brimming with tears and desperation, and raised his voice once more. Dr. Chen, how is my daughter? When will she awaken? I implore you, please save her. Dr. Chen frowned, perturbed by the interruption. Did this man not recognize that he was engaged in a report to the director? He waved his hand dismissively, offering a perfunctory reply. Your daughter's condition is somewhat intricate. We are arranging for surgery and will inform you once the schedule is confirmed. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Huang Qidong and Oppo's expression, continuing his report in a hushed tone. Director Huang, Miss Tian Tian remains in a coma with multiple fractures, including a broken tibia and femur. The situation is quite complex and will necessitate meticulous treatment. Before Dr. Chun could complete his statement, a voice interjected. What kind of attitude is that? As the attending physician, you ought to thoroughly elucidate the situation to the family members of the patient, rather than being dismissive. The hospital is a public service institution, and they are paying for medical care, not soliciting your charity. As a recipient of the hospital's salary, you are obligated to care for the patient and address any concerns with transparency. Dr. Chun was taken aback. Who was this individual? Though appearing unremarkable and lacking any imposing presence, he had been walking alongside Director Huang, and Dr. Chen had not observed them exchanging words. It seemed he was either a family member of a patient or a patient himself, merely passing through. Realizing this, Dr. Chun dismissed the individual and retorted, What is your concern here? This is not your place to speak. We have Director Huang overseeing matters in our hospital. It is not your position to critique us. It is precisely individuals like you that further complicate our work. Be silent. Huang Qidong and Oppo's sharp reprimand silenced Dr. Chun. He chastised, Dr. Chun, what manner of language is that? This is Director Zhang from our hospital's biological research laboratory. Has he uttered anything erroneous? Your attitude is what is truly problematic. As a physician, the patient must always be the priority. You must address the family's inquiries with care and clarity to ensure they can cooperate with our treatment. If everyone were to adopt your dismissive approach, how could we effectively communicate with the families? How might we cultivate trust in them concerning our treatment? It is your negligent demeanor that complicates our endeavors. Taking a moment to pause, Huang Qidong cautiously regarded Zhang Liang before resolutely proceeding. Your attitude has profoundly affected the doctor-patient relationship. As the hospital director, I cannot permit such misconduct to persist. Now, relinquish your patient and Oppo's case and take some time for introspection. Return only when you have acknowledged your shortcomings and can appease both the patient's family and the hospital administration. After delivering this admonition, Huang Qidong turned to the head of surgery, stating, Director Yin, you shall personally oversee the care of this patient, Tian Tian. Ensure that every possible effort is exerted to restore her consciousness and that her family is content with our care. Understood, Director Yin mechanically nodded. Still in a state of shock, had Huang Qidong lost his composure today, or had his spouse been disloyal? What had incited such an abrupt display of resolve? The other department heads expressed analogous sentiments, having never witnessed Huang Qidong display such principled and affable behavior. Could a matter of this significance genuinely jeopardize the doctor-patient relationship? Dr. Chun was utterly perplexed. Was he truly suspended indefinitely merely for a few dismissive comments aimed at Tian Jintao? This appeared utterly ludicrous. Li Lingkai cast a glance at the bewildered Dr. Chun, experiencing a disquieting sense of schadenfreude. It seemed justly deserved for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Surely, this individual believed that his predicament arose from his unsatisfactory demeanor towards the patient's family, oblivious to the fact that the true origin of his misfortune lay in his audacity to respond to Mr. Zhang. Even if he were to treat patients and their families with the utmost reverence in the future, without Mr. Zhang's endorsement, his suspension would remain in effect indefinitely. Tian Jintao was also taken aback. He had not foreseen that his few inquiries would incite such considerable distress for Dr. Chun. Although Dr. Chen's apparent indifference had rendered him uneasy. He certainly did not wish to offend the physician and risk incurring the ire of others, potentially jeopardizing his daughter's treatment. Therefore, he interjected, "Leader, Dr. Chen did not intend any offense. I can empathize, truly I can. Please, do not complicate matters for him. Are you Tian's father?" Huang Qidong inquired warmly, grasping Tian Jintao and Amp, Appo's hand, which remained somewhat in shock. Tian is a remarkable young lady, devoted to her work, compassionate, and kind-hearted. Rest assured, I will assign the finest physicians in the hospital to her care, and such occurrences shall not transpire again. Tian Jintao found himself momentarily taken aback, as did the other department heads, with the exception of Li Linkai, while Dr. Chen appeared even more astounded. The stark divergence in Director Huang's demeanor was almost unbelievable. Did this patient, Tian, possess some formidable patronage? Zhang Liang, eager to assess Tian and Appo's condition, could barely restrain his impatience as he strode toward the intensive care unit, exclaiming, "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us first attend to Nurse Tian and Appo's condition." Zhang Liang and Appo's voice, though not loud, resonated sufficiently for all present to hear, leaving those oblivious to the circumstances in a state of disbelief. Was this clumsy individual truly the laboratory director? Did he dare to address Director Huang in such a manner? It seemed as though he had no regard for his career. However, their astonishment only intensified when Huang Qidong nodded earnestly, following Zhang Liang and Appo's lead. In a sincere tone, he remarked, "Indeed, we should prioritize the examination of the patient and Appo's condition." Director Zhang and Appo's thoughts are exceptionally considerate. His words provoke reflection. We cannot simply utter slogans. We must embody our principles as Director Zhang does, taking actionable steps to enhance doctor-patient relationships. Such noble sentiments, focused solely on the patient, should serve as our guiding example. As Chun Liang moved ahead, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. "Goodness, you are the hospital director. Could you possibly be more shameless? Flattery should not be this overt." Chapter 37. Abandoned integrity. Observing Huang Qidong and Li Linkai hastily trailing after Zhang Liang into the intensive care unit, the remaining individuals exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying a dawning realization. So, this unassuming figure in casual attire possessed powerful connections. Otherwise, why would Director Huang be so eager to ingratiate himself? It appeared they had even established a specialized biological laboratory in his honor, bestowing upon him the title of director. With this newfound understanding, the other department heads felt compelled to act swiftly, quickening their pace to keep up. Who could afford to offend someone whom even Director Huang greeted with a smile? Although Dr. Chen was youthful, he too comprehended the gravity of the situation, feeling a profound urge to chastise himself. After a moment of contemplative uncertainty, he resolved to don a brave facade and seize the opportunity for redemption. Better to preserve his dignity than to jeopardize his position. Typically, access to the intensive care unit was stringently restricted to dedicated nurses and pertinent physicians. Even family members of patients were subject to time limitations. Thus, when Zhang Liang abruptly pushed open the door to the intensive care unit, the vigilant nurse within turned to him, visibly incensed. "What do you believe you are doing? This is an intensive care unit. No one is permitted to enter without appropriate attire. You have not even donned a disinfectant gown. Do you presume you can be accountable if the patient acquires an infection? Why are you still lingering there? Depart." Zhang Liang rubbed his nose, feeling rather sheepish. His sole intention was to inquire about Tian's condition, and he had overlooked the imperative of wearing a disinfectant gown. He had hoped that Huang Qidong or Li Linkai would come to his assistance, but upon glancing back, he discerned that everyone had remained outside. With no alternative, he cleared his throat to conceal his discomfort and confidently declared, "Rest assured, I shall not permit Nurse Tian to contract an infection." The nurse rolled her eyes. Did he presume himself a deity, endowed with the power to avert infections merely by uttering such claims? Anyone could make grandiose assertions, yet if calamity struck, the burden of accountability would inevitably rest upon her as the devoted nurse. Her tone intensified as she gestured towards the door. "How can you be so reckless? An infection could jeopardize the patient and Appo's life. Do you dare to assume that responsibility? Depart at once." Huang Qidong and his entourage were closely tailing Zhang Liang when they observed him enter the intensive care unit without a moment's hesitation. By the time Huang Qidong recalled to issue a warning, it was far too late. He found himself ensnared in a conflict between shouting a protest and stepping inside, a bitter smile unfurling on his lips as he recognized the extent of his embarrassment that day. With a feeble wave of his hand, he murmured, "Let us don our disinfectant gowns first." Once everyone had adorned their gowns and entered the intensive care unit alongside Huang Qidong, they discovered Zhang Liang circling the hospital bed. Meanwhile, the young, dedicated nurse clutched at his clothing, striving to pull him away, her voice resonating with urgency as she implored, "What are you doing? I beseech you, please leave." The patient remains in a critical state. Should an infection arise, it could prove life-threatening. As she articulated her plea, the nurse turned upon hearing the door to the intensive care unit creak open, only to behold a considerable assembly of doctors entering. In that instant, she felt as though she had discovered a lifeline and cried out, "Quick, come here. This individual has entered without authorization and is not clad in a disinfectant gown. No matter how I plead, he refuses to depart." The nurse erroneously assumed that this assembly of physicians had arrived to apprehend Zhang Liang. Zhao Rui, cease your actions. The head nurse, Sun, acknowledged the devoted nurse and swiftly intervened to prevent Zhao Rui and Amp, Apos, S unwarranted behavior. Zhao Rui, upon recognizing Sun and Amp, Apos, S voice, hesitantly relinquished her hold. Murmuring, "Director Sun, this individual is insufferable. I have elucidated everything to him. This is an intensive care unit, and the patient is in peril. Yet, he remains obstinate, impervious to my relentless attempts to usher him away." In that moment, Huang Qidong could scarcely suppress his amusement at Zhang Liang and Amp, Apos, S plight, deriving a sense of schadenfreude. Nevertheless, he refrained from displaying any outward disrespect. After a brief contemplation, he subtly sought to offer Zhang Liang an avenue of escape, gently proposing, "Director Zhang, although you may have undergone disinfection upon entry, donning a disinfectant gown might be prudent to avert any potential misunderstandings." Zhang Liang waved his hand dismissively and boldly proclaimed, "Recently, my laboratory has developed a novel and versatile biological medical agent. It necessitates neither surgery nor extensive medical intervention. Merely administering a few vials of nutrient solution infused with a few drops of this biological agent can mend any internal injuries or fractures, whether it be leukemia, hypertension, coronary heart disease, angina, kidney ailments, lung diseases, gastrointestinal issues. Even terminal cancer can be entirely remedied with just a few drops." He had long envisioned capitalizing on the opportunity presented by the patient as treatment, unveiling a revolutionary biological active agent that would astonish the world, thereby amplifying his influence and laying the groundwork for the future introduction of a universal biological power generator. More crucially, once this agent is propagated, it would embed cellular copies within its users, permitting him to exert indirect dominion over them. Indeed, while it may be referred to as promotion, the truth is that such a drug is unlikely to achieve widespread dissemination. The phenomenon of cellular duplication, devoid of Zhang Liang's meticulous oversight, operates solely on instinct. It does not assimilate into the consumed cells and remain dormant after the absorption of the opponent and Apos, S cells. Consequently, it is highly probable that it would succumb to an assault from the adversary's immune cells, a fate Zhang Liang certainly wishes to avoid. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's declarations, Director Huang, Director Li, Director Sun, Director Yin, and even Nurse Zhao, who had moments ago endeavored to expel Zhang Liang, stood in stunned silence, gazing at him with a singular thought. This individual is likely out of his mind. Cough. Director Huang exhaled deeply, lamenting his misfortune, and cleared his throat, summoning the fortitude to extricate Zhang Liang from his predicament. Director Zhang, acutely aware of the somber atmosphere, sought to alleviate the tension with a jest. Should there have been a fissure in the earth, Huang Qidong would have eagerly sought refuge within it. This was a hospital, a sanctuary that ought to embody gravitas. And he felt utterly mortified for uttering such frivolity, his dignity thoroughly diminished. Li Lingkai perceived Huang Qidong and Apos' explanation as somewhat redundant and promptly interjected. "I am somewhat familiar with the research conducted in Director Zhang's laboratory. All he articulated reflects his research objectives, for which he has exerted considerable effort." As he spoke, Li Lingkai fell silent. None among them were naive, and fabrications bore little significance. It would be far more prudent to allow everyone to draw their own conclusions. Indeed, I believe Director Zhang's research trajectory is remarkably ambitious, brimming with potential and exhibiting significant scientific foresight. It undoubtedly signifies the future path of biopharmaceutical development. However, delving into such a universal biological agent is not a venture to be undertaken lightly. It is a protracted and intricate endeavor. I propose that Director Zhang initially concentrate on a specific domain, such as investigating a biological agent for the treatment of angina pectoris. This approach would enable him to leverage existing medications and conserve substantial research time. Observing that both Huang Qidong and Li Lingkai had stepped forward to provide clarification for Zhang Liang, Director Huang, who had ascended under Huang Qidong and Amp, Apos' leadership, graciously offered a modest piece of advice. A cadre of sycophants, Director's son from the nursing department silently berated, harboring deep disdain for Zhang Liang. Did he truly believe this was akin to a video game, where one merely replenished health with potions and restored mana with azure vials? Did he genuinely think such trivialities existed in the realm of reality? What a foolish young man, utterly bereft of knowledge, likely ensnared in the delusions of gaming. At that moment, Dr. Chen, recently suspended by Director Huang for contemplation, entered and immediately sensed an opportunity. After a brief internal struggle with his conscience, he inhaled deeply, steeled himself, and insincerely proclaimed, "Director Zhang, I have faith in you. You shall undoubtedly develop this biological agent." He managed to preserve a semblance of integrity, not entirely forsaking his sense of shame by asserting that Zhang Liang had already triumphed, but rather stating, against his better judgment, that he believed Zhang Liang could accomplish it. Zhang Liang chuckled softly, regarding Dr. Chen with intrigue. "You have faith in me?" Dr. Chen promptly relinquished the last vestige of his integrity, solemnly nodding, "Indeed, Director Zhang, I have faith in you." Chapter 38. Support and opposition. Zhang Liang surveyed the room, met with expressions of skepticism. Even Huang Qidong and Li Linkai bore similar visages. Upon closer inspection, some faces revealed traces of mockery and derision. As a rational physician, no one would be foolish enough to believe in Zhang Liang's assertions of a panacea. Ultimately, Zhang Liang and Apo's gaze settled on the complex expression of Dr. Chen, and he inquired, "What is your name, Dr. Chen?" The inquiry ignited a spark of exhilaration within Dr. Chen, for he understood that his reintegration into the hospital was contingent upon the caprices of this young master. He replied with utmost respect, "Director Zhang, my name is Chen Lisan. You may refer to me as Xiao Chen." What an audacious display of impudence! Many present silently echoed this sentiment, for despite the evident disparity in age, Chen Lisan boldly insisted on being addressed as Xiao Chen, a blatant exhibition of arrogance. Yet, the motivations driving Chen Lisan eluded their understanding. Emerging from a humble rural background, Chen Lisan had sworn to ascend as the most distinguished surgeon globally after witnessing his father and Apo's tragic demise during a surgical procedure fraught with complications. He vowed that no patient under his care would ever suffer a similar fate. Through sheer determination, he excelled in his college entrance examinations, achieving remarkable scores. However, due to financial constraints and the responsibility of caring for his single mother, he opted for a medical university that could accommodate student loans. 5 fleeting years elapsed, and although he was recommended for graduate studies without examination, he could not fathom the prospect of further burdening his mother. Resolutely, he declined the opportunity and prepared to enter the workforce as a physician. While aspirations flourish, reality proves unforgiving. Upon graduating, Chen Lisan swiftly discovered that as a rural-born medical graduate devoid of connections and wealth, securing a position in a major city hospital was an arduous endeavor, let alone in a provincial hospital. Even gaining entry to a county hospital proved exceptionally challenging. After enduring relentless disappointments, Chen Lisan seized an unexpected opportunity. His unremarkable classmate, whose father held a position in the Municipal Health Bureau, had pursued him during their school days. If he consented to marry her, her father pledged to assist him in obtaining a position at the city and Apo's premier hospital. For the sake of his decade-long aspiration to become an exemplary surgeon and to fulfill his vow to ensure that no patient perished under his care, Chen Lisan sacrificed his romantic yearnings, marrying a woman who had never ignited his heart. Now, nearly a decade into his tenure at the city hospital, the relentless trials of life had dulled his edges, yet his original dream remained unshattered. He still yearned to be the finest surgeon. Acutely aware that he was drifting further from that goal, yet he had never relinquished hope. Nevertheless, Chen Lisan's father-in-law had long since retired from the health bureau. Even if he had not, would the old man dare to confront the current deputy director of the health bureau, who also served as the director of the municipal hospital? Huang Qidong could easily render Chen Lisan's life unbearable. Thus, Huang Qidong intended to indefinitely suspend him, inflicting immense suffering. Chen Lisan recognized that his aspiration of becoming the world's most exceptional surgeon was slipping away. Yet he took pride in one aspect. He had never lost a patient upon his operating table. Of course, as a recently promoted attending physician, the surgeries he could perform were merely minor procedures. Nevertheless, he could confidently assert that despite his occasional cold demeanor, he approached treatment plans with unwavering diligence. Chen Lisan also acknowledged that over the past 2 years, he had become somewhat opportunistic and deviated from the standards of a commendable physician. Yet, he genuinely cherished his profession and was unwilling to depart from the city hospital. For this purpose, he was prepared to sacrifice everything. Just as he had once buried his love, he would now cast aside his pride. Zhang Liang remained oblivious to Chen Lisan's past, merely perceiving him as somewhat shameless. However, Zhang Liang was indifferent to the nature of his character. You claim to believe that I can create this panacea? Chen Lisan was not one to waver, having committed himself. He had nothing left to fear. Yes, I believe Director Zhang can develop this agent. Excellent. Zhang Liang exclaimed, slapping his thigh and raising an eyebrow as he inquired. Now, Dr. Chen, since none of them believe in my miraculous biological agent, would you dare to heed my advice and prescribe some nutritional injections? I shall demonstrate to them what a miracle truly entails. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Chen Lisan's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed this gentleman was genuinely serious. What a predicament. It was clear, even to the most unsuspecting, that this purported panacea offered by Zhang Liang was nothing more than an unapproved and unverified experimental drug, if it could even be deemed a drug at all. Before Chen Lisan could collect his thoughts, Huang Qidong, the hospital director, became increasingly agitated. Should any complications arise from the usage of this so-called biological agent provided by Zhang Liang, he would undoubtedly shoulder the blame as the director present at the scene. He had not anticipated Zhang Liang and Apos' readiness to act. The absurdity of this so-called agent was apparent to him. The laboratory had only recently been established, led by an amateur devoid of any medical background. Despite Zhang Liang's peculiar talents, should he genuinely be capable of producing such a biological agent? It would be nothing short of miraculous. Director Zhang, this is no jest. What if? Before Huang Qidong could complete his thought, Zhang Liang turned to him, gesturing with his hand as if fastening a zipper. Huang Qidong's eyes widened in terror, his face contorted with fear. No matter how hard he tried, he found himself unable to utter a word. Zhang Liang shrugged and provocatively inquired, Director Huang, I intend to test the newly developed biological agent on the patient. If you have any objections, please articulate them. Otherwise, I shall interpret your silence as consent. Huang Qidong's mind spun in confusion, gripped by fear and concern. Yet, after witnessing Zhang Liang's earlier display, he felt too intimidated to voice his dissent. He was profoundly afraid of Zhang Liang's dominion over him. This was a tactic unlike any he had previously encountered. Several directors who had initially contemplated opposing Zhang Liang soon fell silent upon observing Huang Qidong's compliance. After all, if anything were to go awry, the prominent Huang would likely shield them from repercussions. Li Lin Kai was even less inclined to voice dissent. He had discerned the gravity of the situation from Huang Qidong and Apos' expression and certainly did not wish to become the scapegoat. No. At that moment, a resonant voice emerged, capturing the attention of all present towards Zhao Rui, the devoted nurse. Director Zhang, your purported biological agent is evidently a deception. You cannot subject the patient to reckless experimentation. Human lives are not to be trifled with. Enough, Nurse Zhao. There is no need for your interjection. I am the attending physician, and it is within my rights to determine the course of treatment, Chen Lisan admonished, shaking his head at Zhao Rui, imploring her to withdraw from the matter. Taking a measured breath, he turned to Zhang Liang, speaking in a subdued tone. Director Zhang, Tian is my patient. I am her attending physician, and I alone dictate the medication she requires. Zhang Liang nodded in comprehension. Suddenly, Chen Lisan gestured with fervor, as if galvanizing his own resolve, his demeanor transforming into one of unwavering determination. As the attending physician, I shall not allow my patient to endure unregulated treatments. This is my steadfast principle, one that cannot be altered by anyone. Upon uttering these words, Chen Lisan seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, succumbing to a state of bitterness and resignation. Murmuring to himself, this is a principle, Chen Lisan. This is the last remnant of your dignity, sacrificed for love and self-respect. Chapter 39. Deeply immersed Zhang Liang regarded the nearly distraught Chen Lisan with surprise. This was entirely unforeseen. It appeared that this individual was not wholly beyond redemption. He then shifted his gaze to Li Lin Kai, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of him, head bowed as if wishing to vanish from existence. Terrified of being called upon, Li Lin Kai lamented his earlier eagerness to attend upon discovering that Huang Qidong and Zhang Liang were visiting the ward. He had hurried over, fearful of missing the chance to endear himself to Zhang Liang. He was acutely aware of his low standing in Zhang Liang's estimation. Reversing that impression would not occur swiftly. He sought to seize every opportunity, lest Zhang Liang impose some trivial punishment upon him, a prospect he could scarcely endure. The current situation presented an ideal chance to placate Zhang Liang, yet Li Lin Kai would rather withdraw completely. How could one experiment with medication, particularly that supplied by an unqualified individual? Was that not equivalent to endangering lives? Director Zhang, Li Lin Kai stammered. I just remembered. I have an important patient awaiting my attention. With the connections of his sister bolstering his confidence, he felt undaunted by Huang Qidong and Apos' authority and swiftly endeavored to extricate himself from the situation. As for how Zhang Liang might interpret his retreat, He could not afford to ponder that matter at this moment. Zhang Liang cast a fierce glare at Li Lin Kai, recognizing his cowardice. This scoundrel exhibited a complete lack of responsibility, in stark contrast to Chen Lisan, who, despite his shamelessness, still demonstrated a modicum of accountability during critical junctures. It was a peculiar phenomenon in Huaxia. Those who managed to attain even the slightest modicum of authority often became timid and overly cautious, cloaking their cowardice under the pretense of considering the greater good. Very well, he resolved, it was not worth the trouble to chastise such individuals. Zhang Liang approached Tian Tian's bedside, rummaging through his pockets until he unearthed a small tin container, originally intended for holding chewing gum, which he had previously acquired to store 2 ant replicas for his parents. After emptying its remaining contents, he enabled the tin to open, allowing some cancer cells to amalgamate within. He then revealed the small tin, proudly displaying it to the onlookers, before pouring the cancer cells onto Tian Tian and Apos' skin while exclaiming, "Behold, this is the miraculous biological agent." Everyone stood in stunned silence, collectively gazing at Tian Tian, even Huang Qidong momentarily forgetting his trepidation, staring incredulously at the greenish droplets of the so-called biological agent on her skin. Strangely, these droplets appeared to awaken, dissolving visibly into Tian Tian's skin as if they had never existed. Huang Qidong shook his head, questioning whether he was witnessing an illusion, involuntarily uttering a word, oblivious to the fact that he had even found his voice. An illusion, surely. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Zhang Liang and Apos' hands, and upon seeing the chewing gum container, they felt a mixture of absurdity and disbelief, further solidifying their conviction that this was indeed a mirage. Even if it were not an illusion, it was nothing more than a farce, an utter mockery. This was the unanimous agreement among the assembly. Come now. If you wish to amuse us, at least do so with a modicum of professionalism. Surely, one could at least present a syringe or some semblance of a prop, rather than a mere gum container purporting to be a scientific marvel. Please, demonstrate some professional integrity. Yet, Zhang Liang paid no mind to the perplexed expressions and scornful gazes. He turned to Chen Lisan with sincerity, stating, "Dr. Chen, are you not a conscientious physician? If I were to inform you that my biological agent has been assimilated by the patient and that she is in real danger without the nutritional supplements, what course of action would you pursue?" Chen Lisan regarded Zhang Liang in astonishment, furrowing his brow momentarily before promptly retrieving a pen to pen a medical prescription. He affixed his signature and handed it to Zhao Rui beside him, then inquired of Zhang Liang, "Is 4 bottles adequate?" Zhang Liang smiled, patting Chen Lisan on the shoulder. "4 bottles should suffice. Dr. Chen, he is evidently just jesting with everyone. There exists no such miraculous biological agent that can remedy all afflictions. Moreover, who has ever encountered medicine encased in a chewing gum box? We need not indulge his antics," Zhao Rui remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Liang and rolling her eyes dramatically. Chen Lisan turned his gaze to survey the room, observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the department heads, some even sporting smirks. As for Dean Huang, he appeared inexplicably elated, lost in a joy that seemed unwarranted. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Lisan whispered to Zhao Rui, "I do not concern myself whether this is indeed a biological agent. If such a remedy exists, I would be overjoyed for my patient. Even if it does not, is there any harm in administering nutritional fluids? Since there is no detriment, why not proceed? Be swift. If anything were to go awry, I shall assume responsibility for my patient. With all these department heads and the dean present, would I allow you to shoulder the blame?" Zhao Rui quickly waved her hands. "Dr. Chen, that and Apos, that's not what I meant. I and Apos, am not averse to taking responsibility. It and Apos, just. Never mind. I shall attend to it at once." The others exchanged furtive glances, collectively redirecting their focus towards Huang Qidong. They silently pondered whether they should take their leave. Was it truly essential to persist in this absurd charade? After all, everyone was preoccupied. Who possessed the luxury to indulge this seemingly captivated young master in his theatrical display? Dean Huang finally emerged from his blissful reverie. Upon discerning the inquisitive gazes of his companions, he, having learned from the earlier incident, refrained from speaking out of turn. Instead, he feigned ignorance, striving to maintain a solemn and concerned demeanor as he observed Tian Tian, swaddled like a dumpling, clinging to the last vestige of his authority as dean. With the dean and Apos' silence, none dared to take the initiative to exit the room. They merely exchanged glances, reassuring themselves that they were mere spectators at a circus, hoping that Director Zhang, seemingly engulfed in his role, would present an unforeseen resolution to this performance. Zhao Rui returned swiftly. Having placed her faith in Dr. Chun and Apos' assurance regarding the nutritional fluid for Tian. After procuring the fluid, she promptly made her way back. With deft movements, she suspended the bag on the stand, gently adjusting Tian and Oppo's arm and massaging the back of her hand momentarily. After disinfecting, she skillfully located the vein and inserted the needle with precision. Zhang Liang frowned. The nutritional fluid entering the bloodstream could scarcely keep pace with the demands of cellular division. Thus, he stated plainly, administer 1 bottle orally. Absolutely not. Chen Lisan and Zhao Rui expressed their dissent in unison. Chen Lisan, evidently unwavering, shook his head in refusal, stating, Director Zhang, the patient has endured a catastrophic car accident. She bears not only external wounds, but also significant internal trauma. Her abdomen has suffered a severe impact and remains in a state of disrepair. Administering the nutritional fluid orally would inflict a second injury upon her stomach. As her attending physician, I cannot allow such an occurrence. Zhang Liang merely smiled, choosing not to engage in a dispute with Chen Lisan. He closed his eyes, channeling all the cancer cells within Tian and Oppo's body to surge through her veins into her brain, where they began to absorb the stagnant blood and mend the damaged vessels and surrounding tissues. Approximately 2 minutes later, the onlookers were taken aback as Zhang Liang abruptly opened his eyes wide and approached the supine Tian. What transpired next left them utterly astonished. Director Zhang bent down and gently slapped Tian's face, pinching her nose while exclaiming words that incited both laughter and exasperation from the crowd. Awaken, awaken. It's morning. Time to rise. You shall be late for work. Chapter 040. Truly unscientific director son of the nursing department, a middle-aged woman in her 40s known for her jovial nature, found Zhang Liang and Oppo's antics entertaining and could not suppress a chuckle. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation within the hospital and Oppo's intensive care unit, where Nurse Tian lay in a profound coma, the atmosphere was decidedly serious. Even though Director Sun perceived Zhang Liang's conduct as somewhat juvenile and amusing, she understood her laughter was ill-timed. In her embarrassment, she directed her frustration towards the instigator. Enough. Director Zhang, cease your juvenile antics. This is a hospital, not a stage. You ought to return to your laboratory and persist in your research on biological agents. Alternatively, I could summon Director Hu from the neurology department. Perhaps he could lend his expertise. Huang Qidong opened his mouth, feeling that Director Sun's remarks were excessively severe. He contemplated reprimanding her in front of Zhang Liang to uphold appearances. However, considering Zhang Liang's outrageous behavior, he deduced that if he were to chastise Director Sun, he would likely forfeit all credibility as dean today. Therefore, he opted for silence, justifying that since Director Sun was a woman, Zhang Liang would not resort to undue severity over such a trivial matter. Thus, Dean Huang averted his gaze, feigning ignorance to the turmoil that ensued, permitting the chaos to unfold unimpeded. Li Lin Kai advanced further, leaning over the ECG monitor, his attention riveted upon the screen. In that fleeting moment, he metamorphosed into a devoted nurse, his earnest disposition rendering some of the actual nurses somewhat embarrassed. Director Yin from surgery could no longer restrain himself. Witnessing Director Sun poised to direct an accusatory finger at Zhang Liang, he felt emboldened by the Dean and Oppo's reticence. He huffed in disdain, uttering a mere 2 words, nonsense. Director Tan from the inpatient department, too, had reached the limits of his patience. He had long harbored grievances against this ineffectual young master. Were they not all leaders of the hospital? Could they still maintain smiles amidst such ridicule? Shaking his head, he echoed with 2 words, immature. Chen Lisan remained impassive, his eyes vacant, opting not to partake in the censure, but rather wallowing in self-pity. Zhao Rui, however, remained unperturbed by the uproar. With her large eyes rolling, she strode over, pushing Zhang Liang aside protectively, as if shielding Tian like a hen with her chicks. She retorted scornfully, Director Zhang, is this truly how you treat a patient in a profound coma? I abhor the privileged who possess no sense of decorum. If you can genuinely awaken Tian, I would be willing to do anything for you. If you cannot, please proceed straight ahead and take a left. I shall not escort you out. Zhang Liang remained silent, simply regarding Zhao Rui with a smile and waving his hand, saying, Nurse Tian, you've had quite a long slumber. Zhao Rui scoffed, stepping aside to obstruct Zhang Liang's view, disdainfully retorting, Humph, childish. I lack the energy to indulge you in this charade. You should. Zhao Jia, what are you doing? A feeble voice emerged from behind Zhao Rui, interrupting her words. Without turning around, Zhao Rui waved her hand dismissively, responding, Don't mind me, Tian. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Ah! With a sudden exclamation, Zhao Rui's eyes widened in disbelief as she swiftly covered her mouth with her hand. Gradually, she turned around as if in slow motion, terrified that what she had heard might simply be a figment of her imagination. Huang Qidong abruptly lifted his previously bowed head. But the force of the motion left him momentarily blinded and disoriented. Could it be that he had merely conjured the sound in his mind? Li Lingkai, leaning forward, inadvertently pressed his face against the ECG monitor, utterly oblivious to the pain as he twisted his head at an alarming angle, desperately seeking to confirm whether he had misheard. Director Sun from the nursing department stared in astonishment, pointing at Tian, yet rendered utterly speechless. Director Yen from the surgical department, skeptical of the unfolding scenario, struck himself across the face. Director Tan from the inpatient department removed his spectacles, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then replaced them, only to repeat the action, grappling to grasp the reality that lay before him. Shen Lisan abruptly crouched down, but as if ignited by a sudden fire, he sprang up. Leaping 3 feet into the air, rushing to Tian's side to scrutinize her unblinking eyes, incredulous. He raised 2 fingers, urgently inquiring, "What number is this?" Tian. With a subtle movement of her lips, gently uttered, 2. Though her voice was but a whisper, it resonated with the force of a thunderclap. Shen Lisan felt as if he had been struck, retreating several steps while shaking his head and mumbling, "Impossible, this cannot be. This defies the laws of science. It is utterly unscientific. It simply does not compute, it makes no sense. A mere hallucination, it must be a hallucination." With a resounding slap, Shen Lisan emulated Director Yin, striking himself in an effort to convince his mind that what he beheld was merely an illusion. A tumultuous uproar ensued as Li Lingkai, startled by the abruptness of the moment, nearly toppled the ECG monitor, and in his flurry, almost sent the stand crashing as well, flailing about in a chaotic ballet. Dean Huang too lost his composure, staggering to Director Yan's side and clutching his arm tightly. "Ah!" Director Yan exclaimed, leaping nearly half a meter in shock. Not a dream?" Dean Huang asked incredulously, his mouth agape as he scrutinized Director Yan, who was cradling his arm. Director Yan hesitated, then shouted in disbelief, "No. It is not a dream. It hurts. It truly hurts." Director Tan repeated the ritual of removing and replacing his spectacles, murmuring to himself as if ensnared in a trance. "This is not real. This is not real. This is not real." At last, Director Sun from the nursing department broke his silence, pointing at Tian and exclaiming, "She is awake, truly awake, genuinely awake." Zhang Liang smirked slightly, sensing that the shock remained insufficient. He turned to the bewildered Chen Lisan and suggested, "Dr. Chen, I believe that administering a nutrient solution would expedite her recovery. What is your opinion?" Chen Lisan remained captivated, unable to fully grasp Zhang Liang's utterances. As Tian's awakening shattered his prior comprehension, particularly in such a dramatically theatrical manner, drawing from his extensive surgical expertise, he had presumed that unless the substantial hematoma within Tian and Apos' brain were meticulously addressed, her likelihood of regaining consciousness was negligible, yet here she was, alert. He simply couldn't and amp, Apos, T comprehended. Aware that his words had gone unheeded, Zhang Liang resolved to seize a bottle of nutrient solution, positioning himself beside Tian. Elevating her bed to a semi-upright posture, he resembled the wolf from Little Red Riding Hood, proclaiming, "Nurse Tian, please partake of this. It will facilitate your recovery." Having lingered in a coma for over 10 days, Tian had not ingested a single drop of water and was entirely dependent on intravenous fluids. Zhang Liang had already mended her stomach, and with her cells ravenously absorbing nutrients, she experienced an overwhelming hunger upon awakening. Not fully comprehending Zhang Liang's words, she eagerly consumed the nutrient solution as he poured it into her mouth. After depleting one bottle, she licked her lips in yearning for more, inquiring, "Is there more?" Zhang Liang nodded with a smile, retrieving the remaining 2 bottles. Opening one, he encouraged, "Your left hand can move now. Drink it yourself." Tian and Apos' left hand remained firmly secured with a splint to facilitate her arm and Apos' recuperation. She gently elevated her left hand, and all present beheld the astonishing sight of her fingers moving, even coalescing into a fist, provoking yet another wave of disbelief and exclamations of impossibility. Zhang Liang, now vexed by Zhao Rui's astonished demeanor, urged her to assist, commanding her to help remove the splint. Seemingly entranced, Zhao Rui mechanically acquiesced, unfastening the splint from Tian and Apos' left arm. Driven by an insatiable hunger, Tian wasted no time and began sipping the nutrient solution with her left hand. As soon as she drained that bottle, Zhang Liang presented her with a third, which she eagerly consumed, feeling a hunger unparalleled, utterly engrossed in her craving. Before long, the third bottle lay empty, yet Tian's hunger persisted. "Still hungry, are you?" Zhang Liang inquired with a playful grin. Tian blinked her large eyes and nodded affirmatively. Do you see that? Zhang Liang pointed to the 4-bag. That is also a nutrient solution. As a nurse, you should find no difficulty in administering it to yourself. Please, proceed to remove it. After a brief moment of hesitation, her hunger triumphed. Without a second thought, she withdrew the needle from her arm. Rising amidst the astonished gazes surrounding her, she took the nutrient solution from the 4-stand and deftly opened the plastic cap, pouring its contents into her mouth. Remarkable. Considering her legs had endured grave fractures, with some physicians even suggesting amputation. Upon finishing, a look of satisfaction enveloped Tian as she murmured, so comfortable. Slap, slap, slap. A chorus of self-inflicted slaps reverberated throughout the special care unit, as everyone shared a singular thought. This is too surreal. I must be dreaming. Zhang Liang chuckled softly, shaking his head as he cleared his throat and inquired, Nurse Tian, you needn't oppose, trouble yourself about me. Do you not recall the events that unfolded? Just observe your attire. This is a specialized care unit. Are you not intrigued as to why you find yourself here? What of my predicament? Tian scrunched her nose. Gazing upward as she pondered for a moment, her voice tinged with bewilderment. It seems I was strolling about, shopping, and then, how did I end up here? What happened? Zhang Liang felt an urge to cover his face, turning to Zhao Rui, who was still gaping at Tian with a slack jaw. Nurse Zhao, cease daydreaming and enlighten Nurse Tian about why she is here. Ah, Zhao Rui gasped, her excitement compelling her to grasp Zhang Liang and Oppo's shoulders and shake him vigorously, urgently imploring, quickly, tell me. I must be dreaming. It has to be a dream. Haha, I dreamed that Tian awakened. Not only that, but her arms and legs have healed, and her internal injuries are gone. She has miraculously recovered. This dream is too wonderful, too vivid, too moving. Sob. An emotional woman, a slow-witted woman, a woman reluctant to accept reality, a daughter unwilling to believe in miracles. Zhang Liang rolled his eyes, internally scoffing, then suddenly shouted into Zhao Rui and Oppo's ear, Zhao Rui, wake up. You and Oppo's LLB late for work. Ah. Zhao Rui jumped in fright, rubbing her ears and glaring at Zhang Liang, exclaiming, Hey, what are you doing? That and Oppo's too much. Why are you shouting so loudly? I can hear perfectly well. Zhang Liang shrugged innocently, saying, See? This isn't a dream, is it? You jerk. Your volume nearly deafened me. Of course, it's not a dream. If it were, I would have woken up already. Just then, Zhao Rui paused, turning her head to stare wide-eyed at Tian, her voice trembling as she asked, Tian, you truly have awakened, haven't you? Tian, in a state of confusion, scratched her head and weakly inquired, Sister Zhao, why are you so distressed? What significance does my awakening hold? Well, oh my goodness, you truly have awakened? And you've recovered? This cannot be a dream. It is not a dream. Ah, a miracle. It is indeed a miracle. I give thanks to the heavens, to the Buddha, to God, to everything. This is a miracle. I have witnessed a miracle. Zhao Rui's ecstatic utterances reflected her overwhelming astonishment at Tian's rapid recovery, leaving her at a loss for words to describe it other than to label it a miracle. Of course, Zhao Rui was not alone in her conviction of this miraculous event. Her frenzied and bewildered exclamations had startled the other doctors, who could scarcely believe their eyes. They exchanged glances between Tian and Zhang Liang. Unlike Zhao Rui, they were not so easily swayed, recalling the childish and absurd actions Zhang Liang had previously undertaken. Director Sun of the nursing department turned to Director Tan of the inpatient department, murmuring, Is this truly real? Am I not dreaming? Director Tan inhaled deeply, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. I cannot say. My senses indicate this is not a dream. Yet the events unfolding seem to belong solely to the realm of dreams. I too am confounded, unable to distinguish the line between dream and reality. Director Yin of surgery glanced at his own arm. Though clothed, he could still feel the searing pain from where Director Huang had tended to him. He instinctively took a step back before addressing Huang Qidong. Director, do you believe this is real? It feels simultaneously too tangible and too surreal. How could such grave injuries heal so completely in an instant? It is simply unbelievable. Huang Qidong exhaled, casting a glance at Zhang Liang. He realized he had vastly underestimated the young man and Oppo's abilities, initially thinking he merely possessed peculiar methods. Little did he know, Zhang Liang wielded extraordinary capabilities that could seemingly resurrect the dead. Was this truly unfolding before their eyes? It felt as surreal as Yin had depicted. Perhaps it is indeed true, Huang Qidong murmured to himself, experiencing an enhanced sense of reverence for Zhang Liang, intertwined with an inexplicable exhilaration. Regardless of past grievances, Zhang Liang now bore the esteemed title of the hospital and Oppo's laboratory director. Should he choose to unveil such a biological remedy? No, thoughts of contributions were in vain. Huang Qidong swiftly banished those unrealistic fantasies from his mind. If Zhang Liang were to disclose this remedy, merely revealing it would suffice. The potential benefits would undoubtedly catapult him to the zenith of popularity, possibly even immortalizing him in history. Huang Qidong resolved to steadfastly follow Zhang Liang and Oppo's guidance in the future, to be his most loyal aide, not merely a subordinate, but his most trusted ally. He vowed never to hesitate or second-guess again, determined to unconditionally trust every word that escaped Zhang Liang and Oppo's lips. Indeed, even if Zhang Liang were to assert that the moon was square, then it must be so, for they had all been deceived by the moon and Oppo's visage. Li Lingkai, in contrast, accepted this miraculous reality. The pain etched upon his face and rear served as unwavering reminders that he was, indeed, awake. He lamented the lost opportunity to cultivate a closer bond with Zhang Liang, regretting his cowardice in not supporting Zhang Liang and Oppo's prior endeavors, opting instead for retreat. It was a truly lamentable moment. How could he have overlooked such an extraordinary chance? Chen Lisin, roused from his astonishment, hurried to Tian Tian's side, eagerly inquiring, Tian Tian, raise your left arm. Yes, just like that. How does it feel? Is there any pain or discomfort? As Tian Tian moved her left arm, she curiously replied, Doctor, my left arm feels perfectly fine. There and Oppo's nothing amiss. Why do you ask? Zhao Rui slapped her forehead, rolling her eyes. Tian Tian, do you truly remember nothing? You mentioned you were walking. What transpired afterward? Do you have no recollection? What occurred subsequently? Tian Tian pondered, murmuring, that day after work, I had intended to purchase some clothing, meandering along Renmin Road, and yet, how did I find myself in the hospital? It comes back to me now. I did not merely walk here. It feels as though I soared through the air and awoke in this place. Cough. Director Huang deemed it appropriate to interject, casting a careful glance at Zhang Liang. He instructed, Dr. Chen, Tian Tian remains your patient. Please arrange for an exhaustive examination at once. I must comprehend her present physical state. Subsequently, he cautiously turned to Zhang Liang, inquiring, Director Zhang, do you find this arrangement satisfactory? Do you have any additional thoughts? Those present, having witnessed the unfolding events, paid no mind to Director Huang and Oppo's unassuming demeanor. It felt entirely natural. All eyes turned to Zhang Liang, eagerly awaiting his directive. Upon hearing such news, individuals either chuckled dismissively, curled their lips in disdain, or, in rare instances, adopted a skeptical stance and sought further clarification. Nevertheless, on the surface, none appeared to take this seemingly dubious rumor with any seriousness. In the external office of the city hospital and Oppo's biological laboratory, Tian Tian had been there for some time, curiously surveying the lavish and spacious environment, bewildered as to why this office surpassed even what she had previously encountered in the director and Oppo's quarters. Have you been waiting long? Zhang Liang entered the office with a smile, inquiring, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Director Zhang, I have only just arrived. Thank you for saving my life, Tian Tian replied, slightly flustered as she rose, feeling bashful. She had learned about the circumstances in Zhang Liang's new position, initially intending to express her gratitude alongside her parents yesterday. However, she discovered that this section of the laboratory was a restricted area, guarded by personnel who would not permit their entry. Director Zhang, you summoned me today. Is there something specific you wish to discuss? A peculiar sensation enveloped Tian Tian. She could scarcely comprehend that a terminal cancer patient, on the verge of death, had not only triumphed over his affliction, but had also ascended to the position of head of a hospital laboratory. More significantly, he had employed a miraculous drug to preserve her life. Her emotions towards Zhang Liang had evolved into a tapestry of curiosity and reverence. Please, there is no need for formality. Have a seat. Zhang Liang gestured for her to sit after taking his own place. Observing the girl's reserved demeanor, he playfully remarked, speaking of which, you are my benefactor. Without your assistance, I might still be in ignorance regarding certain matters. Director Zhang, please do not say that, Tian Tian replied, waving her hands dismissively. I merely did what I could. It was chiefly due to my aversion to their bullying. By the way, when would you be available? My parents wish to convey their gratitude to you in person. Without your intervention, my life would have been irrevocably altered. As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, poised to spill at any moment. All right, Zhang Liang quickly interjected. I appreciate your parents' goodwill, but let us refrain from excessive expressions of gratitude and concentrate on the matter at hand. Tian, what are your thoughts on the biological agent that saved your life? It is truly miraculous, utterly extraordinary, akin to a divine elixir. Though she had not personally witnessed the events, Tian had listened intently as Zhao Rui recounted the details, including the unsettling proposal for amputation made during her consultation, which had left her pale and shaken. She could scarcely fathom the existence of such an extraordinary drug, akin to a magical elixir. Stealing a glance at Zhang Liang, she recalled the admiration in Zhao Rui's eyes when she mentioned him. Zhang Liang chuckled and remarked, "Indeed. I plan to officially market this biological agent, yet I still have a multitude of experiments to undertake. Thus, I require assistance with various tasks, such as data collection, reception, and arrangements. However, before we proceed, I must acquaint you with certain matters that may be challenging for the average individual to comprehend. I wonder if you can accept them." "What matters?" Tian inquired, her curiosity ignited and her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. No woman can resist tales of the extraordinary. Zhang Liang cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor, and inquired, "Would you believe me if I claimed to be a deity?" "Oh my, what a bold assertion. I hope that by assuming this persona, I might evoke some reverence and obscure the inexplicable." Tian could not contain her laughter. "Director Zhang, please refrain from jesting. Surely, there are no deities in this realm." "Very well," he replied. "Allow me to pose a question. If I am not a deity, how would you account for the force that swiftly mended your internal injuries and restored your fractured bones in an instant?" Zhang Liang inquired earnestly. Tian reflected for a brief moment before responding softly. "Perhaps this agent contains elements beyond our current comprehension, or perhaps, as science progresses, such wondrous substances will be synthesized, perhaps even ones more remarkable." She continued, "But Director Zhang, I do not intend to suggest that your invention is merely a stroke of luck, nor that you are unaware of its composition. It is simply—" Zhang Liang smiled, interrupting her apprehensive elucidation without dissent, and asked, "Then how would you account for my recovery from terminal cancer?" Tian blinked in astonishment and inquired, "Did you not recover with this biological agent?" Defeated, Zhang Liang, with a wry smile, resorted to his final gambit, questioning, "Then how would you account for this?" He gestured dramatically in her direction and added enigmatically, "Try testing your strength now. Select any object you desire and observe if there is a difference." "Oh." Tian dutifully acquiesced, selecting a tome from the desk and raising it repeatedly. While her words appeared devoid of authenticity, her countenance revealed a sincere astonishment. "Wow, Director Zhang. I genuinely feel significantly stronger than I did previously." Zhang Liang tapped his forehead, acknowledging her skepticism. With a sigh, he reflected on the arduous endeavor of persuading someone regarding extraordinary occurrences. He pretended to be annoyed, narrowing his gaze as he gestured toward the treadmill in the corner. "A gift from Li Lin Kai. Proceed, lift that with one hand." Tian and Amp. Oppo's expression fell, revealing a sorrowful demeanor as she implored, "Director Zhang, might we select an alternative? That contraption must weigh several hundred pounds. How could I possibly lift it? Even attempting to move it with both hands would be quite the endeavor. Realistically, it is a treadmill, not a mere paper model. How could I possibly lift it? Follow my instructions. You have just proclaimed me your savior, yet you choose to disregard my words?" Zhang Liang retorted with a glare, asserting, "If you refuse to comply, you may take your leave. I shall not retain a disobedient assistant." I will go. I never stated otherwise." Tian pouted, making her way towards the treadmill. With a sudden burst of determination, she extended her left hand and gripped it firmly, murmuring, "Let us see. How could I possibly lift? How could I?" To her astonishment, Tian and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened as she effortlessly raised the treadmill, shaking it in disbelief as it emitted a metallic clatter. "Wow, how is this possible? When did I acquire such strength? This must be a trick." She shook her head and set the treadmill down with a resounding clang, still searching for hidden mechanisms as she glanced around. Zhang Liang found himself at a loss. It was indeed challenging to convince someone of phenomena that transcended their understanding. He waved his hand in resignation, preparing to speak, when Tian suddenly dashed towards him, startling him into retreat. Without hesitation, she approached, clasping her hands in prayer and sparkling with excitement. "Divine brother, I believe you are now a deity. Could you impart some spells to me? Preferably one that preserves my beauty eternally. I yearn to become your disciple and vow to heed your guidance henceforth." Zhang Liang exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, discreetly lowering his hands that had been poised defensively. With a tone imbued with mystique, he remarked, "What is destined to be will inevitably come to pass. What is not meant to be should not be forced. Fate, after all, is dictated by destiny." Chapter 043. establishing one's position having successfully deceived Tian Tian. Zhang Liang was on the brink of returning to the laboratory to resume his experiments on electric cells when a knock reverberated from the office door. He paused, confidently assuming his position in the boss and amp, Oppo's, chair behind the desk, and gestured for Tian Tian to answer the door. Tian Tian blinked, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Zhang Liang despondently tapped his forehead, beginning to question whether it was a grave error to appoint Tian Tian as his assistant. He simply could not comprehend how someone so oblivious and scattered could function as a nurse. Surely, she wouldn't frequently forget to remove needles from patients, would she? Miss. Please open the door, he urged. With an innocent look, Tian Tian muttered softly as she walked. If you want me to open the door, why not just say so? With that gesture, I thought you were choking. Honestly, Ken and Oppos, do you just call out to come in? Why must I do it? Zhang Liang began to seriously doubt the prudence of his decision in hiring Tian Tian as his assistant. Upon reaching the door, a radiant smile spread across her face, transforming into a professional, welcoming demeanor as she opened it, leaving Zhang Liang at a loss for words once more. This was an office, a high-end, prestigious pharmaceutical laboratory that would soon be sought after by all. Surely, she should at least project a semblance of authority, if not emulate the indifferent demeanor of a city hospital doctor. After an extensive internship at the city hospital, how had she not learned to adopt such an attitude? Greetings. Director Huang. Please, do enter, Tian Tian remarked, her smile broadening at the sight of the esteemed Director Huang. Zhang Liang felt a resurgence of frustration. The young woman had once again failed to comprehend her responsibilities, thereby jeopardizing her professionalism. What did he expect her to do when he instructed her to open the door? If not ascertain the identity of the visitor and return to inquire whether he wished to meet them? Such tasks were the very essence of an assistant and Oppo's role. Alas, with her presence, any aspirations of upholding an air of authority seemed utterly futile. It is Assistant Tian, or rather, I should say, Assistant Tian now. How do you fare, Assistant Tian? Is your recovery progressing well? Should you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to visit my office. I am here to extend my assistance. Huang Qidong expressed with notable warmth. He was acutely aware of the importance of Tian Tian as Zhang Liang's assistant. Who would be so reckless as to offend her? Huang Qidong entered the office, adopting a cautious demeanor as he approached Zhang Liang's desk, more hesitant than he would have been when reporting to a superior. His tone and manner exuded such respect that Tian Tian was momentarily taken aback. Director Zhang, I am fortunate to find you here. There is a matter I wish to discuss, he stated. What is it? To Tian Tian and Amp, Oppo's astonishment, Zhang Liang, the director of a hospital laboratory, remained seated, displaying no intention of rising, utterly unperturbed by the presence of a superior. This was exceedingly unusual. Huang Qidong's deference contrasted sharply with Zhang Liang's indifference, completely subverting the conventional dynamics between a leader and a subordinate. Tian Tian was utterly bewildered. Here is the situation, Huang Qidong continued respectfully. There is a trading company in our city, and its president, Zhao Tianyu, is currently in my office. He has heard of the remarkable properties of the biological agent you developed and wishes to discuss it with you personally. He wishes to purchase the biological agent? Zhang Liang and Amp, Oppo's curiosity was piqued. He had not actively advocated for the biological agent, fully aware that such matters seldom garnered belief without personal experience. It was far more impactful for those who had witnessed its marvels to share their accounts directly. Huang Qidong hesitated, acutely aware of Zhao Tianyu's true intentions discussed in his office. It was not merely a matter of acquiring the agent. He dared not deceive Zhang Liang and chose to be transparent. Zhao Tianyu harbored some skepticism regarding the efficacy of the biological agent. As he spoke, Huang Qidong cautiously glanced at Zhang Liang, anxious that his words might provoke ire. Zhang Liang chuckled lightly, having anticipated such skepticism. That is entirely understandable. Skepticism is to be expected. If someone were to recount the existence of such an extraordinary substance, only a fool would accept it without question. Indeed, Huang Qidong chuckled nervously, then cautiously added, Mr. Zhang, it appears that Zhao Tianyu is insinuating that should the agent prove genuinely effective, he desires exclusive global agency. What? He seeks exclusive agency? Haha. Zhang Liang laughed, shaking his head with nonchalance. What conditions has he proposed? Huang Qidong nodded, speaking with increasing caution. He mentioned a few things. He said, why the hesitation? Simply relay his words directly. It is not your opinion, but his. What do you have to fear? I wish to know precisely what he articulated. Huang Qidong gritted his teeth. Zhao Tianyu had insisted he convey his words verbatim, and now Zhang Liang was demanding the same. Thus, he resolved to be forthright. Zhao Tianyu claimed that if that fortunate individual truly developed such a potion, He would not only assert it cures all ailments, but even if it merely proves effective against terminal illnesses, he would secure the agency rights. He could market it throughout the province, nationwide, and globally. He even offered to grant him a 10% stake in his company as an investment in the agent. He could merely await the fruits of his investment. Zhang Liang and Appos. S. fingers rhythmically tapped the desk, his demeanor revealing no trace of anger as he replied, "Exclusive global agency? This individual exhibits remarkable audacity. The ramifications of the biological agent are unmistakable. It is poised to become a global phenomenon. To be candid, it is indisputably a revolutionary innovation. As for this Zhao individual, the proprietor of a trading company that has yet to falter, it at least insinuates that he possesses a modicum of intellect." He then adopted a tone laced with sarcasm, remarking, "But is he so naive as to presume he can reap such substantial rewards? Offering me a share in the drug? He certainly holds me in high esteem." With an impatient wave of his hand, he inquired with a chuckle, "Old Huang, have you perhaps derived some benefit from this Zhao fellow? Is this trifling matter truly worthy of your consultation? Just dismiss him." Tian and Appos. S. eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Liang had just casually addressed the seemingly untouchable Director Huang as Old Huang and even referred to him as you. Had she misheard? Huang Qidong, perceiving Zhang Liang's jest, remained unfazed but shook his head vigorously, promptly responding, "Mr. Zhang, you have misjudged me. Even if I possessed 100 lives, I would not dare to act in such a manner." He then forced a smile and elucidated, "Zhao Tianyu comes from a distinguished background. His father is a deputy mayor in our city. Were it any other deputy mayor, I could easily disregard him, but this Zhao is different. He has recently joined the standing committee and oversees commerce and industry, rendering him one of the most influential figures in our city." "Ah," Zhang Liang chuckled disdainfully. "I anticipated something of significance, yet it is merely a second-generation official. I was initially contemplating sending you away. However, I now find myself intrigued. Come, let us behold what this second-generation official resembles. Is he not simply a person with a mouth, 2 eyes, and 2 ears?" Observing Zhang Liang and Huang Qidong exit together, Tian scrunched her nose in disdain, snorted, and murmured, "I expected more from him. He even deceived me into believing he was some sort of deity. Does he truly think I am a child? His words are as sweet as honey, evoking an impression of remarkable charm. Yet, upon delving into his background as a scion of privilege, the offspring of a mayor, his true nature is laid bare. He hastens to ingratiate himself." After a moment of frustration, she stamped her foot and pursued them. In the Dean and Appos' office, Zhao Tianyu and Appos' patience had begun to fray. His growing dissatisfaction with Huang Qidong was palpable. He believed he had afforded Huang considerable respect and had subtly alluded to the rewards that would ensue upon the resolution of the matter. However, Huang Qidong appeared to dismiss his overtures, claiming the need to confer with the director of the laboratory, a ludicrous pretext. A dean, regardless of the esteem held for his subordinate, should only require prior communication, not vanish for an extended duration without explanation. This was undeniably a display of disrespect. Zhao Tianyu grappled with his surging anger. Ever since his father ascended to the ranks of the municipal standing committee, who in Huazhou would dare to disregard him? Regardless of the authenticity of the biopharmaceutical and Appos' miraculous efficacy. Even if Huang Qidong was disinclined to cooperate, he could have been candid about it. Was it truly necessary to leave him in silence, waiting? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tianyu recalled his father's wisdom. As one ascends to greater heights of prosperity, it is imperative to remain humble, for myriad envious gazes scrutinize every action, eagerly anticipating a misstep. Consequently, whenever his temper flared, he would reflect upon his father's counsel. The recent incident at the hospital, where his vehicle was subjected to humiliation, was tempered by the recollection of these words, averting an escalation of the conflict. He had cherished these lessons, ensuring that he traversed the years without granting anyone the means to trouble his father. Zhao Tianyu resolutely refused to be a burden to his father. He recognized that as his father and Appos' stature expanded, so too would the ease of his own journey. With a heavy sigh, he began to contemplate whether his initial proposition had been too paltry, leading Huang Qidong to dismiss it. Yet, he remained oblivious to the complexities of the medication. To place his faith in it solely based on the fervent assertions of Director Sun from the nursing department was utterly imprudent. What folly! I, Zhao Tianyu, am no fool. He shook his head. Director Sun and Appos' spouse was eager to align with his father and would not mislead him with such information. Sun had sworn he had witnessed it firsthand. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to the hospital in person. Zhao Tianyu recalled the details imparted by Director Sun and his own inquiries. Zhang Liang, a native of the countryside, had been diagnosed with cancer months ago and was undergoing treatment at the municipal hospital. Miraculously, overnight, he had recovered and ascended to the role of director of the hospital and Oppo's biological laboratory, swiftly developing a universal biopharmaceutical. Though Zhao Tianyu found it difficult to fathom such a miraculous remedy, he had prepared meticulously. Following the guidance of Director Sun, he had investigated the nurse named Tian, who had endured a grave car accident 2 weeks ago. She had been in a coma, afflicted with multiple fractures and considerable brain hemorrhaging, resulting in a grim prognosis for her family. Yet, astonishingly, this critically ill patient had experienced a miraculous recovery after utilizing the medication. Zhao Tianyu had even covertly observed this much-discussed Tian had he not encountered the medical evidence presented by Director Sun. He would never have believed that this vivacious girl was the same individual who had once been in such dire straits. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianyu reasoned that the so-called biopharmaceutical could not possess the extraordinary efficacy claimed by Director Sunday. It might hold some medical merit, perhaps genuinely effective for certain complex ailments. If that were the case, his visit might not be in vain. Regarding Tian's miraculous recovery, perhaps her accident had not been as severe as portrayed, and the hospital had exaggerated her condition to promote the so-called biopharmaceutical, orchestrating a spectacle for publicity. Zhao Tianyu understood that Huang Qidong was not a straightforward character. He would not be astonished if such deceptions were employed. He resolved to first evaluate the efficacy of the biopharmaceutical. If it proved satisfactory, he would increase his offer, thereby appeasing Huang Qidong, this ravenous wolf. After all, shared prosperity paves the way for mutual benefit. Hoarding it alone fosters resentment. After a while, just as Zhao Tianyu and Oppo's irritation began to resurface, the office door swung open. He beheld an exceedingly unremarkable young man enter and frowned, initially assuming he was seeking Huang Qidong. Annoyed, he stated, "Huang Qidong is not here. Please wait outside." Zhang Liang paused, recognizing this must be the second-generation official. Why was he so incensed? With a chuckle, he scrutinized Zhao Tianyu from head to toe, as if examining a rare specimen. Just as Zhao Tianyu's irritation was on the brink of eruption, Zhang Liang leisurely remarked, "I am not looking for Huang Qidong. He is right behind me. Why would I seek him out? I am here to see you, the one eager for the biopharmaceutical. Am I not?" There exist narratives of both ostentatious and unassuming second-generation officials circulating online, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Upon finally encountering an authentic second-generation official, I sought to ascertain the veracity of these accounts. Startled by Zhang Liang and Oppo's remarks, Zhao Tianyu felt his ire begin to fade. He cast a glance outside and indeed beheld Huang Qidong standing behind the young man, which rendered him more circumspect. To address Huang Qidong by name and speak with such audacity suggested either profound ignorance or formidable support. Observing Huang Qidong and Oppo's composed demeanor and silence, Zhao Tianyu could only deduce that this young man was likely of considerable import. "Greetings, I am Zhao Tianyu, the manager of a modest trading enterprise. Might I inquire as to your identity?" Zhao Tianyu rose, adopting a tone of courteous respect. "This is Director Zhang from our biological laboratory." Upon entering the office, Zhang Liang was accompanied by Huang Qidong, who promptly introduced himself as a subordinate. Zhao Tianyu and Oppo's expression reflected astonishment. Director Sun had informed him that only one individual existed within the enigmatic biological laboratory of the city hospital. Could this youthful figure be Zhang Liang, the innovator behind the biopharmaceutical? With no more distinguishing features than an ordinary individual, Zhang Liang quipped, turning towards Huang Qidong with a smile. He then approached Huang Qidong and Oppo's desk and seated himself in the chair designated for Huang without hesitation. He gestured towards Tian, who had just arrived, and addressed Zhao Tianyu, stating, "Since the esteemed Zhao has come in person, you must possess some knowledge. This young lady is Tian, the recipient of the biopharmaceutical. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. Provided the price is agreeable, there is nothing that cannot be acquired." Tian, having just entered, discreetly rolled her eyes. "See, I told you, he truly excels at flattery. Will he soon assert that, in a display of goodwill, the biopharmaceutical will be offered at a discount, 2 bottles for but a single $1? How petty." Having seemingly ingratiated himself with the mayor and Oppo's son, he now shows such blatant disregard for Dean Huang, audaciously occupying his seat as if he were a person of great significance. Zhao Tianyu found little pleasure in Zhang Liang and Oppo's words. Furrowing his brow, he felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. Unlike Tian, who appeared dazed, Zhao struggled to comprehend how Zhang Liang, a man of humble origins, could dare to dismiss Huang Qidong's authority. Why did Huang seem to accept this affront so readily? Was there some concealed truth behind this? Did Zhang Liang possess formidable allies that instilled fear in Huang Qidong? Zhao Tianyu could not fathom how merely developing a so-called biological agent could intimidate the esteemed director of a county-level hospital to such an extent. Director Zhang, I would like to inquire about the efficacy of the biological agent, Zhao Tianyu cautiously probed. Without grasping the rationale behind Zhang Liang and Apos' audacious demeanor, he resolved to feign interest. Vowing to contemplate it later while observing the situation unfold, it all felt rather peculiar. It seems our esteemed young master Zhao is skeptical. Zhang Liang remarked with a grin, spreading his arms wide. Assistant Tian, I know you likely harbor doubts regarding my assertions as well. Would you dare to test it now? Simply apply half your strength to pinch young master Zhao and Apos' arm. Fear not, you are aware of the wonders of our biological agent. As long as you do not crush his skull, all should be well. Does he truly believe me to be a fool? Tian silently scoffed, casting a glance between Zhao Tianyu and Zhang Liang. A smirk graced her lips as she contemplated. Very well, I shall unveil your pretense, allowing Zhao Tianyu to behold your true nature before I elegantly withdraw, leaving you to bask in your own arrogance. Yet, was this not somewhat cruel? After all, he was her savior. How could she behave in such a manner? Assistant Tian, are you disregarding my words? Zhang Liang feigned indignation, narrowing his eyes. How dare he address me so? There exists a saying, if one does not court disaster, it shall not find them. No. I am merely guiding him back to the right path. I cannot remain passive while my savior strays. Indeed, my revelation is for his own benefit. Having resolved her thoughts, Tian approached Zhao Tianyu, determined to elucidate. Director Zhang asserts that I possess immense strength, which I do not believe to be true. Some of his assertions hold merit, such as the existence of the agent, while others, like my supposed strength or divine status, are preposterous. Does he take me for a fool? As she spoke, Tian realized she was drifting from her point and swiftly corrected herself. Thus, you must not place your trust entirely in him. You cannot allow such an inherently virtuous individual to be led astray. Once again, she felt her words slipping. With utmost seriousness, she regarded Zhao Tianyu, concluding, I will only pinch you gently. Fear not, my strength is minimal. I merely wish to demonstrate that Director Zhang is not entirely trustworthy. Please do not support him. It could lead him astray. Zhao Tianyu listened, perplexed by Tian's disjointed musings, both amused and bewildered. As he observed her raise her hand toward his arm, he did not shy away. After all, this charming yet bewildered girl merely wished to pinch him. Chapter 045, Truly Being Played. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted within Huang Qidong's office, reminiscent of a creature's desperate wail in its final throes, sending chills down one's spine. Fortunately, the office was soundproof, considerably muffling the noise, and with few passers-by, chaos was averted. Huang Qidong, startled by Zhao Tianyu and Apos' mournful exclamations, instinctively retreated several steps. His expression bore a blend of shock and alarm as he regarded the instigator, Tian, with eyes wide in disbelief. Tian was equally astonished by Zhao Tianyu and Apos' transformed scream. The hand that had gripped him recoiled as if struck by lightning, causing Zhao and Apos' arm to hang limply. This provoked an even more heart-rending wail as sweat, tears, and mucus intertwined upon his face. Tian, now seething with rage, cast a fiery glare at Zhao Tianyu, indignantly proclaiming, do you still consider yourself a man? I merely pinched you lightly, exerting little force. Do you genuinely believe I have caused you harm? If you think I can be easily misled simply because I am a girl, how utterly absurd. Is it so entertaining to deceive a fragile female? And to wail as if I have dealt you a grave injury? Your arm is not made of paper, is it? With that, Tian, aflame with indignation, pinched Zhao Tianyu's other arm with slightly greater force, her irritation fueling her strength. Tian could assert that her strength had only marginally increased. My arm. My hand. Zhao Tianyu sprang up as if a feline had trod upon its tail, only to come crashing down to the ground. This time, it was not a mere symbolic descent. He genuinely made contact with the earth, falling silent and lying there as if in a state of unconsciousness. What a convincing performance. It is a pity you are not auditioning for a role, Tian muttered under her breath before turning to Zhang Liang. Her innocent eyes narrowed in exasperation. This is preposterous. Have you all conspired to orchestrate this farce to mock me? Do you truly perceive me as so naive? Is this truly amusing? Zhang Liang chuckled, casting a glance at Huang Qidong, who had retreated to the threshold, his expression a blend of shock and concern. Assistant Tian, I have been with you throughout this entire affair. When would I have colluded with them? If anyone has plotted against you, it would be Huang and Zhao in collusion. I stand innocent. Perhaps you should attempt to pinch Director Huang as well. Perhaps he will smile and abandon this charade with the pretender sprawled upon the ground. Tian blinked, visibly mulling over Zhang Liang and Apos' proposition, her countenance brimming with curiosity. In stark contrast, Huang Qidong was far from naive. From Zhao Tianyu and Apos' wails and the angle of his arm, he had already surmised that Zhao and Apos' arm was likely injured. Although he was perplexed by Tian and Apos' methods, Zhang Liang and Apos' ostensibly well-intentioned suggestion rendered his expression ashen. Had Zhang Liang not been present, he would have undoubtedly fled. In moments of distress, one often resorts to a myriad of measures, regardless of their efficacy. Huang Qidong found himself compelled to adopt an authoritative demeanor, his visage pale, yet resolute. Assistant Tian. As the director of a hospital, how could I possibly indulge in frivolous antics with Zhao Tianyu? It is more probable that he simply possesses a penchant for the dramatic. Tian furrowed her brow, pondering aloud. I thought so. I am aware of my own strength. How could a mere pinch provoke such a performance? It appears he revels in the theatrics. These young masters are indeed peculiar. It is no wonder I frequently encounter tales online of starlets marrying into affluence yet enduring misery. They seem to possess rather unusual hobbies. Who can endure such antics as feigning death at the slightest provocation? With that, she kicked Zhao Tianyu, who was sprawled on the ground, and declared, All right, get up. Cease your pretense. I have no desire to partake in this farce. Zhao Tianyu remained motionless, silent upon the floor. Zhang Liang shook his head, contemplating the naivete and confusion of the young lady before him. With a playful smirk, he benevolently suggested, Assistant Tian. He has immersed himself too deeply into his role. Your efforts to rouse him will be in vain. Permit me to offer a thought. Grasp one of his legs with both hands and twist it, as if signifying the end of a scene. Accompanied by a loud cut. He may awaken, believing the scene has concluded, and perhaps he will rise of his own accord. Is that truly effective? Tian regarded Zhang Liang with a hint of skepticism, then huffed in annoyance. Why should I rouse him? If he takes pleasure in his theatrics, let him lie there. It is of no concern to me. Zhang Liang shot a piercing glare at Huang Qidong, his eyes conveying a silent admonition. Huang Qidong swallowed hard, his expression transforming into one of despair. Why does it seem as though everyone is intent on tormenting me? Zhao Tianyu, this is your fault. Do not cast blame upon me. You have brought this upon yourself with your ill-fated ambition. Assistant Tian, I must concur with Director Zhang. His reasoning is quite sound. Huang Qidong nodded solemnly, his mind racing to devise a compelling argument. You wish to unveil Director Zhang and Apos' deceit, do you not? If Zhao Tianyu awakens and stretches his arms, would that not unravel Director Zhang's fib? Is that not your true intention? Indeed, it appears so. Tian blinked her large eyes, gazing at Huang Qidong with a look of deep sympathy. Director Huang, I implore you to understand that Director Zhang did not intend to offend. He was merely momentarily bewildered. Once Zhao Tianyu ceases to be a support for Director Zhang, might you refrain from holding it against him? He genuinely possesses a kind heart, and youth often begets impulsive actions. Zhang Liang, in a fit of despair, concealed his face, lamenting his choice of assistants. Huang Qidong's visage twisted in a complex tapestry of emotions, yearning to laugh, yearning to weep, feeling helpless, sorrowful, and desolate. Yet, he acquiesced with a nod, his expression betraying an indescribable melancholy. Tian's countenance radiated with delight as she softly hummed a melodious tune, bending gracefully to clasp Zhao Tianyu's leg. The limb felt surprisingly weightless, yet she firmly secured the ankle with one hand and the calf with the other. Casting a glance at Zhang Liang, she observed his peculiar grin and nodded, subsequently clearing her throat in a theatrical manner. With both hands, she applied pressure, exclaiming, Cut! Cut! In an intriguing response. Zhao Tianyu's leg emitted a crisp sound, harmonizing with Tian's fervent declaration. Ah! Zhao Tianyu lamented, awakening with a sorrowful wail that tugged at the heartstrings of all who bore witness. Tian's eyes nearly protruded from their sockets as she gazed, her mouth agape, at Zhao Tianyu's leg, which remained contorted in Ave shape, momentarily unable to grasp the reality unfolding before her. Huang Qidong's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! This girl possesses remarkable strength. A chill enveloped him, stirring an inexplicable melancholy reminiscent of a rabbit lamenting the fate of a fox. He reminded himself to maintain his pace with Zhang Liang and to eschew any hint of negligence. Chapter 046, Suspicions of a Dream. Tian unleashed a resounding scream, immediately eclipsing Zhao Tianyu's sorrowful lamentations. This cannot possibly be real. It must be a figment of my imagination. Indeed, I am undoubtedly ensnared in a dream. I experienced a vehicular accident. Such rapid recovery is implausible. This must be an illusion, which explains my ability to perform such remarkable feats, as if I were merely playing a role. Casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang Liang, she suddenly nodded with certainty. Whispering to herself, I suspected as much. You were gravely ill with cancer, fated for a brief existence. How could you have experienced such an astonishing turnaround and ascend to the position of head of the hospital's laboratory? This must be a dream. No wonder you speak so casually to Director Huang. Only in dreams can such extraordinary events transpire. As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, and she succumbed to sobs. Oh, my car accident must have been catastrophic. I can only imagine the depths of my parents' and Appo's sorrow. I must find a way to awaken swiftly. Oh. Zhang Liang stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding situation. However, Huang Qidong appeared suddenly lost in contemplation. Tian's words ignited a fresh stream of thought. Recovering from terminal cancer in an instant? Possessing the ability to sever nerves? Formulating a miraculous biological agent more potent than any street vendor's concoction? A patient who endured multiple fractures and severe cerebral hemorrhaging, rendered unconscious for 2 weeks, suddenly restored to health? And this young girl exhibits boundless strength? Furthermore, she audaciously shattered Zhao and Appo's arm and leg with mere flicks of her wrist. What on earth is transpiring? This is clearly an occurrence that could exist only within a dream, my dream. The more he contemplated, the clearer the truth became to him. He sensed that he had unearthed a profound revelation. With a frigid smirk, he directed his gaze towards Zhang Liang, who had endured humiliation for countless days. The pent-up frustration erupted, and he exclaimed, I am a director of a prestigious hospital, held in high regard in Huazhou. By what authority do you presume to command me? By what right do you threaten and belittle my dignity? I have always believed there to be no supernatural entities in this realm. It appears that all of this is merely a figment of my imagination. Ouch! My hand, my leg, I cannot move. The pain is excruciating. Summon a doctor, swiftly. Zhao Tianyu cried out, writhing on the ground in agony. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, oblivious to the dialogue around him. Silence. With the conviction that this was merely a dream, Tian ruthlessly kicked the spot where Zhao's arm had been severed. With a prolonged scream, Zhao Tianyu succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Tian brushed off her hands, as if she had just completed a trivial task. Turning to Huang Qidong, she nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed, I have consistently maintained that this is but a dream. However, it is my dream. Why do you contest it? When did it become yours? Huang Qidong shook his head, chuckling as he responded, No. How could it possibly be your dream? If this were your dream, how could I possess awareness? How could I undergo such peculiar occurrences? This is evidently my dream. Perhaps it stems from my father-in-law and Appo's retirement, leading to heightened stress, which has given rise to such bizarre dreams. Zhang Liang gazed at Huang Qidong in disbelief, astonished by his audacity, and then at Tian, who earnestly argued over the ownership of the dream. His thoughts became a muddled tapestry. Perhaps both were indeed correct. How could a terminal cancer patient suddenly acquire such miraculous abilities? Could this truly be an illusion? Absurd. Zhang Liang vigorously shook his head, almost yielding to their absurdity. With a sigh, he kindly interjected once more, You two should cease your quarrel. Determining whose dream it is should be straightforward. Tian, proceed to sequentially break Director Huang's limbs. If this is your dream, he will remain unscathed. If it is Director Huang and Appo's dream, he might awaken in terror, and everything will dissipate. Wooden and Appo's, you agree, Director Huang? Huang Qidong nodded. In theory, that is correct, but... Filled with urgency, Tian rushed to Huang Qidong and Appo's side immediately after Zhang Liang spoke. Emulating the villains she had observed on television, she grinned mischievously and boldly seized one of the director and Appo's arms, applying pressure as if she were snapping a twig. Crack! Huang Qidong exclaimed, sweat streaming down his face as he stared at his contorted arm, his eyes wide with disbelief, murmuring, This ISN and Appo's dream. This ISN and Appo's dream. Zhang Liang chuckled, and upon noticing Tian's bewilderment, spread his hands in a gesture of reassurance. Observe, the scene remains unchanged. We have not altered at all. It seems quite plausible that you are indeed within your dream. Tian's eyes gleamed with a sudden epiphany as she chuckled. I knew it. This is my dream. Yet Director Huang simply refuses to believe me. However, as her gaze shifted to Huang Qidong, her smile dissipated, leaving her perplexed as she turned to Zhang Liang. But why does everything feel so astonishingly tangible? Even their expressions of anguish appear so strikingly vivid. I broke their arms, and in my typical dreams, They would be laughing and chattering nonsensically, or I would awaken abruptly from their screams. Her countenance darkened, and she whispered mournfully, "Oh, right. I was involved in a car accident. It must have been quite severe. I am likely in a coma, which explains why I have yet to awaken." Zhang Liang, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, found himself bewildered by her line of thought. Nevertheless, recalling how Wang Qidong had the audacity to confront him, he ventured a well-intentioned suggestion. Tian, why not attempt to break another of Director Huang's arms, or perhaps a leg? The shock might just rouse you. Consider it. He is your director. If you dare treat him in such a manner, the ensuing tension and thrill would undoubtedly enhance the likelihood of your awakening. That makes sense. How did I not consider that? Tian exclaimed, her enthusiasm prompting her to playfully strike Huang Qidong. He was sent sprawling. Bang, clatter, whoosh, ouch. Zhang Liang narrowly dodged the impending disaster, yet the high-backed executive chair behind him met an unfortunate fate, toppling over. As he sat within it, Zhang Liang endured a jarring descent, landing face-first onto the floor. Had he not instinctively activated his cellular repair mechanisms, he might have suffered disfigurement. Huang Qidong fared even worse. Fortunately, the chair softened his fall, averting a catastrophic collision with the wall. Nevertheless, he sustained grievous injuries, potentially fracturing several bones. His condition reminiscent of the car crash Tian had endured. On the floor, Huang Qidong groaned, and if one listened intently, they could hear him muttering, "This ISN and AMP, Oppos, TA dream, this ISN and AMP, Oppos, TA dream." Zhang Liang managed to rise, his wounds inexplicably healing before Tian and AMP, Oppos' astonished gaze. She pointed at him, nearly driving him to madness with her words. This can't be your dream, can it? I see the blood on your face vanishing without a trace." "Dream? My foot?" Zhang Liang retorted angrily, his heart racing with trepidation. He glared at the tempestuous girl, exasperated. "Can't you exercise a modicum of restraint?" Tian felt her legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. She attempted to rise, but her legs refused to cooperate. Panic enveloped her, and she tried to use her hands, only to discover they were equally unresponsive. Calming herself, she smiled as if a great weight had been lifted. "I understand now. My strength comes from you, does it not?" Zhang Liang nodded, perplexed by her sudden display of insight. With a sigh of relief, she proclaimed, "So I was correct. It is your dream, which elucidates how you can bestow upon me power and govern everything." Chapter 047. Simple Consciousness. Zhang Liang scrutinized the squatting Tian with increasing unease. His limited interactions with her prior to the accident left him unacquainted with her true nature. Some individuals are inherently disoriented or immature. Yet reconciling such traits with a nurse and AMP, Oppos' responsibilities proved challenging. From their previous brief encounters, he had perceived her as innocent and kind-hearted, meticulous in her duties, qualities that seemed at odds with her current confusion. During his last endeavor to clear the blood clots from her brain, Zhang Liang had exercised caution, ensuring he did not invade her mind, consuming only the surrounding clots. Externally, her brain appeared unscathed, yet the severity of her accident must have inflicted considerable trauma. Was this disorientation a byproduct of a concussion? With mounting concern, Zhang Liang directed a multitude of cells into Tian's cranial cavity to examine her cerebral cortex. Upon entering her mind, he was enveloped in a white mist suffused with ethereal light, a surreal experience reminiscent of paradise. The luminous aura surrounding her brain was far more intense than during their previous encounter. Could this radiant glow signify vitality or merely the activity of her brain cells? Zhang Liang pondered, recalling his past experiences with the brains of mosquitoes and ants, and even Wang Qinglin, all of which had existed in states of near death or profound unconsciousness. The subtle luminescence of the insect and AMP, Oppos' neural cells was scarcely discernible, and Wang Qinglin and Oppos' mind radiated an essence akin to that of an unconscious Tian. How peculiar! It felt as though an unseen presence was observing me. Abruptly, Zhang Liang was jolted from his reverie, his consciousness forcibly drawn back from the myriad sensations of the cells, only to hear Tian articulating bewildering remarks. An overwhelming weariness enveloped him, rendering him drained and feeble, his vision dimming as if he might succumb to faintness at any moment. This bizarre predicament instilled a profound terror within him. Shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the disorienting sensations, he staggered to the water cooler, tilting his head to drink directly from the spout until he could imbibe no more. After quenching his thirst, he felt a modicum of revitalization, albeit slight. Encircled by an intense white radiance, he roamed aimlessly. Once again, Zhang Liang shook his head, striving to cast off the fragmented illusions. Yet, He recognized his persistent desire to delve into Tian's psyche, acutely aware that his primary consciousness remained tethered to his own corporeal form. Powerless to command the cells within her brain, it was all profoundly bewildering. I mentioned that I possess an unusual sensation, as if something is gazing into my very soul, an ineffable strangeness. Did you perceive that? Tian's voice echoed once more. Zhang Liang, disregarding the water that splattered onto the floor, activated the lever of the water dispenser, splashing cold water onto his face in a quest for clarity. However, no matter how much water he doused himself with, he felt as though he was harboring two distinct thoughts, one minuscule thought directing the cells within Tian's mind to observe their surroundings. He swore it was an exceedingly peculiar phenomenon. He sensed that this solitary thought possessed no aspirations or missions apart from the relentless act of observation. In stark contrast, the other thought, his primary consciousness, was engulfed in sheer panic within his physical form. Hey, what is amiss with you? I have expressed so much, and this is your response? Are you even paying attention? Tian and Appo's voice resonated in Zhang Liang and Appo's ears once more. He felt overwhelmed, his mind in disarray, and fatigue gnawing at him. He staggered to the nearby sofa, closed his eyes, and yielded to slumber, striving to clear his thoughts. Hey, this is your dream. Why are you still sleeping? Hey, can you hear me? Hey. Zhang Liang sensed Tian and Appo's voice receding into the distance until it became a mere whisper, ultimately leading his consciousness to surrender to slumber. Poor Tian sat on the ground, her limbs rendered immobile, calling out to Zhang Liang, who offered no reply. Her delicate visage was a canvas of sorrow. Realizing she could not awaken him, she simply reclined on the floor, muttering in discontent before closing her eyes. Even more unfortunate was Zhao Tianyu, the young master, who had endured grievous injuries, with 3 limbs fractured, succumbing to unconsciousness from the agony. The most lamentable figure of all was Director Huang Qidong, who, following a brief interlude of reprieve, gradually regained a semblance of awareness. A searing pain coursed through one of his arms, while his entire being seemed to be in a state of disarray, each movement requiring a monumental exertion. He could only bear the torment, feeling utterly powerless in the face of the universe and Appo's apathy. Though Zhang Liang and Appo's primary consciousness lay in slumber, he remained undisturbed by a peculiar sensation, one part of him in repose while another delved into Tian's mind. Fortunately, with one consciousness dormant, he was spared the unsettling feeling of a fractured psyche. It was an ineffable sensation. He could not decipher how this singular consciousness had abruptly materialized within Tian's psyche. Its emergence was so unfathomable that it nearly drove him to the precipice of madness. As he navigated the cells within Tian's brain, his consciousness finally surveyed her cerebral condition amidst the blinding radiance. Subsequently, this consciousness, akin to a machine, commanded the cells to cease their activities, awaiting Zhang Liang and Appo's subsequent instructions. Zhang Liang remained oblivious to the duration of his slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered Tian gazing at him with wide eyes, Zhao Tianyu weeping softly, and Huang Qidong had collapsed, his complexion pallid. In that instant, a torrent of information enveloped him. He became acutely aware of a specific region within Tian and Appo's cerebral cortex where certain brain cells were gradually losing vitality, and some had already succumbed. With time, this phenomenon would only exacerbate. How could this transpire? There were no visible wounds. Could it be an internal injury? As Zhang Liang contemplated the notion of tracing the blood vessels into the brain, unexpectedly, it felt as though another aspect of himself had awakened, directing cells to infiltrate the cerebral blood vessels. This thought was again solely focused on examination. Shaking his head, Zhang Liang was beset by a disorienting sensation. Grappling with the bewilderment of possessing dual consciousness, multitasking had become his unusual hallmark. Suppressing his discomfort, Zhang Liang ruminated for a while, uncertain of how this secondary, simpler consciousness had emerged. He resolved to defer further inquiry until he had addressed the immediate predicament. He cast a glance at Tian, shaking his head, uncertain if he could avert the demise of her brain cells. He could only dedicate himself to assisting as best he could after the examination. Tian, how long have I been in slumber? Humph. Tian turned her head, disdainfully tossing a few hygiene balls at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang rubbed his nose, forcing a wry smile, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he swiftly commanded the cells within Huang Qidong's body to initiate repairs. He did not wish for Huang Qidong to meet his demise. After all, the man had provided him with significant assistance. However, due to Huang Qidong and Appo's grave injuries and the scarcity of healthy cells within him, It was imperative to consume the damaged cells before any proliferation and regeneration could occur. Zhang Liang hurried back to his laboratory, carrying an entire box of nutrient solutions. He opened a bottle and shook it in front of Zhao Tianyu, exclaiming, "Hey Zhao, do not be so sorrowful. You harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of the biological agent, did you not? Now observe closely. You have witnessed the tragic condition of Director Huang. It is time to behold a miracle." This strategy proved to be remarkably effective, as Zhao Tianyu promptly halted his lamentations, his countenance shifting to one of eager anticipation. In a raspy voice, he weakly inquired, Are you serious? Regardless of the truth, the reality would soon reveal itself. Zhang Liang, wearing a smile, unceremoniously pried open Huang Qidong's mouth and poured the solution down his throat. Chapter 48. A revelation. Huang Qidong opened his eyes, bewildered and momentarily disoriented. Unsure of how he had found himself sprawled upon the ground, he propped himself up with his hands, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he jolted upright and dove beneath the desk, his eyes wide with terror as they fixated on Tian. His confusion began to evaporate. Zhao Tianyu and Appo's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stifled the pain, eagerly trembling with anticipation, asking, Director Huang, your left hand. Is it well now? Do you experience any discomfort? I observed your broken bones pressing against your skin. Does it still hurt? Instinctively, Huang Qidong glanced at his left hand, flexed his fingers, formed a fist, and shook his head. His gaze shifted anxiously between Tian and Zhang Liang as he murmured softly, I think it is all right now. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you. Upon noticing the nutrient solution on the ground, he surmised that Zhang Liang had administered the miraculous biological agent, facilitating his rapid recovery. As he absently explored his body, he could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the substance. It resembled a legendary elixir. Zhang Liang found Huang Qidong and Appo's fearful demeanor quite amusing. Who would have imagined that a venerable hospital director could be so intimidated by a mere young girl? Nevertheless, it was entirely comprehensible. Anyone who had endured a broken arm at the hands of Tian and subsequently been sent sprawling would undoubtedly bear a psychological scar. Director Huang, the worst is over, Zhang Liang said, suppressing a chuckle while offering sincere reassurance. I assure you, Tian will not treat you in such a manner again. You ought to emerge. It would not reflect well on others to witness you in this state. Huang Qidong, licking his still pallid lips, perhaps realized how unbecoming it was for a director to exhibit such fear and managed an awkward smile. He hesitantly crawled out from beneath the desk, but dared not approach Tian, remaining cautiously beside Zhang Liang. Coward, Tian muttered, her words dripping with sarcasm. Indifferent to whether she was still ensnared in a dream or merely experiencing the remnants of her prior encounter with Huang Qidong, she no longer felt trepidation towards him, her sharp retorts flowing effortlessly. Huang Qidong feigned ignorance. Hello, Director Zhang. You have already restored Dean Huang. When shall you permit me to recover? Tian inquired, casting a resentful glance at Zhang Liang, her lips pouting as she added, I have been unable to move for far too long. Can you truly treat a girl in such a manner? Zhang Liang let out a dry chuckle, acknowledging that he had indeed been somewhat remiss. He was uncertain how long he had previously slumbered. With an air of mystique, he gestured towards Tian and declared, Very well, since you acknowledge your fault, I shall relinquish my control over you. Just promise not to torment Dean Huang any further. You may rise now. What have I done wrong? Is it not you who? Do you wish to remain in that position for an extended duration? Zhang Liang interjected, casting a stern glance at Tian, effectively silencing her complaints. Tian immediately ceased her protest, inwardly cursing Zhang Liang. Tentatively, she moved her arms and legs, confirming her ability to do so, thus reaffirming that this was not a mere dream. Zhao Tianyu looked at Zhang Liang with eager anticipation, saying, Mr. Zhang, regarding my injury, it's quite simple. A vial of the biological potion will have you rejuvenated in no time, Zhang Liang replied with a smile. But, Zhao Tianyu's yearning gaze was unmistakable to all. Mr. Zhao, in private matters, Dean Huang is quite amenable to my suggestions. The laboratory and experimental materials here are all provided by him. In public matters, my laboratory is at least nominally affiliated with the municipal hospital, where he serves as director. Thus, I treated him with the biological potion. Mr. Zhao, weren't you the one here to negotiate the agency rights for this potion? Do you really believe I would simply relinquish it to you? Zhao Tianyu's countenance paled instantly, his lips trembling as he struggled to conjure threats, all of which faltered in his throat. He was acutely aware of the formidable presence that was Tian. She had tormented him effortlessly. To provoke her would only conjure a grim fate. Even someone as powerful as Tian had been subdued by Zhang Liang. So to foolishly threaten him would be to invite catastrophe. Brother Zhang, you are my true brother. Just articulate your conditions. As long as I, Zhao Tianyu, am capable, I would do anything. I only seek your assistance. Having been incapacitated for so long, without your help, I shall be crippled for life. Brother Zhang, I implore you. Zhao Tianyu spoke, tears streaming down his face. What use was his wealth? What significance did his power hold? In the face of absolute strength, he was rendered inconsequential. TSK, you are all grown. Why the tears? Zhang Liang remarked, bemused by Zhao Tianyu and Appo's display of emotion. Though this young master could occasionally be domineering, he was not beyond redemption. At least he left some room for negotiation. Really? Excellent, excellent. Just state your conditions. As long as I can recover, I will serve you loyally, Zhao Tianyu exclaimed, nearly bursting with joy, his tear-streaked face illuminating with hope. Heh. As for the conditions, let us deliberate on that later. Do you assume my biological potion is so easily ingested? Zhang Liang chuckled with an air of nonchalance. Refraining from articulating any immediate stipulations, he extracted a small tin of gum from his pocket and casually tossed it to Huang Qidong, instructing him to apply a few drops onto Zhao Tianyu's skin, along with administering 4 bottles of nutrient solution, deeming that sufficient. Huang Qidong, ever the obedient subordinate, promptly complied, seizing the 4 bottles of nutrient solution and making his way toward Zhao Tianyu. Dumbfounded, Zhao Tianyu gazed at the tin in Huang Qidong and Appo's hand, stammering, Is this the biological potion? Oh, I see. It must be safeguarded within glass tubes, correct? Huang Qidong scoffed, a sense of superiority washing over him. After all, he was the son of the deputy mayor. This was a person unacquainted with the broader world. What was amiss with using a tin box? It was indicative of the molecular stability of the biological potion, and the chosen container would not compromise its efficacy. That was what rendered it a reliable and conscientious remedy. With an air of arrogance, Huang Qidong disdainfully refrained from enlightening someone so naive. Following Zhang Liang and Appo's directives, he unscrewed the lid and carelessly splashed a few drops onto Zhao Tianyu and Appo's visage, not bothering to utter a word as he roughly pinched Zhao Tianyu and Appo's chin and poured a bottle of nutrient solution down his throat. Zhao Tianyu, utterly powerless to resist, resigned himself to his fate, as if harboring a grievance against the nutrient solution, gulping it down with reluctance. Under Huang Qidong's supervision, he swiftly consumed all 4 bottles of nutrient solution. Initially, the experience felt akin to taking medicine, the peculiar taste nearly inducing retching. Yet, as he persisted, he discovered it to be the most exquisite dish known to man, surpassing any lavish meals he had ever savored. If one were to inquire of Zhang Liang why he felt this way, Zhang Liang would assuredly inform them that it was simply due to his hunger. Upon completing the 4 bottles of nutrient solution, Zhao Tianyu wiped his mouth with his hand and rubbed his belly, contentedly exclaiming, "This feels marvelous." However, immediately following his declaration, Zhao Tianyu froze, unable to fathom the sight before him. Trembling, he extended his hands, flexed his fingers, and kicked his legs, and then, in an exuberant outburst, he embraced Huang Qidong, exclaiming like a madman, "This is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Do you see? I am healed. My hands are capable of movement, my legs can also move. I am truly improving. Alas, the rustic simplicity. Huang Qidong and Tian turned their heads away in contempt. 1. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to He's No Treasure and the woman in my palm for their generous rewards. I bow in appreciation. 2. Haha, He's No Treasure. I had not anticipated that you would finally take the initiative to request a 3,000-word update. Fear not. I am fully equipped to manage any volume of 3,000 words. Ha ha ha. Today's second chapter encompasses a total of over 5,000 words. Task accomplished. Chapter 049. Accomplishing objectives through personal experimentation. Zhao Tianyu unveiled that the claim of the biological potion possessing the ability to cure all ailments was a disservice to this wondrous medicine. Its healing effects could rival those of the elixirs of the Supreme Lord Laozi, with outcomes manifesting within mere seconds. Who has ever borne witness to such a swiftly acting marvel? Zhao Tianyu expressed boundless gratitude to Zhang Liang, showering him with flattery. With a singular aim in mind, he refrained from broaching the subject of exclusive agency rights, instead inquiring if he might introduce some clients to Zhang Liang. His strategy was astute. He aimed to attract some influential leaders and affluent individuals, though ultimately, everyone would express their gratitude to Zhang Liang for the provision of the biological potion, who could overlook the individual who made the introduction. This would not only serve his interests, but would also significantly bolster his father's political ambitions. Zhang Liang smiled, discerning Zhao Tianyu's intentions, yet he did not decline. Rather, he raised a finger, saying with a smile, "Just one a month. Bring them directly to me when the time arrives. Remember, regardless of who it may be, I shall not make house calls. As the adage states, rarity bestows value upon something. Should there be an abundance, it would undoubtedly diminish its worth." This did not suggest that Zhang Liang was averse to providing treatment. It served the interests of both parties. While he certainly welcomed more opportunities, why should he extend such a lavish benefit to Zhao Tianyu without justification? Furthermore, if Zhao Tianyu were to introduce one patient, the news would spread, and Zhang Liang could offer him a slot. Why not extend that opportunity to others? After a brief pause, Zhang Liang continued, "You are aware of the abandoned factory at Bapu, just outside the city, correct?" "Oh, I comprehend, I comprehend." Zhao Tianyu was engulfed in a wave of joy. The mere prospect of presenting a patient for treatment each month imbued him with an exuberance that was nearly uncontainable, compelling him to feel an urge to exclaim in sheer delight. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's inquiry, he swiftly nodded in affirmation. That location was once the city's machinery factory, which succumbed to bankruptcy a few years ago. Recently, it appears that a Korean company has set its sights on that land and has engaged in significant negotiations. The city is treating this matter with considerable gravity. His father, the deputy mayor overseeing industry and commerce, had inadvertently mentioned this issue in passing. Zhang Liang and Appo's brow furrowed. He too had cast his ambitions upon that forsaken factory. Observing Zhang Liang and Appo's demeanor, Zhao Tianyu immediately discerned the underlying tension and cautiously probed, "Are you interested in that land?" The locale was isolated and sparsely inhabited, rendering it an optimal site for the establishment of laboratories and, ultimately, the production of biogenerators. Naturally, Zhang Liang coveted that territory. Numerous factory structures, despite their state of disrepair, could be rejuvenated and embellished, thereby alleviating the need for new constructions, making it perfectly apt for maintaining a low profile. "Indeed, I have my aspirations fixed on that land," Zhang Liang articulated with candor. He held little regard for Korean interests. His resolve to possess that parcel was unwavering, and it merely hinged on whether Zhao Tianyu possessed the capability to acquire it on his behalf. This could also serve as a measure of Zhao Tianyu and Appo's competence. In Zhang Liang's perspective, since he could bestow a quota, he could equally revoke it. Even if Zhao Tianyu stumbled, he had alternative avenues to procure it. Zhao Tianyu descended into profound contemplation, not deliberating the merits and demerits. There was no necessity for such. He regarded the Korean investment as trivial in comparison to Zhang Liang and Appo's offer of biological agents. His contemplation revolved around the possibility of securing that land. He was cautious about making promises he might be unable to fulfill, as failure to deliver could result in severe repercussions. If it cannot be accomplished, so be it, Zhang Liang remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand. "Not a problem. Within a week, or at most 2, I shall secure that land in Brother Zhang's name," Zhao Tianyu declared with urgency. In that instant, he lamented not having simply acquiesced without delay. He felt foolish for his prolonged consideration. Undoubtedly, his father could devise a superior solution. Zhao Tianyu was confident that once his father grasped the efficacy of the biological agents, he would not hesitate. Having concluded the discourse, Zhao Tianyu returned buoyantly, while Huang Qidong, who had been quietly attentive, cast a glance at Zhang Liang, hesitating to speak, his expression one of urgency. Zhang Liang perceived Huang Qidong and Appo's unspoken thoughts. He believed Huang would manage the matter adeptly, yet he questioned why he should perpetually depend on him. Zhang Liang would not permit Huang Qidong to presume that everything hinged solely upon him. Although Huang may not harbor such beliefs, the intricacies of human emotions are profound. And even if Zhang Liang could command every aspect, unwarranted interference could prove rather vexatious. "Assistant Tian, accompany me to the laboratory. We shall not disrupt Dean Huang's tidying up," Zhang Liang remarked with a smile. Huang Qidong opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing any requests. "Old Huang, you have been one of my earliest advocates. I recall all that you have done for me. Naturally, I shall not shortchange you. 2 quotas. I shall grant you both 2 each month," Zhang Liang declared as he opened the door and turned back to bestow a smile upon him. Oh, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Thank you. Huang Qidong stammered, overwhelmed with gratitude and pride. This allocation represented 1 more quota than Zhao Tianyu possessed, and the implications were unmistakably clear. Tian, however, was not content. She sulked, voicing her displeasure. "Is this truly a dream? Why must we venture to the laboratory?" The young woman appeared utterly oblivious. Zhang Liang shook his head, yearning to unravel the enigma of her fragmented consciousness and hoping to restore her well-being. He cast her a stern glance and feigned irritation, urging her to accompany him with minimal conversation. "Are you seeking to experience the taste of losing control?" he inquired. "Certainly not," she replied. "Let us proceed, Director Zhang." Tian said, her countenance brightening with a compliant smile, exuding an innocence reminiscent of a kitten. "Is this truly your laboratory? What is that peculiar mound of white substance?" Tian exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she trailed Zhang Liang into the lab, bypassing the outer office. It was her inaugural visit, and her inquisitiveness led her to explore, ultimately halting before the curious heap of white matter, inquiring with wide-eyed wonder. Zhang Liang chose to disregard her questions, as he was currently preoccupied with suppressing the discomfort induced by the dual consciousnesses and experimenting with the complexities of disregarding the simplistic singular consciousness. Furthermore, he had already normalized Tian and Oppos, S cells, and was not apprehensive about her causing any disruptions. However, intentionally ignoring the disquiet from the singular consciousness proved a formidable challenge. It was akin to an incessant distraction. Although it did not impede Zhang Liang's thoughts or speech, the peculiar sensation was inescapable. Suddenly, the source of Tian's cerebral injury became strikingly clear to Zhang Liang. The singular consciousness had fulfilled its function and identified the root cause, granting him profound understanding. It appeared that this consciousness had descended into a dormant state, lying low and ceasing the sensation of disassociation. Zhang Liang discerned that this singular consciousness operated akin to a computer command, mechanically executing its tasks before entering a sleep mode until prompted anew. Indeed, a complication resided within Tian and Oppos' brain. A blood vessel within the right hemisphere and Oppos' cerebral cortex had ruptured, depriving that region of blood supply, resulting in diminished vitality of the brain cells and even the onset of cellular demise. Zhang Liang was uncertain whether Tian's condition arose from the death of brain cells or if the pressure from the leaked blood was compressing a particular area. He even began to suspect that the sudden emergence of his fragmented consciousness was instigated by some enigmatic aspect of Tian and Oppos' brain being activated. Or perhaps it was a byproduct of her injury. The human brain remains enveloped in enigma. Zhang Liang frequently encountered accounts of individuals who, following grave illnesses or accidents, inexplicably developed extraordinary abilities, be it remarkable memory, exceptional mental acuity, or other newly discovered talents. Such phenomena are far from rare. The human brain comprises hundreds of billions of cells endowed with an extraordinary capacity for storage, adept at processing a myriad of information each second. A singular unit of information is referred to as a bit, which is approximately equivalent to a word. The estimated capacity of the human brain reaches a staggering 100 trillion bits, a figure that is, in fact, quite conservative. Just how immense is this 100 trillion bits? It has the potential to encompass the entirety of the world's libraries. Furthermore, humans possess a subconscious, rich with nuanced emotions and impressions that are often challenging to articulate. In reality, the volume of information that an average individual can convey is merely the tip of the iceberg. Contemporary scientific research suggests that even brilliant minds such as Einstein utilized only a third of their brain and Oppos' potential, while the average individual employs even less, with the majority of brain cells remaining in a dormant state. The human brain can be compared to an electronic computer, as both possess the ability to absorb, store, and manipulate vast quantities of information while in operation. Nevertheless, the capacities of the human brain far exceed those of any sophisticated computer. The potential of the human mind is more profound than many can fathom. Estimates indicate that humanity only taps into a mere 10% of its cerebral power. And even that may be an overly optimistic assessment, as we might only harness 1%, suggesting that the brain harbors limitless potential yet to be unveiled. Zhang Liang harbored skepticism regarding the authenticity of scientific research, yet he remained acutely aware of the brain's capabilities. He was reluctant to indiscriminately alter the neural cells within Tian's brain for his prior endeavors, whether transforming the brain cells of mosquitoes, ants, or even Wang Qinglin, had invariably culminated in the creation of soulless, mechanical replicas devoid of thought and consciousness. He certainly did not wish for the once benevolent Tian to encounter such a fate. Zhang Liang painstakingly repaired the damaged blood vessels in Tian, meticulously clearing away the blood that had accumulated and pressed against her brain cells. However, he possessed no certainty regarding her recovery. At present, he was keen to experiment with the essence of the rudimentary consciousness that had been severed. Chapter 50. A unique ambition. This ostensibly straightforward, inadvertently fragmented consciousness carried profound implications. Presently, Zhang Liang had refined the electric eel's discharge cells to create a biological generator, with its output contingent upon the generator's dimensions, particularly the quantity of discharged cells. However, this biological generator harbored a critical deficiency. It necessitated Zhang Liang and Amp Oppos as conscious oversight to maintain its discharge. This trait paralleled that of the electric eel. In the absence of external threats or predatory stimuli, the eel would not maintain a constant state of discharge. Consequently, to instigate discharge, the electric eel's nervous system must be activated. The transformed discharge cells preserve their inherent nature, requiring Zhang Liang's mastery for their activation. This conundrum tormented Zhang Liang. He could not foresee his consciousness remaining perpetually anchored to a biological generator. How could he advocate for or disseminate such an invention? What function would it serve? Recently, Zhang Liang pondered the prospect of engineering a biological generator inspired by the electric eel, capturing an eel while preserving its brain, thereby transforming its corporeal form into a suitable generator. When energy was requisite, a mere stimulus could incite the eel to discharge. However, such a modification appeared implausible. A biological generator retaining its own consciousness harbored numerous perils. No one could anticipate whether excessive stimulation might provoke the eel to retaliate or cease functioning, thereby rendering practical operation unreliable. Undeterred, Zhang Liang resolved to investigate the structure of the electric eel's brain, aspiring to eliminate superfluous consciousness and retain solely the reflexive discharge response. Yet, this endeavor posed a formidable challenge. The complexities and enigmas of the brain and Amp Oppos' architecture were intimidating, and he remained uncertain about the duration required to accomplish the same. Conservatively estimating, it would likely demand several years, rendering this hurdle particularly daunting. The advent of a unique consciousness kindled a flicker of hope within Zhang Liang. Should this singular consciousness be effortlessly cultivated, the undertaking would be remarkably simple. He could bifurcate a consciousness to govern the discharge cells, subsequently fashioning a rudimentary brain within each biological generator, whether that of an ant, a mosquito, or an electric eel. The brain of any creature could act as a mere vessel, stripped of consciousness, solely permitting the habitation of the bifurcated consciousness. The essence of the issue resided in comprehending the emergence of this unique consciousness. In observing Tian, he discerned that the initial spark of this singular consciousness had taken form within her mind, thereby guiding his research endeavors toward her. Reflecting on Tian and Oppos' conduct during the onset of this consciousness, he asked, Tian, I recall you stating in Director Huang and Oppos' office that you sensed someone observing you. Could you expound upon that? Tian tilted her head in deep contemplation, gesturing expressively as she spoke. It felt as though something were observing me, though I cannot precisely articulate that sensation. It was merely an odd feeling. Oh, I believe it is occurring once more. Zhang Liang experienced a rush of exhilaration. The nascent consciousness lingering in Tian and Oppos' mind appeared to coax the cells into motion within the blood vessels. Fixating upon her, he eagerly inquired, Do you perceive that sensation now? Indeed, I do, Tian replied, turning to cast a sharp glare at Zhang Liang. Speak, are you the one behind this? Zhang Liang was taken aback. Why did it seem that Tian could discern that flicker of consciousness? Could it be what is commonly referred to as a sixth sense? He endeavored to withdraw the fragment of consciousness remaining in Tian and Oppos' mind, finding the task surprisingly effortless, the process indistinguishable from that of the primary consciousness. The moment he retracted it, he felt an unprecedented surge of vitality and energy. Everything felt remarkably rejuvenated. Could this signify a potential avenue for development? Zhang Liang pondered. If he could bifurcate countless consciousnesses and subsequently retract them all at once, what might that scene resemble? Would it mirror the fantastical abilities portrayed in literature, where mental prowess could be wielded as a formidable weapon? Or could there be broader implications? Take a moment to observe the office, he instructed. With that, Zhang Liang hurriedly exited, eager to ascertain whether others shared this extraordinary sixth sense and could similarly experience the phenomenon of consciousness splitting. Should this peculiar occurrence prove exclusive to Tian, he would have to ponder whether her affliction had inadvertently awakened some arcane cerebral function. In his office, Huang Qidong reclined on a sofa, leisurely smoking, embodying tranquility amidst the surrounding turmoil. He remained in a state of exhilaration. Bang! The office door swung open abruptly, startling Huang Qidong and causing him to drop his cigarette into his lap. He sprang to his feet, flustered, and glared at the intruder, poised to unleash a tirade. However, before he could utter a word, he froze at the sight of Zhang Liang, who stood there, unblinking. Huang Qidong felt bewildered. What was transpiring? Why had this individual returned so soon? Was he reconsidering their previous agreement? As Huang Qidong contemplated, Zhang Liang shattered the silence. Old Huang, do you experience any peculiar sensations? Peculiar sensations? Huang Qidong scratched his head in bewilderment. What could he possibly mean? Zhang Liang and Amp. Oppos. S frown deepened as he urged. Have you sensed anything observing you? An almost ethereal intrusion? Do you feel anything unusual? Huang Qidong blinked, utterly perplexed by Zhang Liang's inquiry. Yet, he dared not dismiss it lightly. After a moment of introspection, he recognized that aside from the tension instigated by Zhang Liang's presence, he felt nothing amiss. Shaking his head, he replied candidly, I don't sense anyone watching me. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily rushed to the window to peer outside. Leaning out, he scanned the area before returning, lowering his voice to inquire, Mr. Zhang. Could there be corporate spies? Is someone attempting to pilfer your biological formula? Zhang Liang rolled his eyes, bemused by Huang Qidong and Amp, Oppos, as fanciful imagination. After contemplating the circumstances surrounding the initial division of consciousness, he instructed, Old Huang, count to 5, then declare, and Oppos, how peculiar. I feel as though something is observing me. And Oppos, he was merely echoing Tian and Oppos' earlier sentiments. Huang Qidong swallowed hard, sensing that the words were exceedingly awkward, far removed from what one would anticipate from a dean. Such remarks seemed more befitting a naive young girl. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Having received Zhang Liang and Oppos' directive, he steeled himself and proceeded. After silently counting to 5 in his mind, Huang Qidong suppressed his discomfort, closed his eyes, and pronounced, It is indeed strange. I feel as though something is watching me. Upon uttering those words, he was overwhelmed by an intense desire to sink into the earth. Zhang Liang, oblivious to Huang Qidong's unease, felt a blend of disappointment and exhilaration. Although the experiment had not succeeded in generating a new consciousness, he realized that he could bifurcate his consciousness into two, circumventing the prior dilemma where controlling cells rendered his primary consciousness in a vegetative state. This monumental discovery affirmed that even when the fragmented consciousness was reabsorbed, it could be deliberately partitioned once more without the onset of cognitive obscurity. This was, indeed, encouraging news. He grasped the phone and summoned Li Lingkai for further verification. However, the results remained unfruitful, with no new consciousness having manifested. Zhang Liang was now convinced that the emergence of new consciousness was no mere happenstance and must be intricately linked to Tian. Upon returning to the laboratory, Zhang Liang transmitted a subtle consciousness into Tian and Amp, Oppos' mind and inquired, Tian, do you sense an entity observing you at this very moment? Tian shook her head, responding with a negative. Zhang Liang directed the consciousness to manipulate the movement of a cell and asked, What of now? Do you perceive anything? Tian furrowed her brows in contemplation, eventually responding with uncertainty, Perhaps? It's rather ambiguous. I am not entirely certain. Zhang Liang, with caution, augmented the number of moving cells within Tian's mind. Before he could pose another inquiry, she burst forth with exuberance, as if unearthing a new realm. Yes, I can perceive it. Something is observing me. Rubbing his chin in thoughtful consideration, Zhang Liang reflected. He found it intriguing that during their initial meeting in Huang Qidong's office, Tian had declared that someone was spying on her, after which her consciousness had seemingly recoiled as if struck, leaving merely a rudimentary awareness behind. Yet now, she had sensed this presence on multiple occasions. Why had her consciousness not fragmented? Tian, in Dean Huang's office, when you spoke of the sensation of being observed, what thoughts traversed your mind at that particular moment? Tian bowed her head in contemplation and replied, I wasn't Oppos, preoccupied with thoughts. I merely felt that the voyeur was exceedingly contemptible and needed to be repelled. Zhang Liang appeared to comprehend something and exclaimed with enthusiasm, That is splendid. If you ever perceive a gaze upon you again, consider banishing it. Why? She inquired. Why all these questions? Simply follow my instructions, he retorted. Tian pouted, resembling a wronged little wife, reluctantly conceding, Very well then. Uncertain whether the divided consciousness could partition again, Zhang Liang resolved to immerse his entire consciousness within Tian's mind, orchestrating the cells to move erratically. After a considerable duration, Zhang Liang emerged from the experiment, utterly disheartened, and promptly exclaimed at Tian, Did you drive it away? I did. Tian replied, nervously fidgeting with her attire, mentally cursing Zhang Liang, observing the authentic distress etched on Tian's face. Zhang Liang struggled to comprehend why the consciousness resisted division. He tenaciously persisted in his experiments, losing count of the numerous attempts he had made, each culminating in disappointment. Plunging him deeper into despair, he compelled himself to regain composure, pondering for an extended period before directing his suspicions toward the small quantity of blood that had been evacuated from Tian's brain. Could the pressure from this blood inadvertently activate specific specialized functions within her cerebral cells? Chapter 051. The Soul's How Zhang Liang hesitated. Gazing at Tian for an extended moment, wrestling with the decision to continue experimenting on the injured region of her brain. Striving to stimulate each cerebral cell in pursuit of the abilities he sought. This undertaking was an exceedingly hazardous endeavor. The brain remains an enigmatic organ, and he could inadvertently transform Tian into a genuine imbecile rather than merely appearing ordinary as she did at present. Ah, how naive of me. Is there not an experimental subject readily available, one whose progress I can observe incessantly? Zhang Liang slapped his forehead, chuckling at his own folly, pondering whether his proximity to Tian was diminishing his own sagacity. After all, he possessed a doppelganger named Wang Qinglin. He could effortlessly conduct the experiments on that avatar. Casting another glance at Tian, Zhang Liang began to contemplate the myriad unknown functions that the brain might harbor. For instance, although Tian's cerebral injury had rendered her somewhat less astute, could the inadvertently activated special abilities encompass the capacity to fragment consciousness, as well as influence cognitive processes? With a sardonic smile, he contemplated whether to preserve the hematoma within Tian's brain cells rather than excising it, thus allowing her to retain her extraordinary capabilities, stimulating and modifying another and Oppo's neural architecture is immensely perilous. I shall defer such endeavors until I possess a profound comprehension of the brain, Zhang Liang sighed. Relinquishing the urge to stimulate Tian and Oppo's mind, he withdrew the rudimentary consciousness he had left within her brain and dismissed her, stating, "You may return to your office for the time being. I shall summon you if necessary." He concealed his altered doppelganger, Wang Qinglin, within the confines of the laboratory, as the impending experiments must remain concealed from prying eyes. After all, Wang Qinglin had been reported missing, and he wished to avoid attracting unwarranted attention. Once Tian departed with a sulky expression, Zhang Liang secured the laboratory door behind him. He then plunged his entire consciousness into the doppelganger, endeavoring to bifurcate it into two equal consciousnesses to ascertain the possibility of success. Given that the previously divided rudimentary consciousness could be reabsorbed and reintegrated into the primary consciousness and could be divided again at will, Zhang Liang sought to augment that rudimentary consciousness, endowing it with cognitive faculties akin to those of the primary consciousness rather than merely functioning as a directive. However, the experiment yielded lackluster results. The consciousness he retained remained simplistic and singular, devoid of any enhancement, still relegated to executing a solitary function. Nevertheless, a silver lining emerged. Through the experiment, Zhang Liang discerned that while the consciousness remained singular, he could modify the directive of this singular consciousness. For instance, instead of merely surveying, it now compelled the doppelganger to walk ceaselessly. Even as it collided with walls, the doppelganger persisted in its relentless march. Realizing this, Zhang Liang swiftly halted the consciousness, and at that moment, he recognized that the bifurcated consciousness was more aptly characterized as a program, akin to agents derived from a mainframe. This newfound ability to rewrite commands within the program invigorated Zhang Liang and Oppo's spirits. If he could ascertain the means to create such a program, the biological generator project could be set into motion without delay. Furthermore, should he wish, he could manifest numerous doppelgangers endowed with extraordinary abilities. Zhang Liang had approximately discerned the affected area of the brain cells in Tian, and he promptly reconfigured the program governing that consciousness. The bifurcated consciousness commenced to command several cells, skillfully navigating through the blood vessels in the doppelganger's brain to identify the location corresponding to Tian's injury. With a general area delineated, it was not long before Zhang Liang precisely pinpointed the target location, deliberately broadening the range for safety. This pertained to the cerebral cells within the cortical region, roughly the size of a fingernail. With the location established, the ensuing tasks would be comparatively straightforward. After all, the entirety of the doppelganger and Oppo's brain had been transformed from cancerous cells, rendering the experimentation remarkably convenient for Zhang Liang. He released a small quantity of blood from a nearby vessel, which appeared to pulsate with vitality. It did not surge forth but rather flowed gently, intermittently pausing to ensure meticulous control. Despite the seemingly modest dimensions of the designated area, uncovering the requisite capabilities that Zhang Liang sought proved to be exceedingly arduous. This challenge was precisely why he was eager to conduct experiments directly on Tian. The cerebral cells were densely clustered, with minimal interstices between them, resulting in a three-dimensional complexity. While the location appeared merely fingernail-sized, the blood was necessary to expand this region and Oppo's cells, and it remained uncertain which specific cells required stimulation to achieve the desired results. Moreover, Zhang Liang harbored skepticism that it was merely the stimulation of certain cells that would yield the intended outcomes. Perhaps the expansion of these cerebral cells due to the blood exerted pressure on adjacent cells, engendering the requisite functionality. This notion possessed its own validity. Thus, meticulous control was essential, accompanied by continual repetitions of the experiment to determine whether he had achieved the desired outcomes. Clearly, this was no insignificant undertaking. Despite the modest size of the area, the time required would not be brief. Given that Tian could provide no assistance in coordinating activities in the laboratory's external office, Zhang Liang chose to summon Chen Lisan, who had previously incurred his displeasure. Although Chen, once Tian and Apos, as attending physician, possessed his own flaws, he nonetheless adhered to certain principles and commitments, qualities that Zhang Liang had once recognized. Upon learning of his transfer to the laboratory's external office to oversee the coordination of biological agent sales, Chen Lisan accepted with enthusiasm. He did not obstinately cling to his aspirations of remaining at the forefront of medicine, striving to be an exemplary surgeon. He had witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of biological agents and was eager to engage in this significant endeavor. Zhang Liang issued a directive that, until he emerged from the laboratory, he was to remain undisturbed. Anyone wishing to utilize the biological agents was to register, queue, and await their turn. The experiment proved to be extraordinarily monotonous and laborious. Each increment of blood introduced to the cerebral region was scrupulously quantified in milligrams, followed by meticulous scrutiny of cellular alterations, as he sought any extraordinary sensations or avenues for the bifurcation of consciousness. With every infusion of blood, pressure was exerted upon the cerebral cells, accompanied by observations, trials, and failures. Zhang Liang lost all sense of time, oblivious to the duration of the experiment or the frequency of his attempts. When hunger assailed him, he permitted the cells to absorb nutrient solutions. When fatigue enveloped him, he would take a brief respite before resuming his endeavors. Ultimately, the cells in that area succumbed to the mounting pressure and began to perish. Zhang Liang teetered on the brink of despair. Despite his considerable exertions in the extensive documentation of myriad cellular changes and pressures, he had yet to realize his ambition of consciousness bifurcation. One must not underestimate the gravity of the cerebral cell's demise. Zhang Liang could distinctly perceive his consciousness beginning to detach from the governance of the doppelganger. He struggled to maintain control, signaling that should the doppelganger and Apos' cerebral afflictions intensify, he might completely relinquish dominion over it. At that juncture, the doppelganger would merely consist of a conglomerate of manipulable active cells. What course of action remained? Zhang Liang found himself in a state of indecision. Should the experiment persist? If he pressed forward, he risked obliterating this doppelganger. He possessed no schematic of humanity, not even a diagram of the brain, once damaged. Repair would be beyond his reach. Yet, to abandon his endeavor now was inconceivable. Having invested so much into the experiment thus far, could he so easily concede? No. With unwavering resolve, Zhang Liang introduced another increment of blood into the cerebral mass. Suddenly, he felt as though his thoughts were soaring, floating amidst clouds. Enveloped in an ineffable sense of ease and ecstasy, thoroughly entrancing him to the extent of losing all sense of time. After an indeterminate interval, Zhang Liang abruptly awakened, vaguely recalling an unfulfilled desire. What could it be? He pondered until clarity dawned upon him. The river of memory surged forth, as if he had descended from the realms of paradise. Division. In that moment, Zhang Liang felt his soul being irrevocably torn asunder, experiencing a torment that was almost unbearable. As his consciousness descended into an abyss of darkness, Dr. Chen, has Director Zhang yet emerged from the laboratory? Inquired Huang Qidong, his brow knitted and eyes tinged with redness, undeniably betraying his anxiety. He had lost track of how many times he had traversed the external office of the laboratory, his stress mounting to the very brink of collapse. Zhang Liang had assured Huang Qidong of 2 treatment slots each month. As a hospital director with aspirations for political influence, Huang Qidong was eager to seize this rare opportunity. By fortune, he had captured a golden chance. His father-in-law, having stepped back from the forefront, maintained close connections with a superior who had transitioned alongside him. This individual had adeptly navigated the political landscape, surpassing Huang and Apos' father-in-law, and had ascended to the esteemed position of a provincial committee member and secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Commission, with whispers of an imminent promotion to deputy secretary of the provincial committee. While this advancement would not alter his rank, it significantly enhanced his political prospects. This should have been a moment of joy. However, it transformed into a tragic ordeal. During a routine visit to Huazhou City, the elder and Apos' exuberance precipitated a heart attack, necessitating immediate hospitalization. This incident alarmed the accompanying leaders, and until the condition of the old secretary was ascertained, the matter was kept confidential, with no one daring to indulge in idle gossip. Given the heart attack and the old secretary's pre-existing coronary heart disease, He underwent coronary angiography upon admission. The prognosis was dire, revealing extensive and intricate coronary artery disease with imminent life-threatening risks. In such circumstances, the optimal solution was coronary bypass surgery. For an ordinary individual, provided they could bear the medical expenses, opting for surgery to safeguard their life would be the most judicious course of action. However, the old secretary was no ordinary individual. As a provincial leader on the brink of becoming deputy secretary of the provincial committee, this critical juncture was ill-timed for illness. Undergoing surgery at this moment would attract scrutiny from higher-ranking officials regarding his health. Such leaders were typically considerate of the elderly and would refrain from burdening ailing colleagues. It was only natural that they would encourage him to rest and recuperate. What does resting entail? It signifies a temporary cessation of promotions, the relinquishment of authority, and the potential reassignment to the people and Oppos' Congress or the Political Consultative Conference for recuperation, a fate currently befalling Huang Qidong and Oppos' father-in-law. Undoubtedly, the venerable secretary harbored no inclination to undergo bypass surgery at this critical juncture. At just beyond 60, with a promotion to deputy secretary of the provincial committee looming on the horizon, his political future appeared resplendent. He yearned to serve the populace for several more years. Yet, Oppos' health does not bend to personal volition. The old secretary and Oppos' condition was precarious, and somehow, news of his ailment had disseminated, reaching the provincial leaders. This disclosure only exacerbated his plight. Confronted with such a crisis, resignation emerged as the sole recourse. Not only was promotion a distant aspiration, but it was also uncertain whether the old secretary could retain his current post to continue serving the people. Given the circumstances, the truth could no longer be concealed. After all, he was a member of the provincial political and legal committee, a true high-ranking official. Naturally, the family and superiors could not permit the old secretary to languish in such a dilapidated hospital for treatment. The finest hospital in the province had a vacant room in the VIP ward, eagerly anticipating his arrival. As the hospital director, Huang Qidong was acutely cognizant of this development. The old secretary had been his unwavering pillar of support, and now this predicament had placed him in a precarious position, albeit accompanied by a certain sense of delight. The miraculous biopharmaceuticals, a true elixir with the power to resurrect the deceased, were not mere fables. Huang had observed and experienced their remarkable efficacy firsthand. For an individual like the elderly secretary, who suffered from only a minor heart ailment, recovery was simply a matter of time. Huang recognized that convincing the old secretary would be a formidable challenge. How could a respected deputy ministerial official place his faith in such extraordinary remedies? Furthermore, the plethora of experts surrounding the old secretary would overwhelm him with skepticism, causing Huang to question his own capabilities as the director of the hospital. Thus, Huang turned to his father-in-law, who shared a profound connection with the elderly secretary. His words would likely carry significant influence. With eloquence and the medical records of Tian in hand, Huang fervently beseeched his father-in-law, expressing anguish and desperation, ultimately convincing him to consider the treatment. However, the circumstances were undoubtedly shrouded in myth. Even after perusing Tian's medical records and meeting her face-to-face, Huang's father-in-law remained unconvinced. Consequently, when he approached the elderly secretary, he cautiously alluded to the existence of a unique medication with promising effects on coronary heart disease, suggesting that the old secretary should extend his stay to explore this treatment. The aged secretary harbored a semblance of trust in his longtime companion. After much reflection, he acquiesced to remain and assess the efficacy of the extraordinary medication, convinced that his friend would not misguide him. Nevertheless, his wife and children fervently objected, casting doubt upon the reality of such miraculous remedies. Their primary worry was to hasten to the provincial hospital for surgery. Each passing day in this place heightened the peril. While an earlier procedure promised a swifter recovery, potentially safeguarding his present standing, the experts dispatched from the provincial capital were resolutely unwavering in their stance. They derided the concept of a so-called miraculous drug for the treatment of coronary heart disease, insisting that if such a remedy were to exist, they would undoubtedly be cognizant of it. The notion that a diminutive and seemingly insignificant hospital could possibly create a genuine miracle drug was utterly preposterous. Nevertheless, the authority of the old secretary prevailed. In spite of the experts and Oppos' steadfast opposition, once he reached a decision, it was not easily altered. Their dissatisfaction was redirected towards the city hospital, imposing considerable pressure on Huang Qidong. Yet, Huang possessed the fortitude to bear this burden. A complex blend of anguish and elation coursed through him as he eagerly sought out Zhang Liang. Should he succeed in treating the old secretary, all the so-called expert authority would swiftly diminish into insignificance. However, a new source of anxiety arose when he was intercepted by Zhang Liang and Apos' newly appointed assistant, Zhang Liang, who conveyed that unless he personally emerged from the laboratory, no one would be granted entry. Given that this directive stemmed directly from Zhang Liang, Huang felt compelled to comply, departing with a heavy heart. Nevertheless, as a former director at the departmental level, he summoned his courage and devised a somewhat plausible strategy. He informed the old secretary that prior to taking the medication, it was imperative to rest for a week in order to optimize its effects. Predictably, this explanation was met with derision by the experts from the provincial capital. Yet, what recourse did Huang have? He stood resolute, asserting that this was the established protocol for the medication. Consequently, a fervent debate erupted between the provincial experts and Huang in the presence of the old secretary's family, further igniting the experts' skepticism. Ultimately, one expert delivered a stern ultimatum: should this medication indeed possess any merit, they would publicly extend an apology. Otherwise, Huang would be irrevocably excluded from the medical profession. Huang felt an overwhelming urge to retort, deeming it profoundly unfair that while they could simply offer an apology, he faced the specter of potential ruin. As he stormed away, Huang was engulfed in profound inner turmoil, ardently wishing for Zhang Liang and Apos' swift return from the laboratory, while fervently hoping that the old secretary remained stable during this critical juncture. The weight of his anxiety grew heavier with each fleeting moment. He found himself making numerous trips to Liang, yearning for Zhang Liang and Apos' emergence. Yet, despite his impatience, the days languidly passed without any sign of Zhang Liang. Today marked the final day of his promise, and desperation gripped Huang. If Zhang Liang did not soon make his appearance, he feared that his only escape would be to leap from the rooftop of the city hospital. Chapter 053. A Fallen Soul. Dr. Chun, has Director Zhang mentioned when he will emerge? Huang Qidong was on the brink of tears, anxiously pacing in the outer office of the laboratory. He had been waiting there since dawn. Nearly 6 or 7 hours had passed, and he had posed this question countless times. He had not stepped outside since entering, ignoring numerous phone calls, until frustration compelled him to hurl his phone out the window, his expression revealing that it was not merely a phone but a ticking time bomb. Zhang Liang found the situation somewhat amusing, feeling a tinge of satisfaction. In his previous role as an attending physician, he had to go to great lengths to curry favor with Huang Qidong, who had always treated him like a long-lost son. However, after being assigned to the outer office by Zhang Liang, his status had undergone a significant transformation. Now, Huang regarded him as though they were brothers, which made Zhang Liang feel as though he were living in a dream. From father figure to brother, the vicissitudes of life were indeed remarkable, and Zhang Liang truly grasped the impact of status on one's experience. Not only Huang but also the prominent directors he had witnessed marveling at Tian and Apos' miraculous recovery now greeted him with smiles. Even Zhao Tianyu, the son of the vice mayor who once intimidated Zhang Liang, had personally sought him out to treat him to a meal upon learning of his new role as Zhang Liang's assistant. This newfound respect filled Zhang Liang with an unprecedented sense of pride. He realized that he had long since abandoned his self-esteem, having resigned himself to a marriage with someone he did not love. Yet, unexpectedly, this small change in his professional life reignited that forgotten sense of pride. Zhang Liang continually reminded himself that all of this was a gift from Zhang Liang, and the emergence of the biopharmaceuticals only underscored that Zhang was no ordinary person. Thus, he resolved to diligently fulfill his current responsibilities and ensure he completed every task assigned by Zhang. Director Huang, how many times must I reiterate? It was Director Zhang's unequivocal directive that until he emerges from the laboratory, no one is permitted entry. Zhang Liang grasped the gravity of the situation at the hospital and empathized with Huang and Apos' distress, yet could only convey his support and condolences in silence. What can we do? What can we do? Huang Qidong lamented, his countenance despondent as he murmured to himself, displaying no inclination to cease his restless pacing. Rather than awaiting Zhang Liang, it appeared he was opting to elude the relentless experts keen on witnessing his downfall. Time drifted by, and Zhang Liang felt utterly confounded by Huang Qidong and Apos' incessant movements. He yearned to inquire, "Boss, are you not fatigued from wandering aimlessly without sustenance or repose?" Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, the office door swung open with a resounding crash. Before either could respond, a tempestuous bellow reverberated through the air, shaking them to their very cores. "Huang Qidong, the entire world is in search of you, you scoundrel. Are you aware that the entire hospital has been thrown into disarray in your absence? Even the emergency response team was nearly dispatched. You wretched being, concealing yourself in this corner. Where is your phone? Why are you not responding? What on earth do you intend to do? The old secretary has inquired about you countless times. For heaven and Apos' sake, what are you playing at? I nearly broke my leg searching for you. Where is your medication? Today is the final day. Hurry and produce it. Huang Qidong jolted, slowly lifting his gaze. His visage a canvas of bitterness. Who else would dare to address him in such a manner but his father-in-law, Lu Huaishan? The medication. It isn't time yet, is it? We merely need to wait a little longer. Wait for your grandfather. Lu Huaishan erupted with fury, his voice resonating even louder than before. Waiting. Do you have any inkling that the old secretary just fainted again and has only recently regained consciousness? Still waiting? Do you believe I want to hurl you out of the window? You've been ensconced here in tranquility while the old secretary's family is creating turmoil in the hospital. Had I not intervened, they would have whisked him away by now. What will you do when this chaos is left for you to rectify? Hurry. Retrieve the medication. If the elderly secretary does not receive his medication promptly, I shall be powerless to restrain them any longer. Huang Qidong swallowed hard, acutely aware from his father-in-law's tone that the situation teetered on the edge of chaos. The most prudent course of action was to procure the medication for the old secretary, facilitating his swift recovery and departure. As for opportunities, Huang Qidong found himself too engulfed in the turmoil to ponder such matters. Surviving the immediate crisis was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, despite his anxious reflections, Zhang Liang had yet to appear, leaving him at a loss regarding the whereabouts of the medication. Please, you possess a heart condition. Do not allow your anxiety to overwhelm you. Huang Qidong offered a soothing comment to his father-in-law, before turning to Chen Lisan, clinging to a flicker of hope. In an unprecedented display of humility, he implored, Brother, I am in desperate straits. For the sake of compassion, could you inform me if Director Zhang has left a bottle of medication with you? I beseech you, if you assist me in this instance, I shall make your affairs my priority. Should I ever harbor ill will towards you, may I be struck down by lightning. Lu Huaishan raised a questioning eyebrow at Chen Lisan. While he did not fully comprehend why his son-in-law exhibited such deference to this young man, he chose not to inquire further. Instead, he extended an olive branch in his own manner, stating, Young comrade, I am Lu Huaishan, the Deputy Director of the Municipal People's Congress. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to approach me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. In his mind, he believed that as the Deputy Director, extending help to a young man would undoubtedly yield results, provided the young man possessed a modicum of sense. He held confidence in this regard. However, to Lu Huaishan and Appo's astonishment, the young man shook his head impassively and replied nonchalantly, Director Huang, I truly do not have any medication here. My apologies. Before Huang Qidong could respond, Lu Huaishan interjected, his tone a blend of gentleness and authority. Young man, do not be so abrupt in your refusal. Considering your age, you must have been employed for some time now. Why are you assigned to such a remote office? You should contemplate this matter with utmost care. It is praiseworthy to uphold principles. However, an overabundance of inflexibility may prove harmful. Should you have any stipulations, please do not hesitate to express them. I am confident that Director Huang shall regard them with due seriousness. Chen Lisan gazed at Lu Huaishan in astonishment. So, this was Huang Qidong's father-in-law. It was apparent that leaders possessed divergent perspectives. Huang Qidong forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Nodding an apology to Chen Lisan before addressing his father-in-law, this matter is not as you perceive. I implore you not to involve yourself. Lu Huaishan's eyes widened with displeasure, and he erupted once more. Not involve myself. Had I not intervened, would you be facing this predicament? Had I not taken action, could you have retained the previous secretary? Would you have been able to soothe his family? If I were to entirely disengage, you would struggle to manage even one of your own physicians. I am at a loss as to how you ascended to the position of director. I'll admit allowing my daughter to wed you. Huang Qidong's countenance fluctuated between hues of crimson and pallor as he opened his mouth, only to ultimately slump in resignation, contemplating the possibility of relinquishing his post entirely. Chapter 54. Stubborn persistence. Chen Lisan subtly shook his head. He too had once wed a woman he did not love, relying on his father-in-law to maintain his position at the city hospital. Observing the formidable Lu Huaishan, he felt a sense of camaraderie with Huang Qidong. Both were victims of circumstance. Director Huang, I genuinely wish to offer my assistance, yet I find myself at an impasse. Director Zhang did not leave any medication. I assure you I am not deceiving you. Chen Lisan spoke earnestly. Qidong, is it conceivable that the medication required by the former secretary is with him? Lu Huaishan inquired. Not waiting for Huang Qidong and Appo's reply before continuing, Young man, I have encountered such ploys previously. Is this merely an endeavor to secure personal advantage? Have you contemplated the ramifications of offending both the director and myself? I advise you to maintain clarity of thought, as long as your requests are reasonable. Silence. Huang Qidong bellowed, leaping to his feet, almost hysterically exclaiming, What do you understand? Do you grasp the gravity of this situation? You perpetually presume to know best without comprehending the reality. Do you have any inkling of how challenging your assumptions render my task? Could you not set aside your political rhetoric and elucidate the matter? Could you not? Ah, Dad, are you all right? You scoundrel. Lu Huaishan bent over, one hand directed at Huang Qidong, while the other clutched his heart, his pallor striking, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Father, please endure. You must hold on. Where is the medication? Where is it? Huang Qidong rushed to support Lu Huaishan, fervently searching through his pockets. Acutely aware that Lu Huaishan routinely carried emergency heart medication, Lu Huaishan gasped, his lips quivering, attempting a smile yet failing miserably. His voice, barely a whisper, conveyed the medication. It is with Xiao Song. I sent him. To find you. Forgot. To give. With that. Lu Huaishan's head drooped, succumbing to silence. Father, please awaken. Wake up. Huang Qidong cried out, completely unraveling, momentarily forgetting his role as a doctor, as he struck himself repeatedly, tears cascading down his cheeks. Witnessing Huang Qidong's profound distress, Chen Lisin hastily approached, taking Lu Huaishan from Huang Qidong's trembling grasp, checking for breath and pulse. Urgently, he declared, Director Huang, summon assistance at once. Old Lu is in cardiac arrest. I must commence emergency resuscitation, or it will be too late. Huang Qidong stood frozen, staring blankly at Lu Huaishan, devoid of any reaction. Left with no choice, Chen Lisin urgently urged Huang Qidong, Director Huang, I will administer first aid. You must call for help, swiftly. All right. Huang Qidong nodded mechanically, then suddenly appeared to regain his senses, leaping up and dashing out with remarkable swiftness. The patient, whose respiration and heartbeat had ceased, found himself in an exceedingly precarious condition, demanding immediate intervention. This dire situation arose from the brain's immense need for oxygen. Once breathing and cardiac activity ceased, the brain would swiftly become deprived of oxygen, with half of its cells facing potential damage within a mere 4 minutes. Chen Lisin first loosened Lu Huaishan's collar and belt, gently laying him flat. He employed several books to elevate Lu's shoulders, supporting his neck with one hand to tilt his head backward, thereby opening the airway. Without a moment's hesitation, he pinched Lu and Apos' nostrils shut with one hand while leaning down to administer artificial respiration. After approximately 3 minutes, with no indication of Huang Qidong and Apos' return, Chen Lisin inhaled deeply and leaned down once more to perform another round of artificial respiration, yet Lu Huaishan's heart remained silent. Chen Lisin felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He understood that if more than 5 minutes elapsed, only a quarter of patients could be salvaged. For every minute of delay, the success rate of cardiopulmonary resuscitation would diminish by 7 to 10. Should it surpass 10 minutes, the hope of revival would be exceedingly slim. Time was indeed of the essence. He temporarily forsook artificial respiration and placed one hand flat upon the lower portion of the patient's sternum, using the other hand to rhythmically press down, initiating compressions. Following a series of compressions, he leaned down for artificial respiration before rising to continue the pressing. Yet, Lu Huaishan and Apos' heart remained unresponsive. Chen Lisin was now genuinely distressed. He had sworn never to allow a patient to succumb on the operating table. Although Lu Huaishan was not his patient and not undergoing surgery, Chen believed there was no fundamental distinction. He would not permit any patient to perish in his presence. He compelled himself to maintain composure, striving to resist the urge to ponder the prolonged absence of Huang Qidong. With one hand pressed firmly against Lu Huaishan's chest, he delivered 3 vigorous punches before promptly resuming chest compressions. With each strike, compression, and breath administered to Lu, Chen Lisin lost count of the repetitions he undertook. Resuscitation, by its very nature, was an arduous endeavor, often necessitating the collaboration of 2 or 3 physicians in rotation. Despite perspiring profusely, he remained acutely focused. Exhibiting no signs of fatigue, yet Lu Huaishan remained unresponsive. Huang Qidong had been absent for over 10 minutes, leaving no indication of his whereabouts. Chen Lisin persisted in his efforts for several additional minutes, his garments soaked with sweat, feeling lightheaded and weary, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely continuing his life-saving maneuvers. Lu Huaishan lay motionless, utterly silent, as if he were a lifeless corpse. As another 10 minutes elapsed, Huang Qidong appeared to have completely disappeared. The force behind Chen Lisin's strikes diminished, resembling a playful tease rather than the desperate, life-saving blows intended. Blood trickled from his bitten lip, staining Lu Huaishan's lips a vivid crimson as he continued his seemingly futile attempts at resuscitation. He could vividly recall the moment his father was wheeled out of the operating room, his pallor hidden beneath a white sheet. He remembered his mother, kneeling before the doctors in desperate appeals for their intervention. He would never forget the chilling words that escaped the doctor's lips. We have done all we can. Had they truly exhausted every possibility? No, he had not yet exerted himself sufficiently. He would not yield. Lu could not depart this life before him. He would never permit any patient to succumb in his presence. Awaken, awaken, Chen Lisan silently implored, his movements, though growing sluggish and feeble, remained resolute as he concentrated intently on Lu Huaishan, his countenance grave. You have already exerted your utmost. It is exceedingly arduous to save him. Let go, someone suggested. Yet Chen Lisan remained fixated on Lu Huaishan, executing another round of artificial respiration as his hands continued their rhythmic compressions, mechanically retorting, No, I have not done enough. He can still be saved. I will save him. I shall not permit my patient to perish before me. I must. After a protracted period of desperate exertion, he finally sensed a familiar presence and looked up, his face suddenly aglow with joy. Director Zhang, you've returned? Please, I implore you, save him. Zhang Liang stretched languidly, as if cognizant of all that had transpired, and with a sardonic smile remarked, He is neither your kin nor your friend. And he has even threatened you. Why would you wish to assist him? Without hesitation, Chen Lisan replied, Director Zhang, he is my patient, and that is sufficient. You are not a doctor at present. You are merely my laboratory assistant. How can he be your patient? He collapsed, and I attended to him. He is my patient. This is the fundamental duty of a physician, Chen Lisan asserted with a note of defiance. Zhang Liang chuckled, Very well. I shall present you with a choice. If you firmly believe he is your patient, I shall grant you this wish, allowing you to resume your role as a doctor. If you choose to remain my assistant, then he is not your patient, and his fate is no longer your concern. The choice is yours. Chen Lisan's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced between Zhang Liang and the motionless Lu Huaishan. After closing his eyes for a few seconds, he opened them wide, a pained yet resolute expression settling upon his face as he made his decision. Chapter 55. Complete submission. Zhang Liang waved his hand, kindly advising, Chen Lisan, consider carefully the number of attending physicians at the municipal hospital, the number in Huazhou, across the nation, and worldwide. And how many assistants does Zhang Liang possess? You undoubtedly comprehend the significance of biopharmaceuticals. To be candid, this is but a mere byproduct of my research, a trivial trinket. As Zhang Liang and Apos, S assistant, your future promises to be more resplendent and illustrious than you can envision. Cease your rambling. Chen Lisan, seemingly evading reality, covered his ears. Resembling a petulant child reluctant to confront the truth, his visage twisted in anguish and resentment. Yet, upon beholding Lu Huaishan still sprawled on the ground, he shook his head vehemently, metamorphosing his expression of torment and defiance into one of resolute determination. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, Save him. Save him. I choose to save him. If you can restore him, I would willingly return to surgery. Are you certain? Resuming surgery implies you will merely persist as a physician, perhaps remaining an inconspicuous doctor for the entirety of your existence. Zhang Liang's tone resembled that of a tempter coaxing one towards sin. Ultimately, Chen Lisan succumbed to despair, concealing his face in anguish, howling frantically, I implore you, cease. Speak no further. Just save him. I shall never permit my patient to perish before my eyes. Never. The final two words he bellowed with every vestige of strength. And after articulating his despair, his emotions appeared to stabilize, leaving him in a daze upon the ground, a wave of relief cascading over him. Ha ha. Zhang Liang laughed heartily, casting aside his decorum, his laughter resonating so uproariously that Chen Lisan, who had only just regained his composure, felt his agitation resurface. Cease your laughter. Quickly, save him. You made a promise to me. Ha ha. Zhang Liang chuckled once more, his mirth unmistakable as he confidently declared, Do not fear. With my presence, he shall not meet his demise. You truly entertain me, Chen Lisan. Your ambition is quite pronounced. However, ambition is not inherently a derogatory term. Positively speaking, it embodies ideals and aspirations. Fool, harboring aspirations is laudable, yet how is it that you fail to comprehend my words? What a pity. As he spoke, Zhang Liang feigned a dramatic sigh, shaking his head in feigned dismay. It is unfortunate that you did not grasp my message. I offered you two choices. Yet I never claimed that I would refrain from saving him. Even if you choose to forsake him, I still intend to rescue him. Ha ha. Chen Lisan and Apos, S eyes widened in disbelief, but after a fleeting moment, he feebly shook his head and responded bitterly. No, even if you merely uttered that, I would still choose for you to save him. A human life is not a matter of choice, nor a gamble. Very well, rise now, Zhang Liang said, patting Chen Lisan on the shoulder, abandoning his teasing tone. You have made your choice, and I too have made mine. From this point onward, if you follow me diligently, I assure you a life of indulgence and luxury. Ha ha. Chen Lisan was momentarily taken aback, his countenance illuminating with ecstatic joy. However, an instant later, he uneasily gestured toward Lu Huaishan, who lay on the ground. Director Zhang, once more, attempt the art of resuscitation. Though artificial respiration is unnecessary, While the sanctity of preserving life is indeed a noble calling, the sight of two mature men engaged in such a task can feel rather peculiar. Zhang Liang waved his hand dismissively, as if to assert that all was under control. However, the reality remained that the heart had remained dormant for an extended duration. Should we not employ biological agents? Will this truly yield results? Chen Lisin was acutely aware of Lu Huaishan's condition. Previous endeavors at revival had proven futile. Was it even meaningful to repeat such actions? Zhang Liang offered a mysterious smile, playfully remarking, "How will you know if you do not attempt? I previously mentioned that biological agents are but trifling byproducts. Henceforth, you must cultivate a robust heart if you wish to accompany me. Otherwise, mere shocks may very well precipitate your own cardiac distress." Chen Lisin regarded Zhang Liang's words with skepticism. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated intently, placing his hands on the lower portion of the patient's sternum, pressing down firmly with one palm against the other. As he applied pressure, Lu Huaishan suddenly gasped, causing Chen Lisin to leap in astonishment. He stared in disbelief at Lu Huaishan, who was gradually opening his eyes, then turned to Zhang Liang, who continued to smile, his expression one of sheer astonishment. I. Zhang Liang nodded emphatically. "Indeed, you have saved him. He has awakened. But yes, your perseverance has brought him back. I told you, follow me and trust in me, and you shall witness countless miracles," Zhang Liang proclaimed with an air of enigma. In that moment, Chen Lisin was enveloped in reverence. Nodding earnestly, his eyes ignited with fervor. Zhang Liang returned the gesture with a nod of satisfaction. He had only recently experienced his awakening, spurred by the fervent calls of Huang Qidong and others. The process was not as effortless as it seemed. He still bore a profound fatigue, a lingering remnant of mental exhaustion stemming from his fragmented consciousness. Nevertheless, the notion of his newly bifurcated mind filled him with exhilaration. Although he remained uncertain about the events that had unfolded, this new facet of his psyche possessed an extraordinary capability. By infiltrating another S-mind through controllable cells, he could perceive everything occurring outside as if he were witnessing it firsthand. Essentially, whatever the individual he infiltrated observed or heard, he too could see and hear. This was a power he had never wielded before. In the past, to traverse the world through another and Apos' corporeal form, he was compelled to wholly transform that individual S neural cells into his own avatar. Now, by merely infiltrating their consciousness, he could perceive everything. Though this merely permitted him to appropriate the perceptions of others, without delving into their thoughts or exerting control over their minds, it represented a remarkable leap forward. Zhang Liang was convinced that this bifurcation of consciousness had undeniably unveiled a mysterious gateway, one that could potentially lead to even more extraordinary capabilities in the future. Furthermore, his revelations did not conclude there. After countless experiments, Zhang Liang ultimately discerned the key to fragmenting his consciousness in order to execute distinctive commands. Now, should he wish to fabricate a new consciousness, he no longer needed to endure convoluted trials. He simply had to stimulate specific critical cells to realize his objective. Naturally, if he sought to partition his consciousness, he would have to endure excruciating anguish, necessitating a novel solution to this quandary. What is transpiring within me? Where am I? Lu Huaishan blinked in perplexity, his visage a canvas of astonishment. Though Chen Lisin was a surgeon, he possessed a profound understanding of Lu Huaishan and Apos' current condition. He nodded slightly, offering an explanation. You have endured prolonged shock, which may have inflicted some damage upon your brain cells, resulting in temporary amnesia. Fear not, with sufficient rest, you shall recover. After articulating this, he turned to Zhang Liang, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Director Zhang, will he be all right? Zhang Liang smiled, shaking his head as he spread his hands. You are the doctor, after all. My role is to preserve life. The remainder is for you physicians to ponder. Not my concern. Chen Lisin chose not to dwell on the matter. Since life had been preserved, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. Whether Lu Huaishan would genuinely recover mattered little to him. However, one issue gnawed at him, igniting his frustration. Director Zhang, it is not my intention to speak ill of Dean Huang, but in light of his father-in-law and Apos' grave condition, I was tasked with the emergency care while he went to summon assistance. Look at him. He is yet to return. This is a matter of life and death, particularly concerning his father-in-law. This is utterly irresponsible. Zhang Liang patted Chen Lisin's shoulder, gazing into the distance with an enigmatic smile. As for Dean Huang, he certainly has his troubles. Chapter 056. The human heart is most difficult to discern. Li Linkai harbored a profound aversion towards Huang Qidong. Since Huang Qidong forsook his sister to wed Lu Huaishan and Apos' daughter, Li Linkai had nurtured a deep-seated resentment towards him. Yet, Upon graduating from university and being assigned to the county hospital, it was Huang Qidong who facilitated his transfer to the city hospital, gradually propelling him to the esteemed position of head of the oncology department. Many of his challenges had been alleviated by Huang Qidong, and thus, he found himself simultaneously feeling gratitude towards him. This was a labyrinthine emotional terrain. He ardently wished for Huang Qidong to relinquish his role as director, yet he harbored no desire for any misfortune to befall him. Consequently, he found himself in a tumultuous state, hastily making his way to the laboratory and Oppos' external office. Disregarding the norms of propriety, he flung open the office door, exclaiming, "Dr. Chen, has Director Zhang departed? Do you know when he will?" "Zhang, Director Zhang. You are here. Splendid. You must save Dean Huang. Only you possess the ability to rescue him. What has transpired? Speak slowly. There is no need to rush." Zhang Liang gestured for Li Linkai to regain his composure, urging him to calm down. Li Linkai appeared to have found solace, exhaling a breath of relief. It was only then that he noticed Lu Huaishan's presence, yet he averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. He addressed Zhang Liang, "Director Zhang. I'm not entirely certain of the particulars. At that moment, I was in the ward and only gleaned information through the discussions of my colleagues. I heard that Dean Huang was exceedingly anxious and rushed into the cardiology department, only to be restrained by someone. It is rumored that personnel from the Provincial Public Security Bureau were involved, and the circumstances remain shrouded in mystery. The entire hospital is engulfed in unrest, rife with speculation and hearsay. You must find a way to assist Dean Huang. Has the high-ranking official who was hospitalized already departed?" Zhang Liang inquired nonchalantly. Li Linkai shook his head in bewilderment. He had not been privy to this matter, and due to his association with Lu Huaishan, he felt no inclination to inquire further. "Perhaps not yet. The ambulance from the provincial hospital has been stationed outside for several days and remains there. Oh, there appears to be a rumor that they will be departing in an hour, but I cannot ascertain its veracity." Zhang Liang nodded, a strategy coalescing in his mind. He instructed Li Linkai, "Take Lu Huaishan for an electrocardiogram, ultrasound, CT scan, and coronary angiography. I am not a physician, so I am uncertain which specific examination should be conducted, but it ought to be the one most adept at diagnosing cardiac ailments. Subsequently, present the results to that leader's spouse or progeny. Given their connection to Lu Huaishan, they are likely to be cognizant of his heart condition." Li Linkai hesitated, casting a glance at the seemingly ailing Lu Huaishan. Could it be that this elderly gentleman's heart condition had improved? What a lamentable situation. Despite his contempt for Lu Huaishan, Li Linkai felt an undeniable compulsion to acquiesce to Zhang Liang's directives. With reluctance, he nodded. "Very well, I shall proceed immediately." Observing Li Linkai and Oppos' unwillingness, Zhang Liang Kuden and Oppos' suppressed a chuckle. He was unconcerned with their trivial disputes. Yet Huang Qidong retained significance and was regarded as his younger brother. While he could be subjected to Zhang Liang's whims, if anyone else dared to do so, retribution would be imperative. Furthermore, this represented an exquisite opportunity to advance the biological agent. With a stern gaze directed at Li Linkai, Zhang Liang feigned indignation. "This matter requires prompt attention. The well-being of Huang Qidong hinges upon your efficiency in executing this task." Li Linkai visibly hesitated. Although he was indifferent to Lu Huaishan and Oppos' fate, he could not afford to be remiss regarding Huang Qidong. He nodded hastily. "Rest assured, I shall ensure it is accomplished with utmost expedience and deliver the results before they depart." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Director Zhang, what should I communicate upon presenting the results?" "Say nothing." Zhang Liang shot Li Linkai an exasperated glare, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. "There is no need for words. Simply return to your office and await their arrival. If they possess any sense, they will approach you forthwith. As for subsequent actions, I trust you know what is required." "Understood. I shall take my leave now, Director Zhang." Li Linkai finally exhaled in relief, offering a slight bow to Zhang Liang before unceremoniously ushering Lu Huaishan along and hastily departing. Zhang Liang yawned and patted Li Xian's shoulder, instructing, "I will be taking a brief repose. When Li Linkai and Huang Qidong's group arrives, you must present yourself with authority, regardless of their identities. Remember that you are my assistant, Zhang Liang. Whom you choose to honor with respect is entirely at your discretion. Do not fear any consequences should any issues arise. I will address them." Listening to Zhang Liang's nonchalant yet commanding words, Li Xian felt no surprise. He nodded vigorously, brimming with enthusiasm, and earnestly replied, "Rest assured, Director. I shall not tarnish your reputation." In the high-ranking ward of the municipal hospital, Liang Xian tugged at her son Gao Hongtao and Oppos' arm as they exited. "Mom, what troubles you?" Gao Hongtao inquired, following Liang Xian. "Hongtao, Did you arrange for someone to detain Huang Qidong? Liang Xian inquired, her tone heavy with reproach. After all, he is the sole son-in-law of Lu Huaishan. You are fully cognizant of your father and Apos' relationship with Lu Huaishan. They fought side by side during the counteroffensive, sharing an unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of life and death. How could you permit someone to detain Huang Qidong? Which scoundrel has been spreading such rumors? Gao Hongtao seethed inwardly. The mere mention of this issue ignited his fury, yet in the presence of his mother. He stifled his anger and replied gently, Mom, who informed you of this? I am merely a businessman. I possess no authority to detain a hospital president of such stature. Do not heed the fabrications of others. We ought to concentrate on hastening Dad and Apos' transfer back to the provincial capital for his surgery. Enough with the nonsense. Liang Xian shot her son a disapproving glance. I know you too well. Release him at once. Your father is in no condition to handle any stress. Should he discover this, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Sighing, Liang Xian reflected on Lu Huaishan and Apos' good intentions, but lamented her son-in-law and Apos' self-serving nature. Perhaps he seeks to treat your father in his hospital for his own ulterior motives. Did they not claim a miracle drug could be administered to your father today? Self-serving? Mom, this is not mere self-interest. This is a conspiracy and an act of murder. Can we afford to delay Dad's condition? Yet he has held my father in this dreadful hospital for a week, endangering his life. And this so-called miracle drug? Mom, do you realize that scoundrel possesses no miracle drug? After he was detained, he incessantly shouted that Lu Huaishan and Apos' heart condition had worsened and demanded urgent release. Gao Hongtao inhaled deeply, indignation surging within him. Mom, do you comprehend? He panicked and exposed his vulnerability. We are all aware that Lu Huaishan retired due to his heart ailment. If a miracle drug truly existed, would Lu Huaishan still suffer from heart issues? If he possessed such a remedy, would he not have healed himself by now? We have been deceived, Mom, by Lu Huaishan and that rogue son-in-law. How dare they jeopardize my father? Just wait and see. I will ensure he faces consequences. Silence. Liang Xian exclaimed, her complexion paling. She had clung to a flicker of hope regarding the miracle drug Lu Huaishan mentioned, but her son and Apos' words plunged her into despair. How could this happen? How could this happen? Old Lu would never harm your father. He wouldn't. What shall we do now? Mother, please remain composed. Just maintain your tranquility. Did we not agree to return to the provincial capital for father and Apos' surgery at the earliest opportunity? Rest assured, all will be well. Father shall be all right. Gao Hongtao hastily consoled Liang Xian. Indeed, let us hasten back to the provincial capital.